This young man's eyes shot open. He smelled the distinct scent of disinfectant. This place, it had to be a hospital. Was he still alive? Trung Nguyen glanced at the heart rate and blood pressure monitor beside him and saw that all the readings were 0, even though he felt perfectly normal. What is this piece of junk? Is it broken? The sound of conversation outside caught Trung Nguyen's attention. A doctor was discussing Trung Nguyen's health with Trung Lam. Apparently, before he woke up, his condition had been unstable and critical, so much so that the doctor said he might end up in a vegetative state. Hearing his little sister's name, Trung Nguyen became frantic. He ripped off the tangle of wires on his body and rushed to the door to find Trung Lam. The door swung open, and in walked Trung Lam. Seeing her brother awake, the little girl was overjoyed, her eyes still glistening with tears. "Brother, you're awake?" Trung Lam couldn't hold back her emotions, running to hug Trung Nguyen as she burst into tears. Trung Nguyen comforted the little girl, telling her he was fine, but he also felt that something was off. Trung Lam seemed younger, like she was only in middle school. Hearing her brother say he was fine only made her cry harder. "Don't lie to me. How can you be okay after a car sent you flying?" A car? It was then that something clicked. He had regressed in time, back to the moment after his accident 4 years ago. That meant it was now the year 2042, which was perfect. It was as if the heavens had heard his plea and given him a second chance to protect his sister. There was still time to change everything. Just then, a man walked into the room and approached Trung Nguyen. "The doctor said there was a high chance you'd be brain dead. For you to not only miraculously wake up, but also be in such high spirits. That's truly wonderful." This man's name was Lam Dong Luong, the captain of the Eagle Squad and a major ranked ability user. Lam Dong Luong extended his hand for a handshake, but Trung Nguyen just pulled Trung Lam back into the hospital room and slammed the door shut. This left Lam Dong Luong completely stunned, forcing him to awkwardly withdraw his hand. Inside the room, Trung Nguyen warned Lam Lam, "From now on, don't follow strange people like him." But Trung Lam insisted that Lam Dong Luong was a good person. "He's the one who's been helping us ever since you were hospitalized." The thing is, before Trung Nguyen regressed, it was Lam Dong Luong who had secretly recruited Lam Lam to become an ability user, which ultimately led to her sacrificing herself right in front of Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen remembered the scene before his regression. He would never forget that man's face for as long as he lived. He just never imagined the man had his sights set on Lam Lam as far back as 4 years ago. He reminded Trung Lam that in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. He asked her if the man's help came with any conditions. Just as he predicted, the uncle wanted Trung Lam to go study in Thon An City to contribute to society. But it seemed Lam Lam didn't know the full details about that school. So, if she just doesn't go to Thon An Academy, maybe Lam Lam won't have to become an ability user. But not becoming an ability user is even more dangerous. When the threat finally appears, the two of them won't even have the most basic ability to defend themselves. That was an even more terrifying thought. Therefore, the best way to protect themselves was to eliminate the threat head-on. Trung Nguyen opened the door and stepped outside, his mind apparently made up. He asked Lam Lam to go handle the discharge paperwork for him. As for him, he was going to find Uncle Lam personally to express his gratitude. Coincidentally, Lam Dong Luong happened to overhear Trung Nguyen. He chuckled, saying there was no need for thanks, but that he did have a few things he wanted to discuss with him. He worried if this man had forced Lam Lam to do anything strange during the days he was unconscious. Trung Nguyen got straight to the point. He said to Lam Dong Luong, "I know you're an ability user, and you tried to take advantage of my accident to pull my little sister into your faction. If I'm not mistaken, that Thon An Academy is a training school for ability users, isn't it?" Lam Dong Luong was shocked that Trung Nguyen knew so much about him. "What else do you know?" Trung Nguyen's voice grew harsh. "I know plenty. For example, about the void rifts and the monsters that exist inside them, and that my sister, Trung Lam, is a genius. And you hypocrite, talk about contributing to society when you're really just kidnapping a 12-year-old girl to send her off to die." Being falsely accused made Lam Dong Luong furious, and he yelled back at Trung Nguyen, "Don't talk about me like I'm some kind of pervert. I'm only doing this for the safety of all humanity, which is why I have to try so hard to find talented individuals." Trung Nguyen scoffed. "Was eavesdropping on my conversation with my sister just now also for the sake of humanity? You creepy old man. I hope you'll stay far away from my sister from now on." Lam Dong Luong didn't want to drag this out any longer. Trung Lam's gift could save countless lives. He hoped the boy would reconsider. While he was still trying to persuade Trung Nguyen, the boy suddenly agreed to let Trung Lam attend Thon An Academy to be trained as an ability user. Lam Dong Luong asked again in surprise, Didn't you just vehemently oppose this and demand that I stay away from Trung Lam? Are those two things mutually exclusive? Besides, I have my own conditions. If you don't agree to them, won't let Trung Lam enroll. Lam Dong Luong said that as long as you agree, he'll pay any price. Trung Nguyen, looking annoyed, said he didn't need the money. The only condition he wanted them to meet was to get him into Than An Academy so he could study with his little sister. No matter how brutal the training was or what missions he had to take, he wanted to be by Trung Lam's side. With that, Trung Nguyen waved goodbye and left. But before he went, he gave Lam Dong Luong a reminder. Lam listens to times him asterisk. If he didn't agree to Trung Nguyen's terms, then Trung Lam definitely wouldn't be going to Than An. This put Lam Dong Luong in a tough spot. Getting Trung Nguyen into Than An was one thing, but putting a normal person like him into a special class dedicated to training espers, that was a bit inconvenient. But if he didn't agree, he might actually have to pass on a genius like Trung Lam, which would be a terrible waste. On the way back, Trung Lam was worried about Trung Nguyen's health. He had just been discharged from the hospital, yet his body felt as cold as ice. Trung Nguyen wasn't too worried about it. He felt recovering in the hospital was what took so long, and now his arm was covered in dark, purplish marks from being constantly injected. Suddenly, Trung Nguyen felt that something was seriously wrong with his arm. These marks didn't look like bruises. They looked more like corpse marks. The moment they got home, Trung Nguyen went straight to the kitchen to cook up a magnificent feast for his sister. As Trung Lam ate, she praised her brother's cooking, saying it was second to none. But suddenly, Trung Nguyen put down his chopsticks and stopped eating. Trung Lam was worried. Ever since he'd gotten out of the hospital, her brother was eating less, and his skin was getting paler by the day. Trung Lam suggested that maybe he should go back to the hospital for another checkup. Trung Nguyen reassured his sister, telling her it was normal to eat less after being in a coma, and that he'd be fine once he fully recovered. After Trung Lam finished eating, he started gathering the dishes to wash, his mind drifting to his recent condition. The truth was, he hadn't felt any appetite at all for several days straight. Not only was he not hungry and unable to taste anything, he didn't even feel tired, nor did he need to sleep or even use the bathroom. But the absolute weirdest thing was that the bruises on his body were actually corpse marks. At first, he thought the hospital equipment had malfunctioned, but when he checked himself at home, he discovered he truly had no blood pressure and no heartbeat. He also had no body temperature and wasn't breathing. On top of that, corpse marks were appearing on his skin. He'd read about them in an encyclopedia. All the signs pointed to one conclusion: he was already dead. The only logical explanation was that the special power from the golden coffin had returned his soul to the body that had died in a car accident 4 years ago. But if the golden coffin incident hadn't happened, an esper would have saved him anyway. Trung Nguyen wondered how espers were even capable of that. This world held so many secrets. If he could get into Than An, maybe he could slowly find the answers. Luckily, the corpse marks on his arm were gradually starting to fade. As long as he avoided hospitals, no one would ever find out that he was dead. Otherwise, he'd definitely scare Trung Lam to death. While Trung Nguyen was lost in thought, his phone rang. On the other end was Captain Lam Dong Luong. He was calling to report that what they had discussed earlier was done. After summer break, he just had to show up at Than An Academy with Trung Lam to register. Trung Nguyen asked suspiciously, "It was that easy?" Lam Dong Luong was clearly annoyed by the question. "Not at all. I just couldn't bear to lose a genius like Trung Lam." But he also made things crystal clear for Trung Nguyen. He would only be placed in the special esper class as an auditing student. Furthermore, he couldn't fall behind in his regular academic classes. If he got below a 90 in even a single subject, he'd be kicked out. For Trung Nguyen, that wasn't a problem. He agreed to Lam Dong Luong's terms and promised to bring Trung Lam to enroll. A few days later, Trung Lam and Trung Nguyen arrived at Than An Academy. Trung Lam was buzzing with excitement over everything she saw. When they walked past a large statue, she eagerly asked Trung Nguyen, "Hey bro, who's that? Standing in front of the academy like this? It's not Confucius, is it?" A man's voice came from behind them. "That is Sir Chung Yung Chao, the founder of the Esper system in the Hua Nation." He introduced himself as the one in charge of welcoming the new students into the special class. "My name is Xie Yihan, and I'm your senior. You must be the new student, Trung Lam, and the auditing student, Trung Nguyen, right? We'll be in the same class from now on." Then, he casually tossed a bag to Trung Nguyen, saying it was his enrollment kit. But when he turned to Trung Lam, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He smiled and explained that inside the bag was a communication watch, which she should probably put on right away. He then said gently to Trung Lam, Let me take you to the dorms so you can get familiar with the campus. Every single one of that creep, Xie Yihan's actions was getting on Trung Nguyen's nerves. He just wanted to kick the guy as far away from them as possible. But Xie Yihan continued on. Some sleazy model-type guy was bragging to Trung Lam about how almost everything at Thanan Academy was free. He then offered to take her around to the nearby amusement parks and art museums. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward, pushed the guy away, and said, "Thanks, but we don't need you bothering us. We can take care of ourselves." With that, the two of them walked away. Ta Khan watched them with a cunning look in his eyes, probably already scheming something in his head. Trung Lam eagerly put the new watch on her wrist and urged Trung Nguyen to hurry up and put his on too. A moment later, a notification appeared on the watch, saying, "Hello, new students of the special course," and simultaneously announced that military training would begin at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It requested that they quickly complete their admission procedures and assemble at the training ground on time. Trung Nguyen didn't expect the military training to start so soon. He wondered what would be different about the special classes training. At the training ground, all the students were furious with their communication watches. "Damn it. I'm gonna smash this piece of junk watch and see if it can still make a sound." Someone couldn't handle it anymore and burst into tears. The constant ringing and vibrating from the watch was about to give him a nervous breakdown. Seeing everyone's reactions, Trung Lam began to understand what was going on. The combination of the alarm and the vibration was truly unbearable. Trung Nguyen felt the same way. It seemed that aside from his and Trung Lam's watches, everyone else's was ringing non-stop. Trung Lam wondered why Trung Nguyen's watch had managed to stop. Trung Nguyen explained that it stopped because he had answered it. "What about you?" Trung Lam then put on a tearful act, begging the watch to please stop ringing, otherwise she wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Unbelievably, just by asking it like that, it actually stopped. Trung Nguyen was speechless, thinking to himself that at first, he thought the watch had a keyword recognition feature, but now it seemed like someone was controlling the watches from behind the scenes, listening to their voices. He guessed there was an 80% chance someone was pulling the strings. A female voice announced for everyone to assemble. The watches finally stopped. Trung Nguyen noticed that the person who had just spoken seemed a bit older, thinking she must be around 40. It looked like Thon An's special class only valued talent, not a person's age. Li Wen stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." She was the new student's instructor during their time at Thon An. If they had any problems, they could come find her, but the prerequisite was that they had to pass the upcoming military training test. Because of her young age, Trung Lam was exempt from the military training. The rest, after signing a document, were to immediately head to the assembly point. Just then, Ta Khan, who had also just read the document, screamed, "Wait a minute, what the hell is this thing you want us to sign? The military training is dangerous, and if an unforeseen accident occurs, the academy is not responsible? What's that supposed to mean?" The instructor stated bluntly, "If you don't sign, you can go directly to the administration office and process your withdrawal. But let me remind you all, this military training gives you the opportunity to obtain a void crystal, and I can help increase your success rate of absorbing it by 20%. As soon as instructor Liu Wen finished speaking, everyone scrambled to sign. Ta Khan signed with bitter resentment, while Trung Nguyen thought that these people were willing to disregard their own lives for personal gain. This wasn't too hard to figure out. The void crystal must be used to enhance a void user's abilities, and it might even be the deciding factor in becoming a void user in the first place. But it seemed the absorption success rate was very low. Trung Nguyen figured, since he'd already died once. This kind of agreement was no big deal. He was just glad his little sister didn't have to participate in something so dangerous. Besides, if I get a void crystal, I might be able to become a void user, too. A strange young man looked at Trung Nguyen with an odd expression, thinking to himself, "This Trung Nguyen kid is so scrawny. He hasn't even finished puberty, but he's got guts, signing it just like that. Plus, he's the only one who actually answered the watch." All 40 students of the special class had boarded the bus. As the vehicle was about to depart, the strange young man suddenly approached Trung Nguyen. "Hey, Trung Nguyen." The stranger warned him that if he felt he was in danger, he should either hide in a safe zone or use his watch to call for help. At all costs, you have to protect your watch. Don't let anyone else snatch it from you. The advice I just gave you is your reward for giving the right answer when the watch was ringing. As he spoke, he pulled Trung Nguyen in close. Trung Nguyen quickly grabbed his hand, demanding, "Are you the one monitoring us through these watches? And why did Trung Lam's watch turn off too?" The young stranger explained, "Because she sounds exactly like my type, so I couldn't refuse." "That's right. What does she look like?" "Judging by her voice, she must be a sweet and beautiful girl." Just as he finished his sentence, the bus pulled away. Sitting on the bus, Trung Nguyen cursed the guy for being a pervert, but by then, the bus was already some distance away. Unable to hear clearly, the stranger assumed Trung Nguyen was probably trying to thank him for the warning, so much so that he was unwilling to leave his side. The bus had brought everyone to Serpent Gate Mountain. By now, the students had gathered and were waiting for an announcement. Instructor Liu Wen told them that they all had the potential to become void users, but before they absorb a void crystal, they're all just regular people. This military training is designed to hammer home just how weak they are as ordinary humans. They were briefed on the military sites. A phase world is a sealed-off area created using multiple anchor points. It's essentially a parallel space copied from the real world. Espers fighting inside a phase world won't affect reality, and it's also the only way to contain the aberrants. To acquire void crystals, world governments use these artificial phase worlds to imprison aberrants. Serpent's Gate Mountain is one such prison. Their mission: survive for 3 days inside the Serpent's Gate Mountain phase world. In front of them were fully stocked backpacks containing all the supplies they might need. Trung Nguyen's mind raced. A chance to get a void crystal. This meant he could actually become an Esper. It was the only way he could protect Zhonglan. The instructor added a reminder. If they ran into any real danger, they could use their wristwatches to call for help. The watches not only track their location, but can also emit a high-frequency sound wave. It's enough to scare off some low-level aberrants, but activating it drains the battery life fast. And these watches only have enough power for 3 days. The gate to the phase world opened. Now, enter the phase world. Right before they left, the instructor gave one final warning. You are all compatriots of Huaguo. When facing danger, you should unite, not kill each other. Anyone caught killing a fellow student will be immediately expelled and face a military tribunal. Zhang Yuan knew there was a deeper meaning to that final warning, but he had nothing to fear. He had to see what kind of aberrants this place held. They were advised that fighting in groups was safer, but each team was capped at 6 members. Everyone was free to form their own squads, but Zhang Yuan was having a tough time finding a team. Classmate after classmate turned him away. As he struggled to find a spot, a girl named Huang Xiaoyan approached him. You haven't found a team yet? Our group only has 4 people. How about? But before she could finish, someone else cut in, pulling her away and telling Zhang Yuan, sorry, we're full. As she was led off, the girl managed to look back and mouth an apology. He thought to himself, asterisk, they only have 4 people, so how are they full? Asterisk, they just didn't want him. The reason was painfully obvious. Asterisk, it started already. Asterisk, Zhang Yuan thought. Asterisk, everyone's already targeting me. Asterisk, he felt eyes on his back and immediately picked up his pace. Just as he thought. In a hostile environment, the most dangerous thing is still other people. The group tailing him saw him take off, grinding their teeth in frustration. Wang Meng, that punk took a side trail. You think he spotted us? Zhang Yuan checked the guidebook. The aberrant imprisoned in this phase world was called a snowbone serpent, which hunts using thermal senses. Its attack power is only average, but the quality of its void crystal is extremely high, containing up to 4 different abilities. 1 is Super Sense, which randomly enhances a physical attribute. 2 is Freeze, which immobilizes objects in a certain radius. It lasts for 10 seconds. 3 is Regeneration, which heals physical wounds. And 4 is Death Immunity, which lets the user avoid a single fatal blow when near death. This thing is a classic glass cannon, all reward, low risk. No wonder they're farming them like livestock. That Death Immunity ability is especially tempting. But it's useless to him. Anyway, first things first, he had to find one. He was completely focused on finding an aberrant when he suddenly stepped on something. It felt like a patch of ice. He was startled, realizing an aberrant must be close. Zhang Yuan scanned his surroundings and spotted a serpent coiled on a tree branch. He swung his blade to attack, but they didn't even react. Zhang Yuan was baffled. Even if they were bred in captivity, they shouldn't have lost their killer instincts and become this docile. Then he remembered what the guidebook said. They hunt using thermal senses. Right now, to them, Zhang Yuan was no different from a log. Because as a dead man, he had no body heat. Asterisk, if that's the case, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, then it's time for a slaughter. Asterisk, Zhang Yuan's sword flashed, lopping the serpent's head clean off. But something was wrong. It was activating death immunity, regenerating right before his eyes. Fine, he thought. If one cut won't do it, I'll just keep cutting. He hacked away until suddenly, a blue orb fell out from the serpent's body. Zhang Yuan picked it up. This must be the void crystal. With the crystal out, The serpent had officially logged out. The instructors could never find out about his dead status. In that case, he might as well try absorbing the void crystal himself. His sister, Lan Lan, was a genius, so his own potential couldn't be that bad, right? He'd take any skill. He just needed to get one fast. A system window popped up, displaying the void crystal's information and asking if he wanted to absorb it. The Snowbone Serpent possesses the following abilities: Super Sense, Gold Tier, Upgradable; Freeze, Gold Tier, Level 1, Upgradable; Regeneration, Gold Tier, Level 1, also upgradable; and Death Immunity, Calamity Grade, not upgradable. He finished reading the list. Trung Nguyen wanted to try it first. After all, it couldn't kill him. He then selected Ready and began to absorb it. Trung Nguyen's body slowly started absorbing the void crystal, and after a moment, he successfully assimilated all 4 abilities. Trung Nguyen wondered how he could be so lucky. Elsewhere, Huang Xiaoyan's group of 4 students was discussing the strongest ability in the Hua Nation. Currently, the success rate of absorbing the death immunity ability can only be increased to about 0.03%. Xiaoyan was stunned. That probability was comparable to pulling a specific SSR from the standard gacha pool. Another person added that unless the success rate was 100%, it was basically impossible. The last person in the group told them to just forget about that death immunity ability, saying it all came down to fate. What's important is using the sonic wave function on their wristwatches to get the void crystals and then return to find an instructor. The 4 were so absorbed in their discussion that they didn't notice Wang Mang's gang of brutes staring them down from behind. "Boss Mang, we broke our wristwatches earlier. We only have one left that works. What do we do now?" Wang Mang smirked devilishly, saying that if their watches were broken, then other people's watches would soon be theirs. His lackeys got even more excited after hearing that. They couldn't wait to go rob Trung Nguyen of his watch. It seemed he had been in the sights of these hooligans from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office, the monitor had overheard Wang Mang's entire conversation and plan, and he looked thoroughly disgusted. "We hinted from the start that the watches could be used for communication, yet they still chose to court death. Truly brave of them to smash their own watches." He was incredibly frustrated with that group's actions. Did they really think we'd let them enter the mountain without any preparations? Instructor Lu Wen asked curiously, "Are students already fighting amongst themselves? Should we intervene and provide assistance?" But the monitor refused. He leaned back, putting his hands behind his head and his feet up on the desk. "They're just a bunch of idiots looking to get themselves killed. Saving them would just create more work for the military tribunal. Let them fend for themselves." Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen was testing out his new abilities. He successfully froze a few leaves. He mused that this ability wasn't half bad, able to freeze objects for up to 10 seconds. In a critical moment, that could be enough to decide life and death. Next was the Snowbone Serpent's thermal sense. A 10-meter range wasn't small, either. The Snowbone Serpent had 4 abilities. Death immunity was useless for him, but freeze and the enhanced senses were pretty good. But the best one was still regeneration. Although it couldn't restore his normal body temperature, the death marks on his body had vanished. This meant he no longer needed to wear glasses to hide his cloudy eyeballs. Because of its death immunity, the Snowbone Serpent had to be killed twice to actually die. Thinking back, when he killed them earlier, they all regenerated from the core in their heads. Trung Nguyen tried slashing one in the head to see what would happen, and sure enough, it was just as he predicted. As long as you hit them in the head, you could prevent them from activating their death immunity. The system then displayed a notification that more void crystals were available. It asked if Trung Nguyen wanted to absorb them, and he immediately assimilated the crystals. In an instant, each of his powers was upgraded slightly, but only the death immunity skill couldn't be leveled up. Trung Nguyen finally understood that leveling up skills required void crystals of the same type. Each crystal represented one level and a random skill. He wondered what level came after gold, but he'd have to go hunt a few more to find out. Meanwhile, Wang Mang's gang of thugs was following the path Trung Nguyen had taken, also looking for void crystals. One of the guys in the group suddenly spoke up, "Boss Mang, this path is taking us further and further out. Maybe we should just forget it." But Boss Mang refused to stop there. He figured if a weakling like Trung Nguyen dared to go this way, then what did 5 hulking guys like them have to be afraid of? Just then, one of them spotted the corpse of a monster nearby. Their jaws dropped in amazement. They couldn't believe someone like Trung Nguyen had managed to defeat a Snowbone Serpent. Wang Mang refused to accept it, claiming that Trung Nguyen must have used the watch's sonic wave to take it down. No normal person could be this strong. But then, they quickly spotted 3 more serpent corpses on the other side. Now, Wang Mang was getting agitated. Could it be? He's already become a void user. They had no idea if Trung Nguyen had just absorbed the crystals or if he had been a void user all along. One of his lackeys sensed that the situation was getting dicey and advised their boss to give up, but the overconfident thug insisted on finding Trung Nguyen to take the void crystals from him. After fighting so many battles back to back, he's got to be exhausted. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He believed this was the perfect opportunity for them to score big off of Trung Nguyen. At that very moment, Trung Nguyen was also fighting the serpents. He was now surrounded by hundreds of them when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. There were 5 of them in total, and they were surrounding him. It seemed to be the same group that had been following him on the mountain. Wang Meng's group surrounded him, leaving Zhang Yuan with no chance to escape. Looking at them, he guessed they were about to rob him and began to raise his guard. Zhang Yuan calmly stated that he didn't have a single mana crystal on him. An enraged Wang Meng pointed at the pile of unfortunate snake corpses and roared, "Who are you kidding? There are this many snakes on the ground and you're telling me you don't have a single mana crystal?" Zhang Yuan said he hadn't even had a chance to harvest them yet. He thought to himself that the snakes here were only stunned, not dead. But these guys, instead of hunting monsters themselves, were running around, stealing from a fellow student. They might even bully Lan in the future. He decided he had to teach them a lesson first. Zhang Yuan proved his words by dumping everything out of his backpack. The only things that fell out were the standard issue supplies from the beginning. Seeing this, Wang Meng only got angrier. He pointed a finger straight at Zhang Yuan's face and yelled, "There were 4 snake corpses on the way here. You're hiding at least 4 mana crystals." Zhang Yuan continued to feign innocence, explaining that he'd failed to absorb those 4 crystals, so they were wasted. Hearing this, Wang Meng couldn't take it anymore. He started spewing a stream of curses at Zhang Yuan. But in the current situation, Zhang Yuan couldn't let anyone know about his true physical condition, that he had a 100% absorption rate. Wang Meng figured Zhang Yuan was probably too weak to fight anymore, so if he just chased him off, the mana crystals from all the snakes on the ground would be his. With that thought, he said, "If that's the case, then you need to leave your watch here and get lost." Zhang Yuan agreed to their demand, but just as he took off his watch to put it on the ground, they told him he had to leave his knife too. One of the goons felt a little bad about this and told his boss, Wang Meng, to at least let him keep the knife. Wang Meng flatly refused, worried that Zhang Yuan would use the knife to make a last-ditch stand against him. Wang Meng's insistence was starting to piss Zhang Yuan off. "You guys are really pushing it. Aren't you afraid I'll take you all down with me?" Wang Meng's group immediately tried to calm Zhang Yuan down, telling him he'd be fine as soon as he got back to the safe zone. Another guy chimed in, telling him not to worry, and guaranteed the path they took to get here was completely safe. "There's food and water in the safe zone. You can just wait there for 3 days and you'll still complete the mission." Zhang Yuan pretended to go along with their act. "You guys better not be lying to me." With that, he left as they demanded, but not before stepping on the tails of the snakes to wake them up. The group had no idea what was happening, as countless snakes began slithering toward them. They were too busy grabbing their prize, the watch Zhang Yuan had left behind, and foolishly praising Wang Meng's brilliant idea to trick Zhang Yuan into leaving so easily. But when Wang Meng finally held the watch in his hand, his face turned pale with fear. The watch still had 95% of its battery left, which meant Zhang Yuan hadn't used its sonic wave function at all. Did that mean he really defeated all those snakes himself? Only then did they realize the danger lurking around them, but it was too late. Dozens of snakes had already surrounded the 5 of them. Wang Meng screamed in despair, "Run! The snakes are alive!" His face was so pale, it looked like all the blood had drained from it. Their cries for help echoed throughout the mountains. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan walked away confidently. Everything had gone according to his plan. It wasn't that easy to take his stuff. Their only mistake was underestimating him. Elsewhere, Xie Yifeng and Huang Xiaoyan were still on their way to find some monsters. "This is the path. In another 10 minutes, we should find a snake nest." Huang Xiaoyan asked worriedly if it was dangerous for just the 2 of them. Xie Yifeng didn't show a hint of concern. He reassured Xiaoyan not to worry about it and to just trust him. As they were walking, they ran into Zhang Yuan. Huang Xiaoyan immediately ran over to him, asking, "What are you doing out here all by yourself?" Zhang Yuan told them how Wang Meng's group had just robbed him of his backpack. Seeing how friendly Xiaoyan was with Zhang Yuan, Xie Yifeng was clearly annoyed. Huang Xiaoyan expressed her concern, asking if Zhang Yuan was okay. He said he was fine and deliberately told them that after robbing him, the group had immediately gone off to hunt monsters. They've probably finished up by now. Hearing that, Xie Yifeng hurriedly grabbed Huang Xiaoyan's hand to leave. "Let's go. We can't let them get all the monsters." Huang Xiaoyan froze, insisting they should help Zhang Yuan since all his supplies had been stolen. "Wait, he's been robbed of all his supplies. We can't just leave him for dead. Shi Yifeng was so angry he was grinding his teeth, but seeing no other choice, he turned to Zhong Yuan with a fake smile. Join our team. Before he could even finish the sentence, Zhong Yuan cut him off. He then said that he knew Shi Yifeng didn't want him on the team, mainly because he currently looked like a walking corpse who hadn't eaten in days. If I don't drink it and come out unscathed, they'll get suspicious. I'd better fake it a little. Besides, he didn't have a knife or any weapon on him to kill the beasts, so it wasn't a good time anyway. Zhong Yuan said he'd go with them to get his backpack and then leave immediately. But when they reached Wang Mang's group, they stumbled upon an unexpectedly horrifying scene. They were all lying motionless on the ground, except for Wang Mang, who was writhing with several snakes latched onto his body. He was screaming for help, but after a moment, he too collapsed to the ground. Shi Yifeng was terrified. It was the first time he had ever seen so many snakes. Huang Xiaoyan was just as panicked. All the big, strong guys from before were now lying dead, killed by the swarm of snakes. Terrified, Shi Yifeng and Huang Xiaoyan turned and fled, but Zhong Yuan remained standing still, not making a move. Huang Xiaoyan looked back and asked, "Why are you just standing there? Run!" But Shi Yifeng yelled, "Why do you care about him?" and dragged her away. Zhong Yuan watched with contempt. These two were so eager to kill snakes, and now they were the first to run. He picked up a knife and started to take care of the snakes. These things already killed people, so there's no reason to feel bad about killing them in return, right? Zhong Yuan charged in, slicing through all the snakes and collecting their void crystals one by one. Once he was done, it was time to absorb the crystals. The familiar message appeared, Snowbone Snake Void Crystal detected. The system asked if he wanted to absorb it. This time, absorbing the ability would grant him Super Sense. Cyan level 2, Cyan level 3, Regeneration, Gold level 3. But death immunity still wouldn't level up. Zhong Yuan was finally starting to understand how the crystal leveling worked. It took 10 crystals to go from Gold to Cyan. From Cyan onwards, every single level up also required 10 crystals. It seemed the probability of leveling up a skill with a single crystal wasn't the same across the board. Freeze was already at Cyan level 3, while Regeneration was still stuck at Gold level 3. It was as if some hidden force was preventing him from upgrading Regeneration. Judging by how others acted, it wasn't hard to guess that ordinary people had a hard time absorbing void crystals. If they failed, the crystal would be destroyed, so there was no chance to level up. The names of these skills matched the data. If that's the case, can other people see the system notifications when I absorb a crystal? Zhong Yuan froze all the snake carcasses. He couldn't let anyone find out that he'd absorbed such a huge number of crystals. He had to dispose of the snake bodies. Meanwhile, in the instructor's room, a notification came in from a student's watch, reporting that a classmate had been killed by a beast. The instructor told the student this was no small matter and advised them to use the watch's distress signal so an instructor could be sent to handle it. Instructor Liu Wen asked the proctor beside him if they should go rescue the students, since a distress call had already come in. But the man next to him refused. They aren't in danger. They just don't know about this proctoring business. But we still have to go make an appearance. The proctor then arrived at the reported location. He asked the student next to him to confirm if this was the scene where the victim was attacked. Shi Yifeng confirmed it without a doubt. The proctor went to examine each person's wounds. Most of the injuries were from snowbone snakes, but one of them had a knife wound. 3 watches were broken, and 1 had a dead battery. Based on the audio recordings and the evidence at the scene, the proctor began to piece together what had happened. Wang Mang's group had been attacked by snakes because their sonic wave function failed. The watch could only repel 2 snakes, and was completely overwhelmed. That guy, Wang Mang, was desperately trying to get his watch to work. Seeing how dangerous it was, one of the guys in the group fled first. Wang Mang chased right after him, but the snakes quickly caught up. How are these snakes so fast? Wang Mang tried to reassure his buddy, telling him not to worry if he was slower than the snakes. But in the next instant, he pulled out a knife and stabbed his own teammate in the back. He planned to use his teammate to slow down the snakes, giving himself more time to escape. He guessed that Zhong Yuan must have lured those watch-breaking idiots into the snake nest, and then used the snowbone snakes to finish them off. Looking at the environment, he could tell at least 30 snakes had been occupying this area for a long time. But why wasn't Zhong Yuan attacked by those snakes when he got here first? The proctor was impressed, coming across a scheme he couldn't see through. How interesting. Zi Yifeng heard him, but had no idea what he was talking about. The proctor just told them not to worry about it. The truth is clear now. Your job is to continue with the military training. He smirked and thought to himself, this Zhong Yuan kid is cunning, decisive, and ruthless. Exactly my type. He secretly sent a message to Zhong Yuan. As long as you can survive, I'll take care of the body count. Outside the military training zone, in the Chengying Academy cafeteria, Captain Lin was asking Zhonglan about her first day of school. Trung Lam was all smiles, her face radiating happiness as she ate a pastry and talked about her experience. The campus is beautiful, the dorms are huge, the teachers are so kind, and the cafeteria food is delicious. Everything is just wonderful. Lam Dong Luong gave the little girl a phone, placing it on the table and saying, "This cell phone has a satellite connection function, so you won't lose signal even if you enter the other world." He brought it here for her to use. But Lam immediately turned her face away, saying her brother told her not to accept things from strangers. Lam Dong Luong's expression faltered for a moment. Trung Nguyen had been absolutely right. He quickly recovered, telling the girl that the phone was just a loan. She could use it, and once she could earn her own money, she could buy one to pay him back. Hearing this, Trung Lam's expression changed. She became cheerful again, and picked up the phone from the table. "Well, in that case, I won't be shy." Suddenly remembering something, Lam Dong Luong asked Trung Lam where Trung Nguyen was right now. The innocent little girl answered honestly that her brother had gone to military training as arranged by the school. Hearing this, Lam Dong Luong could no longer remain calm and switched to a state of panic. What the hell were the people at Thon An Academy thinking, dragging an auditing student to military training? What he feared most was that if anything happened to Trung Nguyen, Trung Lam would probably hate him for the rest of her life. Lam Dong Luong broke out in a cold sweat, telling Trung Lam to keep eating while he made an excuse about taking a phone call to get away. He had only taken a few steps when Trung Lam asked him, "Is the military training really dangerous?" She wanted her brother to come home sooner. Wiping his forehead, Lam Dong Luong frantically reassured Trung Lam that Trung Nguyen would definitely come back, even though deep down, he was terrified. Something was going to happen to Trung Nguyen. Meanwhile, Instructor Lu Van was sitting, eating, and talking with a strange man. They were discussing the proctor wearing sunglasses. That proctor in the sunglasses who came with us, could he really be the legendary Tunat? Lu Van warned him not to call the man Tunat, or he'd get his skin peeled off. She explained that he wasn't attending the training as a favor to them. They were in the middle of their conversation when a man dressed entirely in white approached them. This man introduced himself as Fong Vu Mak of the Fong Long Group, here in the Zamon Mountain Dimension, to carry out a mission. "Excuse me, is the person in charge here?" Lu Van was a bit surprised. Wasn't this the young master of the Fong family, ranked in the top 68 of the youth leaderboard? Why hadn't the higher-ups notified them he was coming here on a mission? Lu Van introduced herself as an instructor at Thon An Academy, and the person in charge of this military training. Fong Vu Mak explained his situation to Lu Van. "My mission here is to provide aid to a student named Trung Nguyen. Do you have his location?" Lu Van explained that all the equipment was with Tu Feng Kin, who was the proctor who had just gone to see Vuong Man's group, but he had just left for Safe Zone 1 and hadn't returned yet. After getting the information he needed, Fong Vu Mak thanked Lu Van and waved goodbye to carry on with his mission. After Fong Vu Mak left, Lu Van wondered, the training is going so well, why would he suddenly barge in looking for someone? The man sitting with her chimed in, "I don't know about this search, but I've heard quite a few rumors about this young Master Fong. They say his older brother has a terminal illness. He requested a transfer to be stationed near Zamon Mountain just to search for the death immunity core of a snowbone snake. But he has one small flaw. He's severely face blind. A person with face blindness was assigned the mission of finding someone. His superiors must have been out of options to send him on this mission." Fong Vu Mak was still trying to find his way. As he walked, he thought to himself that with Feng Kin watching over the military training, nothing dangerous should happen. According to the map, his current path would take him right past a snake nest. He wondered if he should take out a few on his way. After walking a short distance, he suddenly came across the corpses of snakes that had already been killed for their spirit cores. But these messy blade marks, it was hard to believe a freshman was responsible for this. Walking a little further, he saw a young man hunting snakes. It was Trung Nguyen, the very person he had been sent to rescue. When he saw the cracked, chipped, and mud-caked knife in the young man's hand, Fong Vu Mak was utterly shocked. He covered his face, showing his profound regret. Oh my God, the knives issued to Thon An Academy freshmen are exquisite weapons produced by the Supervisory Bureau, and they've been abused like this? Feeling indignant, Fong Vu Mak approached Trung Nguyen and said, "Your knife is crying. That's not how you're supposed to use it." Trung Nguyen turned around and asked irritably, "Who are you and what are you doing here? If I don't know how to use it, what's that got to do with you? Is this some new kind of pickup line?" Trung Nguyen mocked him. "What? Are you going to teach me how to use it?" Fong Vu Mak was a little surprised. This was the first time he'd encountered a reaction like this. Wouldn't a normal person be embarrassed and leave immediately? The shameless Trung Nguyen proceeded to ask this big brother he'd just met for a knife. The academy only issued one. Since mine is useless now, can I borrow yours? Helpless, Fong Vu Mak had no choice but to toss him a knife. Holding the new knife, Trung Nguyen's eyes suddenly lit up. Fong Vu Mak immediately told him to get lost. Suddenly, Fong Vu Mak's expression changed. He told Trung Nguyen he could take the void crystals that were already out in the open, but the rest belonged to him. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen's face paled. He shot back, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, stealing from a student who's still in the middle of military training?" Fong Vu Mak gave Trung Nguyen a stern look and said, "This isn't your territory, and first come, first served doesn't apply here." He dispatched a snake in the blink of an eye, then turned back to face Trung Nguyen. As for who these snakes belong to, obviously, that's decided by strength. Watching Fong Vu Mak's display, Trung Nguyen was stunned. This guy made a snowbone serpent's head explode with a single blow. He must be a real master. The weapon he just used looked a lot like the one Lam Lam had in his past life. It was the standard issue weapon for official void energy users. Meanwhile, Fong Vu Mak was still rambling on, boasting to Trung Nguyen about his abilities. See that? That's the difference in our power. But while he was being smug, he had no idea that behind him, Trung Nguyen was already preparing to attack with his freezing ability. Trung Nguyen thought that for an official void energy user to come all the way out here to steal from a student in training, there must be some shady deal going on. He had to teach this guy a lesson. Without another thought, he used his power to freeze Fong Vu Mak solid. Then he rushed forward and started wailing on him. But after just a short time, his own hands were swollen, red, and throbbing with pain. He'd hit him so hard his own bones were about to break, and all the guy did was sway a little. A moment later, Trung Nguyen's hands returned to normal, thanks to his regeneration ability. He thought for a moment. Fong Vu Mak didn't really seem like some irredeemable bad guy. It was probably best to know when to quit. Trung Nguyen ran over, picked up the nearby void crystals, and brought them to Fong Vu Mak. "Out of consideration for you giving me this knife, I'll leave this spot to you." He held up Fong Vu Mak's knife, said he'd borrow it for a while and return it later, and then just left, leaving Fong Vu Mak all alone. After the ice melted, Fong Vu Mak, covered in bruises and shivering, went to find Fung Kin. Fung Kin couldn't help but be surprised to see him in such a state. He burst out laughing, mocking Fong Vu Mak. "Did someone pin you to the ground and punch you in the face? The damage isn't serious, but the humiliation is off the charts. And they stole your spear too, didn't they?" Fung Kin's smile grew more and more unhinged. There's truly nothing more satisfying than laughing at another's misfortune. Fong Vu Mak cried out in agony, begging Fung Kin to heal him already. Fung Kin reached his hand toward Fong Vu Mak and used the Sun Trace spell, reverting him to his state from 24 hours prior. In an instant, Fong Vu Mak was restored to his original condition, leaving him feeling like he was on cloud 9. Fung Kin called Fong Vu Mak over, telling him to dish on the whole miserable incident so he could get a little entertainment. Like a wronged trophy wife venting to her powerful CEO husband, Fong Vu Mak spilled everything about the injustices he'd suffered. After hearing the story, Fung Kin found it a bit hard to believe. He asked, "A student from Thun An Academy stole your spear out here? You sure you're not mistaken?" Fong Vu Mak adamantly insisted he was right, but Fung Kin had been observing the area the whole time and hadn't detected any watch signals nearby. Right now, there was only one student not wearing a watch, Trung Nguyen, because his was in Wang Mang's possession. Fong Vu Mak couldn't remember his attacker's face, but he was itching for a rematch. Fung Kin just consoled him, saying the guy who stole his spear would definitely have to show up at the assembly point. For now, he should focus on the main mission. Fong Vu Mak agreed, but still asked about Trung Nguyen's whereabouts. "Of course I know, but your real reason for entering this zone was the Snowbone Serpent's void crystals, wasn't it?" Fung Kin had hit the nail right on the head. He then started laying out a plan for Fong Vu Mak, a plan to help him get the void crystals he wanted. Meanwhile, that guy Wang Mang was completely lost. For 2 whole days, every snake he ran into had been wiped out. On top of that, he was lost in the mountains. Panting, he thought he must be seeing things, but when he looked up, he was horrified to see a road under construction sign. This was the 10th time he'd seen a sign just like it. The guy took off again, searching for another path. Watching from a distance, Fong Vu Mak silently apologized to Wang Mang. It seemed Fong Vu Mak was the one behind all those construction signs, but it was the only way he could get more void crystals for himself. Following the map, Trung Nguyen reached the next snake-infested area, but when he got there, every single snake had already been wiped out. Someone had beaten him to it. Trung Nguyen couldn't help but scream. What kind of monster cleared out every single snake in this area? He climbed a tree to get a better look and saw a distant mountain peak enveloped in a massive sphere. The mountain on the other side wasn't on the school's map, which meant some snakes might have slipped over there. Trung Nguyen decided to try his luck. And just as he expected, after running all that way, he finally found a few snowbone snakes. After getting a few essence cores, it was time for an upgrade. Super Sense, Azure rank level 4. Freeze, Azure rank level 6. Regeneration, Gold rank level 4. And in a familiar turn of events, his death immunity couldn't be upgraded. After the upgrade, his Super Sense expanded its range to 1 kilometer, and his Freeze ability now lasted for 2 minutes. With a full mana bar, he could use it multiple times in a row. Freezing something for a few hours would be no problem. As he walked a bit further, Trung Nguyen had another thought. In the Hua Nation's domain, there was no day or night, and his body never felt hungry, so his sense of time was a little messed up. It's been a while. It's probably time to regroup, right? As he was walking, Trung Nguyen suddenly sensed something following him. He froze. Turning his head, he was stunned to see a colossal snake slowly approaching. You've got to be kidding me. How was a monster this big hiding here? In the next moment, it lunged to attack, and it struck, biting into his shoulder and tearing his clothes. He quickly used regeneration to heal the wound. Trung Nguyen knew his own limits. With his current agility, it would be tough to land a hit on that giant snake. He wondered if his upgraded freeze would have any effect on it. Trung Nguyen cast the spell, freezing the snake's head first. Seeing that it worked, he did it a few more times. Trung Nguyen leaped around, freezing the snake's entire body until it was completely immobilized. Once that was done, he took his spear and stabbed the snake repeatedly. The wounds weren't deep, but at least they could break through its defense. Trung Nguyen silently praised the spear he'd picked up. It was seriously impressive, but using freeze over and over was nearly depleting his mana. The snake's head was smashed to a pulp, but the essence core still hadn't appeared. That meant its death immunity hadn't worn off yet. Meanwhile, it was time to assemble. Students were returning and checking in with the instructor. Wang Mang had also made it back, breathing a sigh of relief that he'd found his way. Phew, I guess I found my way back after all. Feng Yumo announced that he had brought Trung Nguyen safely down the mountain, leaving it to the others to get him back to school. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face inexplicably filled with terror. Feng Qing said with a laugh, "Young Master Feng, you're face blind again, aren't you? The person you brought back isn't Trung Nguyen." A confused Feng Yumo asked Feng Qing, "Wasn't this the locator you gave me?" Of course, the locator on the watch belongs to Trung Nguyen. As for why, Trung Nguyen's watch is on this student's wrist. As he spoke, Feng Qing started to close in on Wang Mang. His steel-like voice was slow, filled with authority and intimidation. "I'll give you one chance to explain yourself." The once arrogant Wang Mang was now so scared in front of Feng Qing that he could barely stand. Back on the mountain, the frozen snake shattered into pieces. Trung Nguyen put all his strength into thrusting his long spear into the green snake's head. Even a dead man like me is about to collapse from exhaustion, and this thing is still trying to regenerate. A small, sparkling orb appeared. Trung Nguyen, his face covered in dirt, breathed heavily as he took the orb. It's finally dead for good. A system notification popped up. Snowbone Snake King's essence core detected. Absorb? The Snowbone Snake King had another ability, Ice Blood Burst, a calamity grade skill. It could not be upgraded and required mastery of the freeze ability. Skill description: all abilities are immediately boosted by 1,200%. Duration: 30 seconds. After it ends, user enters a weakened state for 48 hours. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Good thing I didn't let it use that. Trung Nguyen pressed the orb against his body. Being able to absorb such a powerful ability made all his effort worthwhile. The sky was clear blue, the trees lush and green. Dongliang was a mess of tears and snot. "No, just let me die here. Don't take me to a military tribunal." Yumo looked at Feng Qing, who was sitting comfortably in a chair, and asked with displeasure, "Feng Qing, did you do that on purpose?" Feng Qing, holding a water bottle, replied, "The witness and the evidence are all here. He brought this on himself." "No, I mean you knew the locator was wrong, and you shared it with me anyway." Meanwhile, Dong Liang was being dragged away, screaming his head off. "Right?" Feng Qing asked nonchalantly. "Does it matter? What matters is that Trung Nguyen is the only one who hasn't regrouped, and the person who stole your spear is definitely him." Then Feng Qing looked towards the vehicle. "Instructor, take the other students back to school first. I'll stay here and wait for Trung Nguyen." Lu Wen, who was standing nearby, asked, "What about you guys? We'll get a ride back with the Feng Long team." Yumo replied, checking the time on his phone. It's 10 o'clock, the official assembly time, and you're already sending the other students back. Yup. Feng Qing watched the vehicle drive off, smoke trailing from its exhaust. What else was I supposed to do? Start a fight in front of the instructor? The two of them stared at the tall mountain in the distance. Yumo stuffed his hands in his pockets. Trung Nguyen is the one I've got my eye on. When you get your revenge later, don't be too rough. With you here, the head of the Hua Nation's medical department, he won't die, but he'll definitely be exhausted. The time was now 10:05. Feng Qing and Yumo, with nothing better to do, were getting restless. Feng Qin sat in his chair playing video games, while Vu Mac was diligently doing push-ups. 20, 21, 22. The time ticked by to 2:20 p.m. The two of them kept at it. Feng Qin mashed buttons on his game, while Vu Mac hit 298, 299, 300 push-ups. It was now 5:12 p.m., and the sun was starting to set. Feng Qin sat waiting, his hands clasped behind his head. Meanwhile, Vu Mac had switched to lifting weights. 951, 952. Feng Qin was getting incredibly antsy and finally exploded. 7 hours. No one has ever made me wait this long. And he's a guy, too. Vu Mac placed a hand on Feng Qin's shoulder to calm him down. Hey, relax. Don't get worked up. Just be calm. Feng Qin was fuming. Don't hold me back. I'm gonna kill him. As one seethed with rage, the other tried to reason with him. Aren't you tired? Even if I drop dead from exhaustion, I'll make sure he dies 100 times first. Just then, Trung Nguyen walked up, holding the primal corpse spear, looking as bewildered as a lost fawn. None of the other students are here. Did I get back too early? Feng Qin and Vu Mac stopped as they saw Trung Nguyen approaching. Holding his spear, Trung Nguyen slowly drew closer, thinking, if I'd known they were here, I would have taken another lap. The spear in Trung Nguyen's hand was cracked, battered, and filthy, caked with blackened blood. Veins bulged on Vu Mac's forehead, his eyes turning bloodshot. What did you do to my spear? Trung Nguyen answered casually. Just used it like normal. Suddenly, a dark energy shot out and wrapped around Trung Nguyen's legs. Trung Nguyen froze. I can't move. It's his shadow. Seething with rage, Vu Mac charged at Trung Nguyen, fist raised. You bastard, pay for this. He landed a solid punch right in Trung Nguyen's face. Feng Qin scratched his head. Whoa, you hit him a little hard, don't you think? Weren't you the one just screaming about wanting to kill him? You should have at least pinned him down first. He flew so far, even my son's rejuvenation might not reach him. What if he actually dies? A regenerative light flowed towards Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, having been sent flying 10 meters back. Seems like this shadow has a range limit, he thought. Feng Qin and Vu Mac were still standing there, talking. Trung Nguyen gripped his gun. I need to figure out a way to get some distance from him. Humph. What are those two whispering about? Feng Qin and Vu Mac prepared to put on their best amateur villain performance. Feng Qin flashed a sinister grin and pointed. Trung Nguyen, you caused a fellow classmate to be bitten by a snowbone serpent. The evidence is undeniable, and your crime is unforgivable. Vu Mac, standing beside him, joined in on the act. Don't even bother struggling. Surrender now. Astonishment spread across Trung Nguyen's grimy face. He thought, these two. One of them snuck off to hunt in the mountains during our military training, and the other one wants to execute me on the spot. They're in cahoots, and now they want to kill me, to shut me up. Trung Nguyen activated the pistol in his hand. Super Sense, activate. Target assist, on. Trung Nguyen raised the gun and fired a volley of shots. Vu Mac was protected by his impenetrable skin, while Feng Qin easily dodged the bullets. Feng Qin smirked at the struggling Trung Nguyen. Just give up. You can't even break through our defenses. Trung Nguyen swayed on his feet, mustering all his strength. Don't push me. The two put on their best villain expressions and laughed wickedly. And what if we do? You have nowhere left to run, Feng Qin thought. Does this kid still have an ace up his sleeve? Huh. Well then, let's see what you've got. Feng Qin let out a cruel, menacing laugh. After you're dead, your little sister will become times my times little sister. That did it. He had just crossed Trung Nguyen's final line. Trung Nguyen's power erupted. Ice blood burst. You dare threaten my sister. Today, both of you will die. Vu Mac, standing nearby, shot him a look. Feng Qin, you went too far. Feng Qin just covered his mouth and clicked his tongue. System notification. Your ability Super Sense has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability. Thermal Pressure Burst. Grade, Cataclysm. Upgradable. Uses ambient temperature to form a compressed thermal layer with a maximum range of 10,000 meters. Your ability Freeze has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, Eternal Ice Domain. Grade, Cataclysm. Not upgradable. Eternal Ice Domain. Freezes all matter within a maximum range of 10,000 meters at your command. Your ability regeneration has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, Body of Immortality. Grade, Red. Upgradable. You are immune to all injuries and negative status effects. The power radiating from Trung Nguyen would only last for 30 seconds. There was no time to think. He had to use the ability he understood best first. Trung Nguyen unleashed his attack. Eternal Ice Domain. A wave of ice surged towards Fung Qin and Vumak. Fung Qin struggled to counter it. Life Resonance. Sun's Rejuvenation. But Vumak was already frozen solid. Fung Qin's own body began to freeze over. He was horrified. This is absolutely terrifying. If it weren't for Vumak's impenetrable skin, that single attack would have taken both of us down. Fung Qin supported the frozen Vumak, constantly channeling his regenerative powers into him. Sun's Rejuvenation. Sun's Rejuvenation. It's no use. The temperature is too low. Even with my healing, he just freezes solid again every few seconds. Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen was also exhausted and struggling. That move took way too much out of me, he thought. Using it just once completely drained my spiritual power. I can't cast anything else. As a last resort, Trung Nguyen pulled out his gun. Time to die. But the gun was frozen solid. He couldn't pull the trigger. Trung Nguyen panicked. I'm screwed. The gun's frozen too. Completely spent, Trung Nguyen forced a weak smile. Looks like my luck has finally run out. And with that, he collapsed. He crashed to the ground, determined to never give up, even in death. Mak Vu stood frozen in his tracks. Meanwhile, Fung Qin leaned against Mak Vu for support. The two of them grimaced as they assessed Trung Nguyen. His power amplification could max out at 448%. Anything higher would be life-threatening. That last move of his, it definitely went way over. Fung Qin said to Mak Vu, "Get me over there, quick." The two stood over Trung Nguyen's body. Fung Qin reached out to heal him, To Nyut, but he'd already been hit, and using his power now only worsened his own injuries. "You won't let me go even if it kills you? Then, don't you dare die." With that, Fung Qin collapsed to the ground too. Mak Vu put a hand to his forehead. "You guys, honestly." Mak Vu helped Fung Qin up and started to leave, muttering under his breath, "Fung Qin, you idiot. You really dug your own grave this time. And I was the moron who went along with your little villain act." Later that night at the hospital, a monitor flatlined. Beep. Is there really nothing we can do? He's gone cold. No heartbeat, no blood pressure. We've already had 2 healing type ability users pass out from trying life resonance on him. Sigh. Take him to the morgue. But just then, Fung Qin, dressed in a hospital gown, burst through the door, shouting, "Stop right there." Mak Vu, startled by the newcomer, asked, "And who are you?" Fung Qin was indignant. "I take off my sunglasses and you don't even recognize me?" Fung Qin pushed the doctors aside. All right, that's enough. He's just playing dead. You don't need to waste your time on him." Mak Vu pointed at Trung Nguyen, who was lying motionless on the bed. "Are you sure he's just times playing, times dead? He's already got death spots appearing on him." "Where? Let me take a look. I'll heal him right up." Fung Qin used his ability to heal Trung Nguyen. To Nyut. "There. All better. Just a few bruises. Don't be so dramatic." Mak Vu crossed his arms, still eyeing the person on the bed. "You're not seriously pulling my leg, are you? You think I can't tell if someone's dead or alive?" The next morning, under a clear blue sky, a phone displayed the National Youth Ability User Rankings. Number 68, Xuan Ming. Number 69, Feng Yumak. Mak Vu looked at the screen in Fung Qin's hand. "Don't you think that alias is a little dumb?" Fung Qin replied, "Hey, you're the one who said he beat you twice. We had to report it, but if we used his real name, he'd just get into a world of trouble. You came up with the name, so you can be the one to tell him about it." Lying in bed, Trung Nguyen frowned. So noisy. He bolted upright and yelled, "Both of you, shut up." The 2 men by the window jumped. Fung Qin grinned. "See, told you he was faking it. You lose. Pay up." Mak Vu clicked his tongue, and the electronic chime of a money transfer sounded. Trung Nguyen watched the 2 of them acting so casual and thought, what the hell is going on? When did we go from mortal enemies to friends? Just then, Trung Nguyen got a text. "Big brother, are you okay? I heard you were injured and in the hospital. I'm doing great at school. The teachers and my friends are all looking out for me. So please, just focus on getting better. Don't worry about me. Call me as soon as you wake up. Okay?" Reading the message, Trung Nguyen mumbled to himself, "It's already been 2 days? I was basically dead. The only reason I wasn't sent to the crematorium is because they covered for me?"
Fung Qin strolled over, hands in his pockets.
"Hello there, Trung Nguyen, I'm Fung Kin, the student council president for the third-year special class. Before, I deliberately framed you to provoke you into a fight. That was my fault. I'm truly sorry. Fung Kin held out his hand to make peace, but Trung Nguyen just decked him right in the face, sending his dark sunglasses flying. Fung Kin slammed against the wall, his face already swelling up. He looked at Trung Nguyen in a daze, then broke into a smile and held out his hand again. Now this times is how you get to know someone. Elsewhere, a man named Dong Luong looked at Trung Lam, who was sitting in a chair. Trung Lam, just relax. It's okay if you fail. Trung Lam clutched a red crystal in her hand as Dong Luong instructed. Just hold it like that. Carefully feel the energy hidden within. Another man, Lu Van, reached his hand toward the crystal to activate his ability, thinking, the success rate for absorbing a void crystal is just a statistic. The real key is the individual's talent and mental fortitude, blindly trusting in talent. Lu Van's expression was grave, giving her a king crystal right off the bat. Are you sure this will be all right? Trung Lam grimaced as she held the king crystal, trying to stay calm and absorb it. Countless otherworldly races are invading our world, and only ability users can stand against them. Uncle Lam has been so good to my brother and me. All because he sees my potential. I can't fail. I have to protect this world. And I have to protect my brother. The king crystal in her hand vanished. Peak king void crystal of cloud transformation detected. Absorb, cost, 20 years of lifespan. Later, on the school campus, an ecstatic Trung Lam tackled Trung Nguyen in a hug. Brother, you're finally back. I was worried sick about you. Trung Lam grabbed his arm, her eyes widening at the red armband. Whoa, your uniform is so cool. Trung Nguyen just chuckled and scratched his head. Yeah, I joined the student council. I'm on the disciplinary committee now. This is the uniform. Trung Nguyen remembered Fung Kin mentioning that after the military training exercise, the school would give everyone a week off so the instructors could help the special class students absorb their void crystals. They brought Lam Lam to this school because of her talent, so they must have a similar arrangement for her. Trung Nguyen gently stroked his sister's head. Lam Lam, has the instructor arranged any special training for you these past few days? Trung Lam thought for a moment and replied, the school hasn't set up anything, but Uncle Lam let me absorb a void crystal, the Fire Cloud Peak King. Trung Nguyen's eyes widened in surprise, while Trung Lam was practically bouncing with energy and joy. I'm a powerful void user now. From now on, it's my turn to protect you, big brother. Trung Nguyen already knew that in this life, Lam Lam couldn't escape her destiny of becoming a void user. All I can do is become stronger myself, strong enough to protect her. Trung Lam grabbed Trung Nguyen's hand and puffed out her cheeks, her voice a little pouty. Hey, aren't you going to ask me what kind of powers I got? So, Trung Nguyen asked. My abilities are Godspeed and Celestial Origin. Trung Nguyen just said, oh. Trung Lam immediately ran to a nearby statue. Watch this. She swung her leg, kicking the statue and shattering it in two. Trung Lam asked excitedly, so? Pretty amazing, right? Trung Nguyen chuckled. Lam, of course I'm happy you've gotten stronger, but you know you have to pay for destroying public property. Now, a written apology sat on the table. Lu Van rubbed her temples with a headache. That was a great kick. Just don't do it again. Trung Lam could only giggle, standing beside Trung Nguyen. She then pulled him away. All right, let's go. Trung Nguyen was a bit surprised. He didn't have to pay? She was that lenient? Lu Van, still sitting in her chair, spoke up. Trung Nguyen, your performance during the military training was excellent. Do you want to absorb a void crystal and become a void user? I can help you with the awakening process, Trung Nguyen thought to himself. Asterisk. Should I tell her I'm already a void user? Asterisk. Trung Nguyen replied, thank you for the kind offer, instructor, but I don't need your help to awaken. Lu Van sighed, touching her forehead. Asterisk. Sigh. Even if this kid isn't interested in becoming a void user, he didn't have to be so blunt about it. Asterisk. Lu Van suddenly noticed something. Asterisk. Wait, he's wearing a student council uniform. Asterisk. Fung Kin came to the military training base specifically to find a successor for the new president position. Could he be the one who was chosen? Asterisk. Under a clear blue sky, at a building that was once a weapons warehouse. I've had it remodeled according to your request. The lower floor is a training ground, and the upper floor is the living area. Your things have been moved in. Just let me know if you're missing anything. With his hands in his pockets, Trung Nguyen walked around, observing the place. Asterisk. Just like that, I get a dorm this huge. Is this the power of the student council president? Asterisk. Feng Qin gave him a meaningful smile. You think I'd treat you poorly for following me? Vumak looked at Trung Nguyen walking beside them. I agreed to teach you about weaponry. When do you want to start? Trung Nguyen answered. Right now. Feng Qin was thrilled. Great. I'll join in on the fun. A short while later, weapons were scattered all over the floor, and the room was filled with exhausted panting. Both Feng Qin and Vumak were sprawled out, completely spent. I can't take it anymore. I need a Sonat. Feng Qin said wearily. Sonat is dead and gone. A lost cause. Vumak asked again. Do you have any life resonance left? I don't. But Trung Nguyen was a different story entirely. Still looking as handsome as ever, he assessed his own body. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Vumak spoke up. It's already 3 in the morning. Let's grab a late-night snack and then go again. Feng Qin, exhausted, mumbled. There are snacks in the fridge on the second floor, but I can't move. Trung Nguyen, however, walked upstairs completely fine, leaving the two of them crawling on the floor in astonishment. How is that kid not even a little tired after we've been wailing on him? Forget being tired. The real problem is that he has absolutely zero talent with melee weapons. Vumak, looking completely wrecked, ran a hand through his hair. A normal Void user's combat talent shouldn't be this bad. Even for a total beginner, it should only take 10 minutes, tops, to get the basic forms down. Blades, swords, spears, clubs, staffs. That kid can't use a single one of them. Trung Nguyen walked over, his arms full of canned drinks. Happy water is here. Feng Qin reached out for a can and chugged it down, his spirits instantly lifting. I'm alive again. He crushed the empty can in his hand. Trung Nguyen asked cheerfully, So, should we continue training? Sweat poured down Vumak's face. We've been training for over 10 hours straight, and only took a 3-minute break. Are you some kind of demon? Feng Qin fell backward. I'm only halfway alive. I need another can to be fully revived. Trung Nguyen stomped on an empty can. Fine. I'll give you guys a break equivalent to the time it takes to drink 1 can of happy water. Without even looking, Trung Nguyen tossed the empty can, and it landed perfectly in a trash bin. Feng Qin and Vumak's jaws dropped. That trash can is over 10 meters away, and he just casually tossed it in? Don't tell me he has a talent for throwing weapons? Vumak handed 2 empty cans to Trung Nguyen. Quick, throw them again. This time, 2 at once. One after another, both cans sailed right into the bin. Vumak excitedly grabbed Trung Nguyen's hand. Trung Nguyen, throwing weapons are the perfect fit for you. But Trung Nguyen replied, how can throwing weapons ever be as cool as a 40-meter greatsword? Vumak clicked his tongue, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If you're really that fixated on close-quarters combat, maybe you could try the Demon Howl Ring Void Crystal. It has 3 abilities: Courage, Berserk Strike, and Toxin Eater. Berserk Strike can significantly improve your combat abilities, and it's not limited to any specific weapon. During the Void Anomaly Suppression mission, I once encountered a Demon Howl Ring. After it went, activating its Courage and Furious Strike abilities, its combat power multiplies by 10, sending it into a berserk mode that's incredibly hard to deal with. In the end, we had to gather 3 teams of espers just to kill it. The 3 of them sat in a circle. Feng Qin asked, Did you guys run into Wang Huan? So where did the Essence Core end up? It was handed over to the state. Trung Nguyen asked, Where can I get a Screaming Ghoul's Essence Core? I can't use a core of that level. Vumak pointed a hand. I can't teach you how to use your weapon, so to make it up to you, I'll help you solve the problem with the Screaming Ghoul's Essence Core. Feng Qin was delighted. With Mr. Fong's word, it's a done deal. Vumak stood up to leave. I'm heading back to Quang Nguyen City first. Can you just send the Essence Core directly to the school? Yes. Trung Nguyen pulled a long face and asked Feng Qin, driving on the road at 3 in the morning, am I that scary? Actually, he's not afraid of you. He's just in a hurry to sort out your business here, so he can go back and give the Essence Core to his older brother. What core? Feng Qin held a can of water, the Essence Core of a Snowbone Serpent, which has a death-defying ability. Vumak placed a case of Snowbone Serpent Essence Cores on the table. Brother, I brought back the Snowbone Serpent Cores for you. There's not much hope, but you should at least give it a try. Vumak started to leave, then turned his head back. Wait for me to become the head of the Fong family. I will definitely bring you back and restore the Yan surname to you. Diep Chan, still on a ventilator, didn't respond. Staring at the closed door, Diep Chan thought, my foolish little brother. The real reason my illness has never been cured is because of that very Fong family. A burst of dark, malevolent aura erupted and enveloped Diep Chan's body. The essence cores in the box floated into the air and began to glow, Diep Chan looked at them, deciding to take these cores for himself. The essence cores began to absorb the dark aura. The dark aura has acquired the skill, Death Immunity. Diep Chan was stunned. Meanwhile, back with Trung Nguyen, a friendly-looking delivery guy appeared. Bro, it's not easy running a delivery. I just appreciate a good rating. Thanks. Trung Nguyen accepted the package. Oh, sure. The delivery guy, sitting on his bike, didn't forget to add, if you have any more orders later, just give me a call. I'll give you a 20% discount on the shipping fee. Trung Nguyen opened the box to find golden orbs and a letter placed on top. This must be the Screaming Ghoul's essence core that Phong Vu Mac sent over. Oh, there's a piece of paper too. Trung Nguyen unfolded the paper and read the contents. Mac Lang, since the day you left without a word, I haven't been able to eat or sleep. I thought I'd have to cut ties with you, but I never expected we could rekindle our fated connection. 8 p.m. on the 15th, by the Nunyan River. I won't leave until I see you. Trung Nguyen guessed, well now, an essence core plus a love letter. Is this Phong Vu Mac guy mooching off some rich lady? Trung Nguyen thought it over. What should I do? I forgot Phong Vu Mac's phone number. Should I have Phung Kin contact him? No way. Phung Kin would definitely post this love letter all over his social media and totally humiliate Phong Vu Mac. Forget it. I'll just go myself when the time comes and explain things clearly to that rich lady so she can contact Phong Vu Mac herself. With that, Trung Nguyen reached out and took an essence core. The core's information appeared. Screaming Ghoul essence core detected. Absorb? The Screaming Ghoul essence core has the following abilities. Courage, blue grade, cannot be upgraded. Furious Strike, blue grade, can be upgraded. Toxin Eater, blue grade, cannot be upgraded. Courage dispels all mental control. Furious Strike randomly improves combat skills. Toxin Eater provides immunity to all poisons. The higher the concentration of toxins in the body, the stronger the ability. Maximum attack power increase cannot exceed 148%. The essence core in Trung Nguyen's hand vanished as he absorbed it completely. Furious Strike, blue grade, level 2. Trung Nguyen grabbed his blade and activated Furious Strike. Trung Nguyen executed a series of powerful slashes with his blade and smiled. So this is how you're supposed to use a blade. In the student council room, a voice rang out. I do not agree to let that new student named Trung Nguyen join the student council. That was Loi Ba, the head of publicity for the student council. Loi Ba stood up, adamantly protesting. An auditing student from the special class? Since when did we have a position for that? Making him the disciplinary committee member is the biggest joke in the world. The girl sitting opposite Loi Ba explained. Loi Ba, don't get so worked up. The president just wants to bring him in as an errand boy. Quan Wai spoke up again. Well, that's not right either. The girl who had just spoken was Jian Nu, the student council secretary. She looked towards Quan Wai. Quan Wai said, the disciplinary committee member needs to have great strength and good character. They also have the duty of supervising the student council president. It's not a job just any stray dog or cat can do. For now, I still hold the title of disciplinary committee member. So don't be so tyrannical. Phung Kin reminded him with a smile. Thuong Quan Wai, the former disciplinary committee member of the student council, slammed his fist on the table, making his point. Letting Trung Nguyen join the student council is fine, but he can only run errands. In the classroom, the teacher was giving a lecture. The energy of otherworldly beasts usually exists in their bodies as pure energy. Only after death does it condense into an essence core. Trung Nguyen raised his hand to speak. Teacher, after an Esper dies, do they reveal an essence core like the beasts do? The teacher replied, the body structures of humans and beasts are not the same. You can't equate the two. Trung Nguyen asked again. So, what if someone started absorbing void essence from inside the womb? Would they be born a void user? The teacher, holding a book with a stern expression, replied, the nation has banned using pregnant women for experiments. Students shouldn't let their thoughts wander so far. In a city with clear blue skies, inside the school cafeteria, Trung Nguyen was putting food on a plate, constantly nagging. Lam, you're still growing. You need to eat more. Trung Lam, sitting beside him, replied, brother, I'm not a kid anymore. I can get my own food. Just then, Phung Kin appeared out of nowhere. Trung Nguyen, your little sister is so cute. Seeing her in person is way better than just hearing about her. Trung Nguyen's face darkened. Touch her and you'll get a life sentence, if you're lucky. Phung Kin just chuckled. Don't glare at me like that. Even if I wanted to, I'd wait until your sister is legal. Phung Kin's words only made Trung Nguyen angrier, and he snapped the chopsticks in his hand. What did you just say? Phung Kin held up his hands to calm him down. Why so overprotective? Are you two really blood-related? Trung Lam happily grabbed Trung Nguyen's arm. Of course we are. Feng Qin blurted out an idea. Ah, a classic case of sibling love. In an instant, Trung Nguyen sent Feng Qin flying with a single punch, the dignified student council president, and his mind is filled with filth. Trung Lam asked innocently, "What does sibling love mean?" Trung Nguyen instructed, "Good kids shouldn't look that up." Feng Qin, now sitting across from them, just smiled. "Ahem, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Trung Lam asked, "When my brother was injured in the hospital, were you the student council president who made the call for him?" Feng Qin quickly replied, "That was me. You can just call me Feng Qin." Trung Lam pointed and said, "Mr. Feng Qin, your sunglasses are cracked. The glass could hurt your eyes." "Ah, my eyes are a little special. If I don't wear sunglasses, I might scare people." Trung Lam grew curious. "Can you show me?" Feng Qin took off his glasses. "Well, since you're so cute, I'll make an exception and let you see them today." Feng Qin's eyes were a shimmering purple. Trung Lam was amazed and fascinated. "Whoa, your eyes are beautiful. They're even glowing." Trung Nguyen, sitting beside her, asked, "Were you born with them?" Feng Qin explained, "When my mother was 3 months pregnant, she absorbed the power of a void essence. But she wasn't the one who absorbed it, I was. So, when I was born, I was already a void user, and my body is tougher than a normal person's." Trung Nguyen lowered his eyes, thinking, "The teacher said this was forbidden. The secret behind this guy must be huge. Forget it. It's none of my business. I shouldn't pry." Feng Qin suddenly remembered something. "Aya, I almost forgot the important stuff. Trung Nguyen, you're a disciplinary officer now. You need to spend your lunch break patrolling the campus." Trung Nguyen asked with a look of despair, "Can I quit the council?" Feng Qin tempted him. "The student council subsidy is very generous. Wouldn't it be great to get an extra spicy chicken for your sister every meal?" Hearing this, Trung Lam's face lit up with excitement. "Spicy chicken?" Feng Qin continued. "The academy is usually peaceful. There aren't many fights. It's just that recently, a few guys in the student council have been. Ahem, just handle it as you see fit. As long as no one dies, I'll clean up the mess for you." Trung Lam beamed. "Brother, are you going to get into a fight? I'll cover for you." Trung Nguyen refused. "No. You're skipping grades to be a high schooler now. You need to go to tutoring." Trung Lam was on the verge of tears. "No, I don't want extra classes." At that moment, Trung Nguyen was on patrol. The girls passing by all turned their heads to look at him, blushing as they complimented him. "Is that the new disciplinary officer? He looks so handsome patrolling with that serious expression." Trung Nguyen thought to himself, "Super sense. As I thought, someone is secretly following me. Should I find a private place to, set them straight?" As Trung Nguyen walked ahead, his stalkers followed close behind. Hearing footsteps, Trung Nguyen turned his head and said, "Behind the tree, 25 meters away, 3 o'clock direction. Stop hiding. Come on out." Loi Ba and 2 other guys emerged. So you actually detected us. You've got some skills. Strip naked, get on the ground and bark, and I might consider letting you off the hook." A dark aura instantly surrounded Trung Nguyen. "So this is the student culture at Thun An Academy? Looks like I came to the right place." Loi Ba walked out and faced Trung Nguyen with a scornful laugh. You're a quick learner, kid." Trung Nguyen stepped forward and repeated Loi Ba's earlier words. "What are you thinking? I meant you strip, you kneel, and you bark. Then I'll let you go." Loi Ba lunged forward with his fist. "You're asking to die." Overlord's sonic wave. Trung Nguyen easily dodged, courageously dispelling all mental control, and smiled. "Why are you yelling so loud?" Trung Nguyen sent Loi Ba flying with one hand. "Fury strike. It's too late to beg for mercy now." One punch wasn't enough. Trung Nguyen flew up and down, beating Loi Ba until there was nothing left to hit. He beat him worse than a dog. Loi Ba's face was swollen as he lay unconscious on the ground. The guys who came with him couldn't believe their eyes. Impossible. Besides a few of the top dogs in this school, no one can break our boss's combo of using the Overlord's sonic wave to control his opponent first, before delivering a finishing blow. "Who the hell is this Trung Nguyen guy?" Trung Nguyen spoke up to remind them. "Aren't you going to take him to the infirmary?" The 2 lackeys hastily picked up Loi Ba and scrambled away, cursing in their hearts. "He's a demon. He turned our boss into a dead dog just like that. He's absolutely ruthless." But little did they know, Trung Lam was right behind a large tree, witnessing everything. She stepped out and pointed right at the 3 of them. "Stop right there. Let him go, and give me his phone. If you don't, you'll get a taste of this." Trung Lam's foot tapped the ground lightly, but it was enough to send terrifying cracks through the earth beneath her. One of the guys quickly handed over the phone. "Please, spare us, miss. We'll do whatever you say." Holding the phone, Trung Lam smiled. "All right, now you're going to get into a dead dog pose. Butt in the air, head down, and hands up in surrender. The guy hesitated. Miss? Isn't this a bit otter much? Trung Lam gave him a gentle smile. Oh, it's perfect. Now hold still. She unlocked Leiba's phone using his own fingerprint, and the screen lit up. Fingerprint accepted. Trung Lam started snapping photo after photo of Leiba's humiliating pose, then gleefully hit post. She even laughed. I have to share this look on his social feed. Trung Lam asked the other two. See that post I just made? Share it. The other two guys stood there, bowing their heads meekly. Please, miss, have mercy. If Leiba finds out, he'll kill me. Trung Lam put her hands on her hips and offered a little suggestion. Just tell all your other accounts to share it too. It's not like he can kill every single one of you, can he? Trung Lam's eyes glinted dangerously. Besides, I took pictures of you guys forcing him into that pose earlier. If you don't listen to me, I'll send them to him. With that said, Trung Lam skipped away cheerfully. The two remaining guys could only weep a river of sorrow. They thought Trung Nguyen was a demon. This girl, she was the truly ruthless one. Meanwhile, Leiba was lying in a hospital bed, with his head wrapped in bandages, crying his eyes out and tattling. President, that kid is a monster. He beat me up and then took ugly pictures of me and posted them all over my social feed. Feng Qing, sitting across from him, scrolled through the pictures of Leiba and casually hit the like button, laughing to himself. It's no fun if I just tell you how brutal he is, Feng Qing said. Tell me, how exactly did that kid manage to beat you? Leiba recounted. I did what I always do. I used my hex soundwave first. But who knew? He wasn't affected at all and just sent me flying. Feng Qing thought. The hex soundwave was useless. It seems he successfully absorbed the courage from the ghost howl void crystal. Feng Qing pressed on. What happened after that? Did he use a weapon? No. Feng Qing was surprised. Why wouldn't he use a weapon? He wondered. So did he actually absorb the rage strike or not? I couldn't tell, Leiba wailed, dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief. If he had used a weapon, my life would have been over for sure. Feng Qing stood up, stuffing his hands in his pockets. All right, as long as you're not dead. I'm leaving. But Leiba wasn't finished. He totally humiliated me online. How am I supposed to show my face at school now? Feng Qing replied, no one cares about a nobody like you. Just take a few months off and go home. You'll be fine. Leiba reached out, calling, wait, President, at least heal me before you go. Feng Qing closed the door, saying coldly, there's no cure for being an idiot. Elsewhere, what's this? The 68th ranked badge on the youth board, Feng Qing explained. That's exactly what it is. It's the official combat power ranking for void energy users. Only those under the age of 28 can be on the list. Trung Nguyen looked at the information on the phone Feng Qing handed him. Rank 68, Xuan Mi. Feng Qing whispered into Trung Nguyen's ear. That's the title that Mr. Feng and I racked our brains to come up with for you. Doesn't it sound world-shaking, enough to make gods and ghosts weep? Trung Nguyen scoffed. It's so stupid. You might as well have just called me Chuni. Wordplay fanatic. I'm docking your pay, Trung Nguyen asked. What's the point of being on this list? Feng Qing smiled. You get to show off. Part-time god of war. Meng Wang smirked. The 4-year term is up. Welcome back, Xuan Mi. The employee ID was already thrown away. It doesn't matter if I'm not at the Qi group anymore. Trung Nguyen seemed unconcerned. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my homework. There is something else. I also brought you a weapon, Feng Qing said quickly, opening a weapon case. The Jidao series, produced by the Supervisory Bureau. It's an improved version of the prototype. Give it a try. Trung Nguyen was blunt. Leave the weapon. You can go now, Feng Qing said frantically. Hey, don't be so cold. Come to the training room downstairs. Right now, I really want you to beat me up. Trung Nguyen pondered for a moment while holding the weapon, and in the end, Feng Qing's face was swollen and bruised. His body was beaten to a pulp, but he was still smiling. Success. He really did absorb the rage strike. Trung Nguyen's expression didn't change as he coldly advised, the city's psychiatric hospital is quite good. I suggest you check yourself in. Feng Qing just kept grinning. Our little Nguyen finally knows how to use a cold weapon. Dad's so proud of you. Trung Nguyen kicked Feng Qing away. Get lost. Trung Nguyen picked up the greatsword from the crate to examine it. That Feng Qing guy seems like a total psycho, he thought, but he's surprisingly thorough. He even prepared a bag for the greatsword. Trung Nguyen slung the greatsword bag over his shoulder. Coincidentally, there was a disc launcher in here for reaction training. Time to test this out. Trung Nguyen started it up. Default speed, 120 kilometers per hour, launching from 3 random directions with a 10-second interval. A total of 4 rounds. Please press start. Trung Nguyen looked at the flying disc in front of him. Please stand by. Ensure you are no less than 20 meters from the machine. The first round will begin after 3 beeps. The discs launched one after another. Trung Nguyen trained with intense focus, flinging his darts and striking the discs with a satisfying clang. The game announcement rang out again. Please stand by. The next round will now begin. The discs were launched continuously. Please stand by. The next round will now begin. Please stand by. The final round will now begin. Trung Nguyen hit his targets again and again. Congratulations, you have completed the first training exercise. Your training score is 100 points. Trung Nguyen pulled his darts from the ground, satisfied. As expected of the Ultimate Dart series from the Supervisory Bureau. Man, this feels good. The game announcement sounded again. Congratulations, you have unlocked the next training stage. Trung Nguyen was surprised. Huh? So this thing is like a game with challenges that get progressively harder? Not bad. I'm going to do this every day from now on. The sky was clear, and the sun shone warmly. In the room, the only sound was his breathing. After days of shooting clay pigeons, he had finally unlocked the final stage. Trung Nguyen stared at the discs. He'd run the stage several times but only managed to score 80 points. It seemed his skills still needed improvement. Trung Nguyen thought about his schedule. Go to school, shoot clay pigeons, do homework. High school life was certainly packed. Right now, no one was at the student council. Trung Nguyen suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, is it already the 15th of the month? He almost forgot about that. Standing at the pier, Trung Nguyen looked around. This should be the fisherman's wharf. Tesk. Why is there nobody around here? The whirring sound of rotors echoed from above, and a woman lowered a rope ladder. Get on. Trung Nguyen looked up at the person in the helicopter. So this is how a rich woman makes an entrance? Well, that's an eye-opener. Trung Nguyen started climbing, and Thai Ka reached down to pull him up, their hands gripping each other's as he made it into the helicopter. A beaming Thai Ka threw her arms around Trung Nguyen. This is great. I was so worried you wouldn't come. All my effort to get you that void crystal wasn't for nothing. I even wrote that super cheesy letter. I just knew that one day you'd be moved by my sincerity. Just then, Tai K realized something was off. She shoved Trung Nguyen away. Who are you? Then she fell to the floor, sobbing miserably. He still didn't come. He doesn't care about me at all. To him, I'm just someone he can toy with. Trung Nguyen quickly explained, actually, Feng Vumak never saw the letter. The package was sent directly to me. I came to clear things up and to thank you. Trung Nguyen stood by the helicopter door, ready to fulfill his obligation. Before leaving, he didn't forget to thank Anthai Ka. Thanks for the support. I'll be going now. But Anthai Ka stopped him. Wait. Did Fong Vumak's friend, Tu Tin, ask you to do this? Trung Nguyen paused and replied, yes, and Tai Ka's jaw dropped. A guy as proud as Fong Vumak was willing to swallow his pride and beg me for help. All for Tu Tin. Their bond must be incredibly strong, which means this guy must also be a powerful ability user. Captain Ann grabbed his shoulders anxiously and said loudly, how strong are you? This is extremely important, so don't you dare lie. Trung Nguyen was taken aback, but he answered reflexively, well, let's just say I'm pretty hard to kill. And Thai K broke into a satisfied, wide grin. Excellent. You're exactly the kind of talent we need. And Thai Ka excitedly contacted her teammate, Ngiem Thak. Old Ngiem, we've got someone. Get to Shinongjia Square as fast as you can. And Thai Ka led Trung Nguyen back into the main cabin. She began introductions with Lam Dong Luong and Trian Hong. Let me introduce myself. I'm Anthai Sa, captain of the War God Squad, from the command department. The other three were just as welcoming. Trian Hong, main attacker. Lam Dong Luong, defense system and team protector. Ngo Kwan, healer. Ngiem Tak from the cockpit Shimidin. Ngiem Tak. Reckon. Trung Nguyen wasn't an introvert. With his easygoing personality, he replied to everyone warmly. You can all call me Trung Nguyen. Captain Ann was smiling from ear to ear as she shook his hand. Welcome to the War God Squad, Trung Nguyen. We're glad to have you with us, even if it's temporary. Trung Nguyen looked at An Thai Ka, thinking to himself, pretty clever. She wrote that sappy love letter to try and win over Fong Vumak. She wanted to get him to help with her mission. Ngo Kwan watched the two of them. Her hand is so cold. And Thai Ka brushed it off. All destruction class ice users are like that. But Ngo Kwan thought for a long time. That name, Trung Nguyen, seemed familiar. That's right. He's the one who's also ranked 68th on the list of elite youths. Once everyone was settled, Anthai Ka spoke with a worried tone. Trung Nguyen, I won't lie to you. This mission's difficulty is extremely high. A week ago, several ability users from the Lighthouse Nation snuck into the Shennongjia pocket dimension to poach. The stationed troops and the nearby ability user teams were all taken down by an unknown poison. They're still unconscious in the hospital, and the War God squad lost one member. Fongvu Muk's Shadowfall ability is immune to toxins, which is why I wanted to ask for his help. Trung Nguyen, if you think the mission is too dangerous, it's okay to back out now. She reminded him cautiously, but Trung Nguyen just casually replied, "We're already here, and it's not like I can sleep on the plane anyway." Seeing his expression, Lam Dong Luong, who was standing beside them, cracked his knuckles excitedly and said, "You're a confident one, kid. How about you go a few rounds with this old man?" Trung Nguyen simply lifted 2 fingers and used his freezing skill, instantly locking the old man in place with a shocked expression on his face. Then he said, "Let's talk things out. Don't always jump to fighting." Standing nearby, Entai Ka couldn't help but look completely astonished. "Impressive. How long can you maintain that skill?" Trung Nguyen replied, 2 minutes. Hearing this, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed with admiration, "Wow, how have I never heard of an ice-type skill lasting that long?" Trung Nguyen replied helplessly, "Actually, I have a passive support skill that can enhance my other abilities." Inwardly, he thought, normal people can't upgrade their skills at all. I'd better just stick with this excuse. And Tai Ca was even more impressed, her eyes sparkling like stars as she asked, "Do you have any other abilities?" He answered, just as unconcerned as before, "Thermal sense, 1 kilometer." Old Engo's jaw practically hit the floor as he blurted out, "What? That's insane." Trung Nguyen then added, "Ahem, it's been enhanced." An image of a man appeared, a circle of crystal stones behind him. Old Enyo thought to himself, according to the legends of Hua, Xuan Ming is the god who rules over ice and snow, responsible for slaughter and the master of the underworld. This guy has such a powerful ice ability, and he has a good relationship with Fongvu Mak. It must be him. Why have I never heard of such a strong hunter before? And he looks like he's only in high school. He thought to himself as he sized up Trung Nguyen. Meanwhile, Entai Ka took out a small knife and asked, "You didn't bring a weapon? Are you good with a dagger?" Trung Nguyen quickly replied, "No problem. According to the latest intel, the poachers are near this area. Everyone stay alert and maintain formation." By now, they had landed in a desolate forest. They reminded each other. Suddenly, Trung Nguyen raised his hand and announced, "Wait, 2 o'clock, 900 meters out. There are life forms." Using his advanced senses, he could see the shapes of animals in the distance. He then described what he saw to the others. "There's a group of animals, probably a pack of about 9 wolves. Looks like they're drawn to something." After hearing this, Antai Sia replied, "The garrison team intentionally puts wolves in this preserve as food for the exotic beasts. They periodically release food for them. The garrison was wiped out, but these wolves still found food. Something's not right." Trung Nguyen immediately said, "Yeah, let's go check it out." At that moment, a pack of wolves was drooling as they surrounded a piece of meat roasting over a fire. The strong smell of grilled meat like this would easily give away their position. This is probably a trap deliberately set by the enemy. The team was now hiding behind a bush, discussing their plan. Trung Nguyen offered a suggestion, "I'll be the bait and draw them out." And Tai Ka replied worriedly, "Wait, that area is most likely poisoned." He reassured her, "I'm not afraid of poison." Captain Ann was once again shocked by Trung Nguyen's abilities, exclaiming, "Poison Eater, you acquired a skill with such a low absorption rate." He just replied nonchalantly, "Yep." Hearing this, and Tai Sia's heart sank. She looked at him with a deadpan expression and asked, "Just what kind of monstrous genius are you?" But Trung Nguyen got straight to the point. "I'll go in first. For 5 minutes, I can blend into the environment and become nearly impossible to see." After speaking, Trung Nguyen activated his super camouflage, and Tai Ka gave him a serious instruction. "Go. We'll be right behind you to provide support at any moment." Trung Nguyen asked, "When I find the enemy, kill or capture?" She answered decisively, "Kill on sight." Seeing new prey appear, the wolves turned to stare at him, then all tilted their heads back and let out a series of howls. By now, Trung Nguyen had already leaped out in front of the wolves. He quickly calculated in his head, "They see me, but instead of attacking, they're howling to send a signal. The enemy must be close." Trung Nguyen then activated his super sense again, spotting 2 human figures rushing toward him. Someone's approaching from a kilometer away. One on the left, one on the right. They're so slow. I'll deal with these first. Having made his decision, he drew his knife, gathered a powerful surge of energy, and lunged toward the wolves. Stopwatch timer, 0 minutes, 1 second. Trung Nguyen charged forward, and with a single slash, sent a wolf's head flying. A split second later, with a look of utter indifference, he sheathed his dagger and simply said, "Done." On the ground below, the wolves were either dead or writhing in pain. Stopwatch timer. 0 minutes, 25 seconds. Just then, another notification rang out. Scorpion poison detected. Absorb? Trung Nguyen quickly turned his head. A smirk spread across his lips as he thought, "They're here." Standing amidst the wolf carcasses, Trung Nguyen was enveloped in a thick cloud of poison. The system announced, "Scorpion poison detected." Absorb? Trung Nguyen absorbed it, that poisonous gas. The system announced again, "All of your abilities have increased by 108%. After absorbing it all, Trung Nguyen propped his chin on his hand, looking dissatisfied. Is this poison pathetically weak, or what? Is this really it? His teammates watching from outside started whispering among themselves, and Tai asked, "What's he saying?" The person next to her replied, "I think he's complaining that the poison isn't strong enough." Hearing this, she quickly shot back. "Poison means the enemy is here. We need to provide backup." But when they turned back to look at Trung Nguyen, both of their jaws dropped. A glint appeared in his eyes as he swung his arm, unleashing sharp streams of energy. 2 approaching enemies were each struck by a dagger that embedded itself squarely in their foreheads. Blood sprayed everywhere as they collapsed backward. With that done, he walked toward the 2 bodies and scoffed. They were this weak, too. And Tai's eyes went wide as she asked her teammate, Did you guys even see him move?" One of them held his forehead and said, "Don't even talk about it." The other guy was practically in tears. The enemies had advanced stealth. "I didn't even see where they were." Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen was examining the corpses. Pulling out his throwing knives, he said, "The immediate danger has passed." And Tai's attention was fixed on the blood-stained knives in his hand, and her face paled as she thought, "I can tell just by looking that those knives were made by the Bureau of Supervision. The number engraved on it indicates it's a prototype. I've never seen throwing knives on the procurement list. Could they be special, custom-made items? Huyen Min's identity is definitely anything but ordinary." Realizing this, her whole body tensed up as she raised her hand. She forced a stiff smile and asked, "Huyen Min, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Don't push yourself, okay? No? Oh, well, that's good." In her mind, she was thinking, "He's so calm after killing people. I probably shouldn't be asking such dumb questions." Trung Nguyen just gave her a puzzled look. Just then, Lam Dong Luong came out, beaming as he praised him. "Amazing. Those knife skills are incredible." The teammate next to him gave a thumbs up and added, "He used both hands to throw knives at 2 different targets in 2 different directions. How many years did you have to train to get that good?" Trung Nguyen casually replied with his eyes closed, "It's all right. I just play with flying discs every day." The teammate's jaw dropped in disbelief when he heard that. Flying discs? You mean that training equipment for ability users that was discontinued because it was too hard? He then asked awkwardly, Can I ask for some advice? What's the right setting for the flying discs?" Trung Nguyen answered honestly, "The default challenge mode. Just clear the stages one by one." The guy asked again, So, what ability do you use to beat it?" "I've tried every ability I have and I can't even get past the first round." Then, Trung Nguyen asked innocently, "You need to use abilities just to play with flying discs?" This statement sent the teammate crashing to the ground in a daze. He started drawing circles on the ground with his finger, mumbling dejectedly, "I'm trash, I'm trash, I'm trash." Meanwhile, Thai asked Trung Nguyen, Huyen Min, "Could you tell what kind of abilities they were using just now?" He quickly listed them all off. One was controlling the wolves, one was a scorpion poison, and then there was the advanced stealth. It should be those 3. Hearing this, she panicked and grabbed Trung Nguyen's arm. "Scorpion poison? Are you sure?" He was a bit startled, but quickly replied, "Positive. I have the poison eater ability, after all." After getting a definite answer, Tai placed a hand on her chest. She said, "Seriously, Huyen Min, on behalf of the entire Shenong squad, I thank you. They're still in the ICU because we haven't been able to analyze the poison's composition." With that, she stepped aside, saying, "Wait here, I need to make a call and report this." That's when Trung Nguyen asked the other teammates, "Can't the rejuvenation skill from the healing class cure poison?" Old Wu explained, "Rejuvenation isn't omnipotent. If you've been poisoned for too long, it's difficult to cure." Huyen Min, your information could genuinely save a lot of people. Hearing this, he thought to himself, it seems the majority of ability users aren't that strong. Well, that makes sense. The rate at which normal people can absorb adept energy is low. They can't level up, so technology is still a crucial part of combat. After finishing her call, Tai turned and called out to Huyen Min. He responded, she continued. In your opinion, what should we do next? Everyone was staring at the two bodies in front of them when Trung Nguyen spoke up. Our opponents are poachers. The best case scenario for them would be to escape with their prize. But now that they've alerted so many people, it'll be difficult for them to leave. They might try to force their way through our defensive lines. In this situation, their best bet is to kidnap someone important to bargain for a chance to escape. Compared to the regular army, which can use human wave tactics, a small, elite squad of ability users is an easier target. And Tai asked, just to be sure. So, all we have to do now is lie in wait for them? Trung Nguyen confirmed, exactly. Suddenly, a single leaf drifted down from behind them. Trung Nguyen turned his head, furrowing his brow. See, they're already here. A group of people slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. As they got closer, it became clear it was a group of 4 men, one with dark skin and another with blonde hair. One had long, curly hair, another had purple hair, and the last one was completely covered by a hooded cloak, revealing only a dangerous face with a smirking grin. The blonde-haired man spread his arms and said cockily, I knew the Hua Nation would send a capable esper to stand in our way. Then, he walked closer to Ankega, greeting her with a wide smile. I'm so glad it was you they sent, the beautiful Miss Ankega. She couldn't understand what Robert was saying and, thinking he was insulting her, snapped back irritably. You're the Taingu. Your whole family is Thai. He just kept smiling brightly and replied, thank you for your blessing. I wish your family Thai as well. And Kai Jay put her hands on her hips and shot back. Tai, your sister? He answered with a fawning grin. I don't have a sister. Old Wu told Trung Nguyen. This guy's name is Robert. He's ranked among the top 100 strongest espers in the Dungta Nation. You need to be careful. He glanced back and asked, what about the others? Old Wu replied, the other 2 are unknown, but one of them is from the Hua Nation. Before he could finish, another blonde teammate pointed angrily ahead and shouted, Zhao Zheng, aren't you supposed to be dead? Why are you with these poachers from the Dengta Nation? Our country spent so much effort to train you, and you dare betray us? Zhao Zheng sneered back. Train me? Don't make me laugh. Just because I didn't hand over my Esper crystal, they relentlessly suppressed me, stripping me of my resources and achievements. His gaze grew increasingly menacing. If it weren't for Master Ju building a bridge for me, I'd have never known what it's like to be an Esper in the Dengta Nation. The freedom is incredible. You can have anything you want, unlike in the Hua Nation, where normal people don't even know what a rift is. Before he could finish his sentence, a throwing knife flew through the air and sank deep into his forehead, sending a spray of blood everywhere. Supercharge. Designate one target for energy infusion. The purple-haired man quickly used his Esper ability to stop the incoming throwing knife. The knife clattered to the ground. Zhong Yuan, still in his throwing stance, saw this and thought to himself, he used his Esper ability to block my knife. Looks like I'll need a different approach to deal with them. Robert calmly picked up the throwing knife and said excitedly, in the Dungta language, the craftsmanship of the Hua Nation truly is something to admire. It's a shame the one wielding it has no class. And Saige looked over at Zhong Yuan and the others and asked, I didn't bring a translator. What's he saying? The blonde teammate, though not entirely sure, answered, I think he's praising the quality of Xuan Ming's throwing knife. Zhong Yuan, meanwhile, was completely speechless at the situation. Nevertheless, he replied to Robert in the Dengta language, those who invade my Hua Nation, from near or far, will be slain. Those who betray my Hua Nation will surely die. I've never had any class when dealing with dead men. Hearing this, Robert grew even more surprised. The Dungta language? You speak it well, kid. I was only planning on letting An Kai-ge live, but it seems you're more useful than she is. Join us in Dengta. I guarantee you'll be treated better than Zhao Zheng. After he spoke, An Kai-je asked again, what did he say? Zhong Yuan replied, he said he'll kill everyone but you, and he wants to offer me Zhao Zheng's position. She looked a little worried. Oh, so, what's your answer? Without answering, Zhong Yuan walked right up to him, held out his hand, and said, give me back my knife. Old Wu thought, how could someone like Xuan Ming possibly be swayed by the Dungta Nation? It's obvious he's about to make a move. At the same time, a stream of power began to form in Old Wu's hands. After taking back the throwing knife, Zhong Yuan said, thanks. Robert continued, haha, what's that old saying you Hua people have? Ah, he who understands the times is a wise man. Just then, Old Wu cast his blessing skill, buffing his target's abilities. A 20% increase for 10 seconds. He glanced back, pleased with the timing, thinking, not bad. That support came right on time. Then, he immediately threw his hands forward, activating his ice skill while yelling, I already told you, I don't show any class to dead men. Shards of ice shot from his hands, instantly freezing the enemies across from him. They were caught completely off guard, their faces frozen in expressions of panic. Finally, while they were unable to react, Trung Nguyen threw a knife straight at Robert. Die! Suddenly, the throwing knife was knocked back. The ice around Robert gradually melted away as he replied with a vicious expression. You deceitful Hua Nation rats, daring to launch a sneak attack. You're the one who's going to die. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen grew a bit worried, thinking, this guy not only broke through my freeze, but he also threw my knife back. He's a top-tier esper. My rage strike probably won't even scratch him. Without warning, Robert lunged forward and threw a punch. It slammed right into Trung Nguyen's chest while his guard was down. With a triumphant, contemptuous smirk, he sneered. Is that all you've got? The force of the blow sent him flying a great distance. Old Wu and his teammate caught Trung Nguyen, propping him up as they called out worriedly, Xuan Ming. And Kai Gay also urged them on. Old Wu, hurry, heal him. After placing 2 fingers under his nose to check for breath, Old Wu exclaimed in shock, Captain, I think Xuan Ming is already cold. And Kai Xia was horrified. What? Another teammate called out in disbelief, Xuan Ming. Old Wu shouted in shock. His heartbeat, his breathing, his body temperature, they're all gone. He looked down sorrowfully at the man in his arms, and Kai Xia reminded them calmly, this is no time for grieving. Lao Xiong, you're on point. John Hong, provide cover. We take down Robert first. Trung Nguyen, who was lying there with his eyes closed, listened to his teammates and thought to himself, well, it's true, I've gone cold. But it'd be pretty awkward to just get up now. Whatever, I'll just lie here and figure out a strategy first. Lao Xiong used his massive frame to pin Robert down, while Zhan Hong unleashed a piercing strike right at him. But he remained unnervingly calm. His eyes were cold as he uttered, you really think you can kill me with just this? Robert's entire body suddenly erupted in flames, the giant's inferno, catching Lao Xiong, who was restraining him from behind, completely by surprise. His eyes began to glow brightly. A smug grin spread across Robert's face as he spoke in the Dengta language. Allow me to show you my true power. The fire spread outwards, forcing Lao Xiong to quickly let go, screaming, it's too hot. Old Wu immediately sent a healing gust of wind to aid Lao Xiong, and Kai Xia yelled in panic. That's an ability exclusive to the Dengta Nation, the Giant's Inferno. The intel was wrong. Robert's specialty isn't just close-quarters combat. Zhan Hong gritted his teeth in frustration. What do we do now? My arrows are melting from the intense heat. And Cai Xia tried to rally them, shouting, if physical attacks won't work, we'll use a psychic one. Everyone, get ready. I'm expanding my range. She then activated mental resonance, a massive psychic attack with a 500-meter radius that hits friend and foe alike. Waves of circular energy pulsed outwards from her, expanding into the surroundings. Everyone tried to cover their ears. Robert wasn't immune to the effects either. His entire flaming body fell to its knees as he clutched his head and screamed in pain. An urgent voice yelled out, quick, now's our chance. Robert, still clutching his head in agony, snarled through gritted teeth in the Dengta language. Do I really have to use asterisk that times move? It seems I can't die in this human form after all. I'll just have to let the flames consume my body. He spoke in his native tongue, for the glory of the Dengta Nation, and activated the second phase of his Giant's Inferno transformation. He ground his teeth and forced himself to stand, his body burning even more violently. The flames raged with such intensity that they formed a dense wall around him. The members of the Shennongjia Guardian team struggled to shield their faces from the heat. And Kai Xia let out a frustrated cry. Damn it. I can't understand a single word he's saying. Lao Xiong added, I'm definitely learning a foreign language when we get back. Zhan Hong replied, losing hope. You think we're even gonna make it back alive? After letting the three of them finish their little comedy routine, Trung Nguyen finally sat up and said, you guys are no match for him. Everyone, retreat now. Don't look back. As he raised a single finger, the surrounding flames began to die down, and Kai Xia was so stunned, she was speechless. Xuan Ming, you. Trung Nguyen replied calmly, didn't I tell you before? I can't die. Old Wu was even more incredulous. You were clearly dead and you just came back. You got some kind of death immunity skill or something? Trung Nguyen then stepped onto the flames and walked right up to Robert. He spoke to him in the Dengta language. Robert, the Dengta Nation has always championed freedom and fairness. Let's make this a one-on-one duel. The still-burning figure of Robert roared back in his own language. And why should I agree to that? Zhong Yuan explained. That technique is a suicide move, isn't it? You'll die once it's over. If all 6 of us team up on you, you're not guaranteed a win. But If it's just the two of us in a duel, you've still got a chance to take me down with you." Hearing this, Robert found it amusing. A smile crept onto his face as he replied, "Haha, I accept your proposal. The great spirit of Dungta will be eternal." And Saixia, worried, tried to stop him. "Xuanming, don't. You'll die," he answered nonchalantly. "Go, now, don't hold me back." This time, his teammates didn't hesitate and immediately started to flee. The blonde teammate quickly threw Ankaixia over his shoulder, shouting, "Captain, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment." She was still frantic, reaching out. "No, we can't abandon a comrade." Old Wu tried to reassure her. "If he's telling us to go, it means we're just getting in his way. We have to trust him now." Seeing the small human figure facing down a demonic inferno, everyone could only pray in their hearts. "Xuanming, you better make it out alive." When the space was cleared, only two people remained, Trung Nguyen and Robert, standing face to face. Robert spoke first. "I admire your courage. You didn't have to choose death." Trung Nguyen replied politely, "I appreciate the sentiment, but we just stand on opposite sides. Besides, who said I'm the one who's going to die?" he declared with absolute confidence, activating Ice Blood Burst. Model. A dense barrage of razor-sharp ice shards shot out in all directions. The system announced, "Your special ability, Hypersense, has been upgraded. You have acquired a new ability, Thermobaric Crush, class, Calamity, upgradable. Your ability, Deep Freeze, has been upgraded. You have acquired a new ability, Eternal Ice Domain, class, Calamity, not upgradable. Your ability, Regeneration, has been upgraded. You have acquired a new ability, Immortal Body. This class is upgradable. Your ability, Berserker Strike, has been upgraded. You have acquired a new ability, Grandmaster of Combat. This class is upgradable. Grandmaster of Combat. You were born to kill. Proficient with any weapon. You can take an enemy's life with your every move." Trung Nguyen's face was now completely focused on his opponent. The sharp ice spikes seemed to await his command to fly forth, and Robert was still radiating intense flames. He spoke with amusement. "So, asterisk, this times, is your true power? Excellent. Make your move." Suddenly, he cried out, "Ah!" looking both panicked and bewildered by the scene before him. The area all around Robert was now completely frozen over. The flames on his body had been extinguished at some unknown point. Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen stated calmly, "I've already made my move." In an instant, Robert's flame giant form vanished, and he found himself trapped inside an air bubble. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "What is happening? My transformation was cancelled. Why can't I say anything? And what is this invisible wall of air?" As if sensing his confusion, Trung Nguyen calmly began to explain. "This move of mine is called Thermobaric Crush. It works by removing the heat from the air. The ideal gas law is PV equals nRT. This means if I properly control the range and timing of the temperature drop, I can then use the difference in air pressure to manipulate the air around you, creating a near-perfect vacuum." Robert, as if driven mad, began clawing at his own throat. His mouth gaped open, his bloodshot eyes bulging from their sockets. Trung Nguyen continued his explanation. "Your second stage flame giant transformation incinerates its user, which proves it doesn't defy the laws of physics, and flames can't burn in a vacuum. Robert, you were defeated by physics." As he said this, the man coughed up blood and collapsed onto the sharp ice spikes below him. Now, on the brink of death, Robert tried to speak, his voice filled with a hint of sorrow. "Joanne, I'm sorry. Your father couldn't." In his final moments, beautiful, gentle flames erupted from him, revealing a golden core within. Trung Nguyen stood there, lost in thought. After the flames died down, he approached the core, thinking, "The effects of Ice Blood Burst have ended, and I'm entering the weakening period. Did I not pass out this time because I didn't expend much mental energy?" Trung Nguyen reached down, picked up the core, and examined it in his hand. The system announced again, "Abyssal Variant Crystal detected. Absorb?" This Abyssal Variant Crystal contains the following abilities. Titanic Strength, Level 3, not upgradable. Iron Skin, Level 2, not upgradable. Flame Giant, Calamity Class, Level 1, not upgradable. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen analyzed internally. So, humans can form abyssal crystals too, but it seems they're hidden inside the body, unlike the variant races where they're directly exposed. Are the official documents on abyssal energy intentionally hiding this to prevent infighting among energy users? The War God Squad probably doesn't even know this secret. Whether I keep this or hand it over to the state, it could cause a lot of trouble. The abilities of this abyssal variant crystal have tiers, but can't be upgraded. Absorbing it would lock me into those tiers permanently. The loss outweighs the gain. A short while later, a fresh mound of dirt stood before Trung Nguyen. He figured, well, I'll just bury it and pretend I never saw it. Wait a minute. Joanne's crew came here to poach, so there must be some good stuff in their backpacks. As he thought this, he looked over at the nearby backpacks, but when he unzipped one, it was filled with glowing, round orbs. The system panel popped up again. Abyssal Crystal of Cuddle-Wuddle Bear detected. Absorb? The Abyssal Crystal of Cuddle-Wuddle Bear has the following ability. Puppy Dog Eyes. Gold tier. Upgradable. Puppy Dog Eyes increases your charm, reducing the target's hostility. Range. Unlimited. Trung Nguyen listened to the system while looking down at the items, wondering, what is this stuff? He then proceeded to open the other backpacks, thinking cheerfully, They had 2 more Cuddle-Wuddle Bears in their packs, but both were incinerated by the Flame Giant's high heat. A powerhouse like Robert came all the way out here to poach Cuddle-Wuddle Bears, and he wanted to bring them back alive. Their value must be incredibly high. With that, he stood up, making sure to grab the backpacks. He thought, well, putting aside my prejudice about the name, maybe it'll become a god-tier, game-breaking skill after it's upgraded. After some consideration, he looked down at the glowing item in his hand and said, absorb all. The system panel announced, Puppy Dog Eyes, Gold tier, level max. Your ability, Puppy Dog Eyes, has been upgraded. Puppy Dog Eyes, Blue tier, level max. Your ability, Puppy Dog Eyes, has been upgraded. Trung Nguyen's body was enveloped by powerful streams of light as his skills leveled up non-stop. Then, the system announced another update. You have acquired a new ability. Overwhelming Charm Level 2 is now available for upgrade. Overwhelming Charm permanently increases your charisma, causing targets to lose all hostility. Range, unlimited. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. His teammates were still waiting for him in the distance. The blonde-haired teammate had climbed a tall tree to get a better look. He reported back, Captain, the light over there is gone. Huyen Min's battle must be over. Hearing this, Anti-Ka told the others, all right, let's head back and check it out. After walking for a bit, they saw a familiar figure sitting with his back to them. A rushed voice called out, Huyen Min, I knew you'd make it out alive. Anti-Ka was moved to tears, running towards Trung Nguyen with her arms outstretched. But she suddenly tripped on a small rock and fell flat on her face, crying out in pain. Ah! Trung Nguyen was utterly speechless with this woman. With a deadpan expression, he asked, the mission's over. Can you take me back to school now? The blonde teammate exclaimed in shock. You're still a student? Trung Nguyen stood up amidst a swirl of leaves carried by the wind, creating a picturesque scene. He replied confidently, that's right. My little sister is waiting for me at the cafeteria. She'll get mad if I don't get back soon. Shortly after, the helicopter was airborne, soaring over treacherous mountains and heading back toward the familiar city. His phone screen was flooded with messages. Big bro, why can't I reach you? Did you forget to charge your phone? Why aren't you at the cafeteria for breakfast yet? Did something happen? Bro, I'm having Fung Kin take me to the men's dorm to find you. After reading the messages, Trung Nguyen thought helplessly, I'd better get my story straight with Fung Kin before I try to explain this to Lam Lam. It's so annoying that regular phones don't get a signal in the other world. Then he turned to Anti-Ka and asked, Captain An, where can I buy a phone that gets a signal in the other world? She quickly replied, satellite phones require special clearance. You can't get one even with merit points. Then she winked and added, however, if you're willing to officially join our War God squad, it's not impossible to get you one. Trung Nguyen replied indifferently, I'll think about it. Anti-Ka suggested, actually, someone as strong as you should try to join the 9. The benefits they get are way better than any regular squad. A satellite phone is just basic equipment for them. Hearing that, Trung Nguyen exclaimed in surprise, the 9? The 9 is a special unit directly under the command of Thuong Kin City. There are only 9 members in total, and each one is as powerful as an entire independent squad. They usually operate alone, specializing in high-difficulty missions that regular squads can't handle. After explaining, Anti-Ka looked at him with an expectant expression and asked, so, Huyen Min, are you interested? Trung Nguyen quickly turned his head away and replied flatly, not interested. Just then, another teammate's voice came from inside the helicopter. Captain, it seems like there's been some kind of misunderstanding at Thon An Academy. The principal brought people to meet us. Down on the landing pad, 3 people were already lined up, waiting for them. In the middle was an old man with white hair, the principal, Tran Van Swang. The middle-aged man next to him was the Dean of Academic Affairs, Ko Nyam, and the last person was Thuong Quan Wai. As the helicopter landed and Antaisia and her team disembarked, the principal rushed forward with his arms wide in a warm welcome. "Captain An, welcome to our Thon An Academy. We're honored to have you here to guide our work. I am the principal, Tran Van Swang. It's a pleasure to have you." Then he introduced the two people beside him. "This is our Dean of Academic Affairs, Ko Nam, and this is our student representative, Thuong Quan Wai." And Taisa quickly replied, slinging an arm around Trung Nguyen's shoulder. "We're just passing through, dropping off one of your esteemed students." This took the principal by surprise. Then, he pointed at Trung Nguyen's bored face and asked, "Ah, he's a student at our school?" And Tai Ka was even more confused. "You don't know Hu Yanmin?" The principal really didn't know him. Just then, Ko Nyam leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Principal, he's the probationary student, Trung Nguyen, that Major Lam brought to the special class a few days ago. A few days ago, Major Lam even sent someone to pull him out of military training in the other world." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Wai, who was standing to the side, was stunned. He scowled, grinding his teeth in anger as he thought, "What? This Trung Nguyen guy is just some useless trash who got in through connections? And here I thought he actually had the skills to beat Lei Ba into dropping out. I was almost fooled." Then, full of arrogance, he pointed a finger at Trung Nguyen and yelled, "Trung Nguyen, Thon An Academy has never accepted trash. You used your connections to get into the special class and the student council. Do you dare prove your strength in a duel right here, right now, in front of the school's leadership? No?" This left the two adults beside him completely stunned. Zhang Yuan calmly replied, "I refuse." He wondered to himself, "Hey classmate, who are you? Do we have beef or something?" Then he just casually walked right past him. He said, "Please, you leaders can take your time talking. I'll get out of your hair." But he was thinking, if this drags on any longer, I'm going to be late for lunch with Lan Lan. Seeing this, Shang Guanyi exploded, yelling, "Get back here." He then grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm with a death grip. He growled, "You're not going anywhere until you fight me today." And Kai Ji watched this fearless idiot and found it amusing. Picking a fight with Xuan Ming? He's really asking for it. But before she could even finish that thought, Zhang Yuan was suddenly thrown and slammed hard onto the ground. Her face went pale as she gasped, "Whoa!" After throwing him, Shang Guanyi pointed down and sneered, "Are you kidding me? This guy's that weak? He's worse than a regular person." Everyone quickly rushed over to Zhang Yuan, who was completely unconscious, and Kai Ji anxiously cradled his head. She cried out, "Xuan Ming, wake up. Why have your eyes rolled into the back of your head?" But Shang Guanyi just pointed at him defiantly. "I barely touched him. He's definitely faking it." Elder Wu immediately began using his healing wind to treat Zhang Yuan. Streams of fresh, green energy formed a vortex and flowed into Zhang Yuan. A moment later, he sat up. He rubbed his eyes and said, "I'm fine. If I just rested for a bit, I could have gotten up myself." But internally, he was thinking, my regeneration ability is pretty weak in this weakened state. But hey, at least it still works. Just then, Enkai Gei got to her feet. Furious, she pointed right in Shang Guanyi's face and demanded, "Apologize, now." He immediately shot back, Me? Why the hell should I apologize?" And Kai Gei immediately shut him down. "We risk our lives for this country, shedding our blood and tears. And when we get back, not only do we not get a thank you, but we get shoulder-tossed by the likes of you. You tell me why." From behind her, Zhang Yuan helplessly tried to explain, I didn't actually shed any blood or tears." Still fuming, and Kai Gei spun around, pointed at Zhang Yuan, and screamed, "You, shut your mouth." This scared him so badly he broke out in a cold sweat. The headmaster then walked over, bonked Shang Guanyi on the head, and bowed as he hurriedly apologized. "This is our school's failure. I'm so sorry to have embarrassed ourselves in front of you, Captain An. Xiao Yi, apologize to them this instant." Shang Guanyi, still not giving in, screamed, "But he has absolutely zero real strength. He's a useless bum who only got here through connections. No matter what you say, I will never bow my head to someone like that." Hearing this, Ensaige crossed her arms and looked down at him. She exposed him. "You've got a lot of nerve talking about connections when that's the only reason you're here yourself. I'll be reporting today's incident to the military district commander. I trust your school will be prepared to deal with this disciplinary issue." With that, she turned to leave. She gently patted Zhang Yuan on the back. "Xuan Ming, let's get you back to the dorm." At this, the headmaster cried out in a panic. "We're finished. Cheng Ying Academy is finished this time." Gu Yan came over and steadied the headmaster, reassuring him with a sly expression. "Old Chen, don't panic. Our academy was founded by the great master Cheng Yun Qiao himself. We have history, we have prestige, we've made countless contributions. They can't just shut us down on a whim. Chen Wenshuang clutched his chest, still panicking. The school might be fine, but times won't be. Guyan was left speechless by that. Chen Wenshuang started crying even harder, sobbing pitifully. You won't even bring yourself to call me headmaster. The scene shifts to a large building under a bright, clear sky. Zhang Yuan peeks through a crack in the door, his face completely expressionless. Feng Qing was waiting inside. The moment he saw Zhang Yuan open the door, he started waving his arms and cheering, Yuan, you're back! This startled Zhang Yuan so much his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He immediately slammed the door shut and said calmly, that was the wrong way to open a door. And Kai Ge was left speechless by his antics, but Feng Qing quickly pushed the door back open. He then boomed, well, not only do you stay out all night, you even bring a strange woman back to the dorms. And Saiji's expression immediately soured. His outburst made both of them stare at him with the weirdest expressions. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to slip inside. He left them with, since you two clearly know each other, feel free to catch up. I'm just gonna go upstairs and change. Feng Qing still had his fist raised threateningly at Ankaija. She just crossed her arms and shot him a taunting smirk. I never thought I'd see a monster like you running off to Chengying Academy to be a student. Feng Qing put his hands on his hips and retorted sharply. The only thing I can acquire fairly is knowledge. You've dropped him off, so shouldn't you be on your way now? She continued to needle him. Don't think you can just run wild and break all the rules just because you have Ju Shu and the Academy of Sciences behind you. Feng Qing immediately shot back in a voice that was just begging for a fight. I hold the sun and moon and pluck the very stars from the sky. In this world, there is no one who can compare to me. So go ahead, hit me if you dare. He even dragged out the last few words, which made Ankaiji snort in fury before turning and storming off. Outside the massive building, the sky was still a brilliant blue. Inside, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Lan, and Feng Qing were in the middle of, sitting and talking. After hearing the story, Zhang Lam shouted angrily, what? You got dragged away by some random girl last night to form a squad for Survival Canyon until morning, and you're still not offline? Feng Qing chimed in, that girl was a total noob, but she was obsessed with playing. My brother didn't agree at first, but she was just really hard to deal with. Good thing Lam Lam called you over to check on him, otherwise you might have a new sister-in-law by now. The more Feng Qing talked, the more worked up he got, not realizing that if Ankaija heard him, he'd probably die and be revived a dozen times over. Zhang Yuan quickly turned to his fuming little sister and said softly, it wasn't that bad. But then, she suddenly burst into tears and wailed, brother, I do not approve of this marriage. If this woman is telling you to skip class to play games now, she definitely won't treat you right. After you get married, she'll bully you even more. Faced with this situation, Zhang Yuan felt a bit helpless. He quickly grabbed Zhang Lam's hands and promised her over and over, don't worry, Lam. Your big brother won't get married in the future, and I'll absolutely never skip class to play games again. Still not convinced, the little girl asked again. Then what if another weird, pushy girl comes and bullies you again? He answered decisively, I can use Feng Qing as a human shield. Only then was Zhang Lam satisfied. Little did they know, the person standing across from them felt so wronged, he could have coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, probably thinking to himself how cold-hearted people could be. He was patting his chest, trying to reassure himself that it was okay. Then suddenly, Zhang Lam turned to him and asked, Brother Feng Qing, from now on, when I'm not around, please protect my brother for me. Feng Qing immediately raised a hand to swear an oath, replying with the serious face of a little old man, don't worry. From now on, if anyone dares to bully your brother, I guarantee I'll make them wish they were never born. Then he lowered his hand, his round eyes full of thought. Well, I guess. I'll spend more time reading orthopedic medicine books. They might come in handy one day. Suddenly, near their table, someone was holding a notebook and a pen, jotting something down. While observing the two siblings, the person made an assessment. His height and build are slightly smaller than his peers. His pale face suggests malnutrition, and he eats less than his 12-year-old sister. All the meat in his bowl is given to his sister. My brother is just a regular member of the student council, with a weekly allowance of 30,000. The allowance for a disciplinary committee member must be even higher. There's no reason he wouldn't have money for food. Could it be that he has an eating disorder? As he spoke, the person scribbled furiously in his notes. Seeing Zhang Lam focused on eating until her cheeks puffed out, he continued. On the other hand, his sister, Zhang Lam, has been eating even more since becoming an ability user. She has 2 portions of spicy chicken every meal, and most of her other dishes are spicy too. Her tastes are quite predictable. As for Sue Ri, who often eats with the siblings, her palate is very light, leaning a bit towards sweet, and she almost never touches spicy food. After a moment of calculation and note-taking, the person pulled out his phone and sent a series of messages. Senior Sue, today I'm going to try and invite Trung Nguyen and his sister to the malatang shop in front of the school. Sue Ri doesn't eat spicy food, so she probably won't come along. I'll text you again when I succeed. The person on the other end quickly replied, K. Later, after Trung Nguyen's group of 3 had finished eating, they stood up to leave. Suddenly, the person called out, Student Trung Nguyen, I heard there's a new malatang shop in front of the school, and it tastes really good. My treat. Want to go try it? He invited with a friendly expression. Holding his sister's hand, he replied flatly, not interested. Unexpectedly, Zhong Lam's eyes lit up with excitement as she raised her hand and shouted, Malatang. This made her brother's face turn pale. Trung Nguyen felt completely powerless against this little sister of his. Then, he quickly pointed a finger at the boy's chest and questioned him. Xie Yifeng, you've been secretly following my sister in the cafeteria for days now. Turns out you were investigating her tastes and preferences. Huh? Xie Yifeng panicked and tried to explain, no, I wasn't. But Zhong Yuan was relentless, threatening him. She's under 18, minimum 5 years, maximum life in prison. Cornered, the boy blurted out the truth. It's a misunderstanding. Student Zhong Yuan, I was actually aiming for you. This time, it was Zhong Lam's turn to be horrified. To her brother's utter shock, she quickly grabbed Xie Yifeng by the shoulders and exclaimed, What? I thought my brother was only being chased by girls, but guys are after him too? This made his face turn an even deeper shade of green than before. Xie Yifeng raised his hands to cover his face and explained, I just purely wanted to be friends with you guys. I don't have any other intentions. Zhong Yuan quickly pulled his sister's hand and led her away, saying, Lam, this guy's motives aren't simple. Stay away from him from now on. The little girl replied, but with a hint of regret, okay. But Malatang? He quickly answered, we can go by ourselves. Only then did Zhong Lam cheer up, okay. They quickly bailed, leaving a frantic Xie Yifeng standing there. Feng Qing hurriedly called after them, Hey, are you two going to the Malatang place by the school gate? Let me come with you. A moment later, he caught up to the siblings. Zhong Yuan asked, I thought you don't eat spicy food? He leaned in and whispered in his ear, looking at how weak and frail you are, how could I not come along? Trung Nguyen asked back, You could tell all that just by looking? Feng Qin confidently replied, Of course. Remember when Tuong Quan Wai tripped you this morning? He was punished with writing a 10,000-word self-criticism essay and has probably cursed you 100 times in the student council room by now. He'll definitely be looking for a chance to get back at you. Trung Nguyen cracked a smile and said, I get it. You're here to be my shield. Meanwhile, Trung Lam, holding her brother's hand, looked around at their surroundings. As they approached a large restaurant, she turned and said, Big brother, it's so crowded here. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen suggested, Let's just get takeout. Suddenly, a loud voice caught his attention. Mr. Discipline, over here, over here. Trung Nguyen looked over to see Tu Yen Owan waving at him. He asked, Are you calling me? She replied cheerfully, That's right. You're famous on the school forums now. Let me introduce myself. My name is, before she could finish. Feng Qin cut in. I was just wondering who would be hogging 4 seats all by themselves in here. Turns out, it's the ultimate wish. Tu Yen Owan's expression soured as she retorted, Su Ri, what are you doing here? Feng Qin nonchalantly replied, Eating malatang, obviously. Then, he turned to the chef and ordered loudly, Boss, 1 bowl of malatang, no pepper, no chili, and not too hot. Even the chef was at a loss for words with this strange customer. Now, inside the restaurant, Trung Nguyen's group of 3 sat opposite the lone Tu Yen Owan. The atmosphere was frozen, with no one saying a word. She thought nervously to herself, Why do I get the feeling the way these 3 are looking at me is a bit strange? Trung Nguyen was looking at her like she was a punching bag, while Feng Qin was watching her like it was a play. And Trung Lam was just staring at her like she was some weird girl. Trung Lam was the first to speak up. What kind of name is Ultimate Wish? That's so weird. Tu Yen Owan quickly denied it. My name is Tu Yen Owan. Don't listen to the random nickname Su Ri gave me. The little girl quickly turned to Feng Qin to tease him. Brother Feng Qin, Ultimate Wish is calling your nickname random. Feng Qin didn't get angry at all. Instead, he raised his hand toward Tu Yen Owan and started to flex. Ultimate Wish, the strongest support skill. It increases a person's limits by 448%, and lasts for 3 minutes. This lady is the only person in the entire Hua nation with the ultimate wish ability. She has enough admirers to circle the school 30 times over. As he sang her praises, an aura of light seemed to radiate from Tu Uyen Owan. After hearing that, Trung Lam refused to be outdone and shot back. When I grow up, I'll have enough admirers to circle the earth 30 times. Trung Nguyen patted his sister's head and said dotingly, "The earth is too small. Let's aim for circling the Milky Way 30 times." At this moment, Feng Qin leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "I don't think she's here to cause trouble for you." Trung Nguyen replied with annoyance, "But she looks like a lot of trouble." Feng Qin reminded him, "For better or worse, she's our school's beauty. Cut her some slack." After that, Trung Nguyen bluntly asked Tu Uyen Owan, "You tricked me into coming to this Malatang place on purpose. If you have something to say, just say it." She was still looking at him thoughtfully, but then got straight to the point with a serious tone. "It's like this. Every year, the Academy selects students from the special class to participate in the University Ability User Tournament. Last year, it was 1 team per school, with 6 members each. This year, the rules changed to 2 teams per school, with 4 members each." Trung Nguyen immediately asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Tu Uyen Owan replied, confused. Lei Ba from the school team dropped out, and with the rule change, there are at least 3 open spots this year. "Aren't you going to try and grab one?" Trung Nguyen decisively turned his head away and replied, "Not interested." Tu Uyen Owan stared at him in shock. Then, Trung Nguyen turned back with a smile and a kind expression, explaining, "It's not good for classmates to fight so much. Besides, isn't your ultimate wish skill incredibly strong? With an ability like that, you should be able to win the championship, right?" At that, Tu Uyen Owan stood up, pointed a finger at Feng Qin, and exploded with anger. "Isn't it all because of this jinx, Suri? He drew the strongest team for us." Feng Qin calmly replied, "That's just the difference between losing early and losing late." Trung Nguyen added, "Only the weak blame their luck. To the strong, every opponent is the same." Tu Uyen Owan was so thoroughly rebuked by the two of them that she was left speechless. Completely unable to argue back, she stormed off, fuming. "I have nothing more to say to you people." Just then, Trung Lam's eyes lit up as she looked down at the food tray and said, "Hehe, since she's gone, her Malatang is mine now." Feng Qin asked in surprise. "Hers is milk and apple flavored. Can you even handle that?" The little girl nonchalantly replied, "I can just add 2 spoonfuls of chili pepper." At that, Feng Qin could only sigh helplessly, "You little devil." Then he turned, thinking aloud, "I thought Thuong Quan Wai had suddenly gotten smart and was trying to sow discord. Who knew Tu Uyen Owan would take it upon herself to try and recruit you?" Trung Nguyen calmly asked while picking up some food. "Do those two know each other?" Feng Qin quickly answered, "Me, Thuong Quan Wai, and Tu Uyen Owan are the main trio of Chengying Academy. With the new rules this year, not only did Tu Uyen Owan kick me off the team, but she also tried to poach you right in front of me. How completely shameless." After squeezing nearly the entire bottle of hot sauce into her bowl of noodles, young Trung Lam took a bite, and her eyes immediately started to water as she frantically stuck her tongue out. "Ak, ptui. What is this hellish flavor?" Seeing this, Trung Nguyen swapped their bowls and said gently, "Give that to me." Feng Qin watched this exchange thoughtfully, then continued speaking seriously. "The university tournament doesn't just have team competitions, there are also individual matches. Your abilities are clearly more suited for the individual matches," but she deliberately failed to mention that, not even bringing up the prizes. But when he glanced over at Trung Nguyen, slurping down the bowl of hell-flavored noodles that had belonged to Trung Lam, he exclaimed in shock, "Wait, don't you have a sense of taste?" Trung Nguyen thought to himself, "That's right, I don't." But he just answered nonchalantly, "I can at least taste something." Now, where were we? The prizes. Feng Qin quickly listed them off. The top 10 in both the individual and team competitions will all be rewarded with Nexus crystals. The top 3 get 4 catastrophe-grade crystals. 4th to 8th place get 2 catastrophe-grade crystals, and 9th and 10th get 4 red-grade crystals. On top of that, the top 10 all get a chance to enter a dimension of their choice for training. After graduation, they also get priority when choosing a Nexus user team. While slurping her noodles, Trung Lam remarked, "Oh, so this university tournament is a competition for Nexus users? Why would Trung Kuk Kai Nuet want to recruit my brother, an ordinary person?" Feng Qin pointed a finger at Trung Nguyen and asked her, "You still haven't told your little sister?" Trung Nguyen casually replied, "Ah, I was waiting for the right moment. If not now, then when?" Hearing that, Trung Nguyen calmly turned to his sister, "Lam Lam. The truth is, I've become a Nexus user. After hearing this, she exclaimed in shock. What? How many Nexus crystals did you absorb? Trung Nguyen answered cautiously. Quite a few. Trung Lam immediately dropped her chopsticks. With a few drops of noodle broth still on her hands, she began to cry sorrowfully, tears streaming down her face like rain, looking utterly heartbroken. Wah, my brother's going to die. He doesn't have much time left. Fung Kin broke out in a cold sweat and asked, What do you mean? Why doesn't he have much time left? Trung Lam wiped her tears and sobbed even harder. I absorbed 2 abilities, and it cost me 20 years of my life. My brother definitely absorbed more than that. Even Trung Nguyen himself cried out in shock. What? The scene changes, and it is now nighttime. In the quiet of the night, inside a walled compound, the 3 of them stood together. Trung Nguyen, having returned a while ago. Trung Lam looked down at a Nexus crystal and said gloomily, Uncle Lam originally gave me a hidden scythe Nexus crystal, but it had 3 abilities, and it would have cost me 30 years of my life. Trung Nguyen's expression was just as grim as he stared pensively into the distance. Seeing his sister trembling with sadness, his heart ached for her. No wonder. Before I regressed. Her fighting style was so reckless. It turns out it was because she knew she didn't have much time left. Then, he turned and asked Fung Kin, who was standing behind him. Fung Kin, does absorbing Nexus crystals consume a person's lifespan? Fung Kin explained, From what I know, only after a normal person successfully absorbs a Nexus crystal can they learn what abilities are inside it. During that process, their lifespan shouldn't change at all. A case like your sister's. This is the first I've ever heard of it. Trung Nguyen asked again, cautiously, So, is there a way to fix it? Fung Kin, understanding his question, cut him off. There isn't. Whether it's a life-extending Nexus ability or technology, nothing like that exists yet. Even ability separation can't erase the effects of the absorption. Then, he began to take off his dark glasses, using his purple pupils to scan for lifespan. The number 68 appeared above Trung Lam's head. He thought to himself, I didn't notice before, but looking closely now, her lifespan really has been reduced by 20 years. A Nexus user's talent is hereditary, so her brother should be the same. He then began to scan Trung Nguyen's lifespan. The 0 that appeared above his head left Fung Kin both confused and horrified. Is your current lifespan the result of your actions, or the cause of them? Closing the lid of the box, Trung Nguyen instructed his sister, Lam, you are never to absorb a void crystal and use your lifespan like that ever again. Trung Lam quickly tried to explain, but Uncle Lam has high hopes for me, and besides. But Trung Nguyen quickly reassured her, I'll explain things to Lam Dong Luong. We should return this crystal to him. Then he hugged his sister tightly and pleaded with her. Lam, if you die, my life will become meaningless. Please, for my sake, can you stop? Trung Lam was moved to tears. Brother. Once again, she couldn't hold back her tears and said between sobs, If I'm not a Nexus user, how can I protect you? How can I protect the world we live in? There are so many powerful, monstrous races out there. An ordinary person with no talent. Trung Nguyen gently asked Lam, do you know what humanity's true talent is? She stopped crying and asked curiously, Huh? Trung Nguyen began to explain. By strengthening our bodies through training, a runner was shown crossing the finish line first. By using strategy, allowing the weak to overcome the strong, a commander was shown pointing, ordering his soldiers. And by using technology to create weapons, a soldier with a rifle was shown lying on the ground, waiting for the enemy. Using their medical skills to save lives, doctors are rushing an emergency patient inside. These are the true talents of humanity. But Shu energy isn't the only thing that makes humans strong. After all, the first person to defeat the alien race wasn't even a Shu energy user. As he explained this, he flung something from his hand, creating a brilliant flash of light that left the little girl staring in awe. It was a throwing knife. It embedded itself deep in the wall. Zhang Yuan continued, See? With just a little practice, you can do something like this too. Besides, you have powers now. If you just train hard, you might even become one of the strongest fighters out there. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan reached out and patted his sister's head to comfort her. With tears still in her eyes, Zhong Lam obediently replied, Okay, I know. I'll do my best. With that settled, he glanced warily behind him and asked Feng Qing, Hey, with a situation like my sister's, they're not going to take her away for dissection and research, are they? Feng Qing, still. Then, while putting his glasses on, he continued, The guys at the Science Institute change their research methods daily, and they haven't done anything like that in over 10 years. Don't ask me how I know. Only then did Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He then held out his hand to his sister. Got it. Lam, let me borrow your phone for a sec. She quickly handed it over. On the other end of the line, Lin Dongliang picked up the phone and said hurriedly, "Lam Lam, it's rare for you to call me." But when he heard the voice on the other end, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan spoke to him seriously. "There's something wrong with Lam Lam's body. She can't absorb shu crystals. You should take this hidden wind sickle mantis shu crystal back." Lin Dongliang didn't seem to take it seriously and replied nonchalantly, "If there's a problem with her body, just get it treated." Zhang Yuan replied, "It's genetic. It can't be treated." On the other end, Lin Dongliang questioned him, clearly annoyed. "Zhang Yuan, you were the one who agreed to let her become a shu energy user. I've already arranged all of her training courses. Are you kidding me? And you can't take her place? You don't have any talent for it." Zhang Yuan immediately retorted, "My talent is just as good as Lam Lam's, and I've already become a shu energy user." Hearing this, Lin Dongliang exploded in anger. "You're lying. Are you trying to trick me out of my resources?" He calmly asked back. "Then how do you want me to prove it?" The man replied with a scowl. "From now on, I'm suspending all resources and privileges for you and your sister at the academy. If you can still make it into the top 10 of the university tournament's individual competition, then I'll believe you." Not wanting to dwell on the past, the three of them were soon standing below the dorms. Zhang Lam raised her hand to wave goodbye. "Brother, I'm heading up." Zhang Yuan waved back and reminded her, "Get some sleep. See you tomorrow." Feng Qing turned to him and said, "You could just let her move into your private dorm with you." But Zhang Yuan, ever the model older brother, replied, "She'll make more friends if she stays in the girls' dorm. Her school life can't just revolve around me, her big brother." Feng Qing warned him, "If you keep hiding things from your sister, you're going to get exposed one day." But Zhang Yuan just turned and asked, "Does the Science Institute know that you can see people's lifespans?" Feng Qing quickly held up one finger and replied cheerfully, "You're the first person to know." Zhang Yuan grew suspicious. "Are you deliberately telling me your secret to hint that you won't reveal mine to others?" "Of course. But compared to me, you should be more worried about yourself. Lin Dongliang has cut off your resources, and he wants you to get into the top 10? He's clearly trying to make things impossible for you." Feng Qing reminded him teasingly, but Zhang Yuan seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly, Feng Qing's interest was piqued. "You're not going to rely on some rich sugar mommy because of this, are you? Asking a sugar mommy is not as good as asking." Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan naively replied, "That's right. I can find a rich woman to help." Feng Qing froze, stunned. "Hey, that's not what I..." Zhang Yuan immediately made a call to someone. "Captain An, I have a favor to ask. Do you still have those Demon Howler's shu crystals from last time? I'll take as many as you've got." "Yes, thank you. I owe you a big one." He nodded as he spoke, looking as if he was ready to repay her with his body. The scene shifts. Countless people are carrying items back and forth in a large room filled with cardboard boxes. Voices from a conversation are heard. "Demon Howler? Why would anyone want such an unpopular shu crystal? It was the War God Squad. They said they needed it urgently? The young miss of Commander An's family, she issued a level 1 requisition order? This is urgent. Check how many we have in the warehouse and bring them out now," the person said while hurriedly taking notes. Cut to another location. A voice is heard again. "Old Anne, your daughter has pulled off another great achievement." In a room, two men are talking. The other man replies, "She can't take the credit for this one." It's obvious that the young man named Xuan Ming did most of the work. This time, more than half of the people in the Huazong military region were secretly poisoned, and that includes our own people from Huadong who were sent to help. The situation going forward could get complicated. The man who just spoke is An Quan Fong, the commander of the Huadong military region. Worst case scenario, Huazong has a mole from the Lighthouse Nation. The man beside him is Lu Jianlin, the chief of staff for the Huadong military region. He glanced at the document in his hand and said thoughtfully, "The battle report mentions a man named Zhao Zheng who was with Robert. This man apparently used the power of the 9 luminaries to fake his own death and defect to the Lighthouse Nation." And Quan Fong mused, "The 9 luminaries. Huh. Unlike the 9 voids, the most powerful organization in the Hua Nation that operates in the open, this 9 luminaries organization has always worked from the shadows. Their movements are a mystery. Although the 9 luminaries can be ruthless, they've generally operated with their own principles and limits. The government has always turned a blind eye to them, but their recent actions have been getting more and more out of hand." Lu Jianlin passed a document over to him and replied casually, "Let Huazhong deal with their own headache. I'm more concerned about your daughter." And Quan Fong asked, a bit surprised, "What about her?" He then quickly looked down at the document he'd just been handed. Lu Jianlin said, "Last night, she issued a level 1 directive. mobilizing every single howling phantom crystal in the entire military region. Over 2,000 of them in total. And Quan Fong slammed his hand on the table in anger, shouting, "This is absolute nonsense. The howling phantom crystals are overlooked for a reason. Both their fusion and poison-devouring abilities are defensive, and you're just forcing a match with an offensive-type energy user's constitution. If their bodies aren't compatible, it doesn't matter how many times they try. It's a pointless waste." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, filled with anger and worry. Lu Jianlin calmly opened the file and continued. The report mentions that the Xuanming Poison Devourer ability seems to have come from the 10 howling phantom crystals your daughter mobilized last time. And Quan Fong looked on, stunned. Lu Jianlin continued. "I'm certain this new batch of howling phantom crystals is for Xuanming too." He then closed the file and said, "This isn't good. I suggest we authorize 1,000 crystals for her for now, and then track the void crystal's destination." And Quan Fong immediately replied, "Do it." The scene shifts to Han Yumo, who is angrily slamming his hand on a table, confronting a middle-aged man before him. "How could you people do this? My brother sacrificed his life for our country. I can accept you won't let him be buried in the Feng family cemetery, but how could you sell his body to a research institute?" The man replied calmly, "The relevant agreement for donating his body was signed by your brother himself. We can't go back on his word." Han Yumo pressed on, dissatisfied. "Then you should at least restore his family name." The man replied, "What couldn't be done in life, certainly can't be done in death." The conversation continued. "Yumo, you are the heir to the Feng family. Your brilliant brother is dead. Can't you just let it go?" Outside, 2 people, a man and a woman, were standing there, each holding a black umbrella, seemingly having overheard everything. The girl turned to the other person, a cold smile on her face as she asked, "Well, did you hear that? That's what the Feng family is like now that you're dead. So, are you ready to commit to working for our Iron Tower nation now?" The other person remained silent, looking up. She continued, "And to think they'd just sell off an energy user who was not only incredibly powerful, but also deeply loyal to the Hua nation to us. I really don't understand what those people at 9 Luminaries are thinking." With that, the man turned and left decisively. "Let's go." The girl hurriedly called after him, "Hey, wait for me." The scene changes to an office. Zhang Yuan is standing before a woman, saying, "Instructor, I want to sign up for the university tournament." She hesitated before replying, This is a competition for energy users." Zhang Yuan stated clearly, "I am an energy user now." Liu Wen sighed, handing him a form and saying, "You're supposed to report it immediately when you become an energy user during the school term." Never mind. Just fill out this ability form first." Zhang Yuan quickly took the paper and turned away. As he filled out the form, he thought, name, abilities, origin, rank. Only 8 slots. My blood freeze burst is way too overpowered, and I'll have to tone down my super-level feign weakness a bit too. After reading the information on Zhang Yuan's form, Liu Wen couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Death. Immunity? Wait a minute, you!" She then shot up from her seat and rushed towards Zhang Yuan, wailing, Zhang Yuan, I'm so sorry." He stumbled backward in shock. Liu Wen kept lamenting, "Human energy users can only absorb a maximum of 8 abilities. Any more, and their bodies will explode and they'll die. And you even managed to absorb death immunity. Such a rare talent, but I. She was so overcome with emotion, she started screaming. Zhang Yuan replied nervously, "Maybe you should stand up before you continue." Liu Wen was still wiping away tears, overcome with emotion. "If I had discovered you sooner, I would have given you better void crystals, instead of letting these low-level skills take up all 8 of your slots." "No, wait. Lin, the young master has the ability to sense spirit energy, which is how he discovered Trung Lam's talent and brought her to our academy. Then how come he couldn't see your talent? Since it's so high," she said, leaning in close to Trung Nguyen's face, her eyes filled with suspicion. Trung Nguyen broke out in a cold sweat, thinking his talent was probably the same as Lam's, except he didn't have any lifespan left to lose. But both before and after his regression, Lam Dong Luong never detected his talent. Why is that? Could it be that the golden coffin from 4 years from now activated his talent, and Lam Dong Luong just couldn't detect its power? If he wanted to find out the truth, he'd have to find a chance to check out that golden coffin. Shaking off his pensive mood, Trung Nguyen looked down and said to Lu Van, "Instructor, what's done is done. There's no use talking about it. I'm quite satisfied with my current abilities." By this point, she had already sat back down at her desk and was looking at his file again. All right then. Let me see your current abilities. The ranks for the Snowbone Serpent's abilities are higher than normal. You must have absorbed a high-level spirit crystal. At least you didn't get a bad deal. A cuddle bear spirit crystal. Isn't that a species that's banned from being hunted? Well, whatever, as long as the absorption was successful. As she spoke, she looked up at Trung Nguyen, her face full of curiosity, and asked, "What kind of ability is overwhelming cutenesses? Can you demonstrate it for me?" He sighed, a little helpless, and replied, that's not a good idea." She gave him a serious look. "Now that you've absorbed it, you have to use it. You can't just dismiss it because of the name. Got it?" And with that, Trung Nguyen activated his ability, Super Mo. He flashed a smile, squinting his eyes down at Lu Van. Suddenly, a crow flew over his head. Lu Van asked, confused, "Have you activated it yet?" Trung Nguyen replied with a deadpan expression, "Instructor, you've already been hit. You've seriously been hit." Her eyes widened as she thought to herself, "Why don't I feel anything?" Lu Van looked away, trying to reassure herself. Sigh, "I already pay so little attention to this kid. How can I crush his spirit even more? So what if the ability is useless? I should just compensate him more for it." Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen just stood there, dumbfounded. Then, filled with a sudden burst of energy, she started typing furiously on her computer and said, "Trung Nguyen, what's your family's annual income?" Seeing Lu Van's reaction, his eyes went wide with shock. Lu Van continued typing away. "Never mind. I'll just report it as 50,000 so you can apply for the top-tier scholarship. And this youth nutrition program, I'll sign you up for that too. I'll sign you up for that too. With your grades, you should be able to get the scholarship. And I can also transfer your student status to become an official member of the special class." Seeing all this, Trung Nguyen was horrified, thinking, the target was clearly hit, but she's completely unaware of it. This Super Mo ability is terrifying. Lu Van said, reading more of the info. "It's rare to see a royal grade level 4 regeneration. Let's see you use that." 2. Trung Nguyen immediately replied, I'm not injured right now." She answered, "Your hair is fine. Cut off 1 centimeter of hair and activate the ability immediately. The surrounding hair will grow longer. A royal grade level 1 should probably grow about 10 centimeters. Without another word, she grabbed a pair of scissors and decisively snipped off a lock of his hair, then ordered, "Activate it." Trung Nguyen quickly clasped his hands together and said, "Regeneration." His hair instantly began to grow at a ridiculous speed. As his long hair cascaded down over his face, Trung Nguyen asked innocently, "Can I get reimbursed for a haircut?" Meanwhile, Lu Van was so stunned she couldn't even speak. A moment later, Trung Nguyen walked out of the room and closed the door. Stretching as he walked, he thought, "It seems the weakened state only affects my mind and body, not the effectiveness of my regeneration." Suddenly, he bumped into someone who had just arrived, sending him falling backward. Trung Nguyen landed on the ground, his body still radiating the charming aura of his Modi ability. He rubbed his head and muttered, "Sorry, I wasn't looking." The guy he'd bumped into just stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, "Wait, you're the one who got knocked over. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one saying sorry." Trung Nguyen managed to look up. This uniform, he's from another school. It was as if Cupid's arrow had struck the newcomer right in the heart, as imaginary pink hearts filled the air around him. Wait, what just happened? I bumped into a high school girl. Isn't this like a fated encounter from a manga? He watched Trung Nguyen gracefully scratch his head and swooned internally. Long, straight, black hair, pure, petite. She's exactly my type. Her voice is a little deep, but she's definitely a girl, right? The male and female uniforms at Thon An Academy are identical, so it's hard to tell. I should probably just ask to be sure. With that, he held out a hand and asked gently, "Excuse me, what's your name?" Trung Nguyen was speechless, thinking, I already apologized. Why is this guy still clinging to me and asking for my name? I can't deal with this. Time to run. And with that thought, he instantly used Flash Step and bolted, leaving the guy standing in a cloud of dust, surprised and a little disappointed. Hey, wait up. Right, first things first. I'll ask my sister to help me find her later. He then raised his hand and knocked. Come in. Hearing that, he opened the door and walked in. Once inside, the young man stood formally before Liu Wen and introduced himself. Hello, Advisor Liu. I'm the Student Council President of Hualing High. My name is Jiang Tianshuo, and I'm here today to discuss the competition between our two schools. She replied cheerfully. Welcome. Please, have a seat. A moment later, Liu Wen asked while pouring tea. The annual competition between our schools is always organized by the student councils. Why come to an advisor like me? Jiang Tianshuo quickly explained. Every year, it's just the same old faces fighting each other. There's no point in competing like that anymore. This year, it's Cheng Ying's turn to compete against us at Hualing, and I was hoping you could give the freshman a chance. We'll also only be sending out our own freshmen to compete. Liu Wen took a sip of tea and thought, in the last two competitions, Hualing's team was utterly defeated by the Iron Triangle trio of Feng Qing, Shang Guanyi, and Su Wanying. No wonder he doesn't want to negotiate with our student council this year and is deliberately limiting the fight to freshmen. It seems Hualing has recruited some very strong freshmen this year. After weighing her options, she replied, I agree to your terms, but we get to decide the date of the competition. Jiang Tianshuo quickly agreed. No problem. Looking at him, Liu Wen thought, Hualing students all come from wealthy backgrounds. Their skill level is clearly higher than Cheng Ying's. It might be good for our freshmen to experience a little failure. Zhang Yuan's combat power is too strong. If he participates, no one else will get a chance to grow. Maybe I should announce this to the students while he's not around. At a local barbershop, Zhang Yuan sat in the chair, ready for a haircut. He told the barber, Hey boss, can you give me a buzz cut? The barber replied, I'm a stylist, not a butcher. Beside him, Zhang Lan fumed. My brother is determined to be ugly. Please, Mr. Tony, give him a style that'll make millions swoon. The stylist replied with grave seriousness, I guarantee I will complete the mission. She cheered. Mission accomplished. But it's still missing a little something. Zhang Yuan appeared with his long hair, neatly trimmed, giving him an androgynous beauty. To the stylist's horror, Zhang Lan gleefully grabbed her brother's hair and tied it into two pigtails. Zhang Yuan cried out, Lan, just one ponytail is fine. Zhang Lan then put on a hurt expression and said, But you always used to tie my hair like this when I was little. You even said that twin tails are the hairstyle of the strong. Zhang Yuan gave a strained laugh and looked away, then patted her head and said, Lan, you're all grown up now. It's time for me to unlock your dark magic powers. Zhang Lan was stunned. Wait, what are you going to do? This is so embarrassing. I'm not a little girl anymore. As her mournful voice trailed off, Zhang Yuan replied, If you want to tie my hair, you must perform an equivalent exchange. Zhang Lan cried, Wah! After that, the two siblings left the salon. Zhang Lan's hair was now tied into two adorable braids. She pouted, From now on, I'm going to give you a new hairstyle every single day. Zhang Yuan, his hair now in a single ponytail, casually replied, Fine by me. And from now on, I'll tie your hair in twin tails every single day. A moment later, Zhang Yuan realized he'd been tricked and panicked. Zhang Lan, feeling like she'd gotten the better end of the deal, just smiled happily. Cutting to the school's public training room, a girl appeared and asked, Ying, why have you suddenly increased your training regimen? The one who asked was Jiang Xiyuan, Su Wanying's roommate, and the twin sister of Jiang Tianshuo. Looking at Su Wanying running her heart out on the treadmill, Jiang Xiyuan continued, Don't tell me you're this fired up because Zhang Yuan refused to team up with you? The competition rules changed, so of course, you and Feng Qing had to disband. Zhang Yuan is Feng Qing's guy. Feng Qing even argued directly with Shang Guanyi for him. It would be weirder if he hadn't refused you. Dripping with sweat from her run, Su Wanying looked at her friend and replied, He said, I'm not strong enough. Jiang Xiyuan handed her a bottle of water, surprised. Huh? The strongest support, Zhongji Qiyuan, isn't strong enough? Taking the water bottle, Su Wanying smiled and said, The strongest support is Zhongji Qiyuan, not Su Wanying. I still need to train more. As she tilted her head back to drink, Jiang Xiyuan put her hands on her hips and sighed dramatically. If a genius like you works this hard, what hope is there for normal people like us? Suddenly, her phone started to ring. Jiang Xiyuan cheerfully brought the phone to her ear, grinning as she asked, Well, look who decided to call his big sister today. What's up, little bro? Looking for some intel for Hualing? Jiang Tianshuo, who was huddled in a corner, hesitated before saying, It's not about that. He reassured himself inwardly. Stay calm. This is the only way to find that mysterious girl I ran into in the hallway today. I can't get on her bad side. Getting a pimple is a totally normal high school girl problem, so no one should judge. At least now I go to a different school than my sister. I've finally escaped her shadow. But as he thought this, his face paled, remembering the time his sister stuck a note to his forehead. Finally, Jiang Tianshuo spoke up. Sis, I need you to help me find a girl. She's a student at your school. This morning, she bumped into me in front of the Cheng Ying staff room. She has long, straight, black hair. She's slender, gentle, and really cute. Jiang Xiyuan was intrigued and asked, Are you trying to pick a fight with her or ask her out? On the other end of the line, Jiang Tianshuo's cheeks flushed red as he mumbled, Sis, okay, fine. I think I might like her. Hearing this, Jiang Xiyuan cheered with delight. This is amazing. My little brother likes girls. The Jiang family line won't die out after all. Don't you worry, little bro. I'll head to the security room right now. I'll definitely find that girl for you. On the other end of the line, he could only call out helplessly. Hey! Su Wanying, who was lifting weights beside him, was left utterly speechless. The scene changes to an office in the East China military region, where Anne Cage was talking with her father. She couldn't stop praising Zhong Yuan. Dad, you have no idea just how incredible Xuanming is, and Guanfeng replied, a bit exasperated. You've already bragged about his achievements to me 3 times. She pressed on. So what do you really think of him? He took a sip of tea before sharing his thoughts. Zhong Yuan is only 16 this year, yet his skill level is stable and far surpasses his peers. He's powerful but doesn't show it off, and he has no interest in joining the Esper teams or the 9 Cauldrons. When someone shoulder-checked him, he didn't even react, which proves he doesn't concern himself with the affairs of ordinary people. A person like that is hard to predict with common sense. You'll never be able to control him. Just give up. An image of Zhong Yuan appears, looking incredibly sharp in a suit, wearing dark glasses, and crossing his legs with a cigarette in hand, accompanied by the word cool, and Guanfeng continued. But if you really can't let it go, I suppose just being friends with him is fine. And Cage stood up and stormed off angrily. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. He was baffled by his daughter's behavior. Suddenly, his phone rang. He opened it and thought, Zhong Yuan's file was just updated to the highest security level. Looking at the top secret file, he continued to muse, the Meng Meng Bear Essence Crystal. Its ability is acting cute. The essence crystal that Robert was hunting must have fallen into his hands. With death immunity and acting cute, the security level makes sense. But beyond that, while we don't know if others have condensed a variant essence crystal, at Robert's age, he most certainly had one. His flame giant ability is the most precious power in the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation will definitely try to get it back. It's good that Zhong Yuan didn't hand over the variant essence crystal, but he's brought a lot of danger upon himself. A worried look crossed in Guanfeng's face. In any case, I should keep an eye on him for a while. Meanwhile, at a private dormitory, the sun was shining brightly, its light casting a beautiful glimmer on the building. A delivery man, carrying a safe on his shoulder, smiled brightly and said, Hey, you changed your hair. It looks great on you. Zhong Yuan gave a helpless smile in return. I actually wanted to buzz it, but my little sister insists I keep it long. The man set the package down and said, I get it. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. Okay, Zhong Yuan replied. He then started fiddling with the safe. Let's see here. The password is, opened. Looking at the items inside and reading a note, he saw, Xuanming. No need for thanks between friends. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, back when I opened the Ice Blood Burst, I found out Rage Strike could be upgraded to Combat Master. With this many essence crystals, after absorbing them, I should be able to get the Combat Master skill directly. The system panel appeared again. Demonic Mirth Essence Crystal detected. Absorb? He quickly raised his hand and answered, Absorb all. A moment later, powerful streams of light enveloped Zhong Yuan's body. At the same time, a series of system notifications chimed. Blue Tier Rage Strike is at max level. Your Rage Strike skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new skill, Combat Master. Combat Master was born for killing. Proficient with all types of weapons, every move is a killing blow. His eyes widened. The number of essence crystals was so high, it looked like he could upgrade again. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes once more, and the system notifications began chiming continuously again. Combat Master is at max level. You have acquired a new skill, an eye for an eye, gold tier, upgradable. An eye for an eye requires the enlightenment of courage. Combat Master, max level skill description. Combat Master's abilities are immediately increased by 100%. An eye for an eye, blue tier max level. Skill description. Combat Master's abilities are immediately increased by 1000%. Your an eye for an eye skill has been upgraded. You have acquired a new skill. Blood for blood. Blood for blood, level 8, upgradable. Skill description. Combat Master's abilities are immediately increased by 1000%. When attacked, you absorb a certain amount of the attack's force and reflect it back at the target. The reflected power will exceed the original attack by over 300%. The level up was so sudden, it sent a jolt of pain through Zhong Yuan's head. He recalled his teacher saying that void crystals contained the negative energy left behind by the Izu when they died. I didn't feel anything when I absorbed them before. I thought it was because of my constitution, but it seems like the quantity was the real issue. This body of mine doesn't need sleep, but now, I'm actually feeling drowsy. Looks like I can't just carelessly absorb a large amount of void crystals anymore. I'll have to be more selective. As he thought, he looked down at his hand. After his close combat master skill leveled up, he'd gained an eye for an eye. And now, an eye for an eye had evolved into blood for blood with 10 times the power. Why is this so similar to the ability of the Incubus King that Feng Yumo mentioned? Could it be that the Izu can level up and evolve new abilities on their own? Over time, the Izu will only grow stronger, even evolving. An image of a monster with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth flashed in his mind. 4 years from now, a massive claw will slam me into a golden coffin, but I've been reborn. Does that mean the massive claw will still appear in 4 years? Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared in his vision. Feng Qing covered Zhong Yuan's eyes with his hands and asked playfully, "Guess who?" Then, a scream ripped through the air. Ah, it was a scream that shook the heavens, audible even from outside the house. With his hands in his pockets, Zhong Yuan said calmly, "You should be glad my counterattack instincts aren't strong enough to kill you. Yet." Feng Qing held up his limp hands, on the verge of tears. "I knocked, but you didn't answer. I came in through the window and saw you just standing there spaced out, so I couldn't resist." Hearing this, he asked, "What do you want?" Feng Qing immediately got serious, holding out his now swollen hand. "To remind you to attend the student council's regular Friday meeting." The scene changes to the meeting, where 6 students are sitting opposite each other. A girl with short hair speaks up, the president said. "He was bringing Zhang Yuan today. We deliberately didn't leave a seat for him. Isn't that a little mean?" Shangguan Yi retorted arrogantly, "I don't care what Feng Qing says. There's no seat for a good-for-nothing loser here." Jian Ru was at a loss for words. A moment later, Feng Qing opened the door and announced loudly, "Come on in, everyone. I'd like to introduce you to the newest member of the student council." And next to him was Zhong Yuan. Feng Qing cheerfully slapped him on the back. Zhong Yuan, a first year from the special class. Starting this semester, he'll be the student council's disciplinary committee member. Go on, say hi. Zhong Yuan spoke casually. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhong Yuan." Someone spoke up, sounding bored. "That's it?" The person next to him added through clenched teeth, "What a half-assed attitude." Feng Qing ignored their comments, pointed to a spot, and told Zhong Yuan, "There's an empty space over there. Go ahead and sit." He just replied, "Oh." As he pulled out the chair to sit, Jian Ru spoke up. "Student Zhong Yuan, that's the president's seat." His expression immediately darkened as he asked coldly, "So what? I can't sit here?" Jian Ru clutched the documents in her hands nervously, thinking, the president's attitude clearly shows he wants Zhong Yuan to be his successor. I need to be smart about this. She quickly offered her own chair to Feng Qing, saying, "President, you can sit here for now. I'll go get another chair." "That's enough." A sudden shout made her jump in fear. Shangguan Yi was fuming, pointing a finger at Zhong Yuan and yelling, "Zhong Yuan, you shameless, disgusting pretty boy, a worthless loser who slept his way to the top. If you've got any guts, then fight me." He continued to spew a long string of insults that are a bit too vulgar to repeat here. As he hurled every curse in the book, Jian Ru tried her best to calm him down. Zhong Yuan and Feng Qing just looked at him, completely baffled. Jian Ru tried to hold him back, pleading, "Ah Yi, that's enough." But that just egged Shangguan Yi on, and he started screaming even more viciously. "You're shameless, and your sister is no better." She was already cozying up to the big shots in the military district at such a young age. Hearing that, Zhong Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. His face turned black, his eyes glowing like a demon's as he snarled, "You dare talk trash about my sister? It looks like you don't plan on walking out of this meeting." The guy was still clueless, taunting him back. "Oh, putting on a tough act, are we? If you're so tough, then fight me," Zhong Yuan replied in a cold voice. "Fine. If you lose, you will apologize to my sister, and you'll be her dog for a month. Every morning, you will kneel at the cafeteria entrance and offer her soup dumplings with both hands." Feng Qing kindly tried to warn Shangguan Yi, "Take my advice, don't fight him." But by this point, he was so enraged he wasn't listening to anyone. He ground his teeth, slammed the table, and shot up, yelling, "You think you can scare me with those conditions? Don't even think about it. Today, I'm going to expose this loser for what he really is." Then he rudely pointed his finger in Zhong Yuan's face again. "I accept your terms, but if you lose, you'll have to get on all fours and bark like a dog as you crawl out of St. Eagle Academy." But he just calmly replied, "Deal." Feng Qing, standing to the side, just slapped a hand on his forehead in defeat. Then he took out his phone and said seriously, "All right, then, I'll be the witnesses to this fight. Let me make it clear, you two aren't mortal enemies, so there's no need for anyone to die." With that, the two stepped forward to face each other. Trung Nguyen nonchalantly said, You can make the first move. Feng Qin, off to the side, eagerly started recording the whole thing on his phone. Thuong Quan Wai clenched his fist and yelled, "Fine by me." He activated Burst Flame, a skill that makes the target explode on impact. Then, using fierce strength, his power increased by 150% as a powerful flame erupted around him. With Master of Combat active, Trung Nguyen effortlessly dodged to the side. The attack missed completely. A shocked Thuong Quan Wai looked behind him and blurted out, "No way!" He thought to himself, "How did I miss? Don't tell me he's not the worthless trash I thought he was." Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen was making his own assessment. After activating Master of Combat, his movements look like they're in slow motion, 40 times slower. He's way weaker than Feng Qin, he thought. It's actually going to be pretty hard times, not times to take him out in a single hit. Still not getting the picture, Thuong Quan Wai launched what he considered a powerful kick and shouted, "I refuse to believe you can dodge this." And, of course, Trung Nguyen dodged it easily once again, so fast that he left visible after images. Feng Qin watched from the sidelines, his eyes wide in astonishment. That kind of speed. There's no way that's from Fury Strike. Well, he thought. You've got just as many secrets as I do. Meanwhile, Thuong Quan Ye's fist was still hurtling forward. 10 minutes later, Trung Nguyen stood over the loser. Thuong Quan Wai was trembling, sprawled across a table. His face was twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? If he's this damn strong, why didn't he fight back when I took him down the other day? Was I not even worth his time? As the thought hit him, his eyes flew open, and he charged at Trung Nguyen, swinging his fist once more. "Trung Nguyen, you coward. If you've got any guts, then stop dodging." Feng Qin was left speechless by the guy's stubbornness, while Trung Nguyen just sighed, "What a pain in the ass." As a gritting Thuong Quan Wai charged in with a flaming fist, Trung Nguyen remained perfectly still, activating his skill, blood for blood. He thought, "You're the one who escalated this. Now you can deal with the consequences." As his fist flew forward, Thuong Quan Wai saw that Trung Nguyen wasn't moving and panicked. "Wait, why isn't he dodging? This punch, it's going to kill him. I can't." At the last second, his fist slammed into Trung Nguyen's shoulder. Even after he pulled back half its power, the punch was strong enough to shred Trung Nguyen's shirt. Trung Nguyen's eyes glared, his pupils constricting. Instantly, Thuong Quan Wai let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm looked like it had been completely shattered, blood spraying everywhere. He writhed on the ground, trembling too violently to speak. Trung Nguyen raised a hand, using a healing function on his shoulder. He thought, so, he knew enough to pull his punch. I guess he's not a total lost cause. Jia Nu rushed to Thuong Quan Yi's side, crying out worriedly, "Yi!" The other students stared, breaking into panicked whispers. One student, snapping a photo on his phone, said in shock, "Feng Qin deliberately used the word witnesses before the fight began, and Thuong Quan Wai is ranked 209 on the youth board. Trung Nguyen's rank is gonna shoot up after this fight." The person next to him chimed in, "Sure, this Trung Nguyen guy is strong, but breaking someone's arm just because they got on his bad side, that's going way too far." Another girl chimed in, "It's a shame for a thug like that to steal the spot on the disciplinary committee from poor Thuong Quan Wai." Feng Qin finally spoke up, exasperated. "I said no killing, and you go and beat the guy half to death. Makes me not even want to heal him." A confused Trung Nguyen shot back, "What move? I didn't even budge. Asterisk. He's times the one who ripped my shirt." Feng Qin shot back just as quickly. "His arm is shattered, and you're gonna stand there and say you didn't do a thing?" Trung Nguyen sighed, thinking, "This is such a hassle. Can I even talk my way out of this?" Then, he decided to use his ultimate skill, playing dumb. With his eyes sparkling innocently, he said, "It wasn't me. It was just an equal and opposite reaction." Seeing this act, Feng Qin completely lost it. "Do you think I've never taken a physics class? So what if the forces are equal? He's crippled, and you don't have a scratch on you." Trung Nguyen wondered, "My playing dumb skill didn't work? This ability is so hit or miss." Then, Feng Qin said generously, all right, since your shirt got ripped, let me fix it." As he spoke, the shredded pieces of cloth began to reassemble in his hand. Trung Nguyen asked, "Did you expect all this to happen today?" Feng Qin replied instantly, "More or less." Jia Nu, still by the injured Thuong Quan Yi's side, turned and screamed in a rage, "Yi is this badly hurt, and you two are just standing there cracking jokes? Feng Qin, hurry up and heal him." With his arms crossed, Feng Qin snapped back, "What's with all the yelling? You think I'm your personal healing machine? Did you really think I've gotten soft just because I've kept to myself for 2 years, that you can just boss me around?" This idiot challenged him over and over again and wouldn't take no for an answer. Some advice? He insisted on picking a fight with my guy. I can't heal him. You ladies can do whatever you want. As he spoke, he calmly sat down in his chair. Jianru, at a loss for words, could only glare and shout, "You." The people who had witnessed the whole thing started to gossip among themselves. To be fair, Trung Nguyen had been on the defensive the entire time. The fact that he didn't even fight back when given the chance showed real class. Shang Guanyi really doesn't know what's good for him. How could someone recommended by Feng Qin possibly be a weakling? It serves him right that Feng Qin won't heal him. As everyone gossiped around her, Jianru bit her lip and thought anxiously, what is going on? They were just on Ah Yi's side. Why have they suddenly started defending Trung Nguyen? They don't normally switch sides this easily. Whatever. The most important thing now is to call the guards and get Ah Yi to the infirmary. With that, she pulled out her phone and made the call. A moment later, a group of guards appeared. Contact the infirmary and prepare for an emergency. A red-haired guard spoke up, asking Jianru, what happened? Who beat Shang Guanyi up this badly? Trung Nguyen immediately stepped forward and confessed, I did. Feng Qin, standing behind him, added an explanation. It was a fair duel. I can vouch for that. The red-haired guard continued. Regardless of the truth, since you severely injured Shang Guanyi, you still have to come with us. I hope young Master Feng won't make things difficult. Feng Qin quickly moved to stand in front of the guard and questioned him. What was that? Are you threatening me? The red-haired guard quickly replied, of course not. We're just following the rules. Trung Nguyen then patted Feng Qin's shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. I'll just go with them for a bit. I trust that the people in charge are capable of telling right from wrong. As he left, he didn't forget to turn back and add, oh, right. Don't tell Lan Lan about this. Feng Qin's expression became more serious than ever. He frowned, thinking, trust times that times guy? Fine. If you choose to trust them, then I'll give them one chance. After entering a room, the red-haired guard spoke. Student Trung Nguyen, thank you for your cooperation. Until this matter is confirmed by our superiors, you'll need to wait in this cell. You can't go anywhere else for the time being. Trung Nguyen asked back. You're not taking my phone? The guard replied. No need. There's no signal in here. Looking down at the bed, Trung Nguyen thought, I'm so sleepy. And there's a bed. Perfect. I'll just take a nap. With that thought, he reached out, flipped the light switch off, and closed the small window on the door. All settled, Trung Nguyen lay on the bed and thought with satisfaction, a dark space really is incredibly comforting. It would be even better if this room were a little smaller, and the bed were completely enclosed on all sides, top, bottom, left, and right. Huh? Why am I having such a weird thought? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Activate Super Sense. I'll wake up automatically if anyone gets close. And with that, he slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he had sunk into a silent, peaceful space. Phew. A dark and quiet world. This is my eternal haven. Outside, two guards were watching Trung Nguyen through a surveillance camera. The red-haired guard spoke up, amused. This kid actually turned off the light to go to sleep. He's so carefree. The other one added, maybe he's just pretending to sleep to cope with his anxiety. The red-haired guard, intrigued, suggested a game. I'll bet a pack of spicy sticks. He'll be up in 5 minutes. The other guard played along. I bet 10 minutes. The scene changes to the principal's office, where Tran Van Shuang was reading a document, saying, this academic disciplinary crackdown is targeting our school. Ko Nam, who was next to him, tried to encourage him. Look on the bright side. This disciplinary action covers the entire East China military region, so we're not being singled out. Tran Van Shuang's face had turned pale, and he was sweating bullets as he pointed to a grade sheet and said, look at this requirement. A minimum of 85 points in all subjects. The grade sheet listed, literature greater than 85, math greater than 85, foreign language greater than 85, physics greater than 85, chemistry greater than 85. He then continued, if their midterm scores don't meet the standard, they can't participate in the high school tournament. And if their graduation scores aren't high enough, they'll be forced to repeat the year. All of Xiao Yi's scores are below standard, while all of Trung Nguyen's are perfect scores. How is this not targeting us? Ko Nyam still tried to reassure him. Captain An already said it. The last battle made her realize the importance of academics. Suddenly, a guard rushed in frantically, announcing, Principal Tran, it's terrible. Shang Guanyi's arm was severed, and he's in the infirmary. The medical staff with limb regeneration abilities can't get here in time. He's about to lose his arm for good. The two men inside shot to their feet in alarm. The principal asked, where's Feng Qin? The guard replied, he was right there at the scene. but he refused to heal him. Tran Van Shuang, trembling, clutched his chest and exclaimed, This is. If Xiaoyi loses his arm, it means his whole life as a hunter is over. Ko Nyam steadied him, advising, Old Tran, don't panic just yet. Right now, the most important thing is to clarify the situation, and it's not like he doesn't know about Feng Qin's terrible personality. If we can't do anything, we can still ask Commander An to help persuade him. Even so, the expression on his face changed just as drastically. Just then, the caller ID on his phone screen read An Quan Fong. Feng Qin looked at the screen and scoffed. Ha ha, so you couldn't convince me, and now you're sending this old fox to pressure me, huh? That's just like you guys. Then he leaned against the wall, answered the phone, and spoke first. Commander An, you're not calling me to lecture me about the bigger picture, are you? Something about how East China can't afford to lose Thuong Quan Y, right? But the voice on the other end immediately replied, No. He let out a confused, huh? And Quan Fong continued, I've seen the combat footage. Trung Nguyen did nothing wrong, and you are under no obligation to heal Thuong Quan Y. Trung Nguyen is a rare talent. If he's willing to trust us, we can't show blatant favoritism and let him down. Regardless of whether you save Thuong Quan Y or not, the military district will not hold Trung Nguyen responsible. And Quan Fong tried his best to make the young man understand his point. Feng Qin, you've known Thuong Quan Y for 2 years. What kind of person is he? You know him best. As for whether he should be saved or not, I trust you have your own answer. Feng Qin was silent for a moment, then replied, I understand. He then turned to see Trung Lam drooling over a bowl of food and called out in surprise, Lam. Her eyes widened as she replied, Feng Qin, he asked. Is that all you're having for dinner? Trung Lam replied with an innocent look. I can't? Then she started to wonder. Oh, didn't my brother go to the regular student council meeting this afternoon? Why isn't he at the cafeteria with you? Feng Qin casually answered her. Your brother got bit by a dog, so he's at the hospital getting a rabies shot. Trung Lam gasped in alarm. What? He continued. He's fine. It's just a scratch at most. But you know, when a dog bites you, you have to get a shot even if it's a small bite. The little girl then lowered her head, worried. Is that so? Feng Qin changed the subject, pointing at the food in Trung Lam's hands. Lam, taking advantage of your brother not being here, and only eating stir-fried chili chicken and nothing else? I'm telling your brother. The little girl's eyes went wide. She then scrunched her face into an adorable pout and said, Don't tell. I just accidentally took a little too much and was too embarrassed to put it back. Standing in front of the food counter, Feng Qin said, How about this? I'll get some more vegetables and a main dish and share some with you. And you can give me half of that chili chicken you took too much of, Trung Lam asked, confused. But don't you hate spicy food? He replied, It's not a bad thing to try something new once in a while. Once they were seated at the table, the girl was practically drooling as she pointed at Feng Qin's tray. Hey, the cafeteria's stir-fried chili chicken is to die for. I guarantee you'll be hooked after one bite. Feng Qin replied with some anticipation. Is that right? Then he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Feng Qin's entire body felt like it was on fire. His nose turned red, his eyes nearly rolled back in his head, and he thought, Spicy? Are you trying to kill me? Is this even fit for human consumption? I should have never trusted the taste of you two siblings. Beside him, Trung Lam's eyes were sparkling as she asked, So, I told you it was delicious, right? Feng Qin shoveled food into his mouth, then turned and gave the girl a thumbs up. It's heavenly. This made Trung Lam's eyes crinkle into a smile, while he turned away, coughing his lungs out. Then, the two of them started talking while they ate. Lam, the dog that bit your brother, is the one the principal left in the student council's care. It's been guarding the school for many years. Your brother wasn't familiar with it, so he got bitten. Originally, your brother was going to bring it to you to play with. But now, he's beaten it into a 3-legged dog. Trung Lam replied nonchalantly, A lame dog? What's the use of that? Oh, so my brother broke the dog's leg. Feng Qin recalled the scene and probed. That's right. He almost beat it to death. So, do you think this dog needs to be healed? The girl asked, her cheeks puffed with food. Will it bite my brother again in the future? Feng Qin pushed up his glasses and replied with a confident look. It won't. I guarantee it. The little girl chewed a large bite, thoughtfully, then broke into a bright smile and replied, Then heal it. The scene changes to Thuong Quan Ye's hospital room. He was still sitting on the bed, with one hand bandaged. Chen Wenchuang asked anxiously, Old Ko, do you think we should call the military district again? Ko Nyam replied, The deadline is 24 hours. There are still 2 hours left. What are you rushing for? If Feng Qin really doesn't want to come, no one can do anything about it. Thuong Quan Wai snapped irritably. That's enough. All of you, get out. You're just bothering me while I'm trying to rest. Jiaru also spoke up. Uncle Chen, let's go outside and give A Yi some quiet time alone. Chen Wenshuang advised. Xiao Yi, get some good rest. The three of them filed out of the hospital room, but Shang Guanyi said nothing else to say. After everyone had left the room, he buried his face in his hands, agonizing over why he'd made such a stupid mistake. He knew damn well that Zhang Yuan was Feng Qing's chosen one, yet he stubbornly doubted the guy's abilities. When I hit Zhang Yuan, he didn't even fight back. During our duel, he was always holding back. Why couldn't I see it? I just had to keep bullying a good person like that. Even if Feng Qing hadn't come to save me, I would have deserved whatever happened. As he thought about it, Shang Guanyi's body began to tremble even more violently. Feng Qing, who had appeared out of nowhere, was leaning against the doorframe. So, he asked, you regret it now? Shang Guanyi was stunned for a moment, then scrambled to his knees before him, pleading, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'm begging you, please save me. Feng Qing quickly activated his Su Ri ability, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, both healing and calming him. All right. Stop crying. A moment later, Shang Guanyi's arm was completely healed. Much to his own astonishment, the freshly wrapped bandages fell off on their own. After finishing the treatment, Feng Qing walked out of the infirmary, saying, consider yourself lucky this time. He didn't want to kill someone in front of everyone. If you go looking for death again, no one will be able to save you. Then, Feng Qing didn't forget to remind him, don't forget to uphold your end of the deal. Your arm could be healed because his little sister has no use for a one-legged dog. The scene then cuts over to the guards. They were gossiping amongst themselves. It's been a whole day and night. How can that kid Zhang Yuan still be asleep? I've brought him food several times, and he doesn't react at all. You don't think he's faking it, do you? Is it okay for someone to go this long without eating, drinking, or using the bathroom? Suddenly, a man rushed in through the door, demanding, the military district has already investigated and filed the report. Why haven't you released him yet? A guard pointed inside and replied, it's not that we won't release him. It's that he won't leave. The man looked a bit surprised and said, take me to see him. He pushed open the door and called out, Zhang Yuan, wake up. Then the man reached over and flipped on the light switch. Standing over the still, silent Zhang Yuan, he continued, the whole incident with Shang Guanyi has been resolved. You won't be held responsible for anything. If you want to sleep, go back to the dorms and sleep. But when he touched Zhang Yuan's body, he cried out in alarm, huh? Why is this kid so cold? He then placed a finger under his nose to check for breathing. The man spun around in a panic and yelled to the guards, quick, call the medical staff. One guard asked, should we get Feng Qing? The red-haired guard then snapped, and let Feng Qing find out Zhang Yuan ended up like this in our detention cell? Call the chief medical officer of Ying City, now. A short while later, a silver-haired doctor came rushing in. I just finished saving Shang Guanyi's life, he grumbled. I was finally about to get off work, and you guys call me back. You people really know how to torture someone. A worried guard explained. We wouldn't have called you, sir, if it wasn't an emergency. The doctor replied. All right, let me see if I can save him. With that, he began to use his life resonance ability. A soothing, green spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, but it seemed Zhang Yuan's body was rejecting the healing energy, and it all shot right back at him. The doctor was suddenly sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He would have hit the floor if the red-haired guard hadn't caught him just in time. Doctor, are you okay? The doctor suddenly looked terrified, scrambling away as he yelled, he's frozen solid. He's a goner. I'm out of here. As the others stood there, completely baffled, we cut to Nguyen Feng, who was on the phone. Medical records show that Zhang Yuan has exhibited symptoms of feigning death before, but in reality, it's just a state similar to hibernation. No special treatment is necessary. The person on the other end of the line asked which hospital's medical records these were. He simply replied, Feng Qing submitted them. They wouldn't be wrong. Back in the cell, the officer let out a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. If Commander An says so, then he should be fine, right? The red-haired guard replied, even so, we can't just let him keep sleeping in the detention cell. Another guard spoke up. I heard that raising the room temperature can make animals come out of hibernation. Let's give it a try. And so, space heaters and heat lamps were brought in and cranked to their highest settings. The officer remained by the bed, anxiously watching over the sleeping Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, the other guards took turns reading prose aloud, trying to wake him up. The winter has passed. Zhang Yuan, it's time to wake up. The spring thunder is rumbling. It is time for the hibernating animals to awaken. Seeing this, the officer decided to make a few bold offers of his own. Trung Nguyen, you earned a first-class commendation on your last mission. The higher-ups have awarded you the Venus Medal and a commendation flag. And there's a lot of prize money too. You need to wake up and claim your rewards. Another guard was even more daring. He held his phone close and said with an eager expression, I've got dozens of high-definition, uncensored collector's photos, right here. I'll send them all to you if you wake up. But Trung Nguyen remained completely motionless. The guard clutched his chest, saying helplessly, what are we gonna do? We've tried everything. The other guy chimed in, saying it'd be impossible to just carry him back to the dorms. Finally, one of the men made a decision. Since it's come to this, let's just swallow our pride and call Feng Qin. Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen was still sleeping soundly, deep within his subconscious, in a vast and endless world of darkness. Thoughts echoed in his mind. There is no time, no space. This is the other side of the boundary between life and death. Just stay here and become one with this place. Suddenly, an incredibly agitating voice pierced through the deep slumber of his subconscious. Trung Nguyen, your sister is getting beat up by students from Hualing Academy. Trung Nguyen, your sister is getting beat up by students from Hualing Academy. Trung Nguyen, your sister is getting beat up by students from Hualing Academy. The voice grew louder and louder. And then, Trung Nguyen's eyes finally shot open. He bolted upright, grabbing Feng Qin by the collar and demanding, what did you just say? The man quickly asked, Trung Nguyen, are you okay? Do we need to take you to the infirmary for a checkup? The two security guards hugged each other and burst out, he's awake, he's awake, he's finally awake. But Feng Qin was happier than anyone. He quickly grabbed his hand and started pulling him along, saying cheerfully, he's perfectly fine, no checkup needed. Nguyen, come on, let's go get a late-night snack. Just then, Trung Nguyen picked up his phone to check the time and was stunned. Has a whole day and night passed already? Why does it feel like I was only asleep for a minute? He thought to himself. And not even my super sense could wake me up. Then Trung Nguyen turned and asked, the principal actually let me off the hook that easily? That's weird. Feng Qin explained, you've got the commander backing you. A measly principal wouldn't dare give you a hard time. He uttered in confusion. The commander? Feng Qin replied, the commander of the East China military region, and Quan Fong, and Tai's father. Anyway, I don't get why that old fox is defending you. Maybe he was moved by your sincerity. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen put a hand to his chin and started thinking. I was originally planning to flatten the entire academy if they kept protecting Shangguan Yi. T-esque. Better keep that thought to myself. Then, suddenly remembering something, Trung Nguyen quickly turned back and asked, that's right, a moment ago, I think you said. My sister got beat up by someone from Hualing Academy? Feng Qin scratched his head and replied, well, this whole thing started with the competitive tradition between our two schools. Cut to 12 hours earlier. Trung Lam was sitting with her head down, completely dejected. I lost. Xie Yifeng sat beside her, trying to console her. The students from Hualing come from wealthy families, so they start their training much earlier than us. It's only natural that we'd lose. That guy, Cui Shengxi, is crazy strong. Just being able to exchange a few blows with him is already impressive. I couldn't even lay a finger on the guy. The little girl was still sniffling as she replied, a loss is a loss. I'm not going to make excuses like you. It's obvious I'm not strong enough. I'm going to work twice as hard to get even stronger. Xie Yifeng, who was trying to comfort her, couldn't help but feel he'd been wrongfully accused. Liu Wen, sitting above them, crossed his arms and mused. This competition with Hualing has really ignited Trung Lam's fighting spirit. I guess it wasn't a total waste. A little later, Trung Lam made a phone call to someone. Her voice filled with determination. Hello? Is that you, Feng Qin? I have a request. You said I was good at fighting. I want you to give me special training. Back in the present, Feng Qin concluded. And that's pretty much what happened. But suddenly, Trung Nguyen's face twisted into a demonic mask as he grilled him. So she hid the fight from me, and then went to times for special training instead of me? A terrified Feng Qin quickly replied, don't look at me. I was completely honest with you. No matter how you slice it, this is a good thing for you. Facing this mountain of absolute fury, Feng Qin scrambled to explain, look, technically speaking, while your sister didn't have any physical injuries, her poor little spirit was crushed by that guy from Hualing Academy. She's definitely hoping her Superman of an older brother will go get revenge for her. Unfortunately, only first-year students are allowed to participate in this competition. But that only made Trung Nguyen more furious. He cracked his knuckles and asked through gritted teeth, what's the name of the guy who hit my sister? The scene changes to another location, where a crowd had gathered. A guy in the middle raised his glass, He boasted arrogantly. Everyone from the Lighthouse Nation is a total beast. I could take on 5 of them at once. But everyone from this place is pathetically weak. I only need one hand to beat 15 of them. The guys next to him laughed and flattered him. Chu Ren, watching from the side, gritted his teeth in anger. This Kui Shengshi guy can't open his mouth without bragging about the Lighthouse Nation. He looks down on the Hua Nation. Are we just going to let this slide? Jiang Tianshuo reminded him in a low voice. We can't touch him for now. Kui Shengshi is half-blood from the Simi Nation. He came to the Hua Nation to participate in the university tournament. His family spent 200 million yuan on this, not to mention other benefits they exchanged with the board of directors. The board wants to use both schools to build a reputation for him. That's why they even had me bypass the student council of Chengying and speak directly with the instructors. At least on the surface, just give him some face. It's just a shame for our academy's first-year students. No one from Chengying Academy can keep him down. He sighed helplessly, but suddenly, a loud shout made both boys jump and look outside. You scum from Hualing Academy, get out here and take your beating. Scum of Hualing Academy, get out here and take your beating. Jiang Tianshuo asked in a panic. What's going on? Chu Ren replied, just as confused. Looks like some people from Chengying are here to cause trouble. It's 11 o'clock. The competition isn't even over yet. I'm gonna go see what's up. As he said that, Jiang Tianshuo bolted out the door. Outside, Feng Qing was holding a megaphone, repeatedly blasting out the challenge. You scum from Hualing Academy. Get out here and take your beating. Next to him stood the androgynously beautiful Zhong Yuan. The two of them looked incredibly badass. Jiang Tianshuo remembered who he was looking at, and unconsciously blurted out, It's her. He started to panic even more. It's her, the girl I'm fated to be with, the one I bumped into. But why does she look so much like a boy today? Across from them, Zhong Yuan was sparkling like a star. He quickly turned to his friend for a second opinion. Chu Ren, look at the person next to Feng Qing. Is that a girl or a guy? Chu Ren answered with a serious look on his face. That's a guy, no matter how you look at it. It's totally normal for guys to have long hair these days. Dude, you can't judge someone by their hairstyle. Hearing this, Jiang Tianshuo was in disbelief. He clutched his chest, on the verge of tears. How could he be a guy? No way. Absolutely impossible. Just then, Kui Shengshi stepped forward and arrogantly sneered. You bunch of losers from Chengying. I've already beaten 15 of your people and you still won't give up? And now you're sending 2 more? Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed. Are you the one who hurt my sister? The guy replied nonchalantly. Beat one. Another shows up. Does the Hua Nation have no sense of shame? By now, Zhong Yuan was already channeling spiritual energy into his fist. Enough talk. Today was the day we agreed to fight. As he spoke, he channeled multiple abilities into a single punch and slammed it right into the guy's face. Courage. Freeze. Blood for blood. He yelled, I'm here to answer your challenge. Isn't this what you wanted? The force of the punch instantly distorted Kui Shengshi's face. His body went flying, crashing into a nearby fountain, causing a small stream of water to spurt from his mouth, perfectly mimicking it. The crowd gasped in amazement. Holy crap, that was incredible. What kind of power is that? Quick, get a healer. Zhong Yuan, meanwhile, was still holding his punching pose, the spiritual energy from the attack still swirling around him. Then, he looked at his fist and said happily, I guess I got stronger in my sleep. Beside him, Feng Qing's jaw dropped in astonishment. An image of 3 Feng Yumo heads popped into his mind. Apparently, he was the standard unit for measuring combat strength. Feng Qing leaned in and whispered, Just how strong are you now? How many Feng Yumos could you take out? Zhong Yuan raised his fist and replied, It's not about how many I can kill. It's about paying a smaller price to do it. Feng Qing pressed. So the cooldown is shorter? How long is it now? Zhong Yuan asked. Confused. Why do you care? So I can help cover for you, Feng Qing replied. Zhong Yuan answered, half a day. He then summoned a ball of spiritual energy into his palm, thinking, my mental fortitude seems stronger too. I used 4 abilities at once, and I don't feel the slightest bit tired. Who knew sleeping in a jail cell had such benefits? I should try it again sometime. Just then, Kui Shengshi staggered to his feet, supported by one of his lackeys. A massive lump was already swelling on his face. He couldn't hide his rage as he screamed, You despicable Hua Nation scum! You cheap-shotted me when I wasn't ready. I'm gonna kill you. Zhong Yuan, still calmly looking at the energy in his hand, asked, Are we allowed to kill people in a school competition? The person next to him quickly intervened. No, you can't. This guy's an international student from the Simi Nation. Killing him would cause an international incident. Only then did Zhong Yuan let out an "oh" as if he understood. But the clueless Kui Shengshi started screaming his head off again. You scum, that round doesn't count. We're doing it again. Jiang Tianshuo held up a hand to stop him and said calmly, "Wait a moment." Then he turned to Feng Qing and asked, "Feng Qing, what's the name of the guy you brought with you?" He replied coolly, "Trung Nguyen. He's a first-year freshman, so he's not breaking any rules." Jiang Tianshuo broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, A male student?" Feng Qing snapped back, "Stop stating the obvious." Jiang Tianshuo felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He collapsed to his knees, completely petrified, his mouth still hanging wide open in shock. "He's a boy. He's really a boy. Wait. A second ago, he said his sister was beaten by Kui Shangxi. Does that mean his sister is also a first year at Chengying? Siblings in the same year. And their hairstyles aren't that different. Could it be that the girl with the long, straight black hair I saw that day is his twin sister?" With that thought, Jiang Tianshuo suddenly bowed and began introducing himself, much to Zhong Yuan's confusion. "Hello, classmate Zhong Yuan. My name is Jiang Tianshuo. I'm 18 years old, 6'2", and weigh 172 pounds. He didn't stop there, continuing, "I fell in love with your sister at first sight. With the ultimate goal of marriage, I would like to formally pursue her." This outburst left Feng Qing completely stunned. Meanwhile, the person next to him's face began to darken. Great, he thought. It's one thing for others to joke about it, but this guy, he actually has the nerve to say it so formally to my face. Absolutely not. He could hold this person back. Just then, Zhong Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot, like a raging demon's. Cui Shangxi, standing to the side, thought angrily, "Jiang Tianshuo, you've got some nerve. No wonder you and your crony stopped me from going up. Zhong Yuan, is it? You cheap-shotted me earlier. Now, it's my turn to return the favor." As he thought this, a sinister, malicious expression crept onto his face, and he began to use his simulation ability. To explain this power, through contact, he can simulate a target's abilities, but the number of copied abilities cannot exceed his own. A grin stretched from ear to ear as he mentally prepared for his victim to take a beating. "I'm a 3-ability user, you know. No matter how powerful that punch of yours was, it can't possibly overcome 3 abilities. Suddenly, his entire body froze, his eyes bulged, his face a mask of utter confusion. Then, to the shock of everyone present, Kui Shengxi coughed up blood and collapsed. Why did Kui Shengxi suddenly fall? A sneak attack! It must have been a sneak attack! One of Kui Shengxi's lackeys screamed, pointing a finger at them. "Feng Qing, what did you do to Kui Shengxi? Why did he suddenly pass out?" Feng Qing was speechless at their stupidity and replied casually, "What the hell does that have to do with me? You think I need to use a sneak attack on that guy?" Jiang Tianshuo urged them. "What are you looking at us for? Hurry up and get him to the infirmary." But Feng Qing clapped Jiang on the shoulder and said, "Hey, if you concede the match on behalf of Hualing, I wouldn't be opposed to helping you save your man." He couldn't help but retort, "Why should I concede? Out of 16 matches, our school has already won 15. Feng Qing kept teasing, "Bullshit. Whoever's at the bottom is the real winner." Just then, Zhong Yuan's angry voice cut in. "Enough," trying to change the subject. "Are we? You think I'm that easy to fool? If you want to be with my sister, you'll have to go through me first." As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body, staggering the other two, who struggled just to stay on their feet. Feng Qing panicked, thinking, "Crap, I got distracted by that idiot from See Me and forgot to calm Zhong Yuan down. The volcano's about to erupt. The world is ending. I should probably get out of here first." Though startled and terrified, standing before a man whose face was dark with fury and whose eyes were blazing, Jiang Tianshuo still bravely asked, "Why do you think I'm not worthy of your sister?" Feng Qing raised a hand in a silent farewell to Jiang Tianshuo and prepared to bolt. "Jiang Tianshuo, you're on your own. If you manage to survive this, I'll call you the strongest scumbag on the planet." Jiang Tianshuo. Tianshuo, his cheeks flushed, was still trying to persuade him. "My father is the chairman of the Jiang Group, and I'm the richest young man in the Hua Nation, ranked among the top 100 wealthiest people in the world." Zhong Yuan snarled in fury. "That doesn't change the fact that you're a beast." The crushing pressure around them intensified. Jiang Tianshuo threw up all sorts of defensive abilities against Zhong Yuan's attack. Star Wall, Bedrock, Bright Copper Armor. Thanks to his abilities, he was now encased in a golden energy shield. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "What on earth did I say wrong for him to go straight for a killing blow?" Wisps of dark energy began to swirl around Zhong Yuan. He asked menacingly, "What do you think you're doing?" Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan slammed a powerful punch into the barrier, sending Jiang Tianshuo flying backwards, coughing up blood. Even he himself was startled. "Damn, what kind of turtle shell is this? It's ringing like a bell." The onlookers panicked at the sight. "The president can't hold on much longer. Call the guards." Even though his face was beaten to a pulp, Jiang Tianshuo still desperately tried to ask, "Why are you so dead set against me pursuing your sister?" Zhang Yuan's hair had come undone, but his blood-red eyes remained fixed on him as he answered, "My sister is only 12 years old this year. You tell me why." At that moment, Jiang Tianshuo began to reconsider. That girl with the long, straight black hair didn't look 12. Could it be? He then started to ask another question. "The person I bumped into in the hallway that day was you." Zhang Yuan, with his beautiful face, replied nonchalantly, "Who else would it be? Didn't I just bump into you a little? And you've held a grudge until now." The words hit Jiang Tianshuo like a bolt of lightning. The whites of his eyes showed, and he looked utterly pathetic. "It really was you. And I." "Arg!" he screamed internally. "Just end it all. This reality is too cruel. I'd rather die." Jiang Tianshuo collapsed to his knees on the ground, completely devastated. Zhang Yuan drew a throwing knife and said grimly, "There's nothing left to say." At that, Jiang Tianshuo's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the blade in his hand. Suddenly, a group of people in uniform appeared. The one in the lead, who had green hair, raised his hand and shouted, "Stay your hand." Zhang Yuan just shot them a cold glance. One of the newcomers ordered, "Quick, restrain him." The rest of them started unleashing their skills. A mental cage, a mud swamp, a barrage of attacks flew straight toward Trung Nguyen. "And you think this is the Hualing Guard team? Is the melting ground an effect of a void-type ability?" he thought, leaping to another spot. Poor Kung Tian-sok was still lying in that mud puddle. The others discussed anxiously amongst themselves. "The target is outside the mud puddle's range. Hasn't the mental cage been released? I used it, but it had no effect." The leader, while using life resonance, spoke urgently. "Kung Tian-sok is trapped. Pull him out, now." Just then, Trung Nguyen quickly used his freezing ability to encase Kung Tian-sok's entire body in ice. He thought to himself, getting his head shoved into the ground like that, he should be dead in a few minutes, as long as these guards don't interfere. With that thought, he launched 3 throwing knives towards the Hoa Lung guards. They were forced to stop and deal with the knives. Trung Nguyen said calmly, "I don't like killing innocent people. Don't make a move." The men thought, gritting their teeth, "This is bad. This guy's too strong. We're no match for him. If he's determined to kill Kung Tian-sok, we can't stop him. We'll just get ourselves killed, too." Then he turned to the green-haired man and shouted, "Trung Nguyen, stop the life resonance link." The man named Trung Nguyen replied, "I can't. If I stop, he'll die." "I can still hold on," his teammate said worriedly. "No, you can't. If you keep this up, you'll die. You have a bright future ahead of you. I told you I'd help you look into the Night Eagle squad." Still, Trung Nguyen continued to channel his spiritual power. He replied righteously, "If I can't even save a single student, what's the point of me joining the Night Eagle squad?" The Night Eagle squad, an image of Trung Nguyen and Trung Lam fighting shoulder to shoulder, flashed through his mind. After recalling this, Trung Nguyen began to reconsider. "So that's him, Lam's healing-type teammate from my past life. He fought against the otherworldly race until the very end. He never backed down. It's not worth it for him to die for a piece of trash like this. I'll let this scumbag live for now and get him later." With that, he began to retract his freezing ability. Kung Tian-sok was revealed, still face down in the mud puddle. Trung Nguyen was still desperately trying to heal him. The other guards were stunned to see Trung Nguyen turn and walk away. "He's just leaving like that? Should we go after him?" "Go after him for what? Help me save him, quick." After walking a short distance, Trung Nguyen saw Feng Qin sitting on a rooftop, waiting for him. As soon as he saw Trung Nguyen, he spoke up. "I thought Kung Tian-sok was a goner for sure this time. I can't believe you held back at the last second." Trung Nguyen walked past nonchalantly and replied, "I'm getting sleepy. Too lazy to keep fighting." Feng Qin had already reappeared on the ground, leaning against a wall as he continued. "Was it because the healer was using life resonance on him? You didn't want to hurt an innocent person? No good deed goes unpunished, huh?" Trung Nguyen was a bit speechless. Then he pulled out his phone, looked at it for a moment, and said, "My phone has no signal. Can't call a taxi. Guess you'll have to join me for the Great Thurungdong City Night Run." Feng Qin angrily jumped closer to him, shouting, "A night run? Do you have any idea how far Hoa Lung is from the city?" Trung Nguyen held up 3 fingers and said casually, "It's only 30 kilometers. Feng Qin fired back, his blood boiling. "What do you mean? Asterisk only times 30 kilometers. Just then, he tapped on his contact list for the 9th district. Nghiêm Nhược Nam, Đặng Chi, Nhậm Bình, Dong Hương Uyên, Trọng Dương Tê Tu, Diệp Ji Ninh. Then he continued, "Anyway, I'm not running. I'll just use my satellite phone to call someone." The scene changes to a different location. Skyscrapers appear, and outside is a wide, clean street with a white car driving along it. Trung Nguyen was sitting in the car, looking at the female driver and thinking, this woman came all the way out here to pick us up, but she hasn't said a single word the entire trip, and it seems like Fung Kin doesn't want to talk to her either. The female driver had a cold expression, focused on the road. Looking over at Fung Kin, who was tapping on his phone, Trung Nguyen thought again, am I being a third wheel here or something? Feeling someone staring at her, the woman turned her head, looking back with an annoyed scowl. After getting out of the car, Trung Nguyen started teasing him. I never knew you had a sugar mommy backing you up. Fung Kin immediately shot back. What sugar mommy? She's a friend of my mother's. Don't tell me you've got your eyes on her. He replied bluntly, as if, it's getting late, I'm going to bed. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Fung Kin immediately called out, hey, Mr. No Sense of Direction. That's not the way to the dorms, that's the detention room. Trung Nguyen replied nonchalantly to Fung Kin's confusion. The detention room is exactly where I'm going. A moment later, the two were back in the familiar cell. Trung Nguyen flopped down and grumbled, I'm gonna get some sleep. What are you still doing here? You gonna use those eyes of yours as my nightlight? Fung Kin, sitting on a chair next to the bed, replied, I'm afraid you'll sleep so soundly you'll die, and I won't be able to wake you. Hearing that, he just clicked his tongue. Fung Kin spoke again, or maybe you should talk to your little sister first. Trung Nguyen replied, exasperated, it's 1 a.m. She's already asleep. Besides, she probably won't want to see me for the next couple of days. Fung Kin was confused. Why not? Remembering the small girl from the past, Trung Nguyen explained, Lam Lam has always wanted to be strong, ever since she was little. Every time she loses a match, she'll go hide in a corner and cry. And no matter what you say, she just has this look of pure frustration. Then he shot an angry glare at Fung Kin and warned him, she went behind my back and asked you to train her. I won't interfere with her business, but you'd better not teach her anything weird. Fung Qing, getting the hint, replied, I do have some principles. Just to be safe, let's test out this sleeping thing. I'll sleep for 5 minutes. You try and see if you can wake me up. As he said this, he collapsed onto the bed. Fung Qing was a bit surprised at first, but then he understood what was going on and just sat there quietly, watching Zhong Yuan sleep and waiting. A moment later, he leaned in close to Zhong Yuan's ear and whispered, hey, people from Hualing Academy are beating up your sister. But Zhong Yuan didn't even stir. Fung Qing decided to try some more outrageous lines, gesturing wildly as he spoke. Jiang Tianshuo kidnapped your sister. Lan Lan wants to run away with me. Yuan, I'm getting beaten up by guys from Hualing Academy. Wake up. Lin Dongliang is making your sister absorb a void crystal. But Zhong Yuan remained completely still. Fung Qing looked down, completely defeated. He won't even wake up for that? He thought. Could it be that even while asleep, he can tell what's real and what's fake, so he's not reacting? Then, he hardened his resolve. I'm an anomaly, and so are you. But you're the only other one of our kind I've ever met. This time, no matter what it takes, I'm going to find a way to help you. The scene shifts to a different location, a magnificent, towering building glittering with lights against the night sky. Inside a hospital room, a doctor was reporting to a woman, Ma'am, we've truly done everything we can. The woman stared through the glass window at the hypnotist, who was unconscious, severely injured, and breathing through an oxygen mask. The doctor continued. Young Master Shang Shi was likely hit by a mental attack from a void user. We have no way to dispel it. The woman stared, her brow furrowed in thought. My son is my trump card for controlling the Kui clan. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. When it comes to the critical moment, these two useless healers from the Simi Nation can't do a thing. Then, an idea suddenly struck her. Her eyes lit up. She spun around and hurried off, her mind racing with a new plan. That's right. Hua Nation has a special bureau for managing criminal void users. I can use the Simi Nation's authority to pressure them. I'll make them find an expert to save him. On the phone screen, the caller ID showed Ji Xiao Ruo Ai. Jiang Siwon, who was working at her computer, answered the call. Little brother, calling me at 1 a.m? Don't tell me you're drunk and need someone to come pick up your corpse. By now, she had walked out onto the balcony. Is this about that girl with the long, straight black hair you asked me to find? Don't even mention it. I've cross-referenced that hairstyle with the entire student list, and I still haven't found her. On the other end, Jiang Tianshuo, his head now bandaged, replied with a helpless look. You can stop looking. I already know who it is. A loud voice came from the other end. Who? He quickly answered. First year, special class. Zhong Yuan. Jiang Siyuan was stunned. Zhong Yuan, she thought in disbelief. The same disciplined boy that Ying Ying was looking for a few days ago? As she thought this, she glanced over at Su Wanying, who was fast asleep in her room. After hanging up, Jiang Siyuan sat back down at her desk. She mused, forget the gender for a second, even the hairstyle is wrong. But when she looked at the information on her computer, she broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, it really is him. Let's try changing the hairstyle with Photoshop. The male and female student council uniforms are identical, so it's easy to get them mixed up. With that, Zhang Yuan's photo was edited with a new hairstyle. Jiang Siyuan sent the photoshopped picture to Jiang Tianshuo and asked, "Little brother, take a look. Is this the person?" When Jiang Tianshuo saw the picture, his face began to flush. It's him. Wait, calm down. What am I even thinking? That's a guy. A guy? But another personality seemed to emerge, arguing, the picture is pretty nice. Saving it as some eye candy wouldn't be so bad. Let's just call it being a fan. Yeah, a fan. After a moment of internal conflict, he decided to save the picture, then texted his sister back. Got any more? His sister texted back, more what? He replied with a single word, pics. His sister's response was sharp, 5 million a pic, no IOUs. He immediately replied, I'll take 100, 500 million transferred. The next morning, Zhonglan was sound asleep. Sunlight streamed onto her bed, creating a peaceful scene. Just then, a notification popped up on her phone. Today is June 22nd, Sunday. The weather is beautiful with a moderate temperature. She finally woke up after a long sleep and immediately let out a sneeze. It seemed she had caught a cold. Zhonglan thought groggily, huh? Is it morning already? She gasped when she saw her face in the mirror. Her eyes were completely swollen with dark circles. Oh no, she thought. I'm doomed. I cried too much last night. My eyes are all puffy. How am I supposed to go out like this? Just then, her phone rang. Zhonglan was surprised. Huh? Why is brother Feng Qing calling me so early in the morning? Did something happen to my brother? She quickly answered the phone, not even getting a chance to say hello. Feng Qing cut her off from the other end. Your brother's fine. He just had a small allergic reaction to an injection and is under observation at the hospital. Zhonglan asked blankly, what kind of allergic reaction? Feng Qing replied, you'll learn about it in about 2 years. The bottom line is, your brother. He's fine, just sleeping like the dead. You can't wake him up, Zhonglam said casually. My brother has always been like this. You have to yell right in his ear. Feng Qing opened the voice recorder on his phone and told Zhonglam, how about you try calling him for me? Zhonglam gathered all his strength and screamed, get up, the sun's already up. Hurry up and make me breakfast. Zhang Yuan, who had been in a deep sleep that even Feng Qing couldn't break, groggily opened his eyes. He mumbled, what do you want to eat? I'll go make it right now. Humph. On the other end of the line, Zhonglam laughed teasingly. You silly big brother, you're still half asleep. How are you supposed to cook in a hospital? Just get some rest. By now, Zhang Yuan was fully awake. He replied softly, oh. Zhonglam continued. For the next couple of days, you'll have to eat with your roommate. Don't worry about me. Gotta go. Zhang Yuan quietly agreed. After hanging up, he turned to Feng Qing. Why are you calling Lam Lam in the middle of the night? Feng Qing held out his phone for him to see, asking, why don't you take a look at what time it is? The phone screen displayed 7:21 a.m. Seeing the time, Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded and confused. I've only been asleep for a minute. He snatched Feng Qing's phone to look again and was startled. Huh? It's morning already? Feng Qing mused. I guess your concept of time is different from other people's. I'll edit the recording of that phone call, and I'll send it to you as an alarm. Seeing it as a good idea, Zhang Yuan said, thanks. I'm glad you thought of that. Feng Qing pushed up his glasses smugly. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan lay back down to sleep. He said nonchalantly, now that the alarm's set, I'm going back to sleep. If the alarm doesn't work, you can just think of a new plan. Feng Qing shouted in exasperation. Hey! Feng Qing gave him absolutely no chance to go back to sleep. The two of them dragged themselves to the school cafeteria. On the way, Zhang Yuan suggested, oh, right, can my private dorm now have a kitchen added to it? Feng Qing was speechless at the extent of his demands. You're really something else. In the office of the high-ranking commanders, Commander An was talking with the director of the Rift Management Bureau. The director spoke up. Commander An, did Zhang Yuan use his Mo ability on you? Hearing this, Commander An spat out all the tea he was drinking. His face darkened as he refused to answer. Wang Podi, the director of the Rift Management Bureau, said sternly, don't laugh, I'm being serious. There's a problem with Zhang Yuan's file. It's been tormenting me all night. That pampered brat from Simiguo was beaten up by Zhang Yuan. His mother raised hell at the Rift Management Bureau, trying to pressure us into punishing the guy. My people looked at Zhang Yuan's file and saw it had the highest security clearance. Even I, the director, couldn't access it. I had to pull some strings just to view the file. Director Wang then asked coldly, Commander An, don't tell me, You don't know that hunting Mo bears is forbidden, or that the absorption rate for the Mo ability is incredibly low. The fact that this kid has a Mo ability is already a huge problem. Commander An reassured Director Wang. I know the inside story on this. The conclusion is, there's no problem. Although he said that, Commander An thought to himself. Compared to this minor issue, the tenfold backlash ability he used against Shangguan Yi, like that of the Haohuan King Demon, is what we really need to pay attention to. Commander An spoke up. Zhang Yuan's abilities go far beyond what you see in his file. I was already planning to recommend him for the 9th Rift. I hope Director Wang will grant this and not add any black marks to his record. In Simi Guo's hospital room, a subordinate was reporting the situation to Madame Sui. Madam, we have lodged a protest with Hua Guo. Once they're in the office tomorrow, we'll definitely have some news. With a look of anxious fury, Madame Kui screamed, You don't know a damn thing. It has to be today. Hua Guo's regeneration fluid only works within 24 hours. Any longer, and he can't be saved. Just then, the door opened, and Commander An entered with his assistant, Xiao Qin. Madame Kui's bodyguard asked defensively, Who is it? As for Madame Sui, she quickly wiped the tears from her face. As they walked in, Xiao Qin pointed to Commander An and introduced him. This gentleman from the East China military region has come to visit our injured foreign friends. Seeing that it was the commander, Madame Kui thought to herself, the commander came in person. It seems our protest was effective. Is Hua Guo finally preparing to save him? She looked worriedly at Cui Shengxi, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. As soon as Commander An entered, he used his perception to examine Cui Shengxi's injuries. After a quick scan, he asked, How many abilities does he have? Standing beside him, Madame Kui answered nervously, 3 types. He then asked, Is one of them the simulation ability, the most common one in Simiguo? The madam answered frankly, Yes, it is. After assessing Cui Shengxi's condition, Commander An came to a conclusion. This child has suffered a backlash from his simulation ability. He only has 3 abilities, yet he simulated skills far exceeding that number. His brain was repeatedly damaged by the rift energy, which is what led to this. Hearing the conclusion, Madame Kui was stunned. Impossible. Without another word, she collapsed to the floor, weeping. Just let that specialist from Su come. I'll pay any amount of money. Si Lian coldly replied, This isn't about money. His face was a dark, emotionless mask. I'm sure you've seen the surveillance video. He lost the match, then tried a cowardly sneak attack. Getting what he deserved is only fair. The nation of Hua will not take any responsibility for this. Hearing Si Lian refuse to take responsibility, she flared up in anger and threatened, No responsibility? Do you have any idea who's backing my son? It's the Kui conglomerate from the Simi nation. A corporation so powerful they can blot out the sky. But Si Lian didn't back down. He warned her in an icy tone. Then do you have any idea who is backing Zhang Yuan? Hearing this, the woman froze, confused. Si Lian didn't bother with this trivial matter any longer. He turned to leave, stating, His backing is the entire nation of Hua. At those words, the color drained from Misu's Kui's face, and she crumpled to the ground. She knew then that her son was beyond saving. A desperate, blood-curdling scream echoed helplessly from the hospital room. As Si Lian and Xiao Qin stepped into the elevator, he thought for a moment and said, Dealing with Cui Shushi is the easy part. The real headache is Jiang Tianshuo. Xiao Qin asked, puzzled. Didn't Jiang Tianshuo say he wouldn't press charges? And that's precisely the problem, Si Lian said gravely. The kid from the Jiang family says he likes Zhang Yuan's little sister. His current attitude makes it clear he has no intention of giving up on her. Hearing that, Xiao Qin was also at a loss for what to do. Si Lian gave an order. Later, go buy a copy of the criminal code and subtly hint at it with him. Xiao Qin asked mischievously, You mean physical damage or mental damage? Si Lian considered it, a combination of both. Early the next morning, the Zhang siblings and Feng Qingsai headed to the cafeteria. Zhang Lam sneezed as she walked. Zhang Yuan, worried about his sister, said gently, Lam Lam, you're still growing. You should sleep in a little more in the mornings. Once the kitchen in my dorm is finished tomorrow, I'll make you breakfast and bring it over. Lam Lam looked up at him with big, sparkling eyes and pouted, I don't want you to. Hearing his sister's refusal was like a bolt of lightning to Zhang Yuan. He panicked, thinking, Is my cooking that bad? Zhang Lam quickly waved her hands and explained, No, of course your breakfast is delicious, but if you have to wake up early to cook, you'll be tired too. Besides, the food in the cafeteria is really good and there's so much to choose from. Here, I'll let you try some of mine. Seeing how considerate his sister was, Zhang Yuan said happily, Okay, he thought to himself, Even though I have no sense of taste, right now, I can taste something sweet. As they all entered the cafeteria, Trung Nguyen suddenly rushed over, holding a bamboo steamer. Zhang Yuan was immediately on guard. Trung Nguyen, what's he planning by charging at us like that? And what's with the steamer? Is he planning a long-range attack with hot food? Zhang Yuan instantly moved to shield Zhang Lam, his eyes locked warily on Trung Nguyen. Completely contrary to what he expected, Trung Nguyen dropped to his knees, opened the steamer, and said, "Your soup dumplings, sir." Woof. He was acting just like a dog, trying to curry favor with Zhang Yuan. If he had a tail, it would have been wagging furiously right about then. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Lam gasped. "Ah, there's a weirdo in front of the cafeteria proposing to my brother with giant soup dumplings." Feng Qing said gently, "Little lamb, that's your brother's new dog." After that embarrassing incident, they all went into the cafeteria. Zhang Lam picked up a giant soup dumpling, took a bite, and said cheerfully, "Yum, this is so good." Seeing how pitiful Trung Nguyen looked, Zhang Lam turned to her brother and pleaded with a pout. "Making him act like a dog is a little mean. Can't you just tell him to be a person again?" Trung Nguyen smiled and refused. "I think being a dog is pretty great." Woof. Zhang Lam ran over and undid Zhang Yuan's hair to comfort the boy. "Trung Nguyen, don't be so scared. My brother doesn't smile much, but he's a super nice person." As she spoke, she let Zhang Yuan's hair down, giving him a much softer look that was completely different from before. Seeing how much Zhang Yuan doted on his sister, Trung Nguyen noticed he just sat still and let her do whatever she wanted. Trung Nguyen's jaw dropped in astonishment. He knew Zhang Yuan was the kindest, warmest person in the world, but one must still maintain a healthy level of fear. Zhang Yuan said coldly, "If she tells you not to be scared, then don't be scared." After successfully transforming Zhang Yuan into a gentle-looking figure, Zhang Lam was delighted with her creation. She activated a new state. "Big brother, you have to be gentle today. No bullying your classmates, okay?" Zhang Yuan's face darkened as he angrily chased after Zhang Lam, wanting to change her hairstyle too. The state change works both ways. It's your turn for a new hairstyle. They played around happily. Zhang Lam clutched her hair, not letting Zhang Yuan touch it. Don't." Finally, Zhang Yuan caught her and quickly tied her hair up neatly. All she could do was cry silently in defeat. Sigh. Trung Nguyen, who had never seen this side of Zhang Yuan before, was completely frozen, at a loss for words. Feng Qing, sitting beside him, patted his shoulder. "Stop staring. Go on, enjoy the public display of affection." Just then, Xiang Siwan, who was also heading to the cafeteria, caught sight of Zhang Yuan, with his long hair down. She quickly pulled out her phone, snapped a picture, and thought to herself, "Just pulled an SSR Zhang Nguyen. The selling price for my boy here has to be increased by over 448%. After taking a picture of Trung Nguyen, she quickly photoshopped it, making him look exactly like a girl, not a single flaw. Hee, I have to use someone to change clothes and put on makeup to become a pure young maiden. A change in status, of course, has to be a complete one. In the afternoon, at the special class, the homeroom teacher made an announcement. According to the latest notice, any student who scores below 85 points in the cultural subjects will not be considered for graduation, nor will they be allowed to participate in the university tournament. Students who aren't good at cultural subjects should try harder, or else you'll be forced to repeat a year like this student. As he spoke, he pointed to a problem student standing beside him as a warning and a reminder to everyone. You need to pay more attention to your studies. After he finished speaking, he called on Trung Lam. Trung Lam, your situation is special. You don't need to attend the cultural classes with the other students. Just go find your previous tutor. Trung Lam stood up, gathered her books, and asked the teacher, "Yes, sir, should I go now?" The homeroom teacher said, "Yes." After Trung Lam left, an empty seat appeared in the middle of the class. The teacher pointed at Thuong Quan Y and arranged, "Thuong Quan Y, you'll temporarily sit in Trung Lam's seat." Once the seating was settled, the homeroom teacher began his lecture. Today, we'll be discussing operations between sets. Thuong Quan Y, with a grim expression, sweated as he stared at the book, but he couldn't understand a single word. The complement of an empty set. What is all this stuff? I wouldn't get it even if I studied it again. The teacher said, Trung Nguyen is a top student. If I ask him, he wouldn't kill me, right? Miss Lam put him in that gentle state this morning. Maybe I'll give it a try. Thuong Quan Y mustered up all his courage, held out his book, and asked Trung Nguyen, Trung Nguyen, could you teach me how to solve this problem? Seeing this, Trung Nguyen agreed to help Thuong Quan Y. Set M has 3 elements. Set N. When Thuong Quan Y saw that Trung Nguyen was willing to explain it to him, he was so happy he could cry. He's actually willing to teach me. Woof woof. He's so gentle. Seeing that Thuong Quan Y wasn't paying attention, Trung Nguyen turned and asked him, "Are you even listening?" Like a little puppy, Thuong Quan Y's eyes lit up as he wagged his tail and cooed, "I'm listening." The homeroom teacher, standing at the podium, saw Trung Nguyen teaching Thuong Quan Y and was pleased. Thuong Quan Y directly asking a top student is one way to learn. I'll let them be. 10 minutes later, Thuong Quan Y had driven Trung Nguyen mad. He furiously pointed at the problem and yelled, "You've asked the same type of question 5 times. Seeing him get angry, Thuong Quan Y panicked and whimpered. Finally, unable to stand Thuong Quan Ye's pig-headedness, Trung Nguyen decided to tie up his hair, glaring at Thuong Quan Ye with daggers in his eyes. He threatened, "If you still don't get it, I'll kill you." And just like that, it was over. Seeing him tie up his hair, Thuong Quan Y was so scared he almost fainted. His eyes rolled back and his jaw dropped, terrified he'd be killed at any moment. "I'm screwed. The gentle state is gone." While he was panicking, the teacher called him to the board. "Thuong Quan Y, come up and solve this problem." He slowly walked up to the board, his legs wobbly. He felt a dark force staring daggers into his back, as if getting this problem wrong would send him straight to the underworld. Luckily, he got it right in the end, and the teacher praised him. "Well done." Thuong Quan Y wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Trung Nguyen just turned his head away, refusing to even look at him. The moment he sat back down, Thuong Quan Y was terrified. Did I just take a trip to the gates of hell? When school let out that afternoon, the two of them were walking at a leisurely pace. Fung Kin asked, "Hey, how come I don't see Lam Lam?" Trung Nguyen replied, "She started her solo cultural classes today. From now on, we'll basically only see each other in the cafeteria." Fung Kin found this strange, since Trung Nguyen was usually glued to his sister's side, but today he was letting her be on her own. "That's weird." "You're not going with her?" Trung Nguyen sighed, thinking of how she wanted to be independent and no longer rely on her big brother for everything. He said, "I want to, but she's not a kid anymore. She can't rely on her brother for everything." Trung Nguyen then remembered the competition with the Hualing side. He asked, "Speaking of which, has anyone from Hualing Academy come to cause trouble?" Fung Kin said casually, "They tried, but the old fox took care of it." Trung Nguyen was surprised. "Commander An actually stepped in?" Fung Kin said seriously, "He's probably taken an interest in your abilities. Just like that Lin family guy who wanted you to pledge your life to the military district." Trung Nguyen cut him off, saying, "They're not the same." Trung Nguyen thought to himself, "Lin Dong Luong used my accident to force Lam Lam, who's still a minor, onto the battlefield. Commander An, on the other hand, hasn't asked me to do a single mission." Seeing this, Fung Kin pulled out his phone, wanting to show Trung Nguyen something. "All right, let's drop it. Let me show you something." On the phone screen was the National Youth Ability User Chart. Ranked at 137 was Trung Ni, and at 138 was Kung Tien Sok. Seeing the name Trung Ni on the ranking, Trung Nguyen's face darkened, and he got ready to teach that guy a lesson. But the clueless Feng Qing was still smugly showing off. "So, you happy with the name this time? Both names are on the board, so if you want to be Xuan Ming, you're Xuan Ming. If you want to be Zhong you're Zhong. While he was showing off, Feng Qing suddenly got clocked a few times. Smack, smack. An angry Zhong Yuan dusted off his hands. Only after getting punched did Feng Qing finally get it. "It's not it's Yuan, the one with the 2 little hooks at the bottom. Right, Zhong Yuan. Don't get my name wrong again." Feng Qing clutched his aching head and said, "Ugh, putting your real name on the board means you're basically going public. Trouble will come knocking on your door non-stop." At Feng Qing's gym, filled with all sorts of professional training equipment, Feng Qing was training Zhong Lan to improve her combat power, while Shangguan Yi sat huddled in a corner, watching them practice. Zhong Lan threw a kick that was both fast and precise, showing great potential. She turned to Feng Qing and asked, "Was my last move correct?" Feng Qing showered her with praise. "Excellent, perfectly executed. You learn even faster than your brother." Hearing this, Zhong Lan asked in surprise, "Really?" Feng Qing immediately recalled the terrifying image of Zhong Yuan's training. The memory of her brother driving his trainer insane practically appeared right before his eyes. A certain trainer who wishes to remain anonymous. Of course, the more Feng Qing thought about it, the more terrified he became. Meanwhile, hearing that she had potential, Zhong Lan started training like a maniac. Humph. While my brother isn't looking, I'm going to slowly surpass him." Feng Qing thought to himself, Actually, your brother already knows. He then placed a bunny ear headband on Shangguan Yi's head and said, doesn't really suit you, does it? Shangguan, try sparring with her for a few rounds. Seeing the guy sweating in a bunny ear headband, he reassured him, don't be afraid of getting hurt, I'm here. Shangguan Yi timidly stepped forward. Oh, okay, I'm coming, Zhonglan said confidently. Get over here and fight. That evening, Zhong Yuan was studying in his private dorm room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Zhong Yuan asked, it's the middle of the night, who is it? He opened the door and was immediately met with a barrage of barks. Woof 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 woof. Shangguan Yi was hugging Zhong Yuan's thigh, refusing to let go. Zhong Yuan said impatiently, use your words. Shangguan Yi immediately started crying and begging. Save me, train me, I want to get stronger, Zhong Yuan asked. And what gave you the delusion that I would train you? Shangguan Yi, with tears and snot running down his face, blubbered. I know you will. You're super nice, just like Miss Lan said. It took teaching me arithmetic 5 times before you got mad. Hearing about that morning's math tutoring session, Zhong Yuan immediately flew into a rage. He kicked the guy away and said coldly, no, I'm not nice. Let go. Seeing Zhong Yuan's blunt refusal, Shangguan Yi began to grovel. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I'm sorry that I and Wang Zidai were so blind as to challenge you. The truth is, I'm pathetic. I couldn't even win against Miss Lan. Hearing that Shangguan Yi fought Zhonglan, Zhong Yuan grabbed him by the collar, lifting him like a chicken, and asked angrily, you fought with Lam Lam? Shangguan Yi immediately spilled the beans. Yes. Feng Qing told me to train with Miss Lan. She beat me over a dozen times. I was completely powerless against her. And with that, Shangguan Yi continued his pathetic plea. If this keeps up, I won't even be worthy of being your dog. I don't want that. I want to get stronger. Please, I can endure any hardship. I'll do whatever you say. Seeing Shangguan Yi's sincerity, Zhong Yuan's heart softened. He said gently, fine, so that you can train with Lam Lam, I'll make you stronger. From now on, every time Lam Lam has special training, you have to record the entire session and send it to me. Don't let her find out. Seeing that Zhong Yuan agreed to train him, Shangguan Yi showed his absolute determination. No problem, he said, thinking to himself. He's afraid Feng Qing will be a bad influence on his sister, so he wants me to supervise. That makes perfect sense. But Zhong Yuan was actually thinking that this time, he didn't want to miss out on watching Lam Lam's journey of growth again. Shangguan Yi's eyes lit up, his spirit brimming with excitement, as he asked, can we start training right now? Zhong Yuan was speechless at the thought. It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to die from overexertion? Shangguan Yi put on a brave, fearless face and said, if the training doesn't kill me, I'll train until I die. Zhong Yuan didn't disappoint him. He immediately made a move, using his ability to attack Shangguan Yi. He thought to himself, an ability user's improvement mainly comes down to physical strength, combat skills, mental power, and the efficiency of their ability usage. Shangguan Yi's foundation isn't bad. Without my abilities, I actually couldn't beat him, but I'm afraid I'll kill him if I use my Grandmaster's combat style. I'll start by just blocking his attacks for a bit. Shangguan Yi rushed in, attacking him relentlessly, but Zhong Yuan only blocked, never fighting back. 2 hours later, Shangguan Yi was completely exhausted. His limbs felt like jelly, and he was about to pass out. Phew, ha. In contrast to Shangguan Yi, Zhong Yuan was as calm as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, we've been fighting for so long, and I still don't see any significant improvement in him. On the other hand, I've become much more proficient with the Grandmaster's combat style. I can now control it precisely enough not to kill him. Zhong Yuan unleashes his inner beast, but who's really training who here? Shangguan Yi collapses, completely out of breath. But I feel like I'm getting stronger now. Zhong Yuan looks surprised. Oh? Shangguan Yi says, dead serious. Look, before, I couldn't even make you budge from your spot. But just now, you actually took a step. He points to the small footprint Zhong Yuan had left, who looks down, startled. A wave of accomplishment hits Shangguan Yi, who grins and says, that small step for you is a giant leap for me. My goal for this month is to make you move a whole meter. That evening, in Shanjing City, inside the 9th Anomaly Courtyard, a calm, middle-aged voice speaks up. Old 8 has retired. Across from Uncle Chi sits a beautiful young woman. He pours her a cup of tea. The woman asks, what happened? Wasn't Old 8 helping the Anomaly Bureau with an investigation? Zhu Qi confirms. He was. The recent spike in international cases uncovered some new leads on a few cold cases. Just as Old 8 was about to dive deeper, he was severely wounded. He missed the critical Suri window for recovery. As he says this, Uncle Chi's expression darkens. He suspects the enemy has a very high-level shadow class user and that there's a mole within the military. But for now, it's just a theory, without any hard evidence. The young woman then changes the subject. With the 8th seat now open, who do you have in mind to fill it? Uncle Chi already had a plan, and Guanfeng recommended someone to me. He's only 16 this year, still a student at Chengying Academy, but his skills are anything but ordinary. The woman asks, surprised, a classmate of Feng Qing's? Seeing she might know the boy, Uncle Chi asks, you've met him? The woman pours herself some tea, pondering. Perhaps Uncle Chi was onto something. It was worth looking into, no matter what. Perfect timing. In the next 2 days, he's using his real name on the youth leaderboard, so I'll have my good-for-nothing student go meet him. The next morning, at Chengying Academy, Yan Tuo walks smartly into an office and greets him. Hello, student Zhong Yuan. My name is Yan Tuo, captain of the South China Military Region's Changfeng team. I'm ranked 150th on the youth leaderboard. I've come here today to challenge you. Liu Wen, the supervising teacher, speaks up. Zhong Yuan, you're currently ranked 137th. If you don't accept the challenge, your ranks will be swapped. Zhong Yuan thinks to himself, traveling all the way from South China to East China just to challenge me over a 13-rank difference. Something isn't right. Zhong Yuan agrees. I accept your challenge, he thinks. Guess the only way to find out his real motive is to fight him. Outside the Chengying Academy grounds, Jiang Tianshuo arrives with a large group of people. Qiu Ren, walking behind him, urges, hurry up, President, just give the word, and we'll snatch Zhong Yuan and bring him back to Hualing. Hearing his followers talk about kidnapping Zhong Yuan, Jiang Tianshuo blushes and stammers. Hualing is a respectable academy. What is all this talk about capturing a bride? Stop spouting nonsense. Qiu Ren whispers to him, no need to explain, President. We'll help you clear any obstacles on your path to true love. Jiang Tianshuo, trying to play it cool, stubbornly insists, don't get the wrong idea. I simply admire his talent. He's blushing, but his heart is fluttering. Besides, our main purpose for coming to Chengying Academy today is to apologize to him. Poaching talent depends on destiny. You can't force these things. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Zhong Yuan prepares to fight Yan Tuo. The match is refereed by Gu Yan, the Dean of Academic Affairs, along with instructor Lu Wen. Feng Qing and Shangguan Yi stand by, eagerly watching the show. Gu Yan announces the rules. The training field's barrier has been activated. No other students will be able to disturb you. I will act as the witness for this ranking battle. When you're both ready, you may begin. After Dean Gu Yan finishes, Yan Tuo draws his sword and asks, Zhong Yuan, aren't you going to use a weapon? Zhong Yuan replies bluntly, you're ranked lower than me. I'll spot you a weapon. Hearing this, Yan Tuo doesn't bother with pleasantries. If you insist, then I'm starting. Yan Tuo immediately lunges at Zhong Yuan, but Zhong Yuan nimbly dodges the attack. Yan Tuo praises him, nice footwork. He follows up with a series of deadly strikes, but Zhong Yuan effortlessly dodges them all. He thinks to himself, he's only using pure swordsmanship, no anomalous energy. Is this guy even trying to fight? Shangguan Yi cheers enthusiastically from the sidelines. Go, Zhong Yuan, you got this. Beat him down, don't hold back. If you get hurt, Feng Qing is right here. Feng Qing watches Yan Tuo closely and says, isn't that one of Uncle Chi's students? Did that bunch from the rundown little courtyard send him here to scout out Yuan's real strength? After testing his abilities for a while, Yan Tuo says, you're only number 137. Your rank is far too low. Zhong Yuan replies humbly, you too. Yan Tuo's expression turns serious. All right, playtime's over. From his sword, Yan Tuo unleashes his wind scythe technique, forming a fast-moving vortex that shoots straight towards Zhong Yuan, but it missed him completely. Trung Nguyen watched and thought to himself, why isn't he aiming properly? Is he trying to show off his master skills to me or something? But Njim Thak just leaped high into the air, shouting, watch out, before quickly unleashing 2 attacks. Powerful blasts of wind shot out one after another, heading straight for Trung Nguyen. Twin wind blades. Trung Nguyen stood his ground calmly, but the 2 attacks didn't fully connect. He spoke up. Playing it that safe? Are you underestimating me? Hearing this, Ngim Thok stated his record. My fastest speed is 18 strikes in 5 seconds. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Trung Nguyen calmly waved his hand. No need to hold back. Hit me with your best shot. Ngim Thak's cautious demeanor vanished. Very well, you asked for it. At that moment, Ngim Thok truly unleashed his power. The immense gust of wind formed a gigantic vortex, sending cyclone after cyclone rushing forward. This was no longer just a few small whirlwinds. This was a raging tempest, and its destructive power was immense. Facing the vortex, Trung Nguyen tensed up, thinking, the angle of attack is too tight. Unless I go up, there's nowhere to run. With that thought, he launched himself high into the air. Seeing Trung Nguyen leap up, Nguyen Thok was stunned for a second. Clever. Taking to the sky. But my wind blades last for a full 3 seconds. By the time you come down, you'll fall right into my attack. Panicking that Trung Nguyen couldn't block the attack, Nguyen Thok yelled, "Phung Kin, hurry, use life resonance on him." Hearing Nguyen Thok's command, Phung Kin scoffed openly. "Are you kidding me? Link with times him asterisk? I'd be lucky to survive." Seeing the dire situation, Nguyen Thok broke into a cold sweat. Why isn't Phung Kin moving? Damn it, I've really messed up this time. But before his panic could set in, Nguyen Thok froze. Huh? As Trung Nguyen ascended, the very air around him began to freeze. He said coldly, "Everything is frozen, including the air itself." Watching Trung Nguyen slowly descend after freezing the air, Instructor Ko said in amazement, Can freezing the air really make him fall that slowly? Phung Kin just made something up on the spot. He's just naturally light." Then he thought to himself, light enough that you could lift him with one hand. So, light it's practically inhuman. Shang Guanyi, standing to the side, immediately argued back. The speed of a free-falling object has nothing to do with its weight. I might be bad at physics, but don't try to pull a fast one on me. Hearing Shang Guanyi call him out, Phung Kin decided to teach him a lesson. Oh, you want to talk physics? Trung Nguyen froze the air above him. The air cools and contracts to a higher density, creating strong convection with the air below. The wind resistance created by this strong convection partially cancels out gravity, making his falling acceleration lower. Given that it took Trung Nguyen 3 seconds to fall from a height of 8 meters to the ground, what was his instantaneous velocity the moment before he landed? Hearing Phung Kin's explanation, Shang Guanyi's head started to spin. He clutched his head in panic and yelled, "Stop talking! I admit it, I'm a moron." Seeing Trung Nguyen land safely without a single scratch, Nguyen Thak said with admiration, "The way you countered my quintuple wind blades was truly impressive, but the room temperature is extremely low now. You can't use the same move a second time." With that, Nguyen Thak attacked again. Quintuple wind blades. The moment the raging winds appeared, Trung Nguyen swiftly dodged them and accelerated, charging straight towards Nguyen Thach. His movements were terrifyingly fast, almost impossible to see. Trung Nguyen said casually, "Too bad. I've already seen through the trajectory of your quintuple wind blades." Just as he finished speaking, he appeared right in front of Nguyen Thach and said menacingly, "And times can't use the same move on me a second time." He then leaped forward to engage Nguyen Thach in close combat. As he parried the blows, sweat started to bead on Nguyen Thach's face. He broke through my quintuple wind blades just by charging straight ahead? What kind of speed is this? Nguyen Thach glanced at the ground, and his eyes widened in shock when he saw a trail of water. He's sliding. The moisture in the air freezes and then melts on the ground, reducing the friction. Seeing Trung Nguyen closing in, Nguyen Thach immediately used Wall of Wind, creating a massive gale at close range to ambush Trung Nguyen from both sides. Nguyen Thach sneered. "Naive. Did you really think you could beat me like that?" But Trung Nguyen fiercely countered with the Grandmaster's fist, an eye for an eye, and punched Nguyen Thach so hard his face deformed, knocking him out cold for a moment. He collapsed to his knees, but forced himself back up with a laugh. Asterisk. Cough. Cough. Asterisk. To think you could break through my wall of wind head on. You're really strong. But I bet you're just as injured. Before he could finish, Trung Nguyen activated his regeneration skill. He said smugly, "I have regeneration. Do you? If not, you'd better give up and get some healing." Seeing this, Nguyen Thach's eyes went wide with shock, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said helplessly, I lose." The head of academic affairs, Ko Nam, raised Trung Nguyen's hand and announced, "The winner is Trung Nguyen." Shang Guanyi leaped up in excitement. "Awesome." Lu Van rushed over and hugged Trung Nguyen tightly, saying cheerfully, "That was great. You won. You were amazing." Being squeezed in her embrace, Trung Nguyen said, "Instructor, you're hugging me too tight. I can't breathe." As Phung Kin was healing Nguyen Thach, he thought with contempt, "Yeah, right. I seriously doubt you're having trouble breathing. I can't breathe." After a fierce battle, Trung Nguyen shook hands and made peace with Nguyen Thach. Nguyen Thach said with admiration, "Trung Nguyen, your strength and demeanor are truly impressive. I've benefited greatly from this match." Trung Nguyen also held Nguyen Thach in high regard. "You're very skilled as well." "I also learned a lot," Nguyen Thach replied. "The next time you come to Quang Vien City, let's have another match." As they were talking cheerfully, Quang Thien Sok and his group walked in. The Dean of Academic Affairs, Gu Nam, said, "Quang Thien Sok, Why did you force your way in here? Why didn't the guards stop them? Cao Han crossed his arms and said, the guards at your academy need to work on their resistance to money. When Kwang Thien Sok saw Trung Nguyen shaking hands with Ngiem Thak, he thought, they just fought, and now they're shaking hands and becoming friends? Kwang Thien Sok's mind was now split into two. He thought, should I go up and challenge Trung Nguyen? After the fight, maybe we could shake hands, or will he just beat me to death? While he was hesitating, Cao Han walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and urged him on. President, what are you spacing out for? Get over there. Snapped out of his thoughts. Kwang Thien Sok blushed and said, oh, right. Kwang Thien Sok then mustered all his courage, walked up to Trung Nguyen, and said, Trung Nguyen, on behalf of Hoa Lang Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. Kwang Thien Sok said seriously, as long as you come, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 30 million, and we'll provide all core crystals and cultivation resources for free. After I graduate, you will be the next student council president, with a status equal to the headmaster, second only to the academy's board of directors. Ngiem Thak, watching the drama unfold, thought it was interesting. Even I'm tempted by those conditions. I wonder what Trung Nguyen will choose. Trung Nguyen looked at Kwang Thien Sok, his face cold and emotionless as he said, I refuse. He thought to himself, he actually has the nerve to try and poach me. If we weren't in front of so many people, I would have killed him on the spot. Trung Nguyen rejected him flatly. Kwang Thien Sok, I have principles and boundaries. You can't just trample on them because you have money. Hearing that, Kwang Thien Sok got pissed. He then remembered his main reason for coming today was to apologize. Damn it. Cao Han interrupted me earlier, so I didn't get a chance to apologize to him. Kwang Thien Sok quickly tried to explain, Trung Nguyen, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I thought the person I bumped into in the hallway was your sister. I have absolutely no other intentions towards your sister. Trung Nguyen tried to recall. The hallway. Thought it was his sister. Right. It suddenly dawned on Trung Nguyen that the person Kwang Thien Sok liked was times him asterisk. He blushed in surprise. Huh? In that instant, his anger erupted. Trung Nguyen roared at the entire Hoa Lang group, get out. Seeing his towering rage, they all scrambled for their lives. Cao Nhan dragged Kwang Thien Sok along as he ran. President, run. If we don't go now, he's going to drag you up a mountain and beat you senseless all night long. Kwang Thien Sok was confused. What's all this about a mountain? Dean Gu said critically. These people from Hoa Lang are completely lawless. We need to strengthen the academy's security. We can't let them just sneak in and poach our best students. Instructor Liu Wen said, Dean Gu, you're underestimating Trung Nguyen. He would never go to Hoa Lang. Liu Wen turned to ask Trung Nguyen, right? He answered frankly, yes. Then he thought to himself, if I transferred, Lam Lam would definitely transfer with me. Than An's school culture isn't great, but at least it's better than that den of thugs at Hoa Lang. For Lam Lam's sake, I can't transfer schools, not even for more money. On the way back to the dorm, Trung Nguyen asked, Feng Kin, are you friends with that guy Ngiem Thach? Feng Kin neither confirmed nor denied it. What makes you say that? Trung Nguyen explained, you didn't make a single sarcastic remark and just healed him directly. Feng Kin said seriously, we're not friends. At most, we've fought a couple of times. We just happen to know each other. Him coming here to challenge you isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's not exactly a good thing either. Trung Nguyen didn't want to overthink it and said, let's just leave it at that. Better to have less trouble than more. Just let him go. Feng Kin chuckled, haha, that's just like you. At a high-end hotel, Ngiem Thak sat diligently writing a report on Trung Nguyen. Report. Subject under review. Trung Nguyen. Evaluation as follows. Combat capability, 9 points. Judgment, 8.5 points. Endurance, 10 points. Mental stability, 7.5 points. Leadership ability, unknown. Charisma, 10 points. Bonus section, 10 points. Supplementary explanation for bonus section. Possesses unwavering willpower, is loyal to our side, cannot be swayed by money, and is difficult to buy with personal gain. Comprehensive conclusion. Excellent individual combat skills, incredibly sharp on-the-spot judgment. Personality is calm and slightly pessimistic. Regenerative ability far exceeds the average. His exceptional willpower cannot be ignored. Body temperature is lower than a normal person's, and he's extremely good-looking. Yan Shuo carefully reviewed the report, then stroked his chin and thought, let's delete the last 2 points. It's perfectly normal for an ice system void energy user to have a low body temperature, and you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. After careful consideration, Yan Shuo hit send on the report. Report submission complete. A talent like this is a rare find you can't just seek out. Once the higher-ups approve this, he'll officially be a candidate for the 9th void. Meanwhile, at the Chengying Academy cafeteria, Trung Nguyen stared thoughtfully at his phone. Zhang Lan asked, "Brother, is something bothering you?" Zhang Yuan explained that he saw the news too late and couldn't make a reservation anymore. It was for the Golden Coffin exhibition during the Golden Week in October. The priceless golden coffin would be displayed at the Shandong City Museum. It would be on display for 7 days, and everyone could book an appointment to see the exhibit. When Zhang Lan heard it was a golden coffin exhibition, she was confused. A golden coffin? What's so interesting about a coffin? Shang Guanyi heard her and chimed in. Exactly. Besides, it's Chengying's school anniversary, which happens to fall on Golden Week too. The Academy is planning a ton of activities, like free movies and stage plays, a mini amusement park, a food street, a night market, a live band performance, a maid cafe. The more Shang Guanyi listed, the brighter Zhang Lan's eyes became. She was itching to go right that second. Feng Qing leaned over and asked him, "You want to go to the exhibition to see a golden coffin?" Zhang Yuan said regretfully, "Yeah." Feng Qing then gave him a tip. "Actually, if you get a ranking badge, you can get in, without a reservation." Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. "There's a special privilege like that?" Feng Qing said proudly, "Yep, if you get your hands on a Xuanming badge, you could probably book the whole place." Zhang Yuan's face lit up, his eyes sparkling. "For real?" Feng Qing readily agreed. "Leave it to me, I'll make the call. What day are you thinking of going?" Zhang Yuan immediately chose the 4th, he thought to himself. Asterisk. Booking the whole place is a bit much, but that golden coffin holds the secret to my rebirth. Asterisk. Asterisk. I have to be careful. Asterisk. Feng Qing called his mother. "Mom, can you put me in charge of clearing out the museum?" Feng Qing's beautiful mother sat in her office and said, My good boy is all grown up. This is the first time you've ever asked me for a favor for someone else." On the other end of the line, Feng Qing said angrily, "So, are you going to help me or not?" His mother said calmly, "I'll help. Of course, I'll help. That time you had the Supervision Bureau send over the sample of the school's flying dagger Dao. Was that also for this junior of yours? Every single piece of news about you lately seems to involve him." Feng Qing asked impatiently. "What are you trying to say?" His mother replied nonchalantly. "Oh, nothing. I just want you to make a trip back to Shangjing during Golden Week and tell me all about this junior of yours." At that, Feng Qing exploded with anger, shouting, "You didn't even ask me to come home for summer break, and now you're calling? Mom, tell me the truth. Is Uncle Chi's screwed-up institute in some kind of urgent trouble with Qing Yi again?" Feng Qing's mother said softly, "Come home, and I'll tell you everything." In a secret office, Ruan Kai was currently reviewing intel and receiving directives from the Lighthouse Nation. According to intelligence from the 9 luminaries, Zhang Yuan, male, 16 years old, currently a student at Chengying Academy in Shandong City. Abilities unknown. You killed Robusta in the Shenong realm and took the heterogeneous void crystal from his body. It was this high school student named Zhang Yuan. The heterogeneous void crystal is either in his possession or he has already absorbed it. Robusta's only daughter, Joanna, has relinquished her right to inherit this heterogeneous void crystal. Your mission is now to retrieve it, at any cost. Operation Codename, Nirvana. Ruan Kai accepted the order, replying, "Understood." After receiving the mission, he immediately began to devise a plan of attack. He thought, Robusta's daughter is an idiot. Asterisk. The success rate of a direct descendant absorbing a heterogeneous void crystal is nearly 100%. She passed up the chance to become a top-tier void energy user. He mused, I've been lying low in the Hua Nation for years, running a company to provide cover and protection for the Lighthouse Nation's void energy users. But recently, the Hua Nation has suddenly started cracking down on foreign powers. Sooner or later, they're going to find a problem with my company. After I finish this job and get the bonus from the Lighthouse Nation, I'll pull out. And retire to the Beinan Nation. It would be best if Zhang Yuan hasn't absorbed the heterogeneous void crystal. But if he has, then I'll have to capture him and lock him up for a few years, wait for him to condense a new void crystal, and then take it. No matter what, I can't kill him directly. Ruan Kai scrolled down the report and saw a new piece of information. Zhong Lan, female, 12 years old, Zhong Yuan's younger sister. A wicked smile spread across his face. Huh? He has a little sister? Well then, doesn't that just make things simple? At the 3rd year special class. Welcome home, Master and Milady. As Zhong Yuan and Zhong Lan walked into the classroom, they were greeted by maids in cosplay. Zhong Lan said with delight, "Whoa, so this is the third year's maid cafe? This setup is amazing, and the maid outfits are so cute." Su Wanying stepped forward to greet them. "Master and milady, what would you like to drink today?" Jiang Siyuan cheerfully offered, "We have coffee, black tea, and fruit juice." Zhong Lan, seeing Jiang Siyuan's maid outfit, and became furious. So that was her final prayer. Suddenly, this maid outfit doesn't seem so cute at all. Zhong Yuan focused on ordering 1 strawberry soda and 1 strawberry cake. Seeing Zhong Yuan only order her favorite things, Zhong Lan pouted and said, "Hey, how come you only ordered stuff I like to eat? You used to have a small appetite, and lately, you're not even eating half as much as I do. If this keeps up, your body is going to collapse." Zhong Yuan indulged her. "All right then, Lan Lan, you order for me." Lan Lan happily turned back to order more food for Zhong Yuan, and 1 scoop of mint and chocolate ice cream. While ordering, Zhong Lan saw Shang Guanyi hiding behind the counter in a maid outfit. She shouted, "Brother Shang Guanyi, so you're here too." Zhong Lan immediately pulled out her camera and snapped a few pictures of Shang Guanyi. "Heh, Sister Shangguan, you're an absolute, nation-toppling beauty. You've definitely secured a spot in this year's campus beauty pageant." Shang Guanyi covered his face, hopelessly embarrassed, and said, "Please, don't." Jiang Siyuan quickly took the chance to secretly snap a few photos of Zhong Yuan. She thought smugly, wearing a dress to enter the campus beauty pageant. This is totally something Zhong Yuan would do. Because a few hours later, a picture of Zhong Yuan in a school uniform with his hair tied up appeared on the school's newsfeed. The 2042 second-year campus beauty pageant, Cheng Ying Academy. New hot topic. Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan head home together after participating in the school festival. Zhong Yuan said, "Lan Lan, it's almost autumn. Even if you like that outfit, you should probably change." Zhong Lan scrunched up her face, clearly disagreeing. "Change out of this childish outfit you bought for me? I'm a mature young lady now. I don't wear childish clothes and pigtails anymore." Seeing Lan Lan still looking so cute and innocent, Zhong Yuan thought about his past life, how he was so busy working to support the family that he missed all the changes as Lan Lan grew up. "I always thought she was still the gentle, fragile girl from our childhood. 4 years later, she became a battle-crazed warrior. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence." Looking at her innocence now, Zhong Yuan quickly decided to protect Lan Lan so she could stay this pure and adorable forever. When they reached the bus stop, Zhong Yuan said, "Lan Lan, I'm heading to the museum. You be safe at school. Go ahead and eat lunch first." Zhong Lan waved goodbye and walked off. "I know." Zhong Yuan got on the bus and sat down, thinking, "I've been sleeping in the confinement room for the past few days, and my spirit power has increased quite a bit. The weakening period for ice bloodburst is down to 24 hours, with no signs of getting any shorter for now. According to the timeline from my past life, in the museum, a void rift will appear in 4 years, containing an alien creature with enormous claws. In this life, my and Lan Lan's fates have already changed. Even if the butterfly effect occurs, it probably won't affect this event. While I'm studying the golden coffin, I might run into something, so I should probably get some sleep first. Just in case, I'll set my alarm ringtone to Lan Lan's voice." As soon as he stepped into the museum entrance, the museum director and 2 assistants were already waiting. The director stepped forward to greet him. Hello, I am Director Shi Ruiwen. On behalf of the entire staff of the Shandong Museum, I welcome you." The director kindly asked him, "Do you need me to arrange a designated guide for you?" Zhong Yuan quickly refused. "Oh, no need. I can look around by myself." The director complied. "Understood. All surveillance cameras have been turned off as you requested. We will also not disclose your identity." Zhong Yuan walked alone into the main hall, where the golden coffin was displayed. "This is the golden coffin that caused me to be reborn 4 years in the past. No matter how I look at it, it's the same as before. There's no gap between the lid and the body, so there's no way to check what's inside. Just touching it should be fine, right?" The moment Zhong Yuan touched the coffin, a black hole that looked like a portal appeared on its surface. Curious, Zhong Yuan reached his hand in to check it out, and was immediately met with a powerful suction force. Zhong Yuan asked worriedly, "What's happening?" And was instantly sucked into the spatial gate by the coffin. In a girl's dormitory room, a girl was scrolling through the school's news page about the 2042 campus beauty pageant when she spoke up for Wan Ying, infuriated. What the hell? Where did this girl with long, straight black hair come from? Wan Ying's title as the campus queen is about to be snatched away. Su Wan Ying, who was writing, said nonchalantly, It's all just a meaningless title anyway. After saying that, she put down her pen and headed out. I'm going to go train. Her roommate watched Wang Ying leave for training and sighed in admiration. So disciplined, she still wants to train. Seriously amazing, Jiang Siyuan said, filled with guilt. Even though Wang Ying says that, she actually really cares about this stuff. Was it really a good idea for me to use Zhang Yuan's picture to steal her title as campus queen? Jiang Siyuan opened her device to do something to ease her conscience. Sigh. I'll just give you one vote then. On a small street in some neighborhood, Chu Ren's voice could be heard. First, get on young Zhang Yuan's good side, and then through him, I'll recruit Zhang Yuan. Then he added, but are we just gonna show up at her door with a cake? Isn't that kinda turning a smart move into a dumb one? In his hand was a cake box. Walking beside him, Kwang Thien Sok stated confidently, I'm about 70% sure this will work. Then, he confidently crossed his arms, gave a wink, and got lost in his own smug thoughts with a grin. My intel says Trung Nguyen is super protective of her little sister. From that, I deduced that while she likes chocolate and mint ice cream, her little sister loves strawberry cake. He then reassured himself, even though my older sister loves to mess with me, she wouldn't lie about something like this. The two then arrived at a fortress-like building, where a banner with two girls was hanging. Cao Han glanced at it. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why is Thuong Quan Wai running for Campus Bell too? Then he seemed to rationalize it, muttering to himself, well, Than An Academy is known for its progressive thinking, a true model for our generation to follow. Hearing that, Kwang Thien Sok was at a damn loss for words, just staring blankly at the banner. Immediately after, he pulled out his phone, practically drooling with a devoted look on his face as he held it up high. As he tapped the screen, he declared, this is absurd. I'm casting my vote for Trung Nguyen. But when he opened the info page with the vote count, Kwang Thien Sok froze, staring at his phone and screaming internally. He scoffed, his mind racing with suspicion. Huh? How does Tu Uyen Owan have more votes than the entire student body of Than An? Furious, Kwang Thien Sok rubbed his eyes and glared at the phone. He yelled, that damn Tu Uyen Owan, she's gotta be spamming votes. Seeing this, Cao Han glanced over. He let out an awkward, looking at his friend. But Kwang Thien Sok's rage was unstoppable. He made a decision on the spot. I'm mobilizing everyone at Hoa Lang to vote for Trung Nguyen. He then added the incentive. For every 100 votes, you get 1 academic credit point. Next, the two of them looked up at the banner in unison. Cao Han asked with a frown. So we're fighting fire with fire, right? I get it. And then, suddenly, Kwang Thien Sok felt something and flinched. A gust of wind brushed past them both. After it passed, Kwang Thien Sok snapped back to reality with a jolt. He tore his eyes from his phone, looking in the direction the person had gone, his mind screaming with questions. Hey, did someone just come out of here? Then another question popped into his head. If you're gonna leave, just leave. Why use your void energy? Immediately, Kwang Thien Sok shot out his hand, unleashing his primal force toward the figure that had just darted away. As he did, he yelled after him, abusing your powers on campus is forbidden. The guy froze, realizing he'd been spotted. His speed dropped, and his face turned pale with panic. Beside him, Cao Nhan covered his mouth and whispered a reminder to Kwang Thien Sok, President, this is Than An, not Hoa Lang. We don't have any authority here. Then, as if suddenly remembering, he glanced over and added, oh right, I forgot. Next, Kwang Thien Sok looked over at the guy who had just run past, who was now frozen in a trembling posture, his pale face staring back at him. He silently assessed the man. Strange, he's wearing full tactical gear. Doesn't look like he's here for the school anniversary. He looks more like a threat. The man in the uniform quickly regained his composure, putting a hand on his hip and turning to blame him. Why'd you stop me? He demanded. The stage play is about to start. Hearing this, Kwang Thien Sok was completely baffled. He put a hand on his own hip, looking at the guy who was desperately trying to get away. A stage play? But the other guy was already taking off again, calling back, I'm gonna be late. See ya. Kwang Thien Sok didn't say anything more. But after the man in the uniform had gotten some distance, he pulled out a radio, glancing back at them. He spoke into it cautiously. Shadow Walker, to Chameleon. I was just spotted by 2 students. I think I fooled them, but I can't rule out the possibility that my cover is blown. This was Naoya Fujiki, codename Shadow Walker. In another observation room, a commander of the Azure Dragon group with purple-red hair stood watching a monitor. He and his team berated Naoya Fujiki. How could you be so careless? Over the radio, the man in the military gear replied, it was a coincidence. The kid's ability is a hard counter to mine. The purple-haired leader of Azure Dragon was Nguyen Kai, codename Chameleon. In another location, a muscular man was also holding a radio. With one hand on his back, he asked the others, "You guys okay over there?" Without waiting for an answer, he added, "I've finished setting up the barrier field on my end. The entire academy is trapped inside." This was Li Min-chi, codename Super Soldier. On a fortress wall, a very alluring woman was squatting down, speaking into her own radio. She reported to Li Min-chi, "I'm running into a bit of a problem over here." This was S-Queen Jackery, codename Crow. Model. Next, she got on her radio to report the situation to the guy on the other end. The male students at the school were going wild for some reason, skipping the anniversary celebration to run around everywhere with banners like a swarm of locusts. Down on the grounds, a crowd of students was screaming their heads off, holding up signs and yelling, "Thien Thien, our new school beauty, my one true love, Van Kwang." The noisy group took up an entire corner of the campus. Seeing this, on the other end of the line, the leader, Thon Long Wen Kai, quickly got serious, speaking into his mic to relay his decision, change the plan, and distribute the poisoned milk tea for free right at the cafeteria entrance, making them line up toward the bathrooms. No sooner said than done. A stall with a free milk tea sign was quickly set up. Sakin Zakri stood enthusiastically behind the counter, smiling brightly as she called out to the students, "Free milk tea right here." Seeing this, the students quickly swarmed the stall, but she didn't forget to remind them, "Students, please form a line to receive your drinks." Soon, a long line had formed for the free milk tea, filled with laughter and cheerful chatter. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd, "Student Trung Lam." Hearing her name, she turned her head to see who it was. Realizing she didn't recognize them, she asked with some hesitation, "Who are you?" Then, Kwang Thien Sok calmly held out a cake box in front of her, smiling gently as he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Kwang Thien Sok, and he's Cao Nhan." Cao Nhan peeked out from behind him, also smiling cheerfully at Trung Lam. Kwang Thien Sok then added to his introduction, "We're classmates of your older brother. We took the chance during the school anniversary to come visit him." Seeing the cake, Trung Lam's eyes lit up. She stared at it, practically drooling, as she informed the two of them, "Oh, my brother went to the museum today." Hearing this, Kwang Thien Sok asked her, "This is for him. Could you hold on to the cake for now?" Tempted by the sweet treat, Trung Lam quickly took it in her arms and confirmed, "Oh, okay, sure." She hesitated a bit. Then, she gave the two guys standing in front of her an update. "My brother won't be back until this afternoon. Why don't you guys hang out at my school for a while?" She then conveniently made a suggestion. Trung Lam's eyes were still glued to the cake in her hands as she praised it. "The drama club's performance is amazing." Then, she added with a hint of regret, "It's a shame the final performance was yesterday." Hearing this, Kwang Thien Sok shouted in alarm, "Yesterday?" Then he yelled in confusion, asking himself, "Then who was that person we just met?" He cut himself off, completely bewildered. Realizing something was wrong, Kwang Thien Sok quickly pointed at Cao Han beside him and urged, "Something's about to go down. Call Lu Qidao, now." Hearing this, he quickly grabbed his phone, but his face was full of worry as he told Kwang Thien Sok the bad news. "My phone suddenly lost its signal." Beside them, Trung Lam looked at her own phone and thought in confusion, "That's weird. I clearly have a signal." Seeing this, Kwang Thien Sok quickly scanned his surroundings, coming to a realization. The school has been pulled into a domain, but Chinese domains don't have a day-night cycle. Then, Kwang Thien Sok struggled to add another assessment of their current situation, but the sun in this domain matches real time, so this must be foreign tech. Over at the stall, Sakin Zakri was holding a tray of milk tea, smiling as she quietly muttered her report. "Target number 2, Trung Lam, has been spotted. Location is the cafeteria entrance." Hearing this, the person on the other end quickly replied, "Hold the target. We're on our way." Receiving her orders, Sakin Zakri picked up the tray of drinks and walked over to investigate Kwang Thien Sok's group. They were still standing there, trying to assess the situation. Then, she smiled and raised a hand to her forehead. Immediately, a purple psychic wave shot out and hit a male student who was drinking the free milk tea. The boy's eyes widened as he stared back at her. This was mental corruption, a technique that amplifies the target's negative thoughts, allowing for a certain degree of control over them. Next, the boy's eyes turned purple, and the hand holding the milk tea froze. He had been hit by the Ku Hoa technique, which causes powerful hallucinations that paralyze the nervous system. A high dose can be fatal. A moment later, the milk teacup in the student's hand fell to the ground, splashing its contents everywhere. The male students' faces twisted with madness, their controlled eyes glowing a sinister purple as they spoke in vile voices. "Hehehe, A cute girl like this. I bet she sounds real nice when she cries. Meanwhile, Sakanzakuri glanced up smugly, enjoying the show. In the next moment, more and more controlled male students rushed forward, surrounding Kwang Thiensok's group. They were all screaming and muttering insanely, with twisted grins on their faces. Chu Ren stood in front of the other two, shielding them as he faced the out-of-control students. Then, Chu Ren adjusted his glasses, his eyes fixed on the crazed mob. Behind him, Jiang Tianshuo grimaced and offered his own assessment. Their eyes. Something's not right. They look like they're being controlled. Try using Rejuvenate and see if you can break them free. Hearing this, he quickly thrust his hand forward and yelled out the skill's name, Rejuvenate. The bodies of the mindless students were quickly healed, but they only stumbled. Then, Cao Nian shouted out the urgent news. It's no use. The one controlling them is a higher level than me. As soon as I heal them, they get put back under. Then, they started smiling vilely, reaching their hands out. They muttered with excitement. A little beauty with long, straight black hair. Hehehe. Seeing this, Kwang Thiensok scowled and gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, even though these are all innocent classmates, I have no choice but to fight. Then he shouted out the name of his skill, Trung Nguyen. Suddenly, from behind, Trung Lam charged forward. Kwang Thiensok, still frowning, was too slow to realize she was holding a cake box as she did a one-handed handstand and kicked. A controlled student who was rushing them right in the face, then looked back at Kwang Thiensok to warn him, Big bro, watch out. He could only stare at the scene, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. Next, the totally badass Trung Lam, still holding the cake box, landed on the ground, her face dead serious as she made a declaration. You guys go on ahead, I'll deal with them. But the mindless students just kept rushing toward her. Beside them, Cao Han couldn't hold back either, his expression darkening as he rushed forward excitedly with a comment. This Trung Lam girl is awesome. Nearby, Kwang Thiensok had already regained his composure. He also looked at Trung Lam and added his own 2 cents. Like brother, like sister. Then, the two of them quickly ran, to stand beside her in a fighting stance. Kwang Thiensok shielded her and spoke to the little girl. Thanks, Trung Lam, but me and Cao Han aren't so pathetic that we'd let a kid like you fight all by yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms and unleashed his power, shouting, Origin Force, Triple Gravity. A huge flash of light appeared in front of his palm. Immediately, the group of mindless students collapsed under the weight of Kwang Thiensok's power. Beside him, even Trung Lam was affected, her body glowing with a green aura. Under the effect of the triple gravity, the strawberry cake, inside the box Trung Lam was holding, began to slip out. She looked up, her eyes wide, unable to react in time as the cake fell. A moment later, the little girl quickly dropped to the ground to catch it, hugging the cake to her chest, but it was already completely squashed. Trung Lam hugged the ruined cake and began to wail. Wah! Big bro, you're so amazing. You took down all the enemies at once. Wah! Seeing this, Kwang Thiensok forced a smile, still maintaining his skill, as he looked over and shouted to comfort her. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll buy you 100 more later. Then, the three of them charged forward, breaking through the encirclement of controlled students, while struggling to dodge the ones chasing them from behind. After knocking one of them away, Kwang Thiensok yelled out an idea. Let's head to the broadcasting room and call for help. Hearing that, Cao Nian, who was running beside them, asked Trung Lam, do you know the way? While still clutching the cake box, she ran and replied, yes. Suddenly, someone holding a dagger appeared out of thin air, shadowing the three of them while assessing the situation. In his mind, Origin Force is a counter to my Sodom. But you can't keep that active forever. A moment later, he seized his chance, appearing behind Kwang Thiensok with incredible speed and striking him in the back, causing him to cry out in pain. Ugh. He glanced back at his attacker, then spun around and unleashed his skill on him. Origin Force, Triple Gravity. The man's body was hit by the skill and immediately slowed down. Then, he shouted a warning to the other two. There's an assassin nearby. Don't leave the range of my Origin Force. A large patch of blood was already spreading across Kwang Thiensok's back. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his side in agony. Trung Lam caught him from behind, calling out worriedly, Big bro. On the other side, Cao Han quickly composed himself, and with a wave of his hand, called out his skill. Wind of Healing. A stream of green, restorative energy quickly enveloped Kwang Thiensok. Cao Nan shouted, President, hang in there. I'm healing you. Suddenly, a footstep was heard, along with a mocking voice from someone standing right in front of them. Healing? Tisk. In your dreams. When they saw him, the three of them quickly helped Kwang Thien Sok to his feet. Then, the man spread his arms, conjuring a purple skill, called Wind Seal. It seals a target's designated ability for 5 minutes. However, if the target's ability level is higher than the caster's, the seal is ineffective. It was Nguyen Kai. He smiled smugly, reaching his hand toward the three of them as he shouted, Wind Seal. Wind of Healing. Immediately after, Nguyen Kai stepped forward, his face dark with derision. He looked at the three struggling before him and offered some advice. Stop resisting. I might just let you live. Then he added, especially you, Mr. Origin Force. Without any healing, you're not going to last much longer. Seeing him, Kwang Thien Sok clutched the wound on his abdomen, struggling as he stared at the man before him and mumbled, Trung, Lam, I'll hold these guys off. You go to the radio room and call for help. Seeing this, a worried Trung Lam responded from behind. I can't just leave my comrades behind. He immediately shot back. Don't be a fool. You can't beat them. Just call for backup. Asterisk, cough, asterisk. Beside them, Kaun Han looked at Kwang Thien Sok, his face twisted in pain. Hearing that, she seemed to remember something, her expression changing as a thought hit her. That's right. Backup. My phone is a satellite phone. It still has a signal. I can call for help. Without a second thought, Trung Lam raised the phone to her ear, her expression grave as she waited. Her mind raced, assessing the situation. The enemies were powerful, and there was more than one. No matter how strong she was, it'd be hard to gain an advantage. The best person to call for help was... She paused for a moment, then made her decision. Uncle Lam at the military district. He can mobilize a lot of people to help. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lam Dong Luong was in a meeting with his subordinates when his phone suddenly rang. The person next to him quietly reminded him, Captain Lam, your phone. He glanced over at it. Lam Dong Luong picked up the phone and looked at the screen, a confused frown on his face as he wondered to himself. Trung Lam. Her and her brother already turned their backs on me. Why is she calling now? Without hesitation, he declined the call. He slowly put the phone down, closed his eyes, then slammed his fist on the table and made a decision. It's probably not that urgent anyway. I'll call back after the meeting. Back on her end, there was no answer. Trung Lam held the phone to her ear, her face wrinkled with worry as an automated voice announced, the number you have dialed cannot be reached. She clutched the phone with both hands, scrolling through her contacts with a worried expression, muttering to herself, can't get through. None of them are going through. Nguyen Kai saw this and smirked, thinking to himself, kids these days have no common sense. How could a call possibly connect inside this mist barrier? Next, Trung Lam dialed her brother's number. The phone began to ring. She thought, there's no other choice. I have to call my brother. Suddenly, Kwang Thien Sok struggled, coughing up blood, startling her. Beside him, Kaun Han grimaced, supporting him from behind and shouting, President. The situation made her even more frantic. She stared at the phone, her face tight with concentration. It'll take time for my brother to get people here, but I don't think we can hold out that long. At that, Trung Lam lowered the phone and stared straight ahead. Nearby, Kwang Thien Sok had already collapsed, coughing up a pool of blood onto the ground as a worried Kaun Han stayed by his side. Finally, Trung Lam began walking towards the smirking Nguyen Kai, having made up her mind. If we want to survive, I have to take out the one who cast this sealing spell that's blocking our healing. Without another word, she shoved the phone at a bewildered Kaun Han and gave him instructions. Hold this tight. My brother will definitely answer. When he does, tell him to call for backup. Having settled that, she instantly activated her super speed and charged forward with determination. As she sprinted, she remembered the image of her brother's back and his words. Little Lam Lam, when you face an enemy stronger than you, don't be afraid. Just seize a single opportunity and you will win. In a flash, Trung Lam was right in front of Nguyen Kai, who flinched and backed away in surprise. She stared him down, her brother's voice echoing in her mind. Remember this. Just kick him hard. Right there. Then, she yelled out the name of her skill, Teen Nguyen, and kicked Nguyen Kai with all her might, right between the legs. The pain shot straight to his brain as his eyes bulged, looking down at his crotch. Ah, he screamed in agony. He immediately dropped to his knees in front of Trung Lam, clutching his family jewels, his head bowed in pain. Behind her, the other two looked up. Then, Kaun Han, still holding the phone, shouted with joy, Healing Wind. He reached his hand towards Kwang Thien Sok, channeling healing energy. My powers are back. Let me heal the president. Kwang Thien Sok clutched his chest, muttering in disbelief. There's absolutely no way Trung Nguyen taught her that dirty move. Hearing this, the girl turned her head to look back at them, and confirmed. You noticed, huh? but she failed to notice two new figures appearing in front of her. Sane Zachary. She stretched her hand toward Trung Lam and yelled the name of her skill, TNT. Instantly, from her palm, cords of energy shot out, binding Trung Lam completely. Sane Zachary then pulled her hand back, crossing her arms with a smug grin. She mocked them. Aya, is it really a good idea to underestimate people like that? Behind her, Li Min-chi watched on nonchalantly. Seeing the two of them, the bound Trung Lam looked over in shock. Next, Li Min-chi. He stretched out his hand, a purple energy gathering in his palm as he softly spoke the name of his origin force technique. Then, he manically unleashed his power, screaming with smug satisfaction. Now, all of you will submit. Beside him, Sane Zachary simply crossed his arms, a pleasant smile on his face. On the other side, those affected by the power quickly collapsed to the ground. The phone in Qiuren's hand fell to the floor, while Jiang Tianshuo, resisting the ability, cursed out loud. Damn it, the enemy has origin force, too. Below, Qiuren clutched his chest and dropped to his knees, confirming, if I were in top condition, I could take him on, but now, he trailed off. Meanwhile, the phone on the ground showed no signs of being answered. In a museum, inside a solid gold sarcophagus, Zhang Yuan's phone began to ring. Time to get up, the sun's already up your butt. Get up and make me breakfast. Inside the golden coffin, Zhang Yuan was fast asleep in a formless void, an aura clinging to his body, when suddenly the ringtone blared. Time to get up, the sun's already up your butt. Get up and make me breakfast. He suddenly jolted awake, utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion. Zhang Yuan then sat up in the void, pulling out his phone and staring at it, wondering, huh? A call from Lan Lan? Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, pressing the phone to his ear and asking, Lan Lan, what's wrong? But what came back wasn't an answer, only a demanding shout. Speak! Where is Zhang Yuan? Hearing this, he flinched, his eyes wide as he listened, the phone still pressed to his ear. Back at the school under a clear blue sky, the phone he had just answered lay on the ground, while Zhonglan's body was suspended pitifully in midair, bound by Sa Queen Zagri. Beside them, Qiuren was sprawled out on the ground, and Jiang Tianshuo was being held down by the hair by that scumbag Li Mingji. But even in this situation, the little girl just shook her head, refusing their demand. I'm not telling you where my brother is. Seeing this, the woman sneered, and with a flick of her finger, she manipulated invisible threads to bend Zhonglan's index finger back, announcing, if you don't talk, you're going to suffer. The threads then began to apply even more force. Finally, with a sickening crack, a joint in Zhonglan's index finger snapped backward. With her finger broken, she squeezed her eyes shut, crying miserably but still saying defiantly, sob, I won't talk. Seeing this, Sequin Zagri took the opportunity to mock her further. Tsk, tisk. I wonder just how long you can hold out. On the other side, Li Mingzi stood with his arms crossed, looking at Qiuren, who was struggling to lift his head, and gave an order. This brat still looks like he has some fight left in him. Ying Xingren, go and land another blow. At that, the man named Ying Xingren clasped his hands and bowed his head, accepting the command. Understood. Suddenly, Nguyen Kai frowned and shouted at them to stop. Wait! Hearing this, the other two turned to look at him curiously. Nguyen Kai looked back at them and explained, Origin Force is a rare ability. If we kill him, the Hua Nation will hunt us to the ends of the earth. Besides, he added, our mission is to retrieve Robert's origin crystal. Don't make things worse. In response, Naoya Fujiki pointed at Jiang Tianshuo, who was lying on the ground near the dropped phone, and reminded him, if we spare him, they'll hunt us down anyway. Next to him, Li Mingzi added, I heard the Hua Nation just lost a grandmaster. With the chaos from the last major battle, they won't have the resources to deal with us. Hearing this, Nguyen Kai ran over, disagreeing with them. Even so, we can't afford to cause a major incident. While the three of them were arguing, Jiang Tianshuo struggled back to his feet, painfully lifting his head as a realization dawned on him. Their target is Zhang Yuan. He then forced himself to stand, clutching his bloody stomach and wiping his mouth as he stared at the group, considering his options. Zhonglan is in their hands. They'll definitely use her to threaten Zhang Yuan. No matter what, I have to save her. With that thought, he threw his arms out, his face contorted in pain as he yelled out his technique, Origin Force, tenfold gravity. He then declared, I'll take you all down with me. Reacting instantly, Li Mingzi created a pocket of space with his own technique, Origin Force, Gravity Nullification, to protect his comrades. He couldn't help but remark with a click of his tongue, still have the strength to fight back, huh? In another room, strange streams of energy swirled densely over a bed. Trung Nguyen's body began to slowly materialize on it, while he remained fast asleep. The moment his body was fully formed, he shot up with a scream, his face etched with panic as he called out, "Lan Lan." He then looked around, observing his surroundings and realizing, this place, it's the Academy's detention room. I'm back. Back at the school, Jiang Tianshuo could no longer hold on. He clutched his throat, coughing up blood in a desperate struggle, screaming in his mind. He finally collapsed to the ground, his last thought being, it's still not enough. Blood splattered across the pavement. Trung Lam's phone. Then, as if realizing something, he reached out with a pained expression, screaming in his thoughts. Wait, Trung Lam's phone. It actually connected. He gritted his teeth in agony. Kung Tian-sok then hesitantly made his move. He had to say something, but before his trembling hand could reach the phone, it was shattered by a sudden blow. Seeing this, Kung Tian-sok screamed in despair. Damn it! Meanwhile, on Trung Nguyen's end, he had teleported into a boundless void again. Holding the phone, he looked around, shouting in his mind, full of doubt. Where the hell is this place? There are no borders, no exits. Even my ability to absorb from the void crystal isn't working. He then used his clones to scout the area, but it was useless. It only made him angrier as he screamed in his thoughts. Don't tell me I'm still inside that golden coffin, am I? At this thought, Trung Nguyen gritted his teeth in frustration and roared. Let me out! I want to get out! Then he added, I have to get back to the academy and save my sister. Trung Nguyen's hand clenched around the phone. Suddenly, a plume of smoke rose from the direction of the school. Next, Trung Nguyen saw the room he'd been teleported to again. Leaning his back against the wall, he rested his hands on his knees, interlaced his fingers, and fell deep into thought. Calm down. Think carefully. Find a solution. He then came to a conclusion. The terrorists' target is the void crystal. They won't kill Lam Lam until they've achieved their goal. Next, an image of the school campus flashed through Trung Nguyen's mind. He wondered where Lam Lam could possibly be right now. Then he spoke aloud, trying to calm himself. Think back. Were there any audio clues? A sound. He replayed the memory, and then, as if realizing something, his eyes widened as he screamed in his mind. I heard pigeons on the phone. The image of the cafeteria flashed in Trung Nguyen's mind, and he screamed in confirmation. They're in the cafeteria. Immediately, he teleported to a nearby tree and watched the group of terrorists as they were talking. With an extremely cautious expression, he assessed the situation. There are 4 enemies in total, and Lam Lam is in their hands. Then, after getting a clearer look, his eyes shot wide open in horror. He saw his sister tied up by them, a gag in her mouth, trembling in fear. He roared with fury inside his head. How dare these bastards torture Lam Lam like this? Then Trung Nguyen saw her hand and realized something else. They even broke her fingers. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he snarled through clenched teeth. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! His hands became a blur, unleashing a storm of attacks on the terrorists. On the other side, Li Min-chi seemed to sense something. He flinched, his face twisting, but he instantly recovered, whipping his head around and shouting. Sharp projectiles were flying toward him, powered by level 7 gravity force. He yelled to his comrades that they were under attack, but Trung Nguyen had already lost all control, charging straight at them. He growled in pure rage. Let my sister go, and I'll grant you a swift death. Seeing him, Nguyen Khai, who was standing nearby, pointed at him and yelled in confirmation, It's target number 1, Trung Nguyen. Li Min-chi, who was right beside him, was stunned. Still maintaining his technique, he stammered, How can he even move under level 7 gravity? The woman behind him grabbed the hem of her shirt, her face contorted as she yelled to Naoya Fujiki, Cover me. Seeing this, the boy quickly stepped in front of her, his voice firm as he replied, Got it. She then unleashed her technique towards him, smiling confidently as she announced its name, Mental Pollution. But on Trung Nguyen's end, there was only silence. No visible reaction, no change in his expression. From behind, Naoya Fujiki lunged forward, a small knife in his hand, ready to land a sneak attack with a smug look on his face. He thought to himself, as long as mental pollution can stun you for just 1 second, victory is mine. But he just stood there, completely still, not reacting at all. A moment later, a wave of energy, sharp as a blade, erupted from his body, shooting backward. Trung Nguyen then spun around, lunged at Naoya Fujiki, and in a flash, slashed his throat. He died before he could even close his eyes, his body frozen in midair before crashing to the ground in a pool of his own blood. With murderous eyes, Trung Nguyen touched his shoulder where the knife had stabbed him. Without hesitation, he ripped the blade out. Seeing this, Saint Zachary, who was standing nearby, stared at him in absolute shock. She asked in disbelief, You killed the Shadow Walker? She then quickly turned her gaze back to him, screaming as she unleashed her technique. 9 flowers. She raised both hands in front of her and yelled, I'm going to kill you. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen just gave her a cold, dismissive glance. Just then, a voice echoed in his head. Detected 9 flowers poison. Absorb? He scowled at her, annoyed, and confirmed silently, Absorb. Immediately, another notification rang out. Your ability, True Poison Eater, has been activated. All of your stats have increased to 102%. He then casually stuck his hands in his pockets and started walking towards Saint Zachary, causing her to back away in terror. Trung Nguyen asked her, You're the one who tortured my sister. Wasn't it you? But her mind was lost in a panicked thought. Why aren't any of my powers working? And pinned the guy down. Then, he defiantly shouted, What do you want? In response, he pulled out his throwing knife. Raising it to his face, a deadly glint in his eyes, he gave Queen Jackery an answer that would be a fate worse than death. Immediately after, with astonishing speed, he quickly tied her up and began a series of torturous slashes. Queen Jackery winced, but before she could even process the pain, he was already behind her. Finally, when he stopped a second later, pieces of flesh from her body began to fall to the ground, while Trung Nguyen's eyes remained utterly cold. Next, he approached the man, holding his sister hostage, leaving the blood-soaked and unconscious Queen Jackery at his feet. On the other side, Nguyen Kai placed a trembling hand on Li Min-chi's shoulder, using his super camouflage skill as he ordered him, Fall back, now. Seeing this, the other guy stubbornly looked toward our hero and shot back. Retreat? What are you talking about? He then surged forward, grabbing Trung Lam's neck and squeezing, a smug grin on his face as he threatened our hero. If you don't want your sister to die, drop your weapon and surrender. The little girl was terrified, her mouth gagged and hands tied, unable to scream. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen dropped his weapon to the ground, his face completely unreadable. Then he raised both his hands to shoulder height. Seeing him surrender, the shameless bastard sneered at him. You're just a kid. Weren't you acting all high and mighty a minute ago? Let's see what you've got left now. At that moment, Nguyen Kai watched in horror and suddenly remembered something. He mumbled to himself, Something's not right. My super camouflage is still active, but it's like this kid can see us anyway. In the next instant, that guy, Li Min-chi, held Trung Lam with one arm to restrain her. With his other hand, he pointed at our hero and cackled, shouting the name of his skill, Haha, taste my 10 times gravity. Meanwhile, Nguyen Kai had already turned tail and was running for his life. As he fled, he glanced back nervously and commented on his idiotic teammate. Origin power didn't work on him before, and you want to try it again? You moron. If you want to die, die alone. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Over here, Trung Nguyen's expression was firm and cold as he assessed the situation. Origin power will affect the accuracy of my daggers, and Lam is in his hands. He confirmed his next move. To strike, it has to be a one-hit kill. Then, he tapped his foot lightly on the ground, muttering the name of his skill, Blood Ice Eruption. All abilities increased to 1200%. Seeing strange sheets of ice begin to form, Li Min-chi, who was still holding the bound Trung Lam by the neck, asked in confusion, Weird, why did the temperature suddenly drop? He paused. On the other side, Trung Nguyen extended his hand toward him and mumbled the name of another skill, Heat Burst Pressure, his face contorting. His eyes widened, staring coldly at his target. Next, clouds of hot steam began to appear in front of Li Min-chi. This left him completely baffled, his hand still gripping Trung Lam's neck, while Trung Nguyen remained serious and cold. As he unleashed his skill, he came to a realization. I had a vague feeling last time that the effect of heat burst pressure on temperature and pressure wasn't as simple as people thought, and I was right. He paused, then shouted in his mind, Temperature is, internal energy, and when internal energy is stripped away, when that energy surpasses the limits of normal physics, matter will undergo a phase transition. The energy will ultimately be taken, and the matter will be completely destroyed. At the same time, Li Min-chi's body exploded into countless shards of ice. The blast sent Trung Lam flying. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen quickly rushed over and caught his sister, pulling her into his arms. Far in the distance, the fleeing Nguyen Kai was stunned by the shockwave. He collapsed to the ground, his limbs went numb, and his face turned pale as he thought in a stuttering panic, He's too scary. There's no way I can escape from power like this. Then, the despicable coward tried to negotiate with Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen, I surrender. I can provide the Hua Nation with. But before he could finish, our hero's eyes went ice cold as he yelled, die. An icy aura rapidly spread out around him. He looked down at his sister, still tied up in his arms. His voice became even colder as he shot back, Nguyen Kai, I don't accept surrenders. Then, holding his unconscious sister, he screamed the name of his skill in his mind, Eternal Ice Domain. Instantly, massive, sharp spikes of ice erupted from the ground around them. The spears pointed toward Nguyen Kai, filling him with terror. His face went pale as he threw up his hands to defend himself. In the end, surrounded by the biting cold, our hero held his sister close as the ice continued to radiate cold and rise from the ground. He then hugged his precious little sister even tighter, gently pressing his forehead against hers. Later, in a high-end apartment complex, Feng Qin was sitting at a desk, reading through some documents. Suddenly, he heard his mother's voice from outside the room. She excitedly walked in and called out to her son. He closed his eyes in annoyance and reminded her, knock. How many times have I told you? Even if you're my mother, you still have to knock. In response, she raised. I held my phone up to him and excitedly introduced, look, check out what your junior cut up. His knife skills are excellent. Hearing this, Feng Qin turned to his mother, completely baffled. She then showed him a picture of Senin Zakri's body, which was still functioning despite being stripped of all its flesh, leaving only the head. She grinned from ear to ear as she gave her assessment. The flesh of this ability user was cut away, but he didn't die. Through the ribs, you can clearly see the state of the void crystal condensing in his organs. This has immense research value. Then, she added, there's another one who was frozen into a block of ice that hasn't melted yet. He's being packaged and sent to the Science Institute. Seeing this, a worried Feng Qin rushed forward, grabbing his mother's shoulders and asking frantically, Trung Nguyen wouldn't attack someone without a reason. What happened? In response, Feng Truc Trin calmly held the phone in front of him and revealed with a smile, the Eastern Military Command is discussing it. Hearing this, he quickly grabbed the glasses from his desk and made a decision. I'm going back to Thuongdong City right now. At this, his mother couldn't help but say plaintively, but you promised you'd go shopping with me today. Is your junior more important? Or is your dear old mother more important? Feng Qin didn't hesitate for a second. My junior is more important. Hearing his answer, she pulled a handkerchief out of nowhere, pushing Feng Qin away with one hand while bringing the cloth to her eyes with the other. Pretending to be hurt, she scolded him lovingly. You heartless little brat. And to think I carried you for 9 months to bring you into this world. At that, Feng Qin looked back at his mother nonchalantly and called her bluff. I was submerged in a nutrient bath until I was 12.5 years old. You think I don't know that? Hearing that, she just reminded him, I'm still your real mother. At this, he got serious again and reminded her right back. If you're my real mother, then don't hide things from me. Then he asked again, how is the military command planning to handle him? With that, she crossed her arms, walked towards the door, and answered Feng Qin, they'll probably award the kid a first-class commendation. Hearing this, he just stared at her, confused and bewildered. Feng Truc Trin then turned back, beckoned to her son with a finger, and coaxed him with a smile. Come shopping with your mom, sweetie, and I'll give you some inside information. In the office of the Eastern Military Command's commander, Trung Nguyen sat alone, hands clasped over his knees, his face etched with worry as he was lost in thought. Killing a foreign ability user on school grounds. I'm definitely going to be interrogated. Then, he started trying to figure out a solution for himself. The whole thing started because of Robert's void crystal. When they questioned me later, should I just play dumb? Footsteps approached him, but Trung Nguyen remained seated, still deep in thought and weighing his options. Teleporting from the museum back to the academy won't be easy to explain. I'll just have to pretend I don't know anything. The other person, noticing he wasn't paying attention, bowed his head slightly and introduced himself. Hello, student Trung Nguyen. I am the commander of the Eastern Military Command, and Quan Fong. Then he added, it was our negligence that allowed you and your sister to be put in danger at the academy. Finally, he bowed deeply, closing his eyes, and said with utmost sincerity, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the military command, I offer my most sincere apologies to you and your sister. Behind him, Xiao Qin was also looking at Trung Nguyen. Hearing his words, Trung Nguyen stared at An Quan Fong's gesture, completely stunned. An instant later, a look of pure shock crossed his face as he screamed internally. Commander An, the one who secretly helped me from behind the scenes when I got into that fight in Hoa Lang. He immediately regained his composure, shot to his feet, and bowed formally in apology to the commander. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I caused you trouble a few days ago when I beat up that exchange student from the Sima Nation. Seeing this, and Quan Fong held up his hands, signaling for him to stand up straight, while looking at him and confirming, not at all. Not at all. It was the right thing to do. Besides, in addition to apologizing, I also wanted to thank you. He then bowed deeply again, eyes closed in sincerity, and said to Trung Nguyen, "You saved my daughter, and Tai Ka, in the Shenong realm." Then he added, "As a father, I thank you." Beside him, Trung Nguyen, seeing this, bowed even lower and apologized again with complete sincerity. "She gave me so many void crystals, I'm the one who should be thanking her." Off to the side, Xiao Qin couldn't help but wonder to himself, are they competing to see who has better bowing form? Seeing that the situation wasn't improving, he raised a hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and suggested, "How about we all sit down first, and then talk?" At that, Quan Fong agreed and looked over at Xiao Qin. He instructed, Right. Xiao Qin, I want to speak with this young man alone. You stand guard at the door and don't let anyone disturb us." Hearing this, Xiao Qin quickly straightened up, bowed formally, and confirmed, "Yes, sir." Afterward, only two people remained in the room, Trung Nguyen and Quan Fong. The commander sat on the sofa next to him and got straight to the point. "Student Trung Nguyen, there's no need to be so formal." He then added, "The reason I invited you to the military headquarters today wasn't to investigate you or hold you accountable for anything. I just wanted to talk." Hearing this, a confused Trung Nguyen, sitting on the adjacent chair, looked over at Quan Fong and asked, "Talk about what, sir?" In response, the commander didn't hide anything and made a direct guess about his ability. Next, he recalled the footage of Trung Nguyen's fight from the surveillance cameras and informed him, "The strategy department analyzed your combat footage and found that your actual abilities don't quite match what's in your file." Immediately after, he didn't hesitate to add some inside information. This incident has already reached the Academy of Sciences. Inside the monitoring room, a group of men in lab coats were watching the recording of his battle and drawing their conclusions, and Quan Fong then warned him, "If they come to investigate and you can't explain yourself, you'll probably have to go with them." Back in the present, Quan Fong's expression was sincere and grave as he looked at him and asked in a serious tone, "Trung Nguyen, did you get the Retribution King ability from that batch of 1,000 ordinary ghoul cores?" Hearing him say that, he was a bit surprised, then realized in his heart that this wasn't a probe, but a direct statement of fact that laid all the cards on the table. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen looked down, weighing his options in his mind. Commander An is being so sincere. Why should I play dumb? His eyes narrowed. In the next second, Trung Nguyen looked at the birds flying freely in the sky outside the window and made his decision. "I'm trying to get stronger to defeat the invaders and protect Lam Lam. Blindly hiding my full power will only backfire." Immediately after, he came to another conclusion. Since the military is willing to be this sincere with me, it should be fine to tell them the truth about my abilities. Next, he slowly walked toward the open window. The curtains billowed in the wind, sunlight streaming in as he began his confession. Actually, that ability isn't called retribution. It's an eye for an eye, a blood debt paid in blood. Then Trung Nguyen added, "Most of my abilities aren't fake, it's just that." Trung Nguyen paused for a moment, then continued, "I surpassed the limit of 8 abilities a long time ago." Hearing this, Quan Fong stared back at him, his eyes widening in utter shock. Before the commander could even react, he looked off into the distance with a determined gaze and explained further, "I can level up my abilities by absorbing void cores of the same type." Finally, he affirmed in a serious voice, "As long as I have enough, I can raise an ability to its peak level and acquire a new one. That's how I leveled up my other abilities, one by one." Next, he turned to confess more. "Also, I have," but before he could finish, Quan Fong lunged forward, grabbing both his shoulders and shaking him wildly. His eyes were wide as he excitedly yelled, trying to confirm what he'd just heard. "Are you certain? If I give you enough void cores, you can raise your existing abilities to their peak level?" Faced with this excitement, Trung Nguyen calmly looked back at him and confirmed, "That's right." Hearing this, Quan Fong shouted with glee, "This is great." He stood facing him in front of the window, his hands still gripping his shoulders as sunlight bathed them both. Quan Fong cheered uncontrollably. Heaven is smiling on the Hua nation. Then he added, "We have another powerhouse who can become a pillar of the nation." Outside, the sun began to set, casting the large building in shadow. Quan Fong finally calmed down and sat back on the chair, looking at Trung Nguyen as he began to explain. In recent years, countries around the world have, to a certain degree, disclosed information related to the void rifts to the public. He gestured with his hands as he added in a grave tone, Only the Hua nation. Any truth that isn't beneficial to national stability, we hide it if we can. Even the textbooks on void energy have many unrealistic aspects. The more he spoke, the more passionate An Quan Fong became, leaning towards him with a serious expression. For security reasons, Robert's alien void core was never officially recorded. Then he added, "The fact that the Lighthouse Nation was able to get intelligence related to you proves that there's a mole hidden within the Hua Nation, but right now, we have no evidence to identify who it is." Seeing this, Trung Nguyen, who was sitting beside him with his hands on his knees, looked back at An Quan Fong and made his own proposal. "The enemy is in the shadows while I'm out in the open. Why not use me as bait to lure the spy out?" Hearing his offer, An Quan Fong agreed without hesitation. "All right, I'll figure out a way to arrange it. You head back to school first and wait for my signal." At this, he stood up from the chair, looked at the commander, and prepared to take his leave. "Then I'll be going, sir. I'll be waiting for your good news." Beside him, An Quan Fong suddenly remembered something and looked at him. "That's right. There's also the matter concerning your parents." He paused for a moment. Trung Nguyen, however, turned away, his expression unreadable, as he cut the man off and gave the answer himself. "Aren't they long dead?" With that, he walked out and shut the door without a second thought. Inside, An Quan Fong was left alone. His face creased as he stared into the distance, rubbing his forehead as he recalled what happened 10 years ago. A void appeared in Shandong City, affecting a huge number of ordinary citizens. That kid's parents were among them. He added that, to hide the truth, the military district used the parents' names to provide living expenses for the two siblings. Finally, An Quan Fong's sharp yet sympathetic gaze swept the room as he came to a realization in his heart. It seems that boy figured out the truth a long time ago. Outside, Trung Nguyen walked silently into the sunset without looking back, as memories from his childhood flooded his mind. He was sitting at a dining table with a slice of birthday cake, a small candle flickering on top. He smiled brightly, resting his chin on his hands as he looked at the person opposite him. Lam, happy birthday. I've been working part-time at a bakery recently. The owner gave us this slice of cake as a gift." Across from him, a sad-looking Zhang Lam asked him, "Are mom and dad not coming home this year either?" Seeing her sadness, Trung Nguyen smiled to comfort his little sister. "Mom and dad are very busy, so they can't come home. But anything they can do, I can do, too," he said with conviction. Hearing this, Zhang Lam's face lit up. She beamed, her eyes sparkling, as she told her big brother her wish. "Then for my birthday next year, I want a big, round cake with a circle of strawberries all around it." Back in the present, Trung Nguyen held a large cream cake, standing opposite Director Gu. With his hands in his pockets, the director informed him, "Zhang Lam's physical injuries have healed completely, but the psychological trauma might take some time to recover from." Zhang Yuan simply replied, "She'll be fine. You can go ahead, Director Gu." The director agreed. "All right, I won't disturb you two any longer." Immediately after, Zhang Yuan entered his sister's hospital room, smiling as he held up the cake. Lam, how are you feeling? I bought a super delicious strawberry cake. Do you want to eat it now or a little later?" But she just remained curled up on the hospital bed, hugging her knees. Not waiting for an answer, Zhang Yuan walked over and sat in the visitor's chair next to her bed. Still hugging her knees, Zhang Lam kept her head down and mumbled, "Brother, I'm okay. I'm just a little scared." Hearing this, he spoke softly to her, then talked to me for a while. Zhang Lam obediently replied, "Okay." She then remembered how she used to imagine herself in a superhero costume as a little girl, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, declaring, "In almost all the comics I've read, good always triumphs over evil." Zhang Lam then added, "Even if it's childish, I want to be like the main character, someone who can protect the world and defend justice." Next, she looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, ready to fall at any moment. She stared at her own palm as she shared her thoughts. "I always thought that Void users were all comrades in justice, allies fighting against the abominations together. Void users shouldn't. They shouldn't kill each other." Hearing his sister's innocent thoughts, Zhang Yuan understood. He walked over, smiled, and began to wipe her tears away. As he dabbed her cheeks with a tissue, he explained gently, "Other people have their own versions of justice, and when those versions of justice don't align, they can't coexist. People become enemies. So let me ask you, Lam, what is times your times justice?" Still hugging her knees, she lifted her head slightly and sniffled, For me." Zhang Lam hesitated, then her eyes landed on the cake on the table. She clenched her fist, held it to her chest, and shouted excitedly, "Justice is strawberry cake. Faced with her sudden declaration, Trung Nguyen was left completely stunned, his jaw dropping. Huh? He managed to utter, completely bewildered. Zhang Lam grew even more excited, listing her reasons with a clenched fist. The bakers who make the cake, the technology to make the ingredients, a world at peace so you can open a bakery, the strawberry cake, and everything behind it. That's my justice. As soon as she finished, she curled back into a ball, her bright mood vanishing as she started to cry. Sob. I'm still too weak. I don't even have the strength to protect strawberry cake. Beside her, Trung Nguyen gently combed her hair, a soft smile on his face as he made a suggestion. If that's the case, then let your big brother protect the strawberry cake for you. All you have to do, Lam, is wait for me to bring the cake home, just like when we were little. Hearing his words, a hint of sadness crossed her face. Her expression crumpled with sorrow as she slowly voiced her thoughts. But I have to grow up eventually. Hearing that, Zhang Yuan, who was just finishing tying her hair into 2 pigtails, still holding the comb, gently replied, as long as I'm here, Lam can stay a kid for as long as she wants. Then he added, a day, a month, a year, even a lifetime wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Trung Lam was still kneeling on the bed with a wrinkled brow, obediently waiting for her brother to brush her hair, lost in thought over his words. Then, comforted by her brother's words, the little girl reached up to touch one of her pigtails and smiled brightly and confirmed, okay, I'll be a kid for a little while longer, until I can protect my strawberry cake all by myself. Then, as if remembering something, Trung Lam mentioned the room next door, her voice echoing into the hallway. Oh, right, brother. There's another strawberry cake friend next door. Aren't you going to see him? Next, the two of them walked over to Kung Tien Sok's room next door. Trung Nguyen was still holding the strawberry cream cake, while Trung Lam excitedly announced, Kung Tien Sok, my brother is here to see you. Seeing the two of them enter, both Kung Tien Sok, who was sitting on the bed, and Cao Nyun, who was sitting on a chair with his arms crossed, looked over. Next, Trung Nguyen raised a hand to scratch his face, not daring to look directly at him, and awkwardly said, just to get it over with. Thanks for saving my sister. Then he quickly added, sorry, I almost beat you to death back at Hoa Lang. Hearing this, Kung Tien Sok also laughed good-naturedly and brushed it off. Haha, to be fair, it was my fault too. I was the one who caused the misunderstanding before. He admitted his mistake, then confirmed, what's past is past. Let's just let it go. Then, Kung Tien Sok extended his hand toward Trung Nguyen, looking at him from his cross-legged position and asking, so, can we be friends now? Hearing this, he also reached out to shake his hand and casually replied, of course. Just a heads up, friends don't try to steal each other's girls or anything like that, okay? Beside them, Trung Lam saw how they were acting and clasped her hands behind her back, smiling happily. Next, Trung Nguyen turned and placed the cake on the table, meticulously cutting it as he explained, oh, and about what Lam said earlier. Hearing this, Kung Tien Sok also looked over curiously from his hospital bed. Then, he passed over a slice of cake and confirmed with a smile, she's willing to share a piece of her strawberry cake with you. After that, a ranking chart appeared on a phone screen with the title, Huaguo, Youth Ability User Rankings, showing first place, Jiang But-u, second place, Huyen Min, and third place, Bak Vo Ngon. Fung Kin looked at his phone as he informed Trung Nguyen, who was sitting across from him, also looking at his phone. That old fox already moved you up to the number 2 spot. Hearing that, he also confirmed, yeah, I was also awarded a 3rd-class Venus Medal, a 2nd-class commendation, and the military rank of Major. Next, he added, 2 of the attackers on campus were internationally wanted criminals, so the bounty money was awarded. Hearing this, Fung Kin couldn't help but sigh, it's all just superficial stuff. Then he put down his phone, spread his arms, and put on his glasses as he loudly recounted, speaking of which, the people from the museum blew up my phone that day, saying you went into the exhibition hall and never came out, that you just vanished. Then he added, I told them, it's normal for ability users to move without a trace, so there's no need to be shocked. Beside him, Trung Nguyen was speechless, listening to him brag. Suddenly, Fung Kin became more serious, his expression filled with concern as he made an observation. Lately, you haven't been sleeping in your own dorm room at all. You've been going to the detention cell every night. Then he asked suspiciously, don't tell me you have some weird illness where you can only sleep in dark, cramped places? Hearing this, he looked at him, put down his phone seriously, and confirmed, maybe. You're probably right. Immediately after, Fung Kin pointed at him and asked, do you want to sleep in a dark, sealed, rectangular box? Seeing that, Trung Nguyen eagerly asked him, Where can I buy a bed like that? Hearing his question, Feng Qin crossed his arms, tilted his head up, and answered while asking, "It'd have to be custom made. What style do you want?" Hearing his question, he raised a hand to his chin, a serious expression on his face as he sank into thought, picturing a golden coffin. As he asked, "Can you make it look like a golden coffin, but modified a bit so the lid can be opened?" Then, Trung Nguyen concluded that the best quality material would be an alloy, since pure gold isn't very impact resistant. Seeing this, Feng Qin confirmed with him, "No problem. Do you want a sliding lid or a pop-up lid?" Hearing this, he kept rubbing his chin as he imagined both options for the coffin lid, picturing himself sitting up inside, and made his decision with his hand still on his chin, a pop-up lid. "It's more convenient." Hearing his answer, Feng Qin on the other side quickly agreed. "Okay, I'll have it made and brought over in a few days." Later, at lunchtime, 4 people, 3 guys and 1 girl, sat at a dining table. Trung Nguyen kept her head down eating as she looked at Feng Qin and exclaimed, "Feng Qin, you really dodged a bullet not being at school these past few days." Hearing that, he just looked over at Trung Nguyen blankly. Meanwhile, she put some food in her mouth and explained her statement. The cafeteria was giving out free milk tea. Limit. Anyone who drank it was poisoned. They all rushed to the bathrooms and puked their guts out. But to make matters worse, all the drains in the school were frozen, so when the bathroom doors opened, it looked like a golden treasure chest. Hearing this, Zhong Lan, who was next to him, shot him a disgusted look and grabbed Zhong Yuan's earring to confirm. She suddenly lost her appetite, but her brother just kept eating heartily, completely ignoring Shang Guanyi. Beside them, Feng Qing couldn't take it anymore and put a hand to his forehead, reminding him, "Shang Guanyi, can you not talk about this while we're eating?" But Zhong Yuan just ignored them and kept eating, holding his bowl of white rice and still chewing away. Hearing that, the guy scratched his head and awkwardly changed the subject. "Ah, okay, then let's talk about how my family suspected I was gay because I cross-dressed for a photo shoot, so now they're setting me up on blind dates." At that, Feng Qing, who was sitting next to him, glanced over. He had a completely baffled expression on his face. As he picked up some food, he imagined the guy's girlfriend and asked, "Don't you already have Jianru?" At that, Shang Guanyi answered honestly, "They said we're not a good match." Hearing this, Feng Qing just scoffed and turned his whole body towards Shang Guanyi to give his assessment. "What the hell? She's beautiful, has great grades, and a big butt. You two together is like putting a rose on a pile of cow manure." Hearing this, Zhonglan peeked over and asked, confused, "A big butt is a good thing?" Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan just held his bowl and chopsticks, watching the two of them like it was a show. Hearing the girl's question, Feng Qing turned and gestured wildly as he declared, "Of course, it is." Then he added, "From a medical standpoint, wider hips make childbirth easier, so it's obviously an advantage." The girl leaned on her brother's shoulder, listening to Feng Qing. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan snapped at him, "Feng Qing, don't you dare corrupt my sister." Hearing that, his friend's face fell. But he continued to explain, making a reasonable point. "We energy users could have an accident at any moment." Then he stated firmly, "If you meet someone you like, what is there to hesitate about? Get married early, have kids early, and you can contribute more to the nation." He then glanced over at him and Zhong Lan with a mocking smirk as he teased, "Not to mention you two," leaving them both staring at him in stunned silence. Realizing the meaning behind his words, his brother flew into a rage and sent him flying with a single punch, yelling, "Feng Qing." That afternoon, on the training grounds, the students stood in long rows under the sun as a teacher stood before them and made an announcement. "Starting today, our class will conduct practical combat training once every 2 weeks. The specific content will include ancient martial arts cultivation, physical conditioning, and spiritual meditation." Liu Wen then looked toward the people walking up from behind and began to introduce them to the students below. For today's training, the military region has specially dispatched several high-ranking active duty marshals to serve as instructors. Zhong Yuan, standing in the ranks, looked up at the team of instructors before him and calmly wondered to himself, "And there are 2 familiar faces?" Down the line, Zhonglan also recognized them, and with a slightly gloomy expression, she thought to herself, "Uncle Lin, why is it always him for combat training?" Just then, the team of instructors began their introductions, starting with Lin Dongliang. He stood with his hands clasped seriously behind his back and greeted them. "Hello, students. Starting today, the 4 of us will be guiding you through the basic combat course." Then he added, "Now, let's get acquainted." His voice rang out, "My name is Lin Dongliang. I'm from the Night Eagle Squad of the East China Military Region, a command-type energy user." Beside him, the other 4 and Liu Wen had stepped back, giving them the stage. Next, the remaining 3 introduced themselves one by one. The first, a man with brown hair, said loudly, "I'm Zhan Hong, of the War God Squad, East China Military Region, an assault-type energy user." After him was a young man with blonde hair. "My name is Xiang Chong, from the Star Iron Squad of the East China Military Region, a defense-type energy user." The last person to speak was a woman. "I am Mu Hong, from the Divine Eye Squad of the East China Military Region, a support and healer-type energy user." Then, Xiang Chong pointed to a corner and declared, "I have won 2 martial arts medals at the military sports competition. Students who wish to hone their skills should come to me." Beside him, the only woman on the training team gestured to another side and began her introduction. "Energy users with weaker constitutions, especially female students, are better suited to be support and healer types. Students interested in this system can follow me." Behind them, Lin Dongliang frowned, lost in thought. The day before, the commander had summoned me to his office at the military region. He remembered that day, with Nguyen sitting in his chair, hands clasped, looking at him with a serious expression as he spoke. "Little Lin, when Chengying Academy was attacked, the first person Zhang Lan called for help was you." Hearing this, Lin Dongliang was completely shocked. He waved his hands frantically and shouted in disbelief, "What? That was a call for help?" Meanwhile, Nguyen, standing beside him, calmly continued his explanation. "You cut off her resources, but she never once lost faith in you." Next, with a look of sheer determination, he made his assessment of Zhong Lam. "She is a truly brilliant child." Then, he added with admiration, "In a moment of crisis, she was still able to remain calm, make a sound judgment, and call the military district for help." Then he started to reprimand him. "And you're going to write her off just because she only has 2 abilities?" Right after that, he made a request of Lin Dongliang. "Right now, you have a chance to restore your relationship with that child." Hearing this, his eyes widened in utter shock. Back in the present, Lin Dongliang, with his hands still clasped behind his back, slowly approached the brother and sister. He announced, "Zhang Lam, Zhang Yuan, I will be in charge of your training." At that, the two of them looked over at him. Zhang Lam gripped her brother's hand tightly, while Zhang Yuan silently averted his gaze, not saying a word. His sister hid behind him, looking up at Lin Dongliang with both caution and fear. He immediately stepped in front of her and made his declaration. "Instructor Lin, you are not fit to guide us. It would be better to find someone else." Hearing this, Lin Dongliang was a bit taken aback, and the other instructors looked over at him suspiciously. Faced with Zhang Yuan's rejection, Lin Dongliang looked completely astonished, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, and stepped forward to remind him, "Zhang Yuan, do not bring personal feelings into the classroom." Then he added, "Although I'm a command-type ability user, I'm more than qualified enough to guide an ordinary person like you." Down below, Zhan Hong also let out a sigh as he looked at Lin Dongliang. Hearing his words, he forced a smile and thought to himself, "If Zhang Yuan is ordinary, then I must be the one who's extraordinary." But on the other side, he was emanating killing intent, his eyes cold and unfriendly. He stated firmly, "To guide me, you are not qualified." He then went on to remind Lin Dongliang, "Changing instructors is my reasonable request. I also hope Instructor Lin won't bring his personal feelings into the classroom." Off to the side, Xiang Chong couldn't take it anymore and yelled furiously, pointing a finger at him as he stepped forward to argue. "What is that supposed to mean? Captain Lin has an illustrious record. His strength is clear as day." Then he challenged him. "What right does a student like you have to be so arrogant?" Seeing this, Lin Dongliang reached out a hand to stop him. He looked over and stopped him. "Xiao Xiang, that's enough." Next, he bowed towards Zhang Yuan and offered a solemn apology. "Zhang Yuan, I admit that I was wrong. I have wronged you and your sister. I formally apologize to you both." On the other side, he stood protectively in front of Zhang Lam as she peeked her head out. Both of them stared at Lin Dongliang. Beside them, Xiang Chong stood frozen in shock. Then, he lifted his head to look at him and rejected Zhang Yuan's request to change instructors. "However, that is not a valid reason for you to refuse my instruction." Then he continued to lecture him. "When you come to class, you must learn with a humble attitude, instead of being hot-headed and impulsive." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and made a calm, cold observation. "Even when you apologize, you still have to step on someone else. I really can't say I admire that character of yours." Over on the other side, Mu Hong also looked over, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, "How shameful for a student to deliberately cause trouble in front of an instructor." And Xiang Chong, having lost his composure again, pointed at him and demanded, "You brat, what the hell do you want?" Behind him, a frightened Zhang Lam pressed herself against him, no longer daring to look. But Zhang Yuan remained resolute in his demand, "Change the instructor. His ability and his character are both lacking. He is not capable of teaching me. Seeing him act so arrogant and just asking for a fight, Xiang Chong cracked his knuckles in a rage and gritted his teeth as he advanced on him. He stated, "I have never seen someone as arrogant as you." Then he declared, "If I don't teach you a lesson today, when you get to the battlefield in the future, you'll be dead in less than 2 seconds." Seeing this, he retorted, "Hey buddy, I suggest you eat more and mind your own business less." But Xiang Chong was already in his face, his expression furious, brows furrowed, pointing a finger at him as he yelled, "I'm making this my business today. You, come out here. Let's have a match." Seeing him so confident, his eyes filled with mockery as he smiled and called him out, "If you want to fight, just fight. Stop making excuses." Behind him, Zhong Lam saw the situation escalating and glanced worriedly at her brother, trying to stop him. "Brother, maybe we should just let it go." Despite her worry, Zhong Yuan remained calm and reassured her, "It's fine." Finally, he smiled at Zhong Lam, pointed at Xiang Chong, and declared, "To beat him, I only need one move." On the other side, the guy's face twisted with even more rage as he stared him down. Xiang Chong scowled and yelled at Zhong Yuan, "One move? Fine. I'll stand here and let you hit me once. You can use whatever power you want." He looked at him with determined eyes. "Zhong Lam, hold this. Model." Even from a distance, frowning at his phone, he lunged forward with a sneer, saying, "Just so you know, I'm one of the top defense experts in the military district. My reflection ability can send your own attack right back at you." A system notification suddenly popped up, explaining, "Reflection. When attacked, the user receives only 20% of the damage and reflects 80% back to the attacker." The blonde guy beckoned provocatively, laughing as he taunted him. "Come on, kiddo, give me your best shot. I won't even move." He looked at the man with an unsettling calm and asked, "Are you sure you want me to use my full power?" The guy, still brimming with confidence, shot back, "Of course." He suddenly turned and asked, "Instructor Mu, do you have life resonance?" The man quickly replied, Yeah, I do. What are you planning?" With an ice-cold expression, he gazed into the distance and said, "Good." He took his stance, his eyes fixed on the man as he thought, "Courage, combat ambassador, blood for blood, devourer." A series of lights enveloped his body, radiating immense power. He continued his thoughts, "Fight to the death every second of every minute." Berserker stance. Seeing this, the man's face instantly went pale, and he screamed as our hero drew closer and closer. A powerful fist flew straight towards him. At the same time, a calculation flashed through his mind. My power is increased tenfold. 80% of that is reflected back, which is 8 times the initial power. Then, my blood for blood skill reflects times that times back 3 times. Finally, all anyone could see was the look of pure determination and resentment in his eyes. Just like that, the man was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. The blonde guy crashed into the ground with a sickening thud. His face was covered in crimson blood. The girl ran over in a panic, exclaiming, "Life resonance." A single punch was enough to completely drain the life force of a defense-type powerhouse. That's insane. Just then, Zhan Hong hurried over, scratching his head. The woman cried out, He's going to live." Then she fainted. Zhan Hong thought to himself that he'd originally wanted to use this chance to ask Xuan Ming for some pointers on his disc-throwing technique. But instead, you guys ended up fighting. He effortlessly slung both of them over his shoulders and said, "I'm taking them to the hospital." Meanwhile, Zhong Lan was looking at her phone with a mischievous smile, thinking, "Time to finish recording this and post it to my moments. Commander An's new satellite phone is pretty useful." Zhong Yuan walked over to Lin Dongliang and asked, "So, do you still think you're qualified to guide me now?" The man was startled, his mind racing. How is this possible? His talent was clearly worse than an ordinary person's. "I once absorbed a red-level perception-type void power. Besides being able to detect royals among the other races, it can also sense the void power aptitude of ordinary humans." Suddenly, he recalled a day in the past, thinking to himself, "That day, I happened to run into Zhong Lan, and my perception ability activated automatically. It was obvious that girl was perfectly suited to be a void power user. She had the potential to become the strongest powerhouse in the entire Hua nation." He continued to think, "I also checked Zhong Yuan's aptitude, and I'd never seen someone so completely unsuited to be a void power user. It really makes you wonder if he and Zhong Lan are actually biological siblings. They don't look alike at all." He unconsciously glanced at Zhong Lan, his thoughts racing. "It wasn't easy for me to get this God-sent opportunity when Zhong Yuan had his accident. I took advantage of it and forced Zhong Lan to enroll in Chengying Academy. But in the end, Zhang Yuan, who had such low aptitude, how did he become a top-tier expert in just over a month? Could it be that there's something wrong with my perception ability? Then he gave Zhang Yuan a long, meaningful look from afar, or perhaps relying solely on a perception ability to judge a person's worth was a mistake from the very beginning? Elsewhere, at a place called Hua Ling Academy, Jiang Tianshuo was resting his chin on his hand, staring intently at his phone. Huh? Zhonglan posted something new on her Moments. Zhonglan's post appeared on his screen. It read, "Check out how handsome my brother is." Tianshuo unconsciously blushed and smiled as a thought popped into his head. Zhang Yuan's gotten even stronger. The last time he fought me, he definitely wasn't this powerful. Oh man, I've got to save 3 copies of this video. At the same time, Feng Jing also walked over, looking at the phone in his hand. He laughed and said, "That's our Xiao Lan Lan for you," sharing this in a heartbeat. The scene changes. Gu Yan is sitting and scrolling on his phone. His mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Oh, great. Commander An even shared it to his Moments. Does he want to be the laughingstock of the entire East Hua region? Though, I have to admit, this Zhang Yuan kid is pretty photogenic. He gently stroked his chin, musing to himself. That reminds me, during the selection, the chosen candidate gets the title of Admissions Ambassador and has their photo featured on the recruitment materials. Zhang Yuan was the strongest campus king, winning with 1.8 million votes. In another scene, a spotlight appears before our eyes. Someone's voice is heard. This pose, this expression, very professional. This year's candidate isn't being marketed as a campus king, but as a young hero. Seems like that's not a bad choice either. Zhang Yuan is surrounded. Bathed in the flash of reporters' cameras, Gu Yan gave him a confident smile. Trung Nguyen is the youngest major in our entire eastern region. Who else would we use as our poster boy? But cutting through the smile, the man saw the exhaustion on his face. He said, "Are you done with the photos? Can I go home now?" Startled by his demeanor, the man quickly said, "You were so energetic a moment ago. Why the sudden change?" Hearing this, he replied instantly, "That was just my professional face for business." Trung Nguyen quickly closed his eyes to think, realizing he possessed a super-level cuteness ability, which made those around him instinctively like him. The more he thought about this power, the more dangerous it felt. In short, he decided to do his best not to use it on people and test its specific effects on animals first. In the dead of night, the silhouette of Su Wanying could be seen. As she walked, she stewed in her thoughts. First, she'd invited Trung Nguyen to form a team and got rejected, and now he'd even stolen the campus belle title from her. Ugh, whatever, she sighed. I'll go pet some cats to relieve my stress. Suddenly, she passed by and saw an incredible sight, a man completely swarmed by adorable, affectionate cats. Without thinking, she walked up, tapped him on the shoulder, and shyly asked, "Excuse me, how do you get these cats to be so friendly?" Trung Nguyen turned his head, causing her to gasp and shout his name. Hearing his name, Trung Nguyen put a hand to his chin and said, "I remember you. Your last wish. The girl who tricked me into going for Malatang that one time." She let out a stiff laugh and quickly corrected him. "Su Wanying. My name is Su Wanying, not last wish." Then she asked, "Student Trung Nguyen, are you here to feed the cats too?" He glanced at the bag of cat food in her hand and said, "These cats are noisy every night. I'm here to punish them." As he said it, a thought flashed through his mind. Asterisk. Wait, no, she's a cat lover. I can't badmouth cats in front of her. Asterisk. He then continued, "So, Senior Su, you were saying you want to get friendly with these cats?" Her face lit up as she smiled and leaned towards him. "Yes. How in the world do you do it? Can you tell me?" He continued the conversation. "I can, but you have to keep everything you see today a secret." She quickly agreed to his request. "No problem." He then gave her a dead serious look and said, "If you want them to obey you, you have to learn how to act cute." The corner of her mouth twitched as she repeated in a daze, "Act cute?" His hands gracefully stroked the calico cat in his arms. "That's right, act cute. That's how you get stray cats to adore you." She stared at him, questioning her entire existence. The only thought in her head was, asterisk, "Are you even speaking English? Because I don't understand a single word you're saying." Asterisk. Watching him exude such an aura of cuteness while petting the cat, she unconsciously stepped closer with a smile and said, "Trung Nguyen, let me pet it for a bit." He dodged away with a look of mock alarm and said, "Senior, are you trying to harass me?" Flustered, she quickly denied it. "No, not you. I meant the cat. Let me pet the cat on your shoulder for a second." He immediately plopped down onto the ground and lifted the cat off his shoulder, saying, "Oh, that. Hold on a sec." A blue light emanated from his hands as a thought shot through his mind. Asterisk. I just figured it out. After using super-level cuteness to make this cat submit completely, it seems I can have a simple emotional exchange with them. Asterisk. The cat, as if possessed by some power, suddenly ran over and started affectionately rubbing against Wan Ying. She was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Don't fight, don't fight. There's plenty of cat food for everyone." He watched her, lost in thought. Asterisk. This Su Wan Ying girl doesn't seem as annoying and difficult as I thought. Asterisk. The peaceful moment was shattered when a voice blared from his pocket. "Get up, the sun's already shining on your butt." Hearing that ringtone, he thought to himself, asterisk. The commander's phone, a call in the middle of the night. This must be urgent. Asterisk. He quickly bid farewell to Su Wan Ying. "I've got to go. You should get some rest soon, senior." She immediately replied, "Oh, okay." And just like that, he left, leaving her with the cute cats. The feeling of stray cats willingly getting close to her was absolutely wonderful. Asterisk. Will I be able to pet cats with Trung Nguyen again in the future? Asterisk. As she was thinking, she suddenly paused, and another thought struck her. Asterisk. Trung Nguyen said, "I had to act cute with them. Maybe I should give it a try." Asterisk. Following the idea in her head, she immediately struck an adorable pose with a goofy smile. The cats stared at her with utter contempt before delivering a vicious headshot. After taking the blow, she fell backwards, crying out in pain. She clutched the bag of cat food, tears welling in her eyes as she cried, "Sob, it was all a lie. Acting cute is useless." Now, she was in real trouble. Her face was covered in scratches that needed treatment. She gently touched her face, caressing the wound as she mumbled, "Heal." Asterisk. I have the most powerful support ability, the ultimate prayer, and I can't even heal a tiny cat scratch on myself. Asterisk. A flood of past memories rushed through her mind, an image of herself kneeling on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. A cool-looking, red-haired man stood over her, demanding, "Who gave you this wind-horned deer void crystal?" Trembling with fear, she answered, "I bought it from a classmate." He then showed his true, violent colors, shoving her away and hurling idiotic insults at her. "Right now, your only ability is ultimate prayer. All you have to do is stay at the back of the battlefield so others can use a contract to copy it. You won't have to face life or death situations, and you'll still get all the fame and fortune. The ultimate prayer void crystal is our Su family's ticket to wealth and glory. It absolutely cannot be tainted by some garbage healing wind ability." He beat her until she was writhing and trembling on the floor, then turned his back and continued, "It's a good thing you're just a talentless nobody. Besides the void crystal, you can't absorb anything else anyway. Until you finish condensing the void crystal to pass it on to the next generation, you will stay here and behave. Don't do anything stupid." Another unpleasant memory surfaced. She was surrounded by scornful voices, all saying that the strongest hunter is the best aphrodisiac. She has so many suitors. They're all just after her ultimate prayer ability, aren't they? Once ultimate prayer is gone, she'll just be a burden we have to protect. What a pain. Still, she's useful as a contract tool. Haha. Liu Wen raised a hand, not even bothering to look at her, and said, "Sorry, your family specifically told me not to awaken your powers." She stood there, stunned into silence, her lips pressed into a thin line. Back in the present, she clutched the void crystal in her hand and spoke. "I want to fight side by side with my comrades. I don't want to be a burden who just relies on others for protection. If there truly is a God in this world, a void energy, please answer my humble prayer." A single, unconscious tear fell and touched the void crystal. A melody echoed from the stone. She had obtained the healing wind ability. Her face was a mask of pure astonishment. The roar of a helicopter echoed from the sky down to the ground below. "Trung Nguyen, sorry to disturb you this late at night. It's just that the situation in Jinling City is critical. The gate is about to be breached." He heard this and replied over the comms, "No need for formalities, Commander Ann. Just send me the battle intel and relevant files." The voice on the other end quickly replied, "Got it. Your current sat phone can connect directly to the battlefield communication channel. Remember to connect in a bit." He replied with a single word, "Understood." He glanced at the pilot with a small smile and said, "Hey man, I didn't realize you were also a pilot." The man answered cheerfully, "It's nothing special. Dongfeng Delivery specializes in logistics for void users. We all wear multiple hats." Trung Nguyen continued, "Must be tough, working overtime in the middle of the night." The pilot glanced back at Trung Nguyen with a smile. "What's my work compared to yours? You guys are the ones who have it really tough." As their conversation ended, the system updated. Gate location, Niuto Mountain, Jinling City. Rank, blue. Time of opening, 4 hours ago. Enemy aberration, Primeval Cyan. Abilities: hyper-reproduction, venomous scythes, lethal constriction, and super-excretion. The system displayed the intense, explosive battle raging on. One of the soldiers shouted, "There are too many bugs, we can't kill them all. This is definitely not a blue-level threat. 6 squads is not enough. The Huangtian squad is about to collapse." Before anyone could react, a bug lunged forward at incredible speed, and a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Hearing the scream, Gu Yan stated grimly, "The Huangtian squad has been wiped out." A blonde-haired young man screamed in panic. "No, Xiao Yue is getting married next month. She can't be dead." Gu Yan quickly tried to calm him down. "Stop talking. Focus on the bugs in front of us." As they struggled against the grotesque bugs, a voice crackled through their earpieces. "This is command. All personnel are to retreat immediately. This is a strategic withdrawal." Gu Yan shouted in anger. "What about the civilians outside? Are we just supposed to abandon them? If we die, another team can take our place." During the campaign 12 years ago, a primeval cyan chewed through the boundary field. The memory of the over 100 casualties it took to suppress it is still burned into our minds. And Guanfeng quickly interjected. "The boundary field has been reinforced with 9 emergency anchor points. It's not that easy to break through. A powerhouse with enough combat strength to turn the tide of this battle is on his way. I'm ordering you to retreat because I don't want any more needless sacrifices." Just then, Zhong Yuan arrived. The Dongfeng delivery pilot quickly called into command. "We've arrived at Niutou Mountain, awaiting your instructions." A voice crackled in response. "Command copies. The boundary field will open in 50 seconds. Proceed at maximum velocity." "Dongfeng, roger that," the pilot said, and the helicopter shot forward at a terrifying speed. A female crewmate began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. We've successfully entered the boundary field. At that moment, a group of people inside the command center looked out. They then received an update from the field. Niutou Mountain Communication Tower is detecting an unauthorized connection. The user logging in is Xuan Ning. A man raises his hand and says, "Let him into the channel and give him level 1 access." Looking down from the helicopter, he says quietly, "Keep it down, my ears are about to explode." The blonde guy walking ahead says, "Tsk." Just from his voice, you can tell this guy's a pro. Hu Yanmin sounds really young. Gu Yan quickly chimed in. "He's complaining the comms are too loud. Has this kid never even been on a battlefield before?" The goat-headed guy continued, "I just hope this so-called strategic-level powerhouse can actually turn the tide." Back with Trung Nguyen, a massive swarm of bugs suddenly rushed them, and the pilot cried out in panic. Dong Fong requesting orders. The insects are heading for the chopper. Suddenly, Trung Nguyen spoke up. "Increase altitude, now." The pilot turned back in surprise. Trung Nguyen urged him, "Keep climbing until I say stop. Hurry." Thoughts raced through his mind. Asterisk. Do the primeval poison scythes absorb it? Or not? Asterisk. Asterisk. No absorption. I'll deal with it later. Asterisk. The thought repeated over and over in his head as he looked down, calculating. 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Whew, the altitude warning finally disappeared. He grabbed his backpack and spoke to the pilot. "All right, it's all poisonous gas down there. Make sure you maintain this altitude so you don't get poisoned." The pilot said in astonishment. "Huh? We climbed this high. For me?" Before he could say more, Trung Nguyen cut him off. "I'm heading down first." Filled with confidence, the pilot pointed to himself and said, "Come back triumphant, and I'll fly you home." Trung Nguyen just gave a slight smile and leaped straight out. The gray-haired man, watching the system feed, yelled in alarm. Why did Hu Yanmin just jump out? That's 4,000 meters. The maximum deployment altitude for a parachute is only 1,000. The person next to him replied firmly, "Humph, he has a special landing skill." The scene showed him diving into a swarm of hideous insects. A voice crackled through his earpiece. "You've got to be kidding me. Why did you jump just because we had a little disagreement?" Hearing the complaint, he replied, "Hey old man, if it's not an emergency, don't yell like that." The man, hearing the rebuke, lowered his voice. "Sorry, I'll keep it down. May I ask what ability you're using to stay airborne?" The people around them quickly started whispering amongst themselves. This Hu Yanmin guy actually dared to tell the chief of staff he was too loud. Someone else chimed in. And the most important part is, the chief of staff didn't even get mad at him. Seeing them focused on gossiping about Trung Nguyen, the chief of staff's assistant gave a gentle reminder. "Aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Hu Yanmin is at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Back with Trung Nguyen, he suddenly took off his support gear and said, "I'm not using an ability. I just jumped onto the back of a big cockroach. If they attack me, I'll deal with it then." He then unleashed his super cute charm to handle the insects. Gu Yan heard the sounds of battle and immediately hushed everyone. Shh, don't disturb him while he's fighting. Before they could even process that, his voice came through the comms again. All done. These bugs aren't even as smart as the alpha stray cat. Everyone exclaimed in unison. It's over in 2 seconds? The people in the command center heard the news and yelled in disbelief. Commander, what does he mean? What's this about a stray cat? The chief of staff replied calmly. Strategic level. As he fought, he thought to himself, asterisk, my super cute charm skill is hit or miss with people, but it's incredibly effective on cats and insects. Asterisk. Asterisk. Plus, I only have to use it once to make them obey me continuously. Asterisk. He then glanced at his phone. It was displaying their location. He continued his thoughts. Asterisk. 6 teams of ability users entered the battle, but now only 5 remain. A total of 30 people. Asterisk. But then, he happened to look down and saw a cave that a swarm of insects was rushing into. He muttered unconsciously, strange, why is a swarm of bugs heading straight for them? These things aren't very smart. They shouldn't be able to sense their location. He thought quickly, a suspicious look crossing his face. Asterisk. Could it be that among the primeval scythes, there's an individual with high intelligence, and it can communicate with the others? Asterisk. He quickly relayed the information to Gu Yan's team. There's a massive swarm of roaches heading your way. I'm on my way to help you retreat. Gu Yan panicked and yelled into his earpiece. We can handle these bugs ourselves. Huyen Min, just stick to your own mission. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen immediately argued back. There's something off about these bugs. If you guys take your sweet time killing them, you're going to screw everything up. His words provoked them. One of the men next to Gu Yan spoke up. He's actually complaining we're too slow. Huyen Min is way too arrogant. Another man behind him shouted bitterly. Stay away, we can still fight. The blonde-haired guy also lost his temper, raising his cannon and roaring. Bring out all the weapons. We'll go all out against these bugs. Avenge the Hoang Tien squad. Before they could react, someone pointed outside the cave at a figure. Wait. I think he's here. He stood there, radiating pure coolness, and said, Is anyone afraid of heights? If not, I'll have these roaches take you to a safe zone. Gu Yan's jaw dropped, controlling 31 targets at once. He just shattered the national record for the Hua Nation. The blonde guy's expression was no different, as he added, So this is the true power of an ability user. Model. Strategic level? Someone asks. Are these poisonous insects not a threat to us? He replies with a strange decisiveness. Their venom sacs are in their legs and are released through friction when they crawl. Their feces are also toxic, but it becomes harmless after taking flight. Time is short. Everyone follow my command. Rise, my bugs. Then, countless insects appear. He just turns his head and continues his thoughts. Once they're all in the air, I can focus on studying the secrets of this swarm. He gently pulls out a fiery red orb, thinking to himself, I wonder, can this absorb the ruin core of the ancient Siam? The ruin core of the ancient Siam has the following abilities. Super reproduction, red grade, cannot be upgraded. Super reproduction, greatly increases reproductive ability, able to birth tens of thousands of offspring at once. Venom scythe, blue grade, cannot be upgraded. Venom scythe, a unique toxin of the ancient Siam that contaminates everything it touches. He continues his analysis. Death rend, yellow grade, can be upgraded. Death rend uses its jagged mouthparts to attack enemies and drain their life force. Super excretion, crimson grade, cannot be upgraded. Super excretion instantly releases a large amount of harmful excrement, accelerating the spread of the venom scythe. His face freezes as he thinks to himself, what the hell? It won't absorb. Then, he analyzes the ruin core's other ability. Hive mind, cyan grade, cannot be upgraded. Hive mind resonates thoughts through the venom scythe, requires the venom scythe ability. He stares at the ruin core, deep in thought and full of doubt. So, besides those 4 abilities, there's also hive mind, which resonates thoughts through the venom scythe. Let's run an experiment first. The scene changes to everyone floating in midair. The blonde guy speaks up. He lifted all of us into the sky. Hold on, what's he trying to do here? Gu Yan says helplessly. I don't understand the world of a strategic level hunter either. Someone's voice shouts, Hey, look over there. The man turns, and his eyes widen at the sight of giant letters, formed by roaches flying in the clear blue sky, spelling out, We demand overtime pay. He cries out helplessly, Son of a bitch. The entire group stares at the words formed by the swarm. Overtime pay. The atmosphere in the room becomes eerily silent. Lu Jianlin asks, can Trung Nguyen really control that many bugs at once? And Guanfeng coughs awkwardly and says, don't ask. If you have to ask, the answer is strategic level. Lu Jianlin speaks into his communicator. Zhang Yuan. About that overtime pay, we can negotiate. But, could you maybe start a live stream on your phone so we can see what's happening on your end? Immediately, a spatial vortex opens up and Zhang Yuan's voice comes through the communicator. Can you see? Lu Jianlin says. We can. The young man in the white vest exclaims in alarm. My God, the number of bugs. It's just as bad as 12 years ago. And Guanfeng says with a grave expression, our previous estimates were far too optimistic. Lu Jianlin says, we have to kill these bugs before they multiply out of control, deploy incendiary rounds, and prepare for carpet bombing. Zhang Yuan, standing on the head of a giant bug, says, there's no need for incendiary rounds just yet. On the other end of the line, Lu Jianlin cries out in confusion. Huh? Zhang Yuan holds out his hand and activates the skill. Overlord's Charm. He thinks, the experiment was a success. I only need to control a small portion of the bugs, and then I can use the hive mind, transmitted through the venom, to make the entire swarm obey me. Zhang Yuan's command is transmitted into the bugs' minds. Retreat to the ruin cavern. Return. Return. The moving ancient Siams suddenly freeze, then turn and retreat. The people in the command room watch the swarm thunderously retreat and shout in astonishment. Oh my God, the ancient Siams are retreating. Another person says, this is incredible. Someone else exclaims, this. I've never heard of monsters retreating back into a ruined cavern. How is this possible? The voice from the communicator transmits to Zhang Yuan's side. A miracle. Zhang Yuan has created a miracle. We are witnessing history in the making. Suddenly, he notices another ancient Siam. It's carrying a severed arm in its mouth and seems completely unaffected by Overlord's charm. Zhang Yuan thinks suspiciously. This smaller roach isn't affected. Could it be the broodmother? The blonde young man, seeing the scene through the communicator, shouts with hatred. Zhang Yuan, kill that bug. Avenge the Wild Sky team. I'm begging you. The black-haired man, his captain, yells. Hey, don't make decisions on your own. The blonde guy pleads in anguish. That's Xiao Yi's weapon. She was killed by the swarm. We couldn't even find her body. She was supposed to get married next month. Zhang Yuan replies. He takes out 2 throwing knives and steps down to the ground. Zhang Yuan takes aim, then hurls the 2 throwing knives at the bug. The daggers fly with the force of a thunderbolt, but 2 other bugs burst from the ground to block them. The bug, busy gnawing on the arm, is startled, having detected the attack. Zhang Yuan thinks, it spotted me. It's trying to escape. And it can even command other normal roaches to cover for it. Watching the strange bug dig a hole to escape, Trung Nguyen thought, I absolutely can't let it get away. He unleashed his freezing skill. A bone-chilling cold, laced with ice shards, shot out and stopped the bug in its tracks. Trung Nguyen quickly grabbed Xiao Yue's weapon from the ground. Gripping it tightly, he brought it down with all his might onto the bug's back. The layer of ice shattered instantly, and the bug was sent straight to the afterlife. Trung Nguyen dug out a golden void core from its body. The system's voice rang out. Primeval Burrower King's void core detected. Absorb? Hyperthinking, blue tier, cannot be upgraded. Hyperthinking. Increases cognitive ability. Seeing the notification, Trung Nguyen understood. So, this is why the Insect King wasn't affected by my overwhelming charm skill. Nah, don't absorb. Suddenly, he spotted something sparkling on the ground nearby. Trung Nguyen walked over and picked up a diamond ring. Looking at the ring, he recalled what Feng Qing once said. We void energy users can die at any moment. If you meet someone you love, what are you hesitating for? Clenching the ring, Trung Nguyen thought emotionally, so that's what he meant. He must have understood that after going through countless life and death farewells himself. Trung Nguyen stood up and looked at the insect. This must be an insect king. It's a bit smaller, with longer legs, and has extraordinary intelligence, able to command the other bugs. Trung Nguyen warned that there were likely other insect kings lying in ambush underground. You guys wait a second. He jumped onto the bug's corpse and activated his super sense skill. The surrounding area was transmitted into his brain as patches of color. A strange, bug-shaped color appeared. Trung Nguyen thought, just as I thought, there's another one. Trung Nguyen immediately reported to headquarters via his communicator, I've found an insect king, sending you the coordinates now. It's already laid eggs and built a nest underground. Drop incendiary rounds to wipe it out. Lu Jianlin coughed lightly and said, and here I thought you didn't need us, kid. The others around them looked awkward. Trung Nguyen replied in a matter-of-fact tone, Sir, what are you talking about? I'm not Superman. When I'm not strong enough, of course I have to rely on you guys. Trung Nguyen said. On the Void Gate battlefield, individual heroism doesn't get you very far. When you're in trouble, you look to the military district or the country for help. Lu Jianlin laughed heartily. Haha, I like the way this kid thinks, someone else said. And here I was about to look down on him over some petty complaint about overtime pay. I'm the one who's been narrow-minded. Then, Lu Jianlin gave the order. Armored missile unit, listen up. Enter the dimensional zone immediately and coordinate the attack with Trung Nguyen. A terrifying explosion erupted. A heat wave and immense pressure swept over everything. His eyes exhausted from overusing his skill, Trung Nguyen muttered that he had used his supersense to scan the terrain 5 times and had finally found all the insect kings. Standing his ground, Trung Nguyen said, if no other alien races come through, the Void Gate will close on its own after a while. The Void Gate has stabilized for now. The few remaining bugs in the dimensional zone will be handed over to the Science Institute for research. Holding up the hand with the ring, Trung Nguyen asked, does anyone here recognize this? A young man with blonde hair immediately saluted and replied, sir, I do. Seeing the man's grief-stricken face, Trung Nguyen said, I'm sorry, this was all I could find. The blonde-haired man replied, thank you so much. My cousin's soul can finally rest in peace. The battlefield observation team reported. Reporting to command, the Void Gate is disappearing. On the monitor, the Void Gate rapidly shrank until it flickered with a final flash of light and vanished completely. The recon team immediately announced, the Void Gate has vanished. The suppression was a success. The people in the command center cheered. We did it. This isn't like 12 years ago. We didn't suffer a devastating loss this time, someone else said. This is a miracle in the history of humanity's fight against the Void Gates. The surviving squad members outside swarmed him. One said, Trung Nguyen, you're the greatest hero of this operation. History will never forget what you've done. Another person said, Trung Nguyen, let's get a picture before you go. Trung Nguyen refused. No, I'm allergic to camera flashes. Gotta go, bye. And with that, he escaped onto a helicopter and left. The pilot looked at Trung Nguyen, resting in the back, and thought, this kid is only 16, and he's already being sent to such a dangerous battlefield. He must be dead tired. As he flew the helicopter, the pilot thought, thank you. A.M. Hero of the Void Gate suppression. Back in his room, Trung Nguyen collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. Finally, back in my school prison cell, I need to sleep to recover my completely drained mental energy. As he slowly drifted into a deep sleep, he thought, it's 3 a.m. now. Alarm is set for 5. I can get 2 hours of sleep this time. In the blink of an eye, Trung Nguyen's eyes snapped wide open again, staring at the ceiling. Beside him, his phone's alarm was blaring. Time to get up. The sun's already high in the sky. The screen showed it was exactly 7 o'clock. So much for getting a little sleep. It's never just a little. In the dining room, a worried and slightly accusatory Trung Lam asked him, you were playing games with that strange girl again last night, weren't you? Fung Kin chimed in. Nguyen, you've got 2 massive dark circles under your eyes. You'd better come clean and explain yourself before you break little Lam's heart. Hearing that, Trung Nguyen thought helplessly, I don't even have a metabolism. How could I possibly have dark circles? Trung Nguyen pulled at the corner of his eye and asked, Thuong Quan Wai, do I have dark circles? Seeing the death glare from Trung Lam, Thuong Quan Wai gave a half-hearted reply, looks like, maybe a little. Thuong Quan Wai thought to himself, even though I don't see anything, you can't go wrong siding with Miss Lam. Trung Nguyen wondered, is my exhaustion that obvious? Why is everyone saying the same thing? So Trung Nguyen answered honestly, all right, fine. It's because there were a few cockroaches in my room last night, so I was up fighting them until midnight. Trung Lam, who was a total germaphobe, shrieked when she heard that. He continued, there were 6 or 7 nests in total, so dense you couldn't even see the floor. In the end, I had to use insecticide to wipe them all out. Disgusted, Trung Lam shook the chili sauce bottle and said, stop talking. Watching the amount of chili sauce being poured into the bowl, Fung Kin thought in horror, oh God, that's deadly. Anyone who eats that much spice will literally explode. Just then, the two-faced Tu Uyen Oan cooed. Good morning, Trung Nguyen. Hello there, little sis. Trung Lam. Oh, and Thuong Quan Wai, you're here too. Full of hostility, Fung Kin said, to Uyen Oan, this table is full. Go sit somewhere else. Fung Kin thought, she greeted everyone but me. That was on purpose, wasn't it? To Uyen, Oan shot back, not backing down. I've already eaten. I just saw my dear junior and wanted to say hi. To Uyen Oan leaned closer to Trung Nguyen, showing off her assets, and said suggestively, Trung Nguyen, Tonight. You and I can continue what we were doing last night. The entire table fell silent, stunned. Trung Nguyen coldly replied, I'm busy. Thinking irritably, I don't even have time to sleep as it is. I still have to write a battle report, review Lam Lam's training videos. A mountain of work flashed through his mind. Tu Uyen, Owan thought, is he busy studying for exams? On the surface, she put on a sweet, understanding girlfriend act and said, well, in that case, how about we study together tonight? Thuong Quan Wai stood up and yelled, Trung Nguyen is studying with me tonight. There's no room for a third wheel like you to butt in. Tu Uyen, Owan scoffed. A dead last student like you, who failed 5 subjects? You dare to study with Trung Nguyen? Thuong Quan Wai said with extreme confidence. I may not have any strengths, but at least I'm shameless. At that moment, Trung Lam said, I'm full. I'm leaving. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen asked, you ate so little? Let me pack a soup dumpling for you. You can eat it later if you get hungry. Trung Lam, having lost her appetite, said, I don't feel like it. I need to go to the bathroom now. Trung Nguyen said, I'll meet you at the school gate later, okay? Trung Lam replied, I know. Tu Uyen, Owen, and Thuong Quan Wai continued to bicker. Meanwhile, Phung Kin watched in horror as Trung Nguyen finished off Trung Lam's food, thinking, you absolute madman. You actually ate that deadly bowl of tofu pudding. In the end, Trung Nguyen still packed some food to go. Walking beside him, Phung Kin asked, are you all right? You look terrible. You want me to use revert on you? Without a moment's hesitation, Trung Nguyen said, sure. Phung Kin immediately activated his skill, revert. Its effect was to return the target to their physical state from 24 hours prior. Trung Nguyen's body became slightly ethereal, flickering into several overlapping images. Phung Kin was too focused on casting the skill to pay close attention, but he still caught a glimpse of something and thought with a jolt. Huh? Why did he just turn into a phantom? Did I see that wrong? Phung Kin reached out and tried to pinch Trung Nguyen's cheek. This confused Trung Nguyen, who had no idea what was going on. What are you doing? He asked. Phung Kin replied, just checking to see if you're feeling better. Trung Nguyen gave a casual, oh. Phung Kin thought, well, he seems solid enough now. So, Phung Kin changed the subject. I just remembered, around this time yesterday, you also ate your sister's deadly tofu pudding. Trung Nguyen scratched his chin, trying to recall. I think you're right. Phung Kin sighed in resignation. Ugh, what a waste of a revert. The two of them walked to the academic building. As they entered, Trung Nguyen asked, isn't your revert supposed to be a healing ability? What does that have to do with what I ate yesterday? Phung Kin explained. Essence itself isn't actually categorized like that. Calling things healing system or attack system is just a way to make it easier to understand. The actual effect of revert is to restore a person's physical state to what it was 24 hours ago. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen replied in surprise, wow, I didn't know it was that complicated. Phung Kin elaborated. For example, if someone was injured 24 hours ago but has since healed, if I used revert on them, it would actually revert them back to their injured state. What's more, revert only affects the physical body. It has no effect on the mind. Trung Nguyen pondered this and said, that doesn't make sense. The physical basis of the mind is the brain, which should be part of the body, right? Phung Kin said, the emergence of essence has overturned most of the traditional theories of physics. What is the nature of life in the context of essence? That's still being researched. Even the latest theories are full of flaws. The one thing we know for sure is that for someone who is dead in the essence sense, you can't bring them back to life, even if you use revert to restore their body to a perfect state. A year ago was still dead, unless he was also affected by the same kind of power. Trung Nguyen remembered that strange golden coffin, and a bold theory formed in his mind. Maybe the power that brought him back to life wasn't just the coffin. A few days later, a delivery guy called out, Trung Nguyen, your package is here. Trung Nguyen pulled up the rolling gate and said, just put it in the storage room at the end of the first floor. Thanks, the delivery guy replied. Got it. Trung Nguyen looked at him and thought in disbelief. No way. This guy's an ability user too? Stroking the custom-made golden coffin, Trung Nguyen said with satisfaction, not bad at all. It looks exactly like the original golden coffin. Now I won't need to go to a containment cell to get a good night's sleep. Suddenly, he noticed a few items inside the coffin and muttered, huh, they left some stuff in here. An invoice, instructions, some pads to adjust the height of the legs, a metal cleaning tool, and a set of cute little bonus stickers. Trung Nguyen commented, these are pretty nice. I'll just stick them all on. And so, the coffin lid was soon covered in a bunch of cute message stickers from the delivery company. Warm steam floated above a teacup, and Quan Fong told Trung Nguyen, I called you to the military district today because there are two things I need to discuss. And Quan Fong, rummaging through a cabinet, said, First off, your overtime pay has arrived. If you hadn't been there during the ancient sickle fiend incident, Jinling City would have had to order a full evacuation. The losses would have been immeasurable. Finally, and Quan Fong handed a medal case to Trung Nguyen and said, Aside from the military merits and the monetary reward, the higher-ups have also awarded you a Yanhuang medal. Trung Nguyen asked, Can I not take it? I've already got 2 of them in my dorm room. They're just taking up space. Hearing this, and Quan Fong told him he had to accept it, or he wouldn't get his overtime pay. He thought to himself, this is a top-tier Yanhuang medal that even I would kill for, and this kid is complaining about it? Trung Nguyen scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, Oh, so the medal isn't the overtime pay. And Quan Fong placed a hand on the safe beside him and said, Your overtime pay is in here. Trung Nguyen asked eagerly, What is it? And Quan Fong replied, We've allocated 12,000 snowbone serpent crystals for you. Trung Nguyen was floored. He asked, All of this is for me? And Quan Fong generously replied, That's right. Absorb as much as you can handle, but you must remember, this power is a gift from the country and its people. I hope you won't forget your original purpose and will use it for the right reasons. Trung Nguyen nodded. I understand. The system announced, Snowbone serpent crystals detected. Absorb? In a firm voice, Trung Nguyen said, Absorb. Energy from the massive pile of crystals flowed into Trung Nguyen like a waterfall. The system notifications were non-stop. Blue-grade hypersense leveled to max. Your ability, Hypersense, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Red-grade Air Bullet upgradable. Red-grade Air Bullet leveled to max. Your ability, Air Bullet, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Calamity-grade Thermobaric Blast upgradable. Calamity-grade Thermobaric Blast is now level 2. The system notifications slowed slightly. Blue-grade Freeze, leveled to max. Your ability, Freeze, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Red-grade Absolute Frost upgradable. Red-grade Absolute Frost is now level 8. Trung Nguyen thought, Gold grade takes 1 crystal per level, Blue takes 10, Red takes 100, and Calamity grade takes 1,000. Leveling it up any further is going to be impossible. My upgrade path is starting to lean towards Ice-type abilities. Trung Nguyen called out, Commander, please open another case. And Quan Fong quickly said, Trung Nguyen, slow down a bit. You don't want to explode. Trung Nguyen said confidently, Don't worry, I won't. And Quan Fong tossed another case in front of him. Trung Nguyen continued to absorb the energy, and the system notifications resumed. Red-grade Absolute Frost, leveled to max. Your ability, Absolute Frost, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Calamity grade, Domain of Eternal Frost. Not upgradable. Gold grade Regeneration, leveled to max. Your ability, Regeneration, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Blue-grade Perpetual Life, upgradable. Blue-grade Perpetual Life, leveled to max. Your ability, Perpetual Life, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Red-grade Immortal Body upgradable. Trung Nguyen raised his hand and said, Thermobaric Blast, Domain of Eternal Frost, and Immortal Body, they're all unlocked. But after Thermobaric Blast reached Calamity grade level 2, it seems like some kind of force is preventing it from leveling up further. Domain of Eternal Frost can't be upgraded, and Immortal Body is still at red grade. So, Trung Nguyen raised his hand and said, One more case. And Quan Fong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Kid, are you some kind of crystal-devouring beast? Trung Nguyen absorbed another case. The system announced, Red-grade Immortal Body leveled to max. Your ability, Immortal Body, has ranked up. You have acquired a new ability, Calamity grade Life Authority, upgradable. Calamity grade Life Authority is now level 2. Life Authority grants the user an immortal body and allows them to instantly bestow the regeneration ability on any target within a 1,000-meter radius. Trung Nguyen clutched his forehead and said, Commander, I. And Quan Fong asked worriedly, Are you all right? Do I need to call for a healer? I'm the healer now. I just got a new ability that lets other people benefit from my regeneration effect. And Quan Fong exclaimed in shock, What? He immediately grabbed a dagger. Without a moment's hesitation, Quan Fong plunged the dagger straight into his palm. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen's face paled as he thought, This guy attacks at the drop of a hat. That's insane. Quan Fong urged him on excitedly. Quick, let me see it. Trung Nguyen held out his hand and shouted, Authority of Life. A ring of green light enveloped Quan Fong's hand. staring at his perfectly flawless hand, and Quan Fong marveled. Incredible. This speed is equivalent to a high-tier, level 9 gold rank regeneration. What's this ability called? Are there any limitations? Trung Nguyen answered honestly. Authority of life. There are no usage limits, but considering his own time perception, Trung Nguyen figured he should probably inflate the cost a bit. So, he opened his mouth and told a little white lie. Using it consumes a lot of mental energy. If I use it too much, I'll have to sleep to recover for at least, 2 days. And Quan Fong was practically floating with joy. Excellent, excellent. This is wonderful. Just wonderful. Another strategic level healer has been born. This healing ability has a much wider application than Su Ri's. Humanity's future is finally in good hands, Trung Nguyen said. Commander, didn't you say there were 2 things you wanted to see me about? What's the second thing? And Quan Fong calmed himself down and cleared his throat. Ahem. He then explained that the second matter was the plan to lure out the mole in the Huaxia Nation's military district. It was all set. Elsewhere, in a luxurious and elegant building, a red-haired woman holding a wine glass approached a wooden railing. A second glass of bright red wine was poured. The red-haired woman said, Commander An Quan Fong of the Eastern Huaxia District has proposed letting students enter the other world to gather void crystals. The red-haired woman continued. He's using this as a selection process for the university tournament team. It's obviously a trap to bait us into making a move on Trung Nguyen. Bai Luohu retorted. You think I can't see through An Quan Fong's ridiculously obvious attempt at fishing? I intentionally agreed to his proposal to open the other world within the Huaxia Nation. I'm just playing along with his little scheme. The red-haired woman said, You sold information about Trung Nguyen to the Dung Lian, which led to the attack on the school. The leader already knows. He told me not to forget where the bottom line is for a person from Huaxia. Bai Luohu scoffed. So what if he knows? Us turning on each other was just a matter of time anyway. He sat down and said, From the moment that abandoned son of the Feng family decided to surrender to Zhu Yao, he and I were destined to never coexist. The red-haired woman asked, You're talking about the abandoned son of the Feng family? The one who was cured of cancer by absorbing a snowbone serpent void crystal? Bai Luohu recalled Ye Zhen at that moment and said, That's right. If his younger brother hadn't found that snowbone serpent void crystal and gotten him out of the hospital so quickly, I wouldn't have been in such a rush to sell him out to the Iron Tower Nation, just in case he ruined my plans. Bai Luohu mused. A snowbone serpent void crystal. Heh. If fate truly exists, then that thing was definitely the butterfly that flapped its wings at the turning point of destiny. The red-haired woman stepped forward and clinked her glass against his. Still in the mood to talk about fate? It seems you've already figured out how to deal with Trung Nguyen. The gray-haired man replied, Of course. At the end of the day, Trung Nguyen is just a 16-year-old high school student. Inside, 2 test tubes were 2 strange, blood-red insects. Bai Luohu, confident of his victory, declared, No matter how strong he is, he's no match for these ghost-eye flying insects. Shang Guanyi triumphantly held up his report card and shouted, I passed. 85 or higher on all subjects. I can participate in this year's university tournament. His report card showed language arts, 92, mathematics, 89, English, 95, physics, 87, and chemistry, 93. Feng Qing sneered. What's a guy who had to retake the college entrance exam so proud of? Trung Nguyen chimed in. You're actually daring to brag about scores like that? Trung Lam added. If you're so great, then stop asking my brother to help you with your problems. Shang Guanyi said angrily. Why are you only picking on me? What about you guys? And just like that, 3 sparkling report cards were presented. Feng Qing had exactly 85 in every subject. Trung Nguyen had a perfect 100 in everything. And Trung Lam had 100 in math and physics and 93 in language arts. English, 88, and chemistry, 97. Shang Guanyi collapsed, squatting in a corner to draw circles on the ground. On the other side, Feng Qing asked Trung Nguyen, By the way, did you register for both the individual and team competitions in the university tournament this time? Trung Nguyen replied, Yeah, but I haven't formed a team yet. Shang Guanyi immediately raised his hand and shouted, Count me in. Trung Lam also said, Me too. Trung Nguyen explained, You have to be over 16 to participate in the university tournament. Trung Lam let out a dejected cry. Ah, Shang Guanyi eagerly pointed to himself and asked, So I can join, right? Looking at Shang Guanyi, Trung Nguyen thought that after forming the team, they'd still have to go to the other world for the school's selection trials. I have an important mission, and Shang Guanyi is too impulsive. Things could easily go wrong. Trung Nguyen rejected him. Shangguan Yi, you should find another team. If you team up with me, you won't have any room to shine. Shangguan Yi clutched his head and cried, "Boo-hoo-hoo, you think I'm weak?" Meanwhile, Feng Qing asked Trung Nguyen, "Our team." Trung Nguyen said, Find 2 more people besides yourself. Their power level doesn't matter, as long as they're smart and level-headed. Feng Qin replied, "Got it. I'll grab the 2 with the best records for you." A moment later, back in the room, a sweet-looking girl with grayish-blue hair and glasses introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Rui, Special Class 52. I'm a support type. My abilities are Blessing, Spirit Cage, and Delusion Mist." Another person, a boy with brown hair, spoke up. "I'm Xie Yihan, Special Class 53, a control type. My abilities are Wind's Breath, Hypnotic Soundwave, and Position Swap." Trung Nguyen immediately eyed him with suspicion. "You're that creepy upperclassman who was hitting on the new students when we first enrolled." Xie Yihan jumped, trying to explain. "A misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. That's just my personality. I swear. I had no other intentions." Feng Qin said, "If he weirds you out, I can find someone else." Trung Nguyen said it wasn't necessary. "It's not like my sister is on the team, anyway." Xie Yihan quickly added, "As expected from a top player. Truly magnanimous." He thought to himself, "Asterisk. Play it cool. Play it cool. The most important thing is to get in with this crew." Asterisk. Lu Wen, who was sitting off to the side, explained, "For this school-wide selection trial, the 2 teams that gather the most void crystals within the boundary will represent our academy in the upcoming university tournament. Now that the teams are set, go and draw your lots." Trung Nguyen was deep in thought. He remembered his conversation yesterday with An Quan Fong. "I originally wanted to send you to the Shenongjia boundary to recover Robert's aberrant void crystal, but access to that area is currently restricted. Which boundary do you feel would be the best fit for your abilities?" "Anywhere is fine," Trung Nguyen had answered flatly. And Quan Fong replied, "Oh, in that case, we'll just have you draw lots." Back in the present, Trung Nguyen grabbed Feng Qin's hand. "I heard from Su Wanying that you've got the golden touch, the luckiest guy in the squad. You always hit the jackpot." Feng Qin stammered, I guess so? Hurry up," Trung Nguyen urged. "I'm counting on that luck of yours." Feng Qin pleaded, "Nguyen, search your conscience. Am I really times that lucky?" "You have to be," Trung Nguyen stated firmly. "All right. Fine. I'll go draw." Feng Qin walked over to Liu Wen's desk. He placed his hand on the mouse and muttered, "All right, here goes nothing." Click to draw. Standing behind the computer, Xie Yihan clasped his hands together, praying, "Oh, please, let a meteor fall from the sky and smash that unlucky bastard Feng Qin." Feng Qin read the screen. "Zhang Jiaji?" Liu Wen gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. He actually did it. Zhang Jiajie. The most treacherous terrain, the most complex ecosystem, the weirdest damn aberrance. Of course, only someone with your golden touch could pull that one. Xie Yihan fell to his knees in despair. "Why didn't a meteor just crush you? Are there a lot of aberrants in Zhangjiajie?" Trung Nguyen asked. "Tons," Xie Yihan replied. "Tons of them?" Trung Nguyen said calmly. "Then, it's the perfect boundary." Feng Qin looked moved. "Nguyen, you really are my best friend." Trung Nguyen then turned to the others. "Zhang Rui, what about you?" Zhang Rui was practically vibrating with excitement. "Through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I'm with you guys all the way." Trung Nguyen said, "Zhonglan, I won't be at the academy for a few days. You take good care of yourself over at the military district, okay?" From inside a car, Zhonglan replied, "I will. You be careful in the boundary, too, brother." "I will," Trung Nguyen responded, thinking to himself, asterisk, "with her at the military district for a few days, I won't have to worry about anyone trying to get to her while I'm gone." Asterisk. "The commander has picked up Zhonglan and is on his way now," Xiao Qin reported over the phone. "Yes, understood." He then hung up, and Quan Fong leaned back in his chair, thinking, asterisk, "Good, that's good." Even though she had that falling out with the Lin Dongliang brothers, at least Zhonglan isn't rejecting the military district because of it. Asterisk, asterisk. In fact, asterisk, he mused, asterisk after that injury. Zhonglan herself has been dealing with the after effects. It's preventing her from using her void power smoothly. And on top of that, she contracted that strange illness before, the one that makes her unable to absorb void crystals anymore. He recalled what Feng Qin had told him. "I've already examined her. The specific details are classified intel from the Science Academy, so I can't disclose them. As for her issue with controlling her void power, that's psychological. It should get better on its own with time." And Quan Fong scratched his head. Asterisk. Ah. Forget it. A kid as brilliant as her is a rare talent, even if she can't be a combatant. This time, we'll have her learn something other than using void power. Asterisk. The plane took off, leaving the city behind. Inside the passenger cabin, Trung Nguyen sat with Feng Qin. Trung Nguyen focused his thoughts. Asterisk. After absorbing those snow-bone serpent crystals, I no longer need to activate Ice Blood Rampage to use Thermal Burst and Eternal Ice Field. And as for my lower-tier abilities, I can use them too, as long as I'm careful. Asterisk. Asterisk. With my current strength. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. There's probably only one other master among all of humanity who could give me a real fight. Asterisk. Asterisk. The mole inside China couldn't possibly be a master of that caliber, right? Asterisk. He thought. Asterisk. Later, I'll just use the satellite phone to stay in real-time contact with our personnel. This mission should be a piece of cake. Asterisk. Feng Qin suddenly asked, "Hey, for this trip to the boundary, are we bringing along a hidden teammate? How did you figure that out?" Trung Nguyen asked. Feng Qin replied, "Simple. I'm your partner, but you're sitting in a two-seat row all by yourself." Nguyen shoved one of his earbuds into Feng Qin's ear and said, "Here, take one. Listen to the command channel yourself." Feng Qin said, "Nguyen, my man, it's 2042. Why are you still sharing audio like this?" Trung Nguyen said, "What other way is there?" Feng Qin replied, "Bluetooth audio sharing, the intercom on the sat phone, or you could just pull me into the command channel." Trung Nguyen was speechless. Feng Qin pointed to his own black earring and said, "These earrings I wear are actually miniature comm devices. They're concealed and won't fall out. I'll have the operations bureau make you a set sometime." Trung Nguyen scoffed. Talk about overkill. A short while later, the group of 4 arrived in front of a realm entrance, where the stationed soldiers greeted them. "Hello, students from Thon An Academy. We are the Thien Can team stationed at the Zhangjiaji realm. My name is Tong Kien Kwok." Tong Kien Kwok stepped forward to shake Feng Qin's hand and said, "It's gotten very late. How about you rest at the encampment for a night and enter the realm tomorrow?" Feng Qin said, "No need. The sooner we get in, the better." Feng Qin said, "Captain Tong, you must have seen the announcement, right? How many academy teams are entering the Zhangjiaji realm this time?" Tong Kien Kwok said uncomfortably, "I can't disclose that." Feng Qin whispered, "It's not top secret. Just give us a little hint." Tong Kien Kwok stated firmly, "Let's just say you're the first team to arrive." Feng Qin turned back to the others and said, "All right, watch is on. Let's enter the realm." Trung Ni replied, "Okay." Tao Khan sighed. "Here we go." Tong Kien Kwok watched them with a strange expression, tinged with a hint of malice and resentment. The 4 of them slowly stepped into the Zhangjiajie realm, as a message came through Trung Nguyen's earpiece. The Tien Can team wasn't originally stationed at the Zhangjiajie realm. They were suddenly transferred here last night. The general staff just ran a voice comparison. "It's him." The group walked behind Tong Kien Kwok. Feng Qin said, "I just used my rejuvenation ability on him. He's definitely not under any mental control." Trung Nguyen replied, "Understood. Let's monitor him first." They decided to lay low for now, their entire conversation held in secret. Feng Qin stopped and said, "All right, it's time to talk about hunting aberrations for their realm cores. 3 types of aberrations are raised in the Zhangjiajie realm: the Moonlight Fox, the Labyrinth Rabbit, and the Two-Headed Eagle. This is their distribution map." As he spoke, Feng Qin displayed a map on his phone and continued to explain. The Moonlight Fox's abilities are Sealing and Night Shroud. They are few in number and live in dark caves. The Labyrinth Rabbit's abilities are Acceleration, Labyrinth Mist, and Swarm Effect. They reproduce extremely fast, so there are a ton of them. You can find their nests by following their droppings. The Two-Headed Eagle's abilities are Dual Focus, Air Wall, Eagle Eye, and Iron Talons. They live in colonies in high-altitude caves, and their diet consists of labyrinth rabbits. He then said, with a confident tone, "The school's team selection is based purely on the number of realm cores submitted. Killing labyrinth rabbits is the simplest and most efficient method." After hearing his analysis, Tao Khan quickly agreed. "Then let's go kill labyrinth rabbits." Trung Nguyen raised his hand. "I vote for the Two-Headed Eagles." Tao Khan yelled, "What?" Trung Nguyen turned to Trung Nui and explained, "The labyrinth rabbits' cores aren't worth much, and we'd have to deal with their crap to hunt them. We have a girl on our team, so we should be a little more considerate." Hearing this, Feng Qin thought to himself, "A 24-carat pure siscon, like you would be considerate to any ordinary girl. It's obvious you're just a neat freak." With that thought, he spoke up and asked Truong Nui, "Truong Nui, do you feel like you need special treatment?" She blushed, shyly holding her cheeks as she answered, I'll go with what Trung Nguyen says. Trung Nguyen gave a signal. So it's settled then? Then he continued, actually, the core drop rate from killing the eagles isn't any lower than the rabbits. Aberrations don't consume realm cores, but the two-headed eagles eat labyrinth rabbits. Their nests are very likely to contain a large number of labyrinth rabbit cores. Feng Qin grinned excitedly. Nice. With our strength, we can totally pull this off. Just relying on conventional ideas to gather cores isn't efficient enough. Ta Uxhan grabbed Feng Qin's hand, whining and crying as he begged. No. Can't we be considerate of the guys too? I'm afraid of heights. Feng Qin turned and replied coldly. If you're a man, you overcome your fears. With that, he commanded loudly, to the heavenly white dragon staircase. Let's move up. As they walked, Ta Uxhan looked up and said nervously, there's no electricity in the realm, so we can't use the elevator. Trung Nguyen said coolly, we just climb that scaffolding. Ta Uxhan asked fearfully, but what if the two-headed eagles attack? Trung Nguyen bowed his head, exasperated, and answered, I have my own way of dealing with them. He thought to himself, for me, the eagles are easier to handle than this terrain. Then he glanced over and asked his female companion, Trung Nguyen, can you make the climb? Her cheeks flushed as she quickly replied, no problem. She thought with a thrill, he's shown concern for me twice now. He's so sweet. Feng Qin walked over, pinched Ta Uxhan, and mocked. See that? The girl's tougher than you. With tears in his eyes, he replied, this fear of heights is genetic. I can't help it. Trung Nguyen added, seriously, if you don't think you can make it, I'll carry you up. Xie Yihan, dripping with sweat, yelled back, no, I can climb it myself, I swear. He thought to himself, if I let the school idol carry me, I'll become the public enemy of the entire school. Then, Zhang Yuan quickly climbed up and shouted back, all right, I'll go up first and set the safety ropes for you guys. Xie Yihan called after him, be careful. Zhang Yuan looked up with extreme determination. When he saw the two-headed eagle, he whispered to himself, that two-headed eagle is massive. Maybe I can do it. With that thought, Zhang Yuan leaped off the ladder, leaving everyone stunned, shocked, and screaming their heads off. Zhang Yuan, why did you jump? What are you doing? Just as planned, Zhang Yuan successfully landed. Standing on the eagle's back, he announced, I'm on the eagle. This feels great. The entire team finally made it as well. Seated on the two-headed eagle, Xie Yihan screamed in panic. We're too high. We're too high. We're too high. Somebody help me. I feel like I'm about to fall, he said, drenched in sweat as he clung to Zhang Yuan's shirt. The guy sitting in front, steering the eagle, warned him, if you don't sit still, you might actually fall. But if you pull my pants down, I guarantee you will definitely be falling. On another eagle, Zhang Er shyly asked Feng Qin, Senior Feng Qin, why isn't the two-headed eagle attacking Zhang Yuan? In fact, it's even listening to him. Feng Qin replied with a smile, because he's handsome. Zhang Er was momentarily stunned and blurted out, huh? Then he scooted closer to her and continued, Zhang Yuan received a total of 1.8 million votes in the admissions ambassador election. His power is as clear as day. Zhang Er added, that was the school idol contest. Feng Qin corrected her in a stern voice. The admissions ambassador election. Zhang Er gave in helplessly. All right. The admissions ambassador election. Her jaw dropped as she continued. But beauty standards are different from person to person, let alone for otherworldly races, right? Feng Qin looked towards Zhang Yuan and said, actually, Zhang Yuan's handsomeness is more of a conceptual kind of handsome. The otherworldly races can perceive this handsomeness, so they're instinctively drawn to him. Zhang Er exclaimed, oh, so that's how it is. Feng Qin glanced over, thinking to himself in disbelief. I was just talking nonsense and she actually believed me. Whatever, this is for the best. At least he won't have to be like me. He wistfully recalled his own past, being ostracized by everyone. Monster, he's a monster. The otherworldly races don't attack him, they actually protect him. With his purple eyes, he glared furiously at them. Luckily, Tai Chi arrived at that moment to calm him down and threaten the others. Watch your mouths. The otherworlders don't attack the kid because he's influencing them with his psychic-type ability. If I hear you spreading any more baseless rumors, you'll be dealt with according to military law. Terrified, they quickly shouted, we're sorry, it won't happen again. After they scrambled away, Feng Qin spoke up. He asked, Uncle Tai, don't you get tired of making up excuses? Tai Chi calmly replied, sometimes, a proper cover story is necessary. He replied, I don't think so. With that, Feng Qin looked at the black hole behind them and continued, I heal humans, and in return, they fear me, calling me a monster. But it's the opposite with the otherworldly races. The more intelligent they are, the more they protect me and treat me well. He frowned, his voice dropping. Maybe I should just jump into that void rift and surrender to the otherworlders for good. Back in the present, the two-headed eagle's nest appeared before their eyes. Zhang Er was speechless for a full 5 seconds before exclaiming, "This is the two-headed eagle's home," Xie Yihan shouted in excitement. "Void crystals! There are so many void crystals here," from the maze rabbits. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was stroking the two-headed eagle's head and said with a smile, all right. Noticing its reluctance to let him go, he petted it again and continued, There. I petted both of your heads." While picking up void crystals, Xie Yihan marveled, "This is insane. It really only eats the maze rabbits, and not their crystals." Zhang Er exclaimed excitedly, "There must be over 1,000 crystals in this nest, right?" Xie Yihan said cheerfully, "We don't have to worry about the school team selections anymore. After we gather these, we can head back to the school." Zhang Yuan thought with a hint of confusion. "My main mission hasn't even started, and you guys are already talking about leaving." Then he spoke up, 1,000 isn't nearly enough. We should at least get another 10,000 before we go." Xie Yihan shouted in alarm. 10,000? Feng Qin interjected, All right. It's already 11 p.m. Let's get some sleep. Whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, we can deal with it in the morning." Zhang Er scratched her head in confusion and said, "Oh, right. There's no night in this pocket dimension. I almost lost track of time." Zhang Yuan spoke up. "The Eagle King has let us use its nest for the night. You all go get some rest. Feng Qin and I can take the night watch." Lying in his sleeping bag, Xie Yihan trembled and cried out, Zhang Yuan, can you make them?" A gigantic two-headed eagle was staring right at him. Zhang Yuan rubbed his head in resignation and replied, "Fine." Then he turned and spoke softly to the eagle. "Why don't you all go play somewhere else? Stop staring at us." Hearing this, the eagle's eyes welled up with tears, and it cooed once. Then they obediently did as he said, and flew higher up. Feng Qin asked curiously, "Yuan, the void crystal of the two-headed eagle is your target too, isn't it?" Yuan remained silent for a long moment, as Feng Qing continued, "They're treating you so well. Will you really have the heart to strike later?" Feng Qing asked, sitting on the ground. Yuan, you're not planning on secretly defecting to the enemy's side, are you?" Yuan, with his head down, replied, "How could I?" He held up his hand, looking at the eagles between his fingers, and said, "These two-headed eagles submitted to me because I used my charm ability on them. Under the influence of void energy, they worship me as the king of charm, and that's why they treat me so well." He squinted at them and continued to explain, "They're mesmerized by the void energy, completely captivated, but I won't get cocky and lose myself over it." Then he turned and asked Feng Qing, "On the other hand, why are you so worried I'd surrender to the enemy?" Feng Qing adjusted his glasses and replied, "I've run into a similar problem." Yuan was a bit confused and blurted out, "So what was your answer?" Feng Qing remembered when Qishu told him, "This kid, his wings have grown. He's learned to use defecting to the enemy as a threat." Back then, Feng Qing stood in a defensive stance and retorted, "Aren't you afraid I'll actually do it?" Qishu replied, "The enemy race can't even afford a single pineapple-flavored fruit candy. You think they have what it takes to make you betray us?" The young Feng Qing couldn't keep his composure and shot back, "What if the enemy race can't just give me one, but 10,000 of them?" Qishu explained, "Won't you get sick of eating just candy? The human world has so many things more interesting than candy." Qishu ruffled the boy's hair and said gently, "What exactly are those things? Go find the answer for yourself." Back in the present, Feng Qing took off his glasses, closed his eyes to enjoy the air, and said, "I haven't figured out the answer yet. Anyway, let's deal with the spicy chicken first." Yuan replied, a bit surprised, "I'll treat you to strawberry cake next time. Zhang Tianshuo gave me so much cake I can't finish it all." Inside the cave, Zhang Er was getting extremely annoyed, bothered by Xie Yihan's snoring. Furious, she stomped over to him, then swiftly lifted him up, pulled off his stinky-ass socks, and, without a single wasted motion, shoved them right into his mouth. Then she went back to her spot and fell asleep. Yuan and Feng Qing saw the whole thing and were utterly speechless, frozen for a good 5 seconds. Feng Qing leaned over and whispered to Yuan, Yuan, if I snore later." Before he could finish, Yuan had already answered, "I'm not sleeping tonight. Don't worry, I won't do anything that drastic to you." Feng Qing smiled and replied, "That's my best bud." Yuan looked down, a little surprised, and thought to himself, a message from the command center? He then covered one ear and listened intently to the announcement. "Xuan Ming, the latest news is in. A team from the Hanlin Academy has just arrived outside the Zhangjiajie realm." He spoke up, "Can you locate their watches?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, I'll share their location and data with you." Yuan asked again, "By the way, the watches we're wearing now have been specially modified. They can only be tracked, not used for communication, right?" His face darkened when he heard Feng Qing ask, "What are you trying to do?" Yuan calmly replied, "Nothing. Just confirming something. Whether the other party has our location. After all, entering a realm in the middle of the night is pretty suspicious, isn't it?" He then walked over, took Feng Qing's hand, and said, "Let me borrow your watch for a second." Feng Qing asked sarcastically, "Was playing around at Shemen Mountain not enough? You looking for round 2 here in Zhangjiajie?" Yuan smiled and replied, "Not at all. I was on my best behavior back at Shemen Mountain." After getting the watch, Yuan walked towards the edge of the cliff. Feng Qing asked curiously, "Where are you going to throw the watch?" Looking up at the two-headed eagle, he answered, "It won't hurt to take a little flight first." In the two-headed eagle's beaks were 2 chubby rabbits. It gently descended in front of Yuan and Feng Qing. The eagle dropped the 2 rabbits on the ground, and for a moment, the 2 guys felt a pang of pity and were at a loss for words. Yuan looked up and asked the eagle, stunned, "Whoa, is all this for me?" He stared in disbelief at the pile of the eagle's spoils before him and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Feng Qing picked up a fox and marveled, "There's even a moonlight fox." Yuan was a bit surprised when Feng Qing tossed him a crystal and said, "Here, this is for you." A screen popped up with a notification, "Moonlight Fox Void Crystal detected. Absorb?" The Moonlight Fox Void Crystal contains the following abilities: Seal, Gold Plunder, Upgradable. Seal. Seals a target's designated ability for 5 minutes. If the target's ability rank is higher than the seal's rank, it will have no effect. Dark Knight's Blessing. Red tier, not upgradable. Dark Knight's Blessing. In darkness, all abilities are enhanced by 200%. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Yuan thought silently, "Seal and Gold Plunder are useless to me. And since Moonlight Foxes are rare, upgrading is impossible." His eyes lit up as he thought, "As for Dark Knight's Blessing, realms don't have a nighttime, so it's limited. I'd better not absorb it." He figured, "I'm not the only one fighting against the Izu. This void crystal would probably be much more useful in someone else's hands." With that thought, he tossed the crystal back to Feng Qing, turned away, and said, "You're the captain. You can decide what to do with it." Trung Nguyen walked over, patting the eagle's head and said, "Come on, let's go for a spin." The scene shifts to the graveyard of the 2-headed eagles, and together, they soared high into the sky. After some time in the air, they finally landed. As Trung Nguyen dismounted, he asked the eagle, "Did you sense that I wanted essence crystals, so you brought me to your graveyard?" The eagle then used its talons to dig into the ground, revealing numerous sparkling essence crystals. Trung Nguyen sat down and picked them up. A system notification appeared. 2-headed eagle essence crystal detected. Absorb? The 2-headed eagle's essence crystal contains the following abilities. Dual Mind, red grade, cannot be upgraded. Air Wall, gold grade, can be upgraded. Eagle Eye, blue grade, cannot be upgraded. Iron Claw, gold grade, can be upgraded. He declared without hesitation, "Absorb." The system announced, Gold grade Iron Claw, max level. Blue grade Iron Claw, max level. Your ability Iron Claw has been upgraded. You have acquired a new ability. Pierce, red grade, cannot be upgraded. Pierce, red grade, level 1. He thought to himself, Pierce is the most practical offensive ability. Low cost, high efficiency. If I use this with Combat Master, I'll be able to unleash incredibly powerful attacks with just a little bit of force from now on. The system continued to announce, Gold grade Air Wall, max level. Blue grade Air Wall, max level. Your ability Air Wall has been upgraded. You have acquired a new ability, Skyrend. Skyrend, red grade, level 1. He thought to himself, the Air Wall and regeneration abilities couldn't be upgraded on their own. Only after Iron Claw was maxed out did it start to upgrade. The screen displayed a notification. You have acquired a new ability. Sovereign of the Skies, Calamity grade, cannot be upgraded. Sovereign of the Skies. You are the king of the sky. In your presence, all creatures are forbidden from flying. He was stunned, marveling to himself. A flight ban? This ability is completely overpowered, he thought, so the 2 abilities that could be upgraded are now maxed out, and the other 2 couldn't be upgraded anyway. He read the next 2 notifications. Eagle Eye, vision increased by 3000%. Dual Mind. Spirit is split in 2. All abilities are reduced by 50%. He turned to look at the giant 2-headed eagle and thought, ever since I was sucked into that golden coffin at the museum, my true self has merged with the shadow world inside it, and it never truly left. The me that operates in the outside world is just a projection of the power from that inner shadow world. He was lost in thought, recalling the past. It's not a normal human body either, so what if I activate dual mind? As he thought, he pictured himself transforming. Reaching for the eagle essence crystal, Trung Nguyen exclaimed, "Could I use the power of the shadow world to project a second version of myself?" He put the crystal in his bag and closed his eyes, thinking, "I'll definitely have to test this when I get back to the academy. My abilities are all maxed out now, so I'll just pack up the rest of these crystals and take them with me." He leaped up and shouted, "All right, let's fly." He looked down at the two-headed eagle, whose eyes were welling up with tears, and thought, after Airwall upgraded into Sovereign of the Skies, I can no longer use the abilities beneath that tier. Oh well, I should probably just ride the two-headed eagle back for now. Sitting on the eagle's back, he thought, there are many habitats for two-headed eagles in this realm. This one is the closest to the entrance. He suddenly fell into deep thought, then decisively threw his watch down and thought, perfect. I'll leave the watch here. Feng Qin, who was sitting casually on a rock, saw Trung Nguyen and said sarcastically, "You look like you've just been up to a few hundred shady things." Trung Nguyen replied, "Be a little bolder. How about a few thousand?" Feng Qin answered, "Whatever. As long as you know what you're doing." With that, he pulled out his phone and said, "Let me check the command channel." The people from Hanlin Academy went straight to the location beacon after entering the realm. Trung Nguyen gazed into the distance and said, "That proves the enemy is really targeting us, and they have a tracker." Feng Qin spoke up. "Not necessarily," he continued. "When you were flying earlier, your flight path was clearly erratic, but these guys went straight for the beacon. This proves they didn't get any real-time intel. They're just a bunch of cannon fodder sent here to die." Feng Qin looked at the youth ranking. Number 1, Jiangbu Rao. Number 2, Xuan Ming. Number 3, Bai Wu Yan. And you're number 7. That old fox moved this Xuan Ming guy to number 2 on the youth ranking. He's basically telling everyone that you are a key development target for the East China military region. Trung Nguyen's expression soured as he continued his analysis. The enemy, lurking in the shadows, already has a certain understanding of your strength. And yet, they chose to make a move against you despite the risks. This person is most likely impulsive, but also absolutely confident they can kill you. Both of them stood with their hands in their pockets, looking up at the blue sky. Feng Qin spoke up. Typically, after the cannon fodder gets taken care of, the next step should be to dispatch a rescue team. If the enemy has any common sense, they'll likely plan the main event around this rescue team. Trung Nguyen asked, "And what if they don't have common sense?" Feng Qin smirked and replied, "Anyone with half a brain would choose to be your friend." Trung Nguyen pointed inside and said, "Lack of sleep will turn your brain to mush. You should probably go to bed now." Feng Qin crossed his arms, smiling smugly, "And if I don't sleep, you're going to make me stupid. Physically, right?" Without a second thought, Trung Nguyen replied, "Exactly. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sun. The 6 words that best describe the weather today." After a deep sleep, Trung Nguyen stretched, ready to greet the new day. Trung Nguyen, sitting on a rock outside the cave entrance, called out, "You're awake. Go wash your face. There's plenty of water nearby. I'll go get more when we run out." As she walked over, Trung Nguyen replied, "Thank you," and reached for the water to wash her face. Trung Nguyen wondered to himself, she's obviously gorgeous, so why does she hide her face with her hair and wear those glasses to seal away her beauty? And just as he described, Trung Nguyen was indeed beautiful. He turned away and said, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Just pretend I never asked." Trung Nguyen quietly explained, "When I was little, I was almost kidnapped. I managed to escape and report it to the police. That's the only reason I made it out alive," he said. "He said I was too cute, and that's what gave him those twisted ideas." Trung Nguyen closed his eyes in sympathy and comforted her. "That was a long time ago. You should try to let it go," he continued. "Besides, if you weren't so cute and you got kidnapped, you might not have been able to escape with your life. Protecting cute things is an instinct that creatures have evolved over thousands of years. There's actual scientific basis for it." Hearing him say that, Trung Nguyen was completely stunned. Trung Nguyen smiled and said, "In certain situations, your beauty can also become your weapon and your strength," he added. "And more importantly, whether you're beautiful or not, the most important thing is to just be yourself." Hearing this, Trung Nguyen thought to herself, he makes so much sense. No wonder he's the legend who was voted campus heartthrob with 1,800,000 votes. Her face turned bright red. "And he called me cute," she thought. Trung Nguyen spoke up. "If you're done spacing out, help me start the fire." Without a second thought, Trung Nguyen immediately agreed. Ta'u Khan thought in his sleep, "What's that smell? It smells so good, but so bad at the same time. It's like heaven and hell are sandwiching me and grinding away. He shot up and yelled indignantly, "What the hell? Who did this? Was it you, Feng Qin?" Trung Nguyen walked over with a radiant smile and answered, "Sorry about that, Senior Ta. It was me. You were snoring so loudly, I really couldn't sleep. I had no choice but to..." "Plug your mouth." Ta Khan's mind swirled with conflicting emotions. So, she was the culprit? But she's so freaking cute without her glasses. And anyway, it was my own sock. It's not like it could kill me, so. That means last night, she was the one who personally took off my sock. With that thought, he stood up and quickly replied, No, it's fine. It was my fault." Seeing this, Feng Qin sighed and remarked, "Ha, what a simp." Ta Khan's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Is this otherworlder meat? Can you actually eat this?" Feng Qin explained, "With me, a rejuvenation-type healer, here for you guys. What poison are you afraid of? The more potent the poison, the more delicious it is, you know?" Ta Khan replied, Right. "Whoa, you even brought salt and pepper?" Trung Nguyen chimed in, handing a skewer of meat to Feng Qin. "This skewer's done, take it." Feng Qin said politely, "You should eat too." Trung Nguyen pulled the skewer back, put it in his mouth, and thought, "I almost forgot people were watching. Not eating or drinking would make them suspicious." Blushing, Trung Nguyen watched them and sighed to herself. "Ah, it's too sweet. It's killing me. Those two totally look like a couple." Chewing on the meat, Ta Khan said, using otherworlders as mounts, picking up void crystals, and even getting to eat meat. Following Trung Nguyen was definitely the right call. Trung Nguyen replied, "I already had the eagles gather up the void crystals around here. Remember to pick them up in a bit." Staring at the massive pile of void crystals before them, Ta Khan and Trung Nguyen gasped in awe. "Oh my god, this is insane. Yesterday, I thought there'd be a few thousand at most. Now it looks like there are at least tens of thousands." With that, he took out a sleeping bag to pack them up. Ta Khan placed a hand on his chest. "Wind breath." Trung Nguyen thought to herself, "He's even using wind breath just to pack faster?" Ta Khan scrambled over, frantically scooping up the void crystals. "This time, not only can we take first place in the tournament selection, but we'll also set a new record for collecting void crystals." Feng Qin was silent, staring intently at a yellow void crystal. Noticing this, Trung Nguyen asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Feng Qin answered, a bit bewildered, "No. It's just that all the void crystals the otherworlders offered you are glistening and shiny, like fruit candies." Trung Nguyen asked curiously, "You can't eat void crystals, right?" Ta Khan replied, "Well, not exactly. The market price for a Medit Rabbit's void crystal is in the 5 figures. One of them is worth the same as 10,000 pieces of candy." Trung Nguyen held up her hand and calculated. "One piece of candy makes you gain half a pound, so 10,000 candies would make you gain 5,000 pounds. Trung Nguyen thought to himself, working in a group is definitely more interesting than working alone. Wiping his sweat, Ta Khan said, "I can't pack any more, but there are still some left. I can't stand it." Trung Nguyen remarked, "It's all right. At least we packed up all the high-quality ones." Feng Qin held up a void crystal and asked, "The moonlight pool, any takers?" Xie Yihan asked with a frown. "Absorbing a moonlight pool void crystal is basically just asking to break the forbidden seal. With my constitution, I definitely can't absorb it." Hearing this, Feng Qing turned to ask Zhang "What about you? I think your constitution has a pretty good chance." Zhang glanced over and asked Zhang Yuan, "What do you think?" He smiled and replied, "Go for it. If you succeed, you can change your hairstyle to celebrate." Zhang reached out, grabbing the void crystal. "All right, then I'll give it a try. If I fail, don't you guys blame me." She then began the process of absorbing the void crystal. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Feng Qing and Zhang Yuan exclaimed one after another, "It worked! I saw a light fly into you." Zhang uttered, "Level 1. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks as she whispered, "Night's Guardian." She thought to herself, "Asterisk, this ability can only be used at night. I might as well not have it." Asterisk. Feng Qing said regretfully, "What a shame. What a shame. The success rate for a forbidden seal is 1 in 10 million. There aren't many people in all of China who have one." Xie Yihan smiled comfortingly. "Don't be too sad. For better or worse, you're now a big shot with 4 abilities." Zhang Yuan spoke in a serious tone. "I suddenly think the condition to activate Night's Guardian might not just be at night." Zhang can your toxic fragrance mist block out light? Zhang exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? You're saying I could use Night's Guardian inside the toxic fragrance mist?" Xie Yihan blurted out. "The light is scattered in the mist. But the actual brightness doesn't drop to a level that would be considered nighttime, does it? Feng Qing explained. It's hard to say, but the properties of the toxic fragrance are different from ordinary mist. It depends on whether it has a sun-blocking effect in the context of void energy. Zhang clenched her fist and said, "The only way to know for sure is to test it. Let's give it a shot." The three guys then sat on the back of the Great Eagle and flew high into the air. Down below, Zhang began to execute the plan they had just discussed. She thought, my toxic fragrance mist is blue tier, level 4, with a normal range of 50 meters. In a bit, I'll check the mist's range to see if Night's Guardian is effective or not. A golden light and a gray cloud swirled around her. Her eyes widened, filled with absolute determination. Night's Guardian. In the darkness, all abilities increase by 200%. She then raised her hand high, and the clouds shot up towards the sky. Feng Qing laughed with delight and said, "The mist's range has doubled. She did it." He walked over, ruffled Zhang Yuan's hair, and praised him profusely. Yuan, you're still the smart one." Zhang Yuan, extremely annoyed, said, "Feng Qing, I'm warning you, don't mess up my hair." He then yelled at Xie Yihan, "And you, stop pulling on my pants." He panicked and replied, "I'm afraid of heights. I can't help it." As Zhang Yuan jumped down, he said, "I'm going down to check." Xie Yihan clung to Feng Qing and screamed, "Why did he just jump down like that?" "Feng Qing, this is all your fault." Feng Qing replied frantically, "Then let go of me if you're so tough." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already landed safely. The system announced, "Toxic fragrance detected. Absorb?" He thought to himself, "Absorb. A notification appeared on his screen. Poison Eater activated. All abilities increased by 122%. He thought, not bad. This increase is higher than with other toxins. Zhang ran over in a panic, shouting, Zhang Yuan, why did you come in? You'll get poisoned." She suddenly tripped on a rock and fell flat on her face. He walked over, offered her his hand, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you need healing? After all, it's just a quick scan with the scepter of life." Zhang took his hand, flustered, and replied, "I'm fine. No need for healing. I can just put a bandage on it. It's just a scrape. No need to make a big fuss and ask Feng Qing to use his cleansing sundae." She cupped her blushing cheeks and thought, Zhang Yuan is so sweet. I think I'm starting to like him. What do I do? Online now? Need advice. As soon as possible. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered and said, "Oh, right. To make things easier to talk about later, we should probably give this combo a name." Zhang looked up at him and replied, "This skill was your idea, so you should name it." He answered, "Let's call it Overlapping Poison Shadows. What do you think?" Zhang exclaimed, "That's a great name." A quiet atmosphere settled over the area. Xie Yihan spoke up, "Even though our time isn't up, I doubt we'll be able to gather many more void crystals. Why don't we just head back?" Zhang replied, "I'm fine with whatever." Feng Qing suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." A notification sound came from Zhang Yuan's earpiece. Latest intel. Those 4 Hanlin Academy students are fakes. They used forged documents to deceive the Tianqin team. Their last known location before they lost contact matches the position of your watch. What's going on over there? Zhang Yuan looked down and replied, "I threw my watch into the 2-headed eagle's nest." The person on the other end praised him. "Good work. We've already got a lead on the forged documents and are currently investigating." Zhang Yuan spoke into the comms with a confident voice. "It's time to collect their bodies, isn't it?" Lu Jianlin replied, "That's right. The 4 imposters pretending to be a rescue team have reached the dimension gate. Your mission is to capture them alive if possible, but if you can't, make sure their brains remain intact." Zhang Yuan replied grimly, "I understand." He thought, sigh. "Now I have to figure out how to do this without killing them." Zhang Yuan said to the others, "Zhang Xie Yihan, you two take the 2-headed eagle for a spin around the dimension. Feng Qing and I have some business to attend to." Zhang eyes lit up. She pulled Xie Yihan along and said, "No problem. You just focus on your work. I'll cure Senior Xie of his fear of heights." Zhang Yuan waved them off and said, "All right. I'll come find you two when I'm done." He thought to himself, teaming up with smart people is such a relief. They get it right away. On the eagle's back, Zhang was enjoying the view from up high, while Xie Yihan was absolutely miserable. Zhang laughed and said, "So, where are we heading?" Xie Yihan, with tears streaming down his face, replied, "I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm about to fall." Zhang reassured him, "Senior, calm down a little. If you don't, you'll scare yourself to death before they even finish their task. Xie Yihan replied in a panic. Zhang Yuan's abilities are so powerful, it should only take a few minutes, right? Zhang Er replied playfully. The stronger the ability, the longer the job takes. Xie Yihan was completely confused when he saw Zhang Er give a shy smile and say, "Oh my, how embarrassing." Xie Yihan lay sprawled on the eagle's back, thinking to himself, I've heard that this species called girls loves to ship couples. Don't tell me Zhang Er is one of them. He spoke up and asked her, so, who do you think is the bottom? Zhang Er answered without a second thought. Zhang Yuan, of course. Xie Yihan disagreed. Zhang Yuan is clearly the stronger one. Feng Qing is the little wifey. Zhang Er, with a look of utter infatuation, replied, You make him the bottom times, because times you love him. The two of them just kept flying high in the sky. Zhang Er turned to ask, Wait a second, Senior Xie, you. Xie Yihan's face darkened as he thought, Crap, she found out my secret. She's not going to kill me to silence me and throw me off this thing, is she? With that thought, he quickly lunged forward, grabbed Zhang Er's hands, and said frantically, Actually, I'm a man of culture as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and Feng Qing were looking at a map and discussing their plan. Zhang Yuan said, The enemy has entered the dimension. We just need to go over and block them. Zhang Er and Xie Yihan are flying up in the sky, so even if they're being tracked, nothing will happen to them. Liu Kanyu told me to capture him alive. If I hit too hard in a minute, you heal the enemy, okay? Feng Qing replied, startled. All right, I'll skewer them together with life resonance. As long as one person is still alive, everyone else can survive. Zhang Yuan continued his instructions. And if I slip up and kill someone, don't panic. Just make sure their brain is still intact. Feng Qing exclaimed, An intact brain. Oh, I get it. Wang Podi wants to use his void gaze on us. Zhang Yuan turned and asked, Wang Podi? Void gaze? Feng Qing explained. Wang Podi is the director of the Void Army Bureau. His void gaze ability lets him read other people's memories. Even if the person is dead, as long as their brain is intact and it's been less than 24 hours since their death, he can still read it. Zhang Yuan remarked. So that's how it is. All right, enough talk. As soon as I find them, I'm making my move. He activated his skill, Super Sensory Eagle Eye. Meanwhile, Duanyong was walking and saying, The movement trajectory of these two signals. It looks like they're flying. It might be a decoy. Old Kai closed his eyes and made some calculations. The sky wall ability can't be maintained for that long. They must have strapped the watches onto a two-headed eagle. Shahu exclaimed in surprise. They've figured out our movements? Cha Mogan said through gritted teeth. The enemy is strong, and they're prepared. We probably won't get anything out of this. We should just give up. A 20 million Dangta dollar rose is great and all, but you have to be alive to collect it. Duanyong turned to him and snarled, Don't be such a coward. Weren't you waiting to use this money to cure your two daughters' lung cancer? Cho Mogan retorted, I'm not in a hurry. You're the one who's desperate to pay for your son's tuition at Maple Leaf Academy. Old Kai spoke up from above. Stop talking. If the mission fails, we'll have to pay for the damages. Can you afford that? Duanyong looked up and said, Sigh. Anyway, we need to think of a countermeasure first. If the enemy can relocate us, we should destroy our watches. Shahu looked up and asked in surprise, Why is there a two-headed eagle right above our heads? Duanyong replied, It's fine. We just need to play dead. They screamed in shock. This is bad. It's an ambush from above. A green light was emanating from Zhang Yuan's hand. Standing on the eagle's back, he exclaimed, My head is only worth 20 million Dangta dollars? Losing his patience, Zhang Yuan immediately unleashed his ability to deal with them. He thought to himself, the ability below thermobaric pressure is air bullet. It's pretty useful when combined with penetration. Feng Qing, sitting beside him, looked on in surprise and wondered, did he get a new ability while I wasn't looking? Attacked by Zhang Yuan, they scattered in panic, screaming non-stop, Run! The enemy has a penetration ability. We can't block it. Another one yelled frantically, Duanyong, fight back. He frantically yelled, We're too far. We can't make it. We have to heal and fall back at the same time. One of his subordinates snapped back in frustration. And you still call yourself the Wild Wolf King of the Northwest Military Region? Doen Dung furiously shot back. Is this really the time for that bullshit? He used his healing wind skill to extinguish the flames from Trung Nguyen's attack. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen asked curiously, That guy, Doen Dung, he's from the Northwest Military Region? Feng Qin replied, He must be retired by now. The military would never let an ability user with such severe injuries continue to fight. Trung Nguyen said, without a shred of pity. A veteran who willingly falls from grace only deserves a worse punishment. Feng Qin clicked his tongue. Come on. At the end of the day, he served his country. Go a little easy on him. A confused frown crossed Trung Nguyen's face as he turned to Feng Qin. Why are you defending the enemy? What is he to you? Feng Qin flinched and quickly denied it. He's nothing to me. It's just, the reason he ended up in this desperate situation is mostly because of me. The scene shifts to the Science Academy, where Feng Qin is telling Trung Nguyen the story of what happened back then. Someone approached the cell where Feng Qin was imprisoned and said, Feng Qin, a man's arm was severed. I need you to use solar cure to save him. Sitting by the bed, Feng Qin flatly refused. I'm not saving him. He's a soldier from the Northwest Military Region. He was injured, suppressing a rift. His ability is incredibly valuable. If he loses that arm, he'll be forced to retire. But Feng Qin remained firm, emphasizing his words again. I said, I'm not saving him. Back then, Feng Qin was just a boy, locked in a room, his hands bound in shackles with no freedom whatsoever. He yelled in frustration. All day long, all you people say is, solar cure this, solar cure that. You don't even grant me the rights of a human being, so on what grounds do you expect me to bear the responsibilities of one? It turns out, the person standing outside his cell was Feng Qin's own mother. She asked worriedly, when Qishu took you to that rift battlefield, what on earth happened? You haven't been cooperating with the experiments lately, and you haven't been healing anyone. All you do is cause trouble for the academy. If this continues, the higher-ups are really going to take extreme measures against you. The stubborn Feng Qin couldn't care less about what she was saying. He casually flopped onto the bed, pulled the covers over himself, and said dismissively, whatever. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. After a long sleep, Feng Qin woke up, blinded by the sunlight that was streaming across more than half of his face. Feng Qin saw bags of candy next to his bed. He casually picked one up and said, trying to buy me off with candy again. Without another word, he stared intently at the iron shackles clamped around his wrists. After a moment of thought, Feng Qin channeled all of his power and easily shattered the chains on his hands. Then, he headed to the laboratory. Turns out, he was looking for his mother. Seeing her, he called out, Mom, where's the guy from yesterday, the one with the severed arm? Without looking up from her work, his mother replied, the time limit to use solar cure has already passed. He went back. Feng Qin lowered his head, troubled, and stammered. Then, the candy in my room? Feng Qin's mother explained. Commander Yang from the Northwest Military Region bought it. He said he wanted to befriend you. Feng Qin's face fell as he muttered, he couldn't be saved. And I turned him away. His mother told him, he bought you the candy precisely times, because times you couldn't save the man. Feng Qin didn't say another word, just silently trudged back to his cell. He easily bent the iron bars and slipped back into his room. He tore the candy bag on his bed in half, sending candy scattering everywhere. He scooped up the scattered candy with both hands, frantically shoving it all into his mouth. After eating every last piece, he sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought for a very long time. Finally, he made a decision. He told his mother, Mom, I want to go outside the Science Academy. I want to use a human's eyes to see the human world. Back in the present, after hearing Feng Qin's story, Trung Nguyen simply said, pathetic people always have a hateful side to them. The man he is today won't accept your apology. Feng Qin added, the second half of that saying is that hateful people always have their own tragic story. Trung Nguyen immediately shot back, his patience wearing thin. I don't know. And I don't want to know what kind of tragic story these people have. All I know is that right now, we are the victims, and they are the perpetrators. Trung Nguyen grabbed Feng Qin's hand, yanking him off the giant eagle and giving him an order. When we get close enough, activate life resonance. Feng Qin was still dazed, not fully grasping what was happening. After they landed, Feng Qin immediately used his life resonance ability on Trung Nguyen. As Doandung's men were running for their lives, the man at the very back of the group was suddenly struck by Feng Qin's life resonance. He collapsed to the ground, to the absolute horror of the others. They froze in their tracks, stunned, asking, what the hell just happened? How did Sao Ma can just drop dead? The blonde-haired man guessed, could it be the legendary instant death? The other guy retorted, that's a national treasure-level ability from the Dengta Nation. How could a high school kid from the Hua Nation possibly possess instant death? From behind them, Doandung didn't hesitate for a second, shouting, I don't care what ability it is, just run. Trung Nguyen overheard their conversation and held up his own hands in confusion, thinking, instant death? What's that? And more importantly, Why do I feel like I just came back to life for a split second? Then he glanced over at Feng Qin, who was gesturing wildly beside him, and a thought struck him with dawning curiosity. Don't tell me. This guy just linked my life to the enemy's? Feng Qin was also startled when he suddenly realized he'd linked with the wrong person and blurted out, "Crap, I was out of it and linked to the wrong guy." Trung Nguyen quickly asked Feng Qin if the person who fell was still alive. Feng Qin replied with a deadpan expression that he was on the brink of death. Trung Nguyen gave a slight smirk and said, "Perfect." Trung Nguyen immediately used his Void Domain Ruler ability, grabbing Feng Qin by the pants and pulling him into the air. Now use that same move on the other three. Feng Qin suddenly yanked along, startled, and yelled, "Don't grab my pants, grab my body." So Trung Nguyen grabbed both of Feng Qin's arms and legs, hoisted him up, and asked, "How's this?" Feng Qin hurriedly replied, Yeah, that works." Then, he quickly activated his Life Resonance ability. Once again, the other three guys were hit by the Life Resonance link and collapsed to the ground. Feng Qin and Trung Nguyen landed where the men were sprawled out. Trung Nguyen said with satisfaction, "It's done. The enemy is half dead." Feng Qin asked in confusion, "With your extraordinary life force, are you really not going to avoid me?" Trung Nguyen's face darkened as he looked at Feng Qin and said, "Can you even tell if I'm alive or dead?" Feng Qin slightly lowered his cool-looking sunglasses, glanced at Trung Nguyen, and said, "Let's just say it's better left unsaid. Also, don't ask me to use this move in front of others again." Trung Nguyen immediately argued that such a powerful move should be utilized, casually using Life Resonance to link with a corpse. Now, that would be a truly devastating weapon. Feng Qin waved his hand dismissively and turned away, explaining, "Normally, Life Resonance can only link me to another living person. My situation is special. It's a scientific secret." Trung Nguyen put his hands on his hips and said, "Oh, is that so?" The two of them walked over to one of the men, lying motionless on the ground. Trung Nguyen spoke up, "By the way, didn't you say the enemy was prepared to counter my ultimate move? These guys clearly aren't qualified for that." Feng Qin replied, "That's because you're absurdly strong." Trung Nguyen observed the man for a moment, then wondered in surprise, "Why is there a bug on this guy's face?" Trung Nguyen immediately took out his knife and stabbed the bug, killing it. His quick mind had already sensed something was wrong. This bug crawled out of his brain. A normal bug can't get through a human skull. It's an alien species. Just then, another bug crawled out from the head of a different man on the ground. It flew towards Trung Nguyen without him noticing. Its tail seemed to have a glowing, sharp stinger. Trung Nguyen was stunned as he realized the crucial point. This is bad. These guys are just a diversion. The real killing move. He began to suspect. Could it be these alien bugs? By now, the bug was circling Trung Nguyen's head, preparing to strike without his knowledge. The bug flew in, aiming for Trung Nguyen's brain, but something seemed to be blocking its path, preventing it from getting close. Suddenly, Trung Nguyen opened his eyes, looked at the bug, and said, "I was waiting for you." Images of a man named Doan Dung suddenly appeared around the bug. Trung Nguyen wondered, are these Doan Dung's memories? The first image was of Doan Dung breaking his arm. The Science Institute couldn't heal it, forcing him to retire from the front lines and take a desk job. Next was an image of him and his family refusing the multifunctional prosthetic offered by the military, choosing instead to take the compensation and buy a luxury villa for his wife and children in the Maple Leaf Nation. But due to his status, he himself couldn't emigrate. The next tragedy in his life was his son racking up huge gambling debts and getting fired for embezzling public funds from the military. After that, Doan Dung accepted a commission from the Tower Nation on the dark web, receiving a deposit and fake documents to form a team and enter the Zhangjiaji boundary realm. Piecing everything together, Trung Nguyen was shocked. These parasitic alien bugs could actually access their host's memories. Their intelligence was extremely high. They even knew how to eliminate witnesses. From this, Trung Nguyen deduced that the other men's brains were likely infested with these bugs too. I have to find them, and fast. If they multiply here or report back to the enemy, we'll have a serious problem. A bug flew up from behind Feng Qin while his guard was down. Trung Nguyen saw it and was about to shout, but before he could, the bug latched onto Feng Qin's hair. Feng Qin absent-mindedly scratched his head, while Trung Nguyen froze in place. Feng Qin pulled the bug from the back of his neck. What is this? That bite hurt. He'd already crushed the bug, which spurted fresh blood. Worried, Trung Nguyen rushed over to check the back of his head. The back of his head was torn and bleeding, and a patch of hair was gone. Feng Qin was horrified. A bald spot? Damn it! Trung Nguyen mockingly complimented him. Your head is really hard. Feng Qin got cocky and replied, Of course it is. Smart people always have hard heads. Then, Trung Nguyen immediately flew off, but not before giving Feng Qin instructions. Take a picture and send it to headquarters. I'm gonna catch a few more. Feng Qin waved from below and shouted, "Got it." After Trung Nguyen left, Feng Qin picked up 2 of the bugs to examine them. This is a special alien species from the Tower Nation, the demon-eyed beetle. It likes to eat brains and can parasitize animal brains. The Tower Nation hasn't shared any information about its other abilities. After Trung Nguyen returned with the 2-headed eagle, he and Feng Qin sat next to the 4 bodies. Trung Nguyen then made a call to report in. There were 8 bugs in total. 4 were parasitizing the 2-headed eagle's brain. We captured 2 alive, and the other 2 have been killed. I used half-blind on them, so they probably won't attack anyone for a while. The person on the other end of the line replied, "Well done. The people from the Science Academy are already on their way to your location. Just hand the bugs and the parasitized eagle over to them." Feng Qin, holding one of the bugs in his hand, turned to look at Doandung's body, as if wanting to say something, but he remained silent. Trung Nguyen noticed his grim expression and glanced over at him. He's already dead. Staring isn't going to bring him back. I know, Feng Qin said. Even if he were still alive now, he'd be executed after the interrogation. Then why are you still looking at him? Trung Nguyen asked, curious. Feng Qin looked up at the sky, a hint of regret in his voice. I was just thinking, if I had chosen to save him back then, would his fate have been any different? Trung Nguyen also looked up at the blue sky. I'm not some omnipotent god who knows everything. How would I know? But then, Trung Nguyen added, if you can't be a god, being a man is good enough. Hearing Trung Nguyen's words, Feng Qin let out a small smile. Then I'll just keep being a man. Just then, the group from the Science Academy arrived, but as they tried to enter the realm, they were blocked by the Sky Pillar squad. A man with blonde hair spoke up, exasperated. Captain Tong, what's the meaning of this? Why are you blocking us? In an emergency, the Science Academy has the right to enter any realm. Tong Keen Kwok frowned and said, my apologies, but we have not received any directive regarding an emergency. According to regulations, we cannot let you pass. One of the men from the Science Academy looked at Taetu and asked, Mr. Chi, what do you make of this? Before he could finish, Taetu cut him off coldly. You can't wake someone who's only pretending to be asleep. You have to beat them awake. He then turned to the Sky Pillar squad. You have a healer in your ranks, don't you? I suggest you deploy a life resonance field as soon as possible. A member of the Sky Pillar squad retorted angrily, we don't need your concern. In an instant, Taetu drew his sword and activated his piercing wind breath ability, his eyes narrowing like daggers. In that case, I'm making my move. With that, Taetu unleashed his wind scythe, sending 2 immensely powerful blades of wind flying toward the Sky Pillar squad. On the other side, Tong Kien Kwok tried to use his own ability to counter Taetu's, but he was already covered in wounds from the attack. Tong Kien Kwok struggled to speak. Even if you're from the Science Academy, you can't just act like tyrants. I'm going to the Void Management Bureau to report you. Taetu walked straight toward him, sword in hand. Go ahead. Report me to Wang Podi. Tell him my name directly. Taetu. Upon hearing that name, Tong Kien Kwok collapsed to the ground in shock. Taetu. He was the true leader of the 9 Voids, the most powerful organization of void energy users in the Huaguo Nation. Back with Feng Qin and Trung Nguyen, they sat waiting, bored. Feng Qin slumped to the ground, exhausted, staring at the 2 live bugs in his hands. He whined, why isn't anyone here yet? My hands are getting tired. Trung Nguyen told him to just hold on a little longer. The willpower of these ghost eye beetles is too high. I'm not sure how effective half-blind is. I'm afraid they might escape. Suddenly, Feng Qin's phone started ringing. With both hands occupied, he leaned over. Hey, can you get my phone for me? The passcode is 778811. Trung Nguyen grunted in acknowledgement. He reached into Feng Qin's pants pocket, pulled out the phone, and held it up for Feng Qin to see the incoming message. We were held up for a bit by the Sky Pillar squad, so we're running late. And Quan Feng's people have secured the realm and have a private jet ready to take you back to the academy. Reading the message, Feng Qin's face twisted. Just to catch some bugs. My mom actually called Uncle Chi. Another message came through from Taetu. I'm inside the realm. Are you 2 still at the original coordinates? Feng Qin sat up straight. Tell him yes, he told Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen quickly typed out the reply, but then Feng Qin felt that something was off. Wait a minute. Last time, Uncle Chi had Yan Tuo test Nguyen, and then he called me back to Shangjing City to ask all sorts of questions. It's obvious he's trying to poach him, Feng Qin thought to himself. Joining the 9 Voids means constant, exhausting missions. You work yourself to the bone for nothing. I absolutely cannot let Nguyen fall into his hands. Once the two ghost eye beetles were secured in a glass jar, Feng Qin let out a sigh of relief. Handover complete. Taetu walked over and extended a hand to Trung Nguyen. "Hello, student Trung Nguyen. My name is Taetu." "Oh," Feng Qin quickly interjected, telling Trung Nguyen, "He's an old friend of my mom's. I usually just call him Uncle Chi." Trung Nguyen shook Taetu's hand. "Hello, Uncle Chi." Taetu looked at Trung Nguyen, thinking to himself, and here I was, thinking we'd be colleagues in the future, calling each other brother. But this damn kid, Feng Qin, just had to swoop in and make me a generation older. He composed himself, then said with a slight cough, "Ahem. I've heard that a young prodigy has emerged near East China recently. I've been wanting to find the time to come have a drink with you." Trung Nguyen was surprised when Feng Qin suddenly spoke up for him. "Nguyen? Nguyen is still a minor. He can't drink." Taetu chuckled and said, "But drinking fruit juice is pretty much the same thing." Feng Qin waved his hand dismissively. "Alcohol is a carcinogen. You should drink less of it yourself, old man." Then he turned Taetu around and pushed him away, saying, all right, grab your bugs and go back to your shabby little courtyard to roast sweet potatoes." The old man looked bewildered and tried to ask, "What about the otherworld side of things?" But Feng Qin cut him off. "That old fox has people handling it. You don't need to worry your head about it." Taetu quickly handed him a business card, adding, "Trung Nguyen, if you ever come to Shanjing City, make sure to stop by our place for a visit." Trung Nguyen took the business card and looked at it. It read, Taetu, CEO of Shanjing City's Juneng Human Resources LLC. His phone number was also clearly printed on it. He nodded and replied, "I'll stop by if I get the chance." After Taetu left, Feng Qin anxiously tried to stop Trung Nguyen. Nguyen, don't go to that shabby little courtyard of his. They're a bunch of old guys who are completely shameless. Every time they're short a player, they drag me over to fill the spot. When we lose, we have to eat skewers, and they make me pay for it." Seeing Trung Nguyen's faint smile, he asked angrily, "What are you smiling about?" Trung Nguyen took off Feng Qin's sunglasses, looked at him, and said with a laugh, You don't look alike. You're definitely not his real son." The scene shifts to an airplane. Everyone has boarded the plane to head back. Trung Nguyen is holding a large backpack. He spoke up. "Everyone worked hard on this trip to the other world." He took out some small pouches, each containing void crystals, and gave one to each person. He said, 10 two-headed eagle void crystals for each of you. You can use them for yourself or sell them for cash." Tauk Han stammered, refusing, I can't accept something so precious." Trung Ni agreed. "All we did was pick up crystals. We didn't do anything else." Trung Nguyen calmly told everyone, "The conflict between aberrants and void users is full of danger. If you have a chance to get stronger, don't hesitate." Tauk Han then took the pouch of void crystals and said, "I understand. Thank you." Trung Ni then asked, "Aren't you giving a share to Senior Feng Qin?" Trung Nguyen replied, "He said he doesn't need it." Feng Qin threw his hands up nonchalantly. "To me, the most useless thing in the world is void energy." The plane was flying through the sky. Trung Nguyen reminded everyone, "I have something to take care of in a bit. After we land, you guys go directly to the administration office to report and turn in the void crystals." The scene changes to Quan-Fong's office. Trung Nguyen sat there, asking nervously, "Commander An, have you investigated the identities of those people yet?" And Quan-Fong immediately handed him a stack of papers. Vuong Fa Dich just used the void projection to look through the 6 bugs. He managed to find out quite a bit from them. Trung Nguyen glanced through the papers and nodded. "So it seems you really can read the memories of bugs." And Quan-Fong added, "It's possible, but the memories are quite fragmented. It's not as effective as reading the memories of a living person." Of the 8 people who entered the other world, one of them was a sleeper agent that Deng Lian secretly planted in Hua Nation years ago. He was also the organizer of this operation. Trung Nguyen was a little surprised to hear this. He looked at the documents and said, "Deng Lian?" And Quan-Fong explained, "The Deng Thap Void User Alliance. It's one of the top 10 non-governmental void user organizations, and it doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the Deng Thap government. This mole is a Hua national from Deng Thap Nation who once participated in their Flame Giant project experiment. After looking through his memories, we've confirmed the full story behind the entire incident. Each country has its own otherworld where they cultivate different aberrants, and each side possesses certain strategic level forces. The most mysterious strategic level ability in Hua Nation is the Mon Mon Bear's Cuteness Overload. Hunting Mon Mon Bears is forbidden due to their small numbers and difficulty reproducing. There's no stockpile of their void crystals. To obtain one, Deng Thap Nation took a huge risk by sending Robert to Hua Nation to cooperate with Ju Yao. He conspired with the mole in the Hua Center military region to sneak into the Shenongjia otherworld. After you killed Robert, Deng Lian, in order to retrieve his void crystal, sent Nguyen Kai's group to ambush Cheng Ying Academy, only for you to turn the tables and kill them all again. And Quan Fong looked directly at Trung Nguyen and continued. At this point, the cost of retrieving the Flame Giant's void crystal has far exceeded the value of the crystal itself. For Deng Lian, giving up would be the smartest choice, Trung Nguyen said, puzzled. But this time, the enemy still chose to make a move. And Quan Fong continued. And that's the crux of the problem, he said. This operation, to infiltrate Zhang Jiajie. Although all signs point to Deng Lian, I believe they were merely accomplices. The real mastermind is the mole in the Hua Center military region. Throughout this series of events, you've demonstrated immense strength and intelligence, as well as a clear intention to capture that mole in the Hua Center. Even if it's just for self-preservation, they have ways of luring you into a trap or just killing you. And judging by the traits of this devil-eye ladybug, it's pretty obvious this is some kind of tamed demonic beast. It can assassinate intelligence agents or even be used as a suicide bomber. The demon eye ladybug. It definitely wanted to use that opportunity to control or kill me. And Quan Fong smiled and said, "It's a good thing you have an ability that counters it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Trung Nguyen smiled confidently. "I wouldn't have used myself as bait if I didn't have an ace up my sleeve." And Quan Fong, trusting him completely, smiled back. "We trust your judgment, but you have to remember that your strategic value is far more important than any of this. Your number one mission is to protect yourself." Trung Nguyen asked curiously, "Was the rebellion in Huazhong connected to the 9 luminaries?" And Quan Fong chuckled, "Of course, but we haven't determined the exact nature of their relationship just yet." Trung Nguyen asked with concern, "What about the Tianqin team that was guarding the gate?" And Quan Fong replied, "They're still being held by the Void Management Bureau, pending an investigation." Trung Nguyen stood up. "With this many leads, this should be enough for you to investigate, right?" And Quan Fong assured him to leave the rest of the investigation to them. Trung Nguyen nodded. "Yes, sir." He walked over to the window and asked, "Where is my sister?" And Quan Fong followed behind him, saying, "Your sister is at the training grounds. I'll have Xiao Qin take you over there." He stepped onto the windowsill and said, "No need, I can get there myself." With that, he leaped from the window, flying away on his energy wings. And Quan Fong watched in stunned silence, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "Good heavens! You take one trip to the other world and you suddenly know how to fly?" Trung Lam's legs were shaking uncontrollably, while the instructor outside kept praising her. "Very good. Very good." Turns out, Trung Lam was holding a horse stance. The instructor looked at his watch and said, "Hold it for another 30 seconds. After a few seconds, he added, "Hold steady. 10, 9, 8, 7. Time's up." Just as Trung Lam let out a sigh of relief, the instructor waved her over and said, "You can take a short break now." Seeing Trung Lam's exhausted state, the instructor explained, "This is called a horse stance. Practicing it consistently will make your lower body more stable, allowing you to generate power faster and stronger. Right now, you can't channel your energy smoothly, but this is actually beneficial for your cultivation. It helps build a more solid foundation for you." He handed her a bottle of water and continued, "After some time, once you overcome your mental block and master your swift god and heavenly origin abilities again, your power will increase by leaps and bounds." Trung Lam replied, "I understand. Thank you, instructor." Suddenly, she looked a bit shy and scratched her cheek. "Oh, right. My brother is coming to pick me up in 2 days. Could you not tell him I'm doing special training?" The instructor asked, surprised. Why's that?" Trung Lam replied sheepishly, "My brother is a genius. He learns everything in the blink of an eye. Every time I compare myself to him, I feel so stupid. I can't even help him with the smallest things." Her finger drew circles on the ground, as if to illustrate her jumbled thoughts. The instructor laughed and said, "Everyone has their own unique talents. Your aptitude is in no way inferior to your brother's. You were just born a few years after him, that's all." He continued to encourage her. "Besides, no matter how powerful your brother is, he can't solve all the world's problems by himself. There will definitely be times when he needs your help." Trung Lam froze for a moment, then her face bloomed into a smile as bright as a flower. She had no idea her brother was watching from a secret place. Trien Hong, standing beside him, asked, "Hu Yen Min, you're standing pretty far away. Can you really see clearly from here?" Trung Nguyen answered curtly, "I can see fine." Trien Hong pressed on, "It's okay to get a little closer, you know." But Trung Nguyen had his reasons. He said, "She's my sister, not my possession." His eyes remained fixed on the distance. If I stand too close, I'll only get in the way of her growth. Trian Hong showed off proudly on Trung Lam's behalf. Humph. Well, your sister has actually learned quite a few things at the military base these past 2 days. Trung Nguyen was genuinely interested. Oh? Trian Hong immediately elaborated. Armored vehicles, supersonic fighter jets, warships. She's piloted them all. The instructor says she has an incredible gift for piloting and wanted to get your opinion. Trung Nguyen's jaw dropped in surprise before he slapped his forehead in exasperation. Her life is her own to decide. In short, you all just need to provide a little support. The rest is up to the little sapling to grow on her own. Trian Hong's eyes sparkled as he pleaded. So, I have an unreasonable request. Can you teach me how to do that disc shooting technique? It's not just me. A lot of people at the base want to learn from you. Trung Nguyen let out a weary sigh. I'm very busy. Trian Hong continued to beg. Just one class is all I ask. Please. Unable to refuse any longer, he finally agreed. All right, fine. One class, but not a minute more. Night fell on the simple house with its brick walls and wooden door. Trung Nguyen looked at the golden coffin before him and muttered, Phew, after being busy outside for so many days, I can finally get a decent night's sleep. Then he thought to himself, this time, after absorbing such a large amount of void crystals from the snowbone serpent and the two-headed eagle, my drowsiness has gotten much worse. On top of that, the negative energy in the void crystals is constantly affecting my mental state, making me violent and irritable. I always feel like I want to hit someone. Trung Nguyen opened the coffin lid and looked inside. If I activate the one mind, two uses ability, could I really split myself in two? Could one version of me sleep while the other operates outside? After climbing into the coffin himself, he used his own hands to close it. In short, he'd try it first and figure out the rest later. In the haze of his mind, something within him was split in two, looking, well, like two of him. He decided to first divide his consciousness into two. That step was a success. He controlled one part to go outside, then projected half of himself outward. In the cramped room, he gloated, nice, opening his eyes. Vision's normal. Realizing something wasn't right, Trung Nguyen was stunned. Hey, why is my bed so high all of a sudden? Plus, walking felt incredibly strange. Looking down, he saw two cat paws. He had been turned into a cat. In a panic, he leaped up, meowing frantically. The cat version of Trung Nguyen and the human version of Trung Nguyen stared at each other in the mirror, speechless. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, and the cat did the exact same thing. The experiment proved that his mind splitter ability could indeed create two of him, but both of them couldn't be Trung Nguyen. He continued to analyze it deeply. Since one Trung Nguyen already existed, the second form defaulted to a black cat. The two selves shared a consciousness, but could also have separate, independent thoughts. Trung Nguyen expanded on this line of thought. The second form could also be projected as another animal or person, but it absolutely could not be himself. This included any other forms his subconscious might perceive as being Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen recalled the steps to turning into a cat, starting with, well, becoming a cat. When one of his selves enters the shadow world to sleep, the remaining active self is forced into the secondary form, unable to maintain the appearance of Trung Nguyen, instantly turning into a black cat. The cat let out a series of meows that gave him a slight headache. The most infuriating part was that when his cat form tried to speak, the sounds automatically came out as meow meow meow. He actually looked up. Why can't cats talk? The question was, admittedly, a bit silly. The answers Trung Nguyen found were, Answer 1. A cat's brain lacks a language center. Answer 2. A cat's vocal cords are located at an obtuse angle in the larynx and cannot produce the specific syllables of human speech. As the cat jumped off his shoulder, Trung Nguyen held his phone and thought, my projection right now only has an outer shell. Inside, it's made entirely of energy from the shadow world. If I change the internal structure of the projection, could I speak human language in my cat form? The cat, Trung Nguyen, squeezed his eyes shut, his whole body tensing up. He managed a little growl before collapsing to the floor, letting out a lazy meow. With his current mental strength, he couldn't pull off something that complex just yet. In the end, he decided to just let it be. It's not like anyone would ask a cat to start talking anyway. He held out his hand and said, I'm heading to sleep first. Wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Good night. The cat high-fived him and meowed back. Cat Trung Nguyen looked at the long-winded system panel, which was so full of text that even the viewers wouldn't want to read it, and pondered. After activating Mind Splitter, all of his abilities were cut in half, but their fundamental nature remained unchanged. The second form could also use them normally. He now had 14 different abilities. except for thermal burst and eternal ice field, which he could precisely control at their pre-upgrade levels. The others couldn't be downgraded for use. The cat flashed a very Trung Nguyen smirk, its claws extending from its soft paw pads as it cooked up a devious plan. Excellent. While Muno to Uyen Owan is still in the Sword Ruin Star Phantom world, I'll restart the Sanction the Cat Society plan. Arriving in front of a store, Trung Nguyen looked down and saw a person and a cat. Someone beat me to it. He thought for a moment and instantly knew who it was. If I remember correctly, she's Quang Thien Sok's twin sister, Quang Tu Nguyen, right? I think I saw her once in the third-year special classes study room. Quang Tu Nguyen suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. When she saw Trung Nguyen in his cat form approaching, her eyes lit up. What an adorable little black cat. It walks so gracefully. That noble posture. It's truly the king of cats. I've never seen it before. Is it new around here? Quang Tu Nguyen took out a piece of food, held it out in front of Trung Nguyen, and called, "Here, kitty kitty, come here. I've got a yummy treat for you." But Trung Nguyen was thinking, trying to stop my plan to sanction the Cat Society times and times, trying to lure me over? In your dreams. A sudden thought struck him. Anyway, no one knows I'm Trung Nguyen right now. For the time being, I don't have to act human. Just what are you planning, Trung Nguyen? He left Quang Tu Nguyen standing there and looked over at the other cats. The strays didn't seem as friendly as they were last time. Is it because it's been a while, so my maximum cuteness skill wore off? Or is it because I'm in a different form? He immediately struck his maximum cuteness pose and activated the ability again. A purple energy radiated throughout the alley, but the stray cats just stared at him silently. The look on Trung Nguyen's face grew even more serious. Strange. Why isn't it working? No reaction at all? He didn't realize that someone had crept up behind him, giggling. Quang Tu Nguyen's eyes had turned into hearts. She cooed, "Let me give you a hug, you little kitty." Dazed and confused, Trung Nguyen managed to leap away just in time, causing her to grab nothing but air. Trung Nguyen remained on high alert, his mind racing. Wait a minute, isn't my overwhelming cuteness not supposed to be that effective on humans? What's with this girl? Jiang Siwan's eyes were glazed over as she smiled greedily. In stark contrast, the stray cats around them had no reaction at all. It was then that Trung Nguyen realized he might have been wrong all along. The power of his cuteness wasn't more effective on less intelligent targets. It worked best between different species. In his current cat form, using his cuteness on other cats merely lessened their hostility and made them feel a little friendly towards him, but using it on humans could make them submit completely. It seemed Trung Nguyen was being treated more and more like royalty. He came up with a clever idea. He could use his void energy to evolve the ability, allowing for simple emotional communication, which could then influence human behavior. Just then, Jiang Siyuan asked, "Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Is my cat food not good enough for you? Is that why you don't like me? How about I bring you some premium fish fillets tomorrow?" She immediately pulled out her phone to take a picture, causing Trung Nguyen to bolt in panic. This kind of mind control ability was too terrifying. He'd have to be much more careful when using his cuteness in cat form. Realizing Jiang Siyuan had tried to take a stealth shot, Trung Nguyen turned back. He brazenly snatched the phone from the girl and used his tiny claws to delete the picture of himself. With the job done, Trung Nguyen the cat walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving a very confused Jiang Siyuan behind. No way. Did that cat just delete a photo? Am I dreaming? Although he'd been careful, he hadn't completely wiped it. The photo was still in her trash folder. Everything that just happened was real. I've got to save 3 copies of this right now. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, Trung Nguyen looked at his phone, quietly thinking. Senior Zhang sent a message saying I absolutely had to go to the cafeteria today, that she had something important to tell me. Just then, a beautiful girl with pink hair walked through the crowd. Wow, she's gorgeous. Is she a student here? How come I've never seen her before? How could a new challenger for Su Wanbao's title of Campus Belle suddenly appear at his school? The girl walked up to Trung Nguyen and said, Sorry, I'm late. He asked, Senior Zhang? Zhang tucked her hair back, a bit shyly. Yeah, I kept my promise to you. After I successfully absorbed the void crystal, I decided to get a new hairstyle. So, seeing her hesitate, Trung Nguyen said, It's not bad. It suits you. Thanks. The crowd finally recognized her. Is that Zhang? She's that beautiful without her glasses? Look at the way she's talking to Trung Nguyen. Are they a thing? I heard Su Wanbao already hooked up with Trung Nguyen. Is he two-timing her? Feng Qing appeared out of nowhere behind them. Am I interrupting something? Zhang turned around, her eyes sparkling with joy. No, your timing is perfect. In the cafeteria, Feng Qing asked again, "Are you sure you want me to sit here?" Zhang Er beamed, positive. Absolutely, 100% positive. All right then. Feng Qing popped a steamed bun into his mouth and immediately turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Damn, why is this Sichuan pork bun so spicy? What? The cafeteria lied to me. He turned and said, "I should just throw this out and get something else." Trung Nguyen replied coldly, "Don't waste food." Feng Qing shot back, "Well, what am I supposed to do? You gonna eat it for me?" Trung Nguyen answered instantly, "Get lost. You're not my sister." Feng Qing playfully put on a cute face and whined, "Bro, bro, bro," only to get a slap across the face from Trung Nguyen. Nya, nya, nya. Zhang Er, sitting at the opposite table, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. This was a truly wonderful breakfast. At the Academic Affairs office, Su Wanying strode in proudly with Lei Ba and Shangguan Yi, thinking, "This time, our trip to the Dragon Tiger Mountain realm earned us 139 void crystals. Even if that doesn't put us in the top 10 nationally, it's still way better than that unlucky bastard Feng Qing, who drew the Zhangjiaji realm." Su Wanying confidently pushed the door open and announced, "Director Gu, Team Su Wanying has completed our realm hunt and we're here to report." Su Wanying froze. She saw the department heads crowded around a pile of void crystals. Someone in the room said, "Director Gu, there are 1,000 of these bewildered rabbit void crystals here, and they're pretty high quality." Miss Yan spoke up, "Bag them up and put them with the rest of the sorted ones." A young man with wide, astonished eyes held up an orange crystal and exclaimed, "Hey, doesn't this crystal look like it's from a moonlight fox?" He continued, "Whoa, it really is. This is worth way more than the bewildered rabbit ones." Miss Yan's eyes went wide too. She said urgently, "Quick, recheck all the sorted bags. Don't let a single moonlight fox crystal get missed." A bald student exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to store valuable crystals like this separately?" Seeing all this, Su Wanying thought helplessly, "What the hell is going on? Why is the storage room overflowing with so many void crystals?" Model. A wholesale market? Shangguan Yi looked at the scene with disgust, tossed his bag to Su Wanying, and said, as he left, "I'm out of here. You can handle the report yourself." Just then, joyous shouts echoed from the faculty office. "We found 2 more void moon crystals. This is a huge score. Remember, overtime pay is tripled. Let's try to get the filtering done by the day after tomorrow, then we'll throw a celebration party." Su Wanying stood frozen in place, but her mind couldn't help but think, "A scam, right? There's no way there could be that many void crystals. They must have faked them." The sky has turned to a starlit night. On a dark road, 2 figures were walking. Jiangxi Yuan said, "All right, don't be mad anymore, okay? Let's go pet some cats. It'll calm you down." Su Wanying obediently replied, Okay." Jiangxi Yuan excitedly recounted, "Yesterday, I met a super cute, super beautiful black cat. It's so smart, and it's always hanging around that spot. I made a promise to it that I'd bring it some delicious food today." A shadow of that black cat, which was actually Chu Yuan in disguise, was sitting on the roof of a house. Chu Yuan, in his original form as a black cat with 1 blue and 1 amber eye, looked down coldly, thinking to himself that Jiangxi Yuan actually showed up. Has the power of my super cuteness not worn off yet? Jiangxi Yuan and Su Wanying were startled by the black cat blocking their path. Jiangxi Yuan squealed, "Ah, there he is." The black cat leaped down to the ground. Chu Yuan, in his cat form, thought, "I should get a little closer to see just how much of my super cuteness effect is left." Jiangxi Yuan blushed and called out, "Here, kitty kitty, come on, come over here." Beside her, Su Wanying was also blushing at Chu Yuan's overwhelming cuteness, exclaiming, "Oh my god, see Yuan, look, he's so adorable, I'm gonna die." Chu Yuan, in his black cat form, elegantly and intelligently sat down in the pink cat bed, thinking snobbishly, "This cat bed is acceptably clean. I suppose sitting here for a moment wouldn't be so bad." Jiangxi Yuan joyfully held out a food container in front of the black cat, which was Chu Yuan in disguise, and said, "This is what I prepared for you. King Salman, air freighted from the Viking Empire." Chu Yuan, in his black cat form, watched Jiangxi Yuan intently, concluding that his void energy had vanished, but traces of it still remained, impossible to completely erase. Her cat obsession also showed no signs of improving. "The effect my cuteness has on people can't be permanent, can it?" As Chu Yuan, the cat, was lost in thought, he heard a smooching sound from behind and froze, whipping his head around to see Su Wanying puckering her lips, trying to kiss him. Chu Yuan, in his cat form, didn't have time to think, and filled with disgust for Su Wanying, he snapped, Are you trying to get fresh with a cat? Then, he unleashed his master combat technique, sending Su Wanying spinning like a top. Seeing her friend being manhandled by a cat until her face was distorted and tears were streaming down, Jiang Xiyuan rushed to comfort her. Owan, Owan. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, in his cat form, walked away with proud arrogance. The clouds were perfectly clear that day. Su Wanying, her cheek bruised, glanced listlessly at Feng Qing and asked irritably, "Is this why you called me to the infirmary?" Feng Qing said, "Let me see. The wound itself is healed, but the bruise is still here because you left it for too long. Did you heal it yourself?" Su Wanying nodded. "I didn't do a good job, so I came to find you." Feng Qing, with his hands in his pockets, asked, "You absorbed a healing ability?" Su Wanying shot back, "Is there a problem?" Feng Qing mused internally. The strongest aspect of ultimate prayer is that even if she has no other abilities, she can use its 100% synergy to copy someone in the command system to achieve a strategic goal, making her invincible for a long period, to destroy her own greatest asset. What is she plotting? Synergy means randomly copying a target's ability by touching them, with the effect lasting for 24 hours. Feng Qing stopped overthinking it and used his Su Ri technique to heal Su Wanying. After healing her, Feng Qing walked away coldly, not forgetting to leave her with one last comment: "Have some self-respect, and don't you dare die on my doorstep." Hearing that, Su Wanying let out a confused, "Huh?" Feng Qing glanced back at Su Wanying, thinking deeply. The footprint on her face was clearly not made by any ordinary cat, so there's a pretty skilled guy hiding in this academy. Chu Yuan, in his cat form, was curled up on a tree, sleepily thinking, "Lanlan's training at the military district isn't over yet. For the next few days, my real body can sleep in the dark world as usual. My second form out here can also take a nap, which means I can get double the amount of sleep." Down below, Feng Qing was holding his phone, thinking seriously. Jiang Xiyuan actually posted a high-reward bounty on the school forum to find that mysterious black cat. Could it be the one that injured Su Wanying? Chu Yuan, in his cat form, was startled by Feng Qing's appearance, and Feng Qing was equally surprised to see the black cat. Feng Qing slightly lowered his black sunglasses, revealing his purple, super-penetrating eyes as he stared at Chu Yuan. In Feng Qing's eyes, that black cat just had two different colored eyes, with a big fat zero above its head and nothing else. Feng Qin calmly asked the catified Trung Nguyen in the tree, "What about your promise to act like a proper human?" Trung Nguyen still didn't understand what Feng Qin was saying and just cried out, "Meow, meow, meow." Annoyed, Feng Qin shoved his hands into his pockets, looked up, and continued, "Before I ask why, I'm checking the lifespan of a cat. Don't you think you should explain yourself first? Why did you stop being human and use void energy to attack someone? Huh?" Chung Yim continued to feign ignorance, letting out another, "Meow, meow, meow." Feng Qin continued, "No, I don't understand cat language. From an academic perspective, cats don't even have a language center. There's no such thing as cat speak in this world." In his black cat form, Chun Wen sighed, resigned and defeated by Feng Qin's statement, then mumbled something under his breath. "One mind, two uses, release." After that, Chu Nguyen reverted from his cat form back to his normal human self. Chu Nguyen put his hands in his pockets and said, "Feng Qin, humanity has its limits, you know." Feng Qin looked at Chu Nguyen and said slowly, "You're just talking nonsense. It's obvious you're only starting trouble because your little brother isn't here, right?" Chu Nguyen let out a loud tsk. When Feng Qin didn't believe him, the scene changes. The two are now sitting on the roof of a building, having a late-night chat. Feng Qin asked, Yuan, in your opinion, what exactly qualifies as a person?" Chu Nguyen sighed and replied, "The sum of all social relations." Feng Qin continued, "What if this person only has a human form, but their essence is like an aberrant? They can't absorb void crystals and can only evolve on their own, and they aren't attacked by other aberrants. Would that still be considered a person?" Chu Nguyen replied, "Yes." Suddenly remembering something, Chu Nguyen turned to Feng Qin curiously and asked, "Speaking of which, your ability, Su Ri, includes a healing wind, rejuvenation, and life resonance, right? Can the eyes that see lifespans be considered a type of ability?" Feng Qin pondered for a moment, glancing at Chun Wen before answering. "Su Ri is my innate ability, and it comes in 3 forms. The rest I evolved on my own during experiments at the Research Institute. My eyes are a biological trait. To me, void crystals are no different than ordinary rocks. Even if I ate one, I'd just cough up a pile of bones like that 2-headed eagle." Feng Qin spoke with a hint of regret, looking up at the night sky. Yuan, in the end, you still couldn't bring yourself to kill those 2-headed eagles, could you?" Chu Nguyen looked down and said, I already have more than enough void crystals. Feng Qin teased him. You just couldn't bear to see it die after seeing it live, right? Trung Nguyen was silent for a moment before slowly replying. After hearing its cry, I couldn't bring myself to eat it. Recalling the scene of the beast hunt, Trung Nguyen said, I wouldn't go soft on a human, let alone an aberrant. I was just thinking, the competition between humans and aberrants is purely a zero-sum game. One side's gain is inevitably the other side's loss. Even when humans enter the frontier to hunt down cultivated aberrants, they still risk being counterattacked. But what if the nature of this competition changed? From competition to cooperation, the benefits humans could gain would actually be far greater than we can imagine. An image of a giant, two-headed eagle flying high above. Below, a group of people stood watching. One of them spoke up, Headmaster Bai, this is that strange two-headed eagle king. It doesn't attack people at all. In fact, it actively shows goodwill and is even willing to carry people on its back to fly. The headmaster and his men craned their necks up at the massive shadow cast by the two-headed eagle. Headmaster Bai sneered contemptuously. What a stupid beast. It doesn't even realize it's in a slaughterhouse, still running up to show kindness to the butcher. How ridiculous. Just as he finished speaking, the giant two-headed eagle landed, continuously bowing its heads to be petted, showing its immense goodwill. Someone petted its head, coaxing it. Look how tame it seems. Standing in front of the two-headed eagle, Headmaster Bai had already shouldered his cannon. Headmaster Bai seemed pleased by the bird's adorable and obedient nature, so he made an effort to lower his cannon slightly and aim straight for its mouth, his voice dripping with greed. The chickens and ducks at the market are very obedient too. He clicked his tongue. One of the eagle's heads looked adorable, its cheeks blushing as it stared into the barrel of the gun that was about to send it on its final journey. It cooed as if asking, "What's this?" Seeing this, Headmaster Bai felt a flicker of pity, but his beastly nature had taken over his mind, and his thoughts turned grim. A royal clan's void crystal is a resource precious enough to make humans slaughter each other. Therefore, even if I don't kill it, someone else will. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a massive blast erupted from the cannon, leaving nothing but smoke, a huge explosion, and the feathers of the two-headed eagle scattering everywhere. The headmaster then capped off the eagle's death with a final thought. In this world, all order can only be maintained through violence. The big fish eat the small fish. That's the truth of this cruel world of void energy. Later that evening on the balcony, Headmaster Bai was speaking with a red-haired woman. The woman began to criticize him. Luo Ho, this time you let the demon eye ladybug fall into Wang Po Di's hands, and you dragged Team Tian Qin down with you. You forced the leader to personally clean up that mess, and now he's got a real problem with you. Bai Luoho stood with his arms crossed, speaking casually as if everything he'd done was right. So what? Are you here to condemn me, too? The woman turned, glancing at Bai Luoho with a cold stare. No. I'm just reminding you. My goal has always been to become the wife of the Ju Yao's leader. I don't care who that leader is. If you fail to take his place, I have no intention of going down with you in some lover's suicide pact. Bai Luoho crossed his arms and sighed. You really are a cold-blooded woman. And here I was, about to tell you a surprise. The woman grew impatient. Stop being so cryptic. If you have something to say, just say it. Bai Luoho revealed, the illegitimate son of the Feng family has found a trace of the Scythe Kingdom's Reaper in Guangjuan City. Once I get my hands on that instant death ability, no one will be able to stop me from becoming the new leader of the Ju Yao. The woman reminded him, Guangjuan City. I recall the upcoming university tournament is also being held there. It'll be packed with espers from all over. I'm afraid something unexpected might happen. But Bai Luoho, with his immense ambition, seemed to have calculated everything. Danger and opportunity always coexist. I have a very meticulous plan. As long as it's executed smoothly, all potential threats can be eliminated in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, in a military classroom, Trung Nguyen was discussing plans with Commander An. The commander gave him a brief update on the investigation. The Esper Management Bureau thoroughly investigated Team Tian Qin, but ultimately, they didn't find much useful information. The enemy is either extremely clever and left no traces, or they have a special technique to avoid Wang Po Di's void gaze. Zhang Yuan proposed a solution. Then let's just wait and see. Considering the threat I posed to them, they're bound to make another move sooner or later. Noticing it was almost time for Zhonglan's school to let out, Zhang Yuan stood up to leave. If there's nothing else, I'm going to pick up my sister from school. Commander An called out, Wait, you still haven't logged into the official Esper market, have you? Normally, you have to join a group to log in, but you've already accumulated over 1.5 million merit points from your missions. We can help you register an account in advance. Zhang Yuan was surprised to hear the amount. Oh, I'll check it out in a bit. On the way home from school, Lam Lam excitedly told Trung Nguyen about her new hobby. Brother, flying a plane is so much fun. If Instructor Lee hadn't told me I needed to build my foundation in other areas first, I'd seriously want to switch careers and become a pilot right now. Trung Nguyen was happy to see his sister so passionate and reminded her, if you want to be a pilot, you have to protect your eyesight. Don't become nearsighted. Zhang Lan obediently replied, okay. Zhang Yuan then remembered something. Speaking of which, the year's almost over. It's time to buy you some new clothes. You're always saying I pick out childish stuff. So how about you choose for yourself this year? Zhang Lan thought for a moment. I think the military district's combat uniforms are really cool and practical. They combine both style and utility. Too bad they don't have my size. Zhang Yuan took out his phone and showed it to her. Lam Lam, look at this. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up as she cheered. Whoa, you can get custom-made combat uniforms? Zhang Yuan explained. If you have a military rank, you can get them custom-made in the Esper market. I'll order all the models in your size. Okay, seeing that Lam Lam was constantly studying and training, Zhang Yuan suggested, Lam Lam, you've been doing nothing but studying and training since you entered Chengying Academy. How about we go do something fun together one of these weekends? Zhang Lan quickly refused. No thanks. She looked Zhang Yuan straight in the eye and said firmly, right now, the only thing I want to do is get stronger. Nothing else matters. You're so amazing, brother. If I don't try my hardest to improve, I'd be too embarrassed to even call myself your sister. Zhang Yuan could only go along with her wishes. Zhang Lan continued. I already told the people at the military district I'll be coming in to train every weekend from now on. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to agree. All right then. He sighed to himself, feeling helpless. I feel like the Lam Lam of this life has also gone down the path of a combat maniac, and there's no turning back. After returning to his room, Zhang Yuan browsed the market and ordered the items for Lam Lam. My total merit points are over 1.5 million. Even after buying clothes and shoes for Lam Lam, I haven't even spent the change. Let's see what else there is to buy. Suddenly, he scrolled past a listing for Dream Rabbit Void Crystals. 10,000 merit points, or 100,000 yuan per block. 10 crystals per block. Seller, Huatong Military Region Logistics Department. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, so, the Dream Rabbit Void Crystals we turned in last time are already on the market. I can't believe so many people are buying this junk. Scrolling further, he saw a knife. Extreme Dowline Cold Weapon. 150,000 merit points can be exchanged. For any standard issue weapon, comes with a 1-year repair warranty and will be replaced with a new one if severely damaged. Brand new. The seller is the Supervisory Bureau, and they have all sorts of stuff. Sabers, guns, swords, spears, but for some reason, no throwing knives. The set I have is indeed a prototype from the Supervisory Bureau. For 1 million merit points, you can get a custom-made exclusive weapon. But I have the Grandmaster of Combat ability, so it doesn't really matter what weapon I use. I probably don't need a custom one. As Zhang Yuan was scrolling, a bed caught his eye, but it was shaped like a coffin. The product name was Super Alloy Single Person Custom Bed. The price was 100,000 merit points plus 100,000 yuan. As a new product special, it was buy 2, get 1 free, buy 4, get 2 free. The seller was the Supervisory Bureau. Zhang Yuan shouted in surprise. What the hell? He thought to himself. So the bed I'm using now was made by the Supervisory Bureau. When they say custom made, they mean it. Feng Qing's connection to the Bureau is seriously deep, Zhang Yuan mused. My real body is in the golden coffin at the museum, and I usually sleep in this alloy coffin cell. Both of these could become vessels for me to create a projected body. If I leave a trace of my shadow world energy in other places, couldn't I also teleport through the shadow world? With that thought, Zhang Yuan immediately placed an order. Might as well try it. While they have a buy 4, get 2 free deal, I'll grab a few more. At the Supervisory Bureau, an assistant rushed in to report. Director Wang, something big has happened. The perfectly bald Director Wang was leisurely sipping coffee and reading documents. What is it? The assistant said frantically. That bizarre coffin we listed on the Void User Mall. Somebody just bought 6 of them in one go. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's face went pale, and he choked, spitting his coffee everywhere. Asterisk, cough, asterisk, the assistant continued. The buyer's name is Zhang Yuan, but his data security clearance is too high. We couldn't access his file, so I came to report it to you. Director Wang thought for a moment. A replica of the golden coffin. That was the order Feng Zuzhen placed for her son. The recipient was Zhang Yuan from Chengying Academy. It's one thing for him to get a replica for fun, but why would he buy so many? Is he giving them away as gifts? Director Wang's assistant added, Zhang Yuan also said to contact him to schedule a delivery time and location once the items are ready. Director Wang, getting a headache, didn't want to think about it anymore and waved his hand. Just do as he says. Follow standard procedure. And remember to take the item off the shelf after this order is filled. No more screw-ups. The assistant immediately went to carry out the order. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was still scrolling through items, thinking to himself, if you can use merit points and money to buy things in the mall, there must be other ways to trade. Lost in thought, Zhang Yuan saw something interesting. Hey, this void crystal looks pretty good. The product was named Beluga Whale Void Crystal. The hidden abilities were Catalyst, Diving, and Superior Sonar. Direct purchases were not accepted, only an exchange was possible. The seller was the North China Military Region Logistics Department, and the condition for the exchange was to represent the North China Military Region in battle 3 times. Zhang Yuan analyzed it. Catalyst is the ability Instructor Liu used to help others increase their success rate of absorbing void crystals. It doesn't seem to have different ranks. As for Diving and Superior Sonar, it's unclear if they can be upgraded. But even the lowest level of diving would be incredibly useful for me. Zhang Yuan clicked on the item to contact the seller. At the North China Military Region Logistics Department, an assistant received Zhang Yuan's order notification and hurried to report to his superior. Commander Xia, someone wants to trade for the Beluga Whale Void Crystal we listed on the Void User Mall. The other party's name is Zhang Yuan, but his security clearance is too high for me to view his file. Xia Jihui, the commander of the North China Military Region, stroked his chin as he listened. Zhang Yuan. That name sounds familiar. Let me check. After a moment of thought, Commander Xia remembered. Zhang Yuan was the young man whose combat power had left a deep impression on him. He was the one, the wielder of the strategic level Chuanming ability, who suppressed the wormhole. At Oxhead Mountain, he thought of Zhang Yuan's talent with a sense of regret. For someone like that to stay in the East China Military Region is a complete waste of great talent. If he could be transferred to a unit without regional restrictions, he could provide support to the entire nation at any time. Commander Xia quickly decided not to let this talent go to waste. He stood up, preparing to head to the 9th Division. The 9th Division is exactly that kind of unit. I'll just go ask Qi Shu's opinion directly. In the 9th Division's courtyard, Uncle Qi was watering his plants while listening to Xia Jihui's report on Zhang Yuan. Uncle Qi calmly said, actually, Zhang Yuan is already the 8th reserve member of the 9th Division. Commander Xia was quite surprised and quickly asked, something this big? And, you didn't tell me sooner? Uncle Qi replied helplessly, because the situation is rather complicated. He himself doesn't even know about it. Commander Xia was stunned by this. Uncle Qi then recalled what Feng Qing had once told him. Yuan Yuan has never been one to play by the book. A rundown place like this, 9th Division has too many rules and bad habits. The fact that he hasn't leveled this little courtyard of yours is already him showing you a great deal of respect. Uncle Qi repeated this with a worried and thoughtful look on his face. As for Commander Ha, to put it bluntly, he was told to stay out of the whole Jushu affair. Not one to get tangled up in complicated messes anyway. He quickly made his exit. Sigh, whatever. I need to discuss this void crystal with Trung Nguyen first. Back in Trung Nguyen's room, right after he placed an order for the white whale void crystal, his phone started ringing. The ringtone was his sister's voice alarm. Get up. The sun's gonna burn your butt. It was an unknown number from Thuong Kin City. Trung Nguyen looked at the number from Thuong Kin City and immediately had a hunch. Could this be the Hua Bak military region? He answered the call. Hello? A polite voice responded on the other end. Hello, this is Commander Ha Jihui of the Hoa Bak military region. Should I call you Huyen Min or Trung Nguyen? Trung Nguyen answered respectfully. Huyen Min is fine, sir. Commander Ha cut straight to the chase. Huyen Min, we can give you the white whale void crystal, for free, no trade necessary. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen immediately shot him down. I don't think that's a good idea, sir, the commander explained. It's not that we don't want your help, it's just that your city, Thuong Dong, is too far from Hoa Bak. From the moment a rift appears to when it fully opens, we usually have less than 30 minutes. It would take you at least 2 to 3 hours to get here from Thuong Dong. We simply can't wait that long, Trung Nguyen stated. Frankly, Commander Ha, based on what you're saying, the only people who could possibly make that trade are from the Hoa Trung region. But Hoa Trung is landlocked. I doubt they have any use for the power hidden inside a white whale void crystal. Seeing that Trung Nguyen had figured him out, the commander didn't mince words. You're a sharp kid. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. We put this void crystal up for grabs for one reason, to draw experts from other military regions to Hoa Bak. Trung Nguyen asked, so why offer it to me for free? Commander Ha smiled. We're investing in your future potential. Consider it an early gesture of friendship. Tapping his fingers on the table, Trung Nguyen was skeptical. Oh, that's mighty generous of you. Aren't you afraid I'll take the crystal and then just ghost you? Commander Ha responded with a hearty laugh. If you ghost us, the most we lose is a single void crystal. But if we hold back now, we lose any chance of building a good relationship with you. Trung Nguyen found himself genuinely impressed with this. Commander, this guy, he thought, has both guts and class. Revealing a little secret to him should be fine. So Trung Nguyen came clean. Actually, sir, I have an ability that allows me to teleport instantly. Getting from Thuong Dong City to Hoa Bach would only take me a few minutes. For me, crossing regions to suppress a rift isn't a problem. The commander was stunned. Really? Yes, Trung Nguyen explained. But before I can use the ability, I need to send you an object first to act as a medium for the teleport. Commander Ha agreed instantly. No problem at all. Send whatever you need. Back in Trung Nguyen's room, the delivery guy stared at the package in disbelief. He was stunned, silent for a moment, before finally stammering, "Hold on. Are you absolutely sure you want me to deliver times this asterisk?" To the commander of the Hoa Bach military region, the package was the golden coffin Trung Nguyen usually slept in. With a look of utter confidence, Trung Nguyen replied, "Absolutely." He then held up a black medal. "By the way, I have a black medal from the youth rankings. Does that qualify for expedited shipping?" The delivery guy broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Yes, of course." The delivery guy thought to himself, "Holy crap. You're the guy who's ranked number 2? No wonder you have the balls to ship something this ominous to a military commander." After the coffin was loaded, the truck took off at top speed. In no time at all, it arrived at the Hoa Bach military region headquarters. The delivery guy got out and found one of Commander Ha's subordinates. "The package is pretty big. Where should I put it?" The subordinate replied, "Bring it to the commander's office. Right this way. You got it." The delivery guy then heaved the massive coffin onto his back with all his might. When the subordinate turned around to look, he froze solid. He thought in utter confusion, no matter how you look at it, that's a coffin, right? The world of these top-tier masters is beyond me. My job is just to get it there. Finally, the coffin was carried into Commander Ha's office. The moment the commander laid eyes on it, he was rendered completely speechless. The feeling that washed over him was simply indescribable. He stood rooted to the spot, just staring. The delivery guy quickly whipped out the delivery form. "Gonna need you to sign for this, sir. And here's the fee." Still reeling, Commander Ha just mumbled, "Oh, okay." A million thoughts raced through his mind. What in the world is this? Why does it look exactly like that new product from the Supervisory Bureau? How did Huyen Min even get one? Why did he send it to me? Who am I? What am I doing here? What is happening? Meanwhile, the delivery guy cheerfully went on his way. Commander Ha's face was a mask of disbelief. He strode over and lifted the lid, but it was empty. He thought to himself, "There's nothing here. Did that bastard Hyun Min screw me over?" Furious, he whipped out his phone and called him back. "For Zhang Yuan." "Xuan Ming, you've given me a huge surprise." Zhang Yuan asked, "You've already signed for the package?" Commander Ha confirmed that he had. Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "That's good then." Haji Hui had no idea what was going on, holding his phone and waiting for an explanation from Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, the coffin lid popped open, making Zhang Yuan jump in shock. He slowly turned his head around. Zhang Yuan was standing right behind him, giving a formal greeting. "Greetings, Commander Ha. It's an honor to meet you." Seeing Zhang Yuan appear behind him in the blink of an eye, Commander Ha was in complete shock. His eyes were glued to Zhang Yuan, one hand holding the medicine bottle, only slowly opening it after a long moment. Disbelief was written all over his face as Zhang Yuan, who had just stepped out of the coffin, spoke. "Commander Ha, you said I could pay on delivery, so I just had it sent via Dongfeng Express. You don't mind, do you?" Still reeling, Commander Ha stammered, No, I don't mind." Then he suddenly remembered why Zhang Yuan was there in the first place. That's right. Commander Ha quickly opened his safe, took out a void crystal, and handed it to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Here's the beluga whale void crystal you mentioned. Take a look." Zhang Yuan said politely, "Thank you, sir." Then, Zhang Yuan had the system check if the beluga whale void crystal could be absorbed. A line of data immediately appeared. Beluga whale possesses the following abilities. Starter ability, red tier, cannot be upgraded. Diving, gold tier, can be upgraded. Supersonic waves, gold tier, can be upgraded. After a quick glance at the data, Zhang Yuan knew he could absorb it. He thought to himself that according to his records, he already possessed 8 abilities. He shouldn't absorb another void crystal in front of someone else. He'd deal with it when he got back. Trung Nguyen put the void crystal in his pocket and shook the commander's hand, agreeing to the deal. He then asked, "Commander Ha, do you have any more of these beluga whale void crystals?" Commander Ha didn't hide anything, explaining, "Beluga whales are a rare underwater species. They've only appeared twice in Hua Nation. The Academy of Sciences once planned to raise them in an underwater dimension, but the project ultimately failed. The total number of beluga whale void crystals in the entire Hua Nation is less than 100. Trung Nguyen said, sounding disappointed. "I understand." He opened the coffin lid, preparing to leave. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Commander Ha invited Trung Nguyen to stay for dinner, saying, "You rarely visit Shangjing. You can't just leave without having a meal, can you?" Trung Nguyen said nonchalantly, "It really doesn't take much effort for me to make a trip here." Commander Ha exclaimed in shock. "It takes little effort for you to teleport? Are there any restrictions, like a time limit or something?" Trung Nguyen explained. "The lid has to be tightly sealed, with no light getting in. Other than that, there are no restrictions." Commander Ha said, "I see. Are you sure you won't stay for dinner? The specialty fruitwood roasted duck in Shangjing is made in the original, traditional way, and the place isn't far from here." Hearing this, Trung Nguyen scratched his head in embarrassment. Can I get it to go?" That evening, Trung Nguyen brought the roasted duck back, and everyone gathered for dinner. Zhonglan took a piece of duck and drenched it in chili sauce. Seeing this, Feng Qing was a bit surprised by her eating habits. "Little Lan Lan, why do you need chili sauce even with roasted duck?" Zhonglan replied, "If it's not spicy, I don't like it." Trung Nguyen complained, "Lan Lan and I bring food back from outside, and you two just have to come freeload?" Shang Guanyi explained while eating, "You two didn't show up at the cafeteria, so I thought something was up and came to the dorm to check." Feng Qing chimed in, "That's right. After trying a piece of the duck, the perceptive Feng Qing noticed something. But why does this roast duck taste exactly like the one from the shop 2 kilometers east of my house?" Zhang Yuan avoided the question by stuffing a piece in his mouth and ignoring Feng Qing. "I don't know. I can't tell the difference anyway." Suddenly, 2 cats, one white and one black, appeared outside, drawn by the smell of the roasted duck. Seeing them, Zhonglan panicked, quickly covering her plate with her hands and shouting, "Brother, stray cats are trying to steal my food. Hurry up and chase them away." Without even looking at the 2 cats, Zhong Yuan raised a finger and shot a tiny bit of void energy at them, sending them scrambling away with their tails between their legs. Shang Guanyi was so startled watching this that he dropped his food. "You better not let any cat lovers see you using void energy to attack cats," Zhang Lan said coldly. "So what if they see? Is my brother afraid of them?" She went on an indignant rant. "Cats are disgusting animals. They use their tongues to lick their entire bodies. They lick their paws, their balls, their cat parts. They look cute, but they're absolutely filthy." Hearing Zhonglan's disgust, Zhong Yuan froze solid. He was completely stunned, not daring to make a sound as his face fell. Seeing her brother's expression, Zhonglan asked suspiciously, "You're not a cat person, are you?" Feng Qing quickly came to his rescue. "Don't worry, your brother isn't a cat person. He's just especially popular times with times cat people," Zhonglan said with a look of disgust. "Like Zhongji Yuan, for example," Feng Qing added mischievously. "That's right, she even got slapped by your brother because of it," Zhonglan said with satisfaction. "Serves her right." Feng Qing thought to himself, it's a good thing his sister doesn't like cats. Otherwise, with his sister complex, he'd definitely turn into a cat and pounce on her. Just thinking about the implications. What the hell? There's nothing you can say to that. You're just speechless. Inside the girls' dorm, Su Wanying's roommates were gathered around, scrolling on their phones. Suddenly, a performance report was posted. Everyone huddled together to discuss it. One of them gasped in surprise. "The rankings for the Otherworld Hunt are out. Feng Jing's team and Liu Bo's team from our school both made it into the top 10. Feng Jing's team earned 86,619 void crystals. The second place team's score isn't even a fraction of theirs. Is this for real?" At that moment, Su Wanying was also lying in bed scrolling on her phone when she overheard their conversation. "I heard someone reported this to the Void Management Bureau, but they ultimately confirmed the data was accurate." Su Wanying quickly opened the leaderboard to check and broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself that her team was ranked 11th in the entire country. We're 3rd in the school, and each academy only gets 2 slots. Does this mean I'm about to get cut? The next morning on campus, Director Gu announced the rankings. He spoke seriously. "Students, The Otherworld hunt has now concluded. The results have been approved by the tournament organizers. The teams from our school participating in the university tournament will be Feng Jing's team and Liu Bo's team. According to the tournament rules, each team can also add 2 reserve members. Instructor Lu Wen added, to the members of Su Wanying's team, if you are willing, you can serve as their reserve members and participate in the competition. Feng Jing immediately spoke up. Our team wants Shang Guanyi and Chen Shu. Liu Bo's face darkened with anger. What? He turned to Director Gu. Director Gu, our team doesn't want Su Wanying. We have no use for either of her abilities. We need a brawler. Director Gu looked at the ability summary sheet and nodded in agreement. Your team of 4 has a total of 14 abilities, half of which are mind control types. You really do lack a heavy hitter. Hearing this, Su Wanying's heart sank. Asterisk, I'm not even good enough to be a substitute? They just reject me? Asterisk. Furious, she stormed over and yelled, Liu Bo, what gives you the right to say my abilities are useless to your team? Liu Bo didn't back down an inch, shooting back. Senior, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but my team uses a blitzkrieg strategy. We lock down our opponents with control and take them out in one fell swoop. Your ultimate wish is completely incompatible with our style, and we already have healing wind. The two immediately erupted into a fiery argument, with Su Wanying livid that Liu Bo dared to disrespect her. Junior, your little strategy might work against the alien races, but it won't cut it in a real team battle. Liu Bo angrily retorted, refusing to admit he was wrong. If you're so sure, then let's have a match. Our teams, right now. If you lose, you have to voluntarily give up the reserve spot. How about it? Su Wanying immediately agreed. Fine. All the while, Feng Jing's team was standing on the sidelines, watching. Just then, Feng Jing leaned in and whispered to Trung Nguyen. Haha, Liu Bo is about to shake hands with Su Wanying. Trung Nguyen looked confused. Huh? Feng Jing explained. Liu Bo is a command type with the synergy ability. He can randomly copy a target's ability through physical contact. Just as Feng Jing finished speaking, they saw the two shaking hands. Liu Bo's entire demeanor changed as he amicably walked over to shake Su Wanying's hand, saying, Senior, we both want to bring glory to our school. Let's keep it clean, no need for any bad blood. Without suspecting a thing, Su Wanying shook his hand. Right, friendship first, competition second. Feng Jing and Trung Nguyen, watching from the sidelines, exchanged a look. Look at that big, bright smile. He definitely managed to copy Ultimate Wish. Feng Jing then warned him, Yuan, watch out for fire, watch out for thieves, and watch out for synergy. From now on, you have to be careful. Don't just go around shaking hands with people. Trung Nguyen stood watching, then nodded. Got it, he thought to himself. My abilities hold too many secrets. I can't just let anyone copy them. The moment the match started, Liu Bo's team executed their blitz strategy. In the blink of an eye, Su Wanying's entire team collapsed to the ground, completely powerless. Liu Bo's voice floated down from above. Senior, had enough yet? Defeated in an instant, Su Wanying could only hang her head in shame. She thought, our team has no one who can break their control effects. We were completely helpless against them. Fresh off his swift victory, Liu Bo turned smugly to Trung Nguyen and said, Junior Trung Nguyen, come join our team. As long as you're with us, we're a shoo-in for the championship title. Feng Jing raised a hand to stop him. Trung Nguyen would be just as effective on our team. Liu Bo didn't believe him and issued a challenge. I doubt it. If you've got the guts, then fight us right now. Feng Jing figured Liu Bo had copied Ultimate Wish and was now itching to use it. To deny Liu Bo the satisfaction, Feng Jing put on an incredibly smug, trollish grin. Nah, I don't feel like fighting you guys. Failing to get what he wanted, Liu Bo sneered. You're a coward. Trung Nguyen remained silent the entire time, ignoring their back-and-forth bickering. The model player Feng Qin didn't care about Liu Bo's taunts and was determined not to fight. The gap between us is just too big. I'm not interested in bullying a newbie. Trung Nguyen quietly observed Tu Uyen Oan and saw her sitting dejectedly in a corner. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Liu Bo, I accept your challenge. Hearing this, Feng Qin stared at him in disbelief. Although he didn't understand what Trung Nguyen was thinking, seeing him accept the challenge, Feng Qin pointed at Liu Bo's team and said, Fine. If Nguyen wants to fight, I'll trade a couple of moves with you kids. Liu Bo confidently stated his condition. If you guys lose, Trung Nguyen joins our team. Feng Qin pointed at Liu Bo and shot back. And if you kids lose, your entire team has to admit that you're dogs. Liu Bo replied casually. Whatever you say. Suddenly, Trung Nguyen walked over and held out a hand to help Tu Uyen Oan. Senior, get up first. Tu Uyen Oan shyly took Trung Nguyen's hand. She thought to herself. Trung Nguyen didn't have to accept the challenge, but he did. Could it be because of me? But Liu Bo's team is so strong, can Trung Nguyen really beat them? At that moment, Instructor Liu Wen sighed and spoke. All right then, let's begin. As the battle started, Liu Bo quickly gave orders. Control Feng Qin first. Don't let him use rejuvenation to break crowd control for the others. Feng Qin smirked confidently at his opponent's strategy. Swap my position with the fat guy on the other side. Poisonous Shadow. Activate. Scent of Poisonous Mist. Nightshade Assembly. Meanwhile, Liu Bo's side was also using their abilities, Mental Cage and Slumbering Kiss. The two of them charged straight for Feng Qin. He quickly used his skill, Position Swap. His position instantly switched with the blonde guy on the opposing team. The blonde guy was still dazed, not understanding what had just happened, when he was suddenly faced with two streams of power rushing toward him. The orange-haired guy screamed in panic. We're screwed. He immediately used his ability, Mighty Bedrock, to block the two attacks, instantly creating a huge explosion. Just then, a poisonous fog began to envelop Liu Bo's team, reducing their visibility and making it impossible for them to get their bearings. Suddenly, a girl on Liu Bo's team shouted, Feng Qin swapped positions. We can't control him. Another guy spoke up. We've lost visibility. We can't maintain control on anyone. Seeing the situation turn bad, Liu Bo broke into a cold sweat. As he frantically tried to think of a plan, a teammate yelled out a warning to everyone. There's poison in this fog, Liu Bo shouted in shock. What? By now, everyone on his team had been poisoned and were collapsing one after another. Liu Bo wasn't much better off. His face turned purple, cold sweat dripped down, and he struggled to stay on his feet. Ugh, the orange-haired guy said while trying to hold on. It's scent of poisonous mist. The moment you make a sound, you get poisoned. Everyone, stand still and don't make a noise. Trung Nguyen walked over and coldly informed them. It's too late. Your healer has lost their line of sight. They can only protect themselves. They can't cure your poison. Your one-wave tactic is too easy to counter. If you fail at the very beginning, there's no hope of making a comeback later on. If you had just used your ultimate, the one you just synergized, Ultimate Prayer, for 3 minutes of invincibility, maybe then you'd have a chance to trade a couple of moves with me. Otherwise, you would have lost without me even having to lift a finger. Liu Bo thought to himself, it's just as he said. Our team's biggest weakness is that if we can't wipe them out in one go, we have no stamina left to continue. Even if the opponent simply protects their healer and uses rejuvenation on others, they can break our entire strategy. Seeing that he no longer had a chance, Liu Bo raised his hands in surrender and declared, we forfeit. The battle ended, and the poisonous fog quickly dissipated. Instructor Liu Wen announced that the winning team was Feng Qin's team. Liu Bo walked up to To Uyen Oan and said, Senior 2, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did earlier. We really need your abilities on our team. Tu Uyen Oan quickly waved her hands. It's fine, I don't mind. Before she could finish, Liu Bo bowed a full 90 degrees, showing his sincere apology. Please, Senior, join our team. At the same time, Thuong Quan Wai ran up to Feng Qin and said, Captain, I want to join Liu Bo's team as a damage dealer. Feng Qin asked him, what's wrong? You don't want Trung Nguyen to carry you to victory anymore? Thuong Quan Wai replied seriously, not anymore. What Trung Nguyen said earlier made me realize something. Perfect coordination is more important than powerful individuals. The university tournament is a competition, but it's also a stage for us to showcase our teamwork. Thuong Quan Wai ran over and slung his arm around Liu Bo's shoulders, asking, a powerful damage dealer personally taught by Trung Nguyen himself. You guys want in? Liu Bo was overjoyed. He said, yes, yes, yes. Seeing those two getting along so well, Feng Qin turned and asked Trung Nguyen, cooperation over competition, teamwork over the individual. Is this your personal philosophy? After hearing that, Trung Nguyen asked back, looking confused. What? Realizing he might have been reading too much into it, Feng Qin quickly said, it's nothing. Feng Qin walked closer to Liu Bo, a playful smirk on his face as he reminded him, hey, Liu Bo, you said if you lost, you'd have to admit you're all dogs. As if he'd anticipated this, Liu Bo replied calmly, of course I wouldn't go back on my word. Si Tu Ming, bring out our battle flag. At Liu Bo's command, Si Tu Ming pulled out a massive banner. Got it. The team members then unfurled a ridiculously huge banner, featuring a picture of Zhang Yuan in a dress and some text. Zhang Yuan, with unparalleled beauty, sweeps the arena clean. You're the brightest star, Liu Bo then shouted. I declare that the Zhang Yuan fan club is officially established today. Shang Guanyi also chimed in. From now on, we are all Trung Nguyen's ultimate simps. After chanting their slogan, the entire group started barking like dogs. Woof, 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 they barked, causing a commotion in their corner. Feng Qing was utterly speechless and bewildered by this shameless display. After all that nonsense. Asterisk. This times. Was your real reason for challenging us? Trung Nguyen walked over and patted his shoulder. Feng Qing, your strategic awareness still needs a lot of work. Later, at the airport departure lounge, Zhonglan was happily seeing Trung Nguyen off for his competition. Zhonglan was looking at pictures of her brother on her phone and giggled, "Hey hey, as expected of my big brother. He's just as handsome in his school uniform." Trung Nguyen, not wanting to part just yet, asked his sister again, "Lan, are you sure you don't want to come watch the match in person? I just have to tell the military district, and they can arrange a special seat for you." Zhonglan, still engrossed in the photos, said, "No, it's okay. I'll be fine watching the match from a distance with everyone else." Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes, caressed his face, and looked straight into his eyes. "Brother, your world is just too vast. I'd be very lonely in it all by myself. There are so many sights in this world. Since you're already here, why not go and see them?" Tears began to well up in the corners of Zhonglan's eyes. She quickly said her goodbyes. "Brother, I'm heading back to the military district to celebrate the new year with Uncle Chin. While I'm gone, you have to take good care of yourself." Trung Nguyen waved and nodded in response. He thought back to Zhonglan's words. At the sights of the world. He had already died once. Could he still be considered part of the living world? Trung Nguyen returned to his seat in the lounge and asked Feng Qing, "Do you think Lan has figured something out?" Feng Qing was reading a book. When he heard the question, he replied, "Figured out that you have a massive sister complex?" Trung Nguyen retorted, "How do I have a sister complex? Isn't this just normal brotherly affection?" After hearing that, Feng Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Trung Nguyen asked, "What's with that look?" Feng Qing retorted sarcastically, "Are you genuinely worried? Or are you just using me for entertainment?" Trung Nguyen fell silent, just mumbling in response. Feng Qing continued, "To be honest, the first time I met you, you were like a walking corpse. Besides your sister, nothing could pry open your coffin lid. It wasn't until recently, when your sister wanted to become more independent and started intentionally keeping her distance, that you finally started to step into this world. If even I can see the change in you, don't you think she can see it too?" Feng Qing then pinched his cheek. Trung Nguyen said angrily, "We're just talking. Don't pinch my face." Feng Qing shot back, "Your sister can pinch it, but I can't, and you still say you don't have a sister complex." Unable to win the argument, Trung Nguyen gave in. Fine, you can pinch it. Pinch it all you want." Suddenly, Trung Nguyen's phone rang. It was the sound of Zhonglan's voice, his wake-up alarm. He stood up and walked away to answer it. "Hello, Commander Ha." Commander Ha's brows were furrowed. The situation sounded bad. "Xuan Ming, 5 minutes ago, we detected a red-level rift opening in Datan City. It'll probably open in about 2 hours. Trung Nguyen quickly asked, "Inside the city?" Commander Ha confirmed, "That's right. We need you. Can you make a trip over?" Trung Nguyen was silently calculating if he could split his focus, suppress the rift while also taking the plane to Guangyuan City. It wouldn't be right for the military to use someone else's identity. I guess the version of me on the plane will just have to be inconvenienced. After finishing his calculations, he agreed. "No problem. Give me a few minutes." Trung Nguyen ran back to the seats, only to find that Feng Qing had already fallen asleep. Trung Nguyen hurriedly shook him awake. Wake up! Feng Qing, I need you to do something for me." He quickly pulled Feng Qing into a secluded corner of the restroom. He then handed Feng Qing a backpack and explained, "This is an emergency. I can't board the plane with you guys in my current form. Cover for me." Feng Qing, still groggy from sleep, asked blankly, "Huh?" Seeing Feng Qing's dazed expression, Trung Nguyen forcefully shoved the backpack at him and continued, "We're about to board. I'll hide in the backpack for now, and we'll figure out the rest later." Trung Nguyen then quickly transformed into a black cat. Feng Qing froze solid as he watched the transformation. He quickly scanned his surroundings, on high alert. By now, Trung Nguyen had become a small black cat. Meow, meow, meow. Feng Qing proposed a solution to the black cat. 1 meow for yes, 2 for no. To make communication easier, the black cat meowed in agreement. Meow. It then quickly scurried into the backpack. Feng Qing picked up the bag and said cheerfully, "When it comes to doing things no normal person could, you're really one of a kind." The black cat meowed twice. Meow, meow. But Feng Qing, ever the teaser, said, "Sorry, denials are invalid." Right now, in the Huabei military region, the coffin bed was slowly opening. Outside, Commander Xia was on the phone, preparing for battle. The transport plane will depart for Dayton City in 10 minutes. Everyone, get ready. Just then, Trung Nguyen pushed open the lid of the bed and stood up. Commander Xia, I'm here. The commander's assistant, standing nearby, screamed in terror. Oh my God. Xia Jihui stepped forward and patted the assistant's shoulder to calm him down. Don't be so surprised. After seeing Trung Nguyen step out of the coffin bed, the assistant stammered, Xuanming, he came out of a coffin. Commander Xia spoke up. Don't talk nonsense. This is the latest high-tech, lidded metal bed, created by the Supervisory Bureau. Commander Xia then ordered his assistant, I'll talk to him. Go get Xuanming a set of specialized gear for the Shudong battlefield. His assistant quickly accepted the order and went to prepare. Yes, sir. Seeing Trung Nguyen emerge from the coffin, Xia Jihui chuckled to himself. The first time I saw this thing, I was so confused, I almost thought Xuanming was trying to send me to my grave. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Trung Nguyen was a bit confused, seeing him just standing there, smiling. Meanwhile, over with Feng Qing, the plane had arrived. Everyone, prepare to board. Si Yihan was surprised to see Feng Qing carrying Trung Nguyen's backpack. He immediately asked, Feng Qing, isn't that Trung Nguyen's backpack? Feng Qing replied, he had something to take care of, so he asked me to bring his stuff ahead of time. Shi Yihan noticed part of Trung Nguyen's backpack was open and quickly went to fix it. Hey, the zipper on this bag is undone. Let me get that for you. Back at the military region headquarters, Commander Jia was talking with Trung Nguyen. Xuanming, I remember you're skilled with throwing knives, right? Do you need any other close combat weapons? As he spoke, he turned around, only to be startled when he saw Trung Nguyen was gone. All he saw was a black cat. Commander Xia was stunned. Huh? Seeing the commander's shocked expression, the black cat let out a cry. Meow. He covered his face, his mind a complete mess. How did Xuanming turn into a cat? Am I under so much pressure that I'm starting to hallucinate? Or, am I no longer in the land of the living? Just then, Trung Nguyen reappeared in human form and continued. For a weapon, the crescent moon blade from the Jidao series will do. Commander Xia turned and saw Trung Nguyen had appeared right behind him, leaving him speechless. He stammered, Xuanming, you. He was too shocked to speak and just turned away. Trung Nguyen asked, what's wrong, Commander Xia? Is there something on my face? The commander quickly replied, no, it's nothing. I'll have the kid bring you the weapon. Commander Xia then took out a vial of heart medication and poured a few pills into his hand to take. As he swallowed them, he muttered, I'm getting old. I'm getting old. My heart and eyes aren't working like they used to. Trung Nguyen watched the commander's terrified reaction and thought to himself, good thing I didn't scare him so bad that something serious happened. Otherwise, I'd really have to gift him my own lidded metal bed to sleep in. Trung Nguyen thought about how he had just transformed into his cat form in front of Commander Xia, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The backpack seal is so good that when it's zipped up, it becomes a dark space. The shadow world identified my main body as being over there, which forced me to turn into a cat here. Luckily, I managed to unzip it quickly. Otherwise, I would have had to explain everything to Commander Xia. Meanwhile, on Feng Qing's flight, Xie Yihan was surprised to see the backpack's zipper undone again. As he was about to zip it up again, a black cat's paw slapped his hand away. This startled him so much, he jumped to his feet and yelled, Feng Qing, you, how dare you bring a cat on the plane? Gu Yan was also surprised and asked, Feng Qing, we're going to a competition, not on a vacation. Why did you bring a cat? The black cat thought to himself. Well, I've been discovered. Might as well drop the act. It then walked closer to Feng Qing and meowed. Meow, 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 meow. Feng Qing asked, are you sure you're done pretending? The black cat confirmed. Meow. Feng Qing then held up the black cat, looked at Gu Yan, and introduced it. Director Gu, I won't hide it from you. This cat is Trung Nguyen. The black cat obediently meowed. Meow. Gu Yan grew furious, thinking Feng Qing was trying to provoke him. He thought, this Feng Qing. He was always causing trouble during last year's competition. This year, as soon as he gets on the plane, he's already pulling this nonsense to test my limits. He roared, we haven't taken off yet. Get that cat off this plane, now. The black cat was also thinking things through. Come to think of it, if the backpack can be recognized by the shadow world as a sealed space, then I can just leave some shadow world energy in it and use it as an instant teleportation point. Then, I won't have to split my consciousness. That happened so suddenly earlier, I didn't have time to think. Now that Director Gu is kicking me out, this is actually perfect. Shang Guanyi immediately spoke up to defend him. Director Gu. Feng Qing already said this cat is Trung Nguyen. We can't kick an important teammate off the plane. Zhang Yi chimed in. Feng Qing must be doing this at Trung Nguyen's request. He would never cause trouble for no reason. Model. The members of Liu Bo's team also started loudly protesting against Director Gu. Yeah, that's right. Liu Bo defended him, saying, the Zhang Yuan fan club's official position is to support Zhang Yuan. Director Gu, you wouldn't have the heart to kick such an adorable cat off the plane, would you? I'm not even a cat person, but I think Zhang Yuan, the cat, makes a very good point. The black cat, perched on Feng Qing's shoulder, thought to itself, no way. My super cuteness is a passive skill. Why are they all acting so weird? Feng Qing patted the black cat, laughing to himself. Look at them, instantly turning into his loyal servants. Yuan must have activated his cuteness skill. Director Gu was furious. You guys are talking absolute nonsense. But Xie Yihan raised a hand, cutting Director Gu off. He was referring to the cat, Bao Yuan. Su Wanying also looked over curiously, but when she saw the black cat on Feng Qing's shoulder, she lit up. Hey, isn't that the same black cat that Si Yuan and I saw the other night? Did Feng Qing bring it on the plane? Su Wanying quickly ran over to Director Gu and pleaded, Director Gu, I'm so sorry. This is my cat. His name is Zhang Yuan. Please don't kick him off, okay? After saying that, she turned to the black cat. She cooed, holding out her hands to try and hug the cat. Zhang Yuan, come here to Big Sis, okay? The black cat shot her an annoyed glare, thinking, lady, you better not come over here. Su Wanying saw the cat's obvious disgust, but she still tried to get closer to pick it up. The black cat immediately activated its ability, Master of Combat Arts, the invincible Meow Meow Punch. 20 scratches a second. Su Wanying's face was getting shredded. She fell backwards in pain, trembling as she said, damn it, is this cat really Zhang Yuan? Feng Qing said helplessly, I already told you, but you wouldn't believe me. Feng Qing was at a loss. Seeing this scene, Director Gu just clutched his head and turned away. My apologies. My apologies. Feng Qing, hurry back to your seat, and remember to buckle your seatbelt. Feng Qing quickly replied, you got it. On the battlefield of Datan City, Zhang Yuan walked up with his teammates. A bald teammate saw the massive blade he was carrying and turned to him, saying, whoa, little bro, you look like such a gentle kid, but you know how to use a great sword like this? Looking back at the blade in Zhang Yuan's hand, he continued, red-grade monsters are usually huge, so the bigger the weapon you use to fight them, the better. His teammate was pretty surprised. So, you can use more than just one type of weapon? Zhang Yuan nodded. Pretty much. At that moment, the evacuation was nearly complete and status reports started coming in. Civilian evacuation in the southeastern sector is complete. The Five Cats defensive line is ready. The rift's energy levels are fluctuating abnormally, and it seems the opening is being delayed. The bald guy frowned, looking around. I have a really bad feeling about this. Zhang Yuan asked, why? The bald guy explained. A delayed rift opening usually means there will be a lot of nasty, unpredictable surprises. And this one's initial fluctuations are already at the extremely high-risk red grade level. At the North China Military Region headquarters, they were monitoring the battlefield. Just then, a young officer pointed at the system notification screen. The rift's energy level fluctuations are still abnormal. The estimated opening time has been pushed back by 2 hours. Commander Xia, based on the latest data analysis, there's a 66% chance that this rift is an irradiated one. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Commander Xia gave an order. Immediately distribute protective gear to the front lines and raise the civilian evacuation level by 1 tier. The young officer asked for instructions. In that case, should we request support from the 9th Void? Commander Xia replied instantly. No need. The 9th Void is already here. Commander Xia placed all his faith in Zhang Yuan, believing he would win this battle. Just then, Zhang Yuan, who was chatting with the bald guy, asked curiously, what's an irradiated rift? The bald guy explained, an irradiated rift is a rift that has been contaminated by nuclear radiation. In the early years, humanity didn't have awakened hunters, so the main way to suppress rifts was always with conventional weapons. Conventional weapons were quite effective against yellow and green grade monsters, but they couldn't break through the defenses of red grade monsters to suppress them quickly. So, one country decided to drop a nuclear bomb directly into a rift. The effect of the nuke was so obvious that the rift closed without a single monster ever stepping out. But back then, humanity didn't know that the same rift could reopen multiple times. Zhang Yuan asked again, rifts can reopen? The bald guy asked him back, you don't know that? That's basic knowledge about rifts they teach you in school. Zhang Yuan said sheepishly. I haven't graduated yet. How about you give me a quick rundown? The bald guy began to give Zhang Yuan a brief summary. Some rifts open randomly and repeatedly within a certain geographical area. There are also some rifts that move all over the world according to specific patterns. When the rift that was suppressed by a nuke reopened, people discovered that the monsters inside had mutated due to the nuclear contamination. Not only were their basic abilities stronger, but they had also gained new powers. What's even more terrifying is that the nuclear contamination escapes when the irradiated rift opens. All the radiation pollution from dropping those nukes comes flooding back to humanity when the irradiated rifts open. Even the monsters inside become mobile sources of contamination. Some who have been through a nuclear fissure and were lucky enough to survive are still afflicted by diseases from the radiation. But if we retreat, the alien species will destroy the barrier and unleash the contamination outside. The consequences would be immeasurable. Trung Nguyen asked another question. Humanity must have stopped using nuclear weapons by now, right? The bald guy replied, that's right. After humanity realized the dangers of these fissures, all the countries in the world reached an agreement to never use nuclear weapons again, but to fight against the fissures. Suddenly, the bald guy's voice filled with rage, but there are still some countries that knew the risks and did it anyway. They weaponized the fissures, relying on their movement to directly contaminate other nations. The bald guy yelled, venting his frustration. Those bastards are a disgrace to all of humanity. Abruptly, an announcement blared. Urgent announcement. A fissure is projected to open in the next 30 minutes, with a 90% probability of it being a contaminated nuclear fissure. All personnel, don your protective gear. Get ready for combat as soon as possible. Even with protective gear, you are absolutely forbidden from fighting in the contaminated zone for more than half an hour. If your suit is damaged during combat, you must retreat and replace it within 1 minute. Just then, someone brought over protective suits and began distributing them. Trung Nguyen looked at the suit and thought to himself, that's easier said than done. Once the fighting really starts, who's going to have time to worry about all that? Holding the protective suit, Trung Nguyen asked the bald guy, when facing a nuclear fissure, is this really all we can do? The bald guy gazed into the distance. We can only hope the future will be better. Humanity's current technology still can't eliminate nuclear contamination. All we can do is stand as a shield in front of our people when disaster strikes. Trung Nguyen wondered how he could use his abilities effectively. Some of his powers already defied conventional physics, things that science and technology couldn't do. Perhaps his void energy could. Trung Nguyen immediately headed back to the aircraft where Feng Qin's team was. Feng Qin was sitting there, reading a college-level physics textbook. The black cat deliberately placed a paw on the book to get his attention. Feng Qin turned to the cat. Not sleepy? You want to read with me? The black cat seemed to want to ask him something. Meow, meow. It then used its paw to point at the words nuclear reaction and radiation contamination. Understanding, Feng Qin asked, you're asking me about nuclear contamination? The black cat let out a satisfied meow. Feng Qin thought to himself, I'm holding the book right here. The question he's trying to ask isn't something that can be solved just by reading. Feng Qin fell silent, thinking for a long time about Trung Nguyen's problem. After a moment, Feng Qin finally spoke. A gold tier regeneration, level 3, can neutralize the effects of nuclear contamination on a person. Hearing this, the black cat jumped up happily. Meow, meow, meow. But Feng Qin continued. Whether void energy can deal with the source of the contamination is still unknown, but if it's about times U**, then you should listen carefully. The Science Institute has been studying the person you froze. His insides and outsides were separated by a barrier of void energy. The internal temperature was extremely close to absolute zero. In that state, even protons are slowed to an incredibly low speed. Theoretically, it could temporarily freeze the ionizing radiation caused by nuclear contamination. Back on the battlefield, at the North China Military Regions camp, the bald guy saw Trung Nguyen staring at the protective suit for a long time without putting it on. He kindly offered some help. Hey brother, if you don't know how to put it on, I can help you. Trung Nguyen immediately refused. No need. I don't need this. Then, he quickly contacted headquarters. Huyan Min to command. A powerful voice answered. Go ahead. Without hesitation, Trung Nguyen made his decision. Have everyone pull back. I'll handle the fissure alone. Commander Xia immediately shot him down. Huyan Min. The battlefield is not a game, but Trung Nguyen explained. Having other people here will interfere with me using my strategic level abilities. Commander Xia was firm. Even so, I can't allow it. The commander continued. If you make a single mistake, the people of Dayton City will pay the price. As the commander, I cannot approve such a request. Trung Nguyen offered a condition. 1 minute. If I can't end the fight in 1 minute, you can send in reinforcements. As Trung Nguyen prepared to charge into the center of the nuclear fissure, everyone around him tried to stop him. Get back! This isn't a place for you. The soldiers were stunned. What? You're Hu Yan-min, ranked number 2 on the youth leaderboard? Commander, a strategic level void energy user, this young. We can't let him fall inside that nuclear fissure. Commander Xia was watching the situation through a surveillance camera. He was still hesitating over Trung Nguyen's proposal. Although Hu Yan-min himself doesn't know it yet, that kid is already a reserve member of the 9 Voids. If we're talking about command authority, he's actually on the same level as me. The monsters in this nuclear fissure are unusually strong, but there aren't many of them. If that kid's trump card works, he really might be able to solo it. Besides, his file says he has gold tier regeneration, level 4, so he shouldn't fear nuclear contamination. After a moment of intense deliberation, Commander Xia made his final decision. All units, hear my command. Your new mission is to coordinate with him and provide full support. As for Hu Yan-min's orders, once you're in, immediately use your strategic level ability on the aberrants. If it doesn't work, fall back and wait for backup. Trung Nguyen acknowledged and immediately activated the simulation field. Terrain replication complete. The gate has been successfully pulled into the field. Warning: nuclear contamination detected. Intensity is higher than anticipated, with a projected value of 37%. The field is degrading from ionizing radiation. Expected operational time, 16 hours. Now close to the epicenter, Trung Nguyen observed from the shadows. The few kilometers surrounding the gate was a dead zone. Space itself was warped, neutralizing all void energy. He'd have to wait for the aberrants to make the first move. And then it came. A colossal elephant emerged from the gate. This was a one-eyed mammoth, a beast thought to only exist in the Dang Thap kingdom. No. It had mutated. This wasn't a one-eyed mammoth. It was a 9-eyed mammoth. It immediately let out a furious roar, trampling and destroying everything in its path. Trung Nguyen activated his Lord of the Skies ability. A pair of wings made of pure void energy sprouted from his back, and he took flight. Coming face to face with the 9-eyed mammoth, Trung Nguyen unleashed his overwhelming cutenesses ability on the beast. But it had no effect. In fact, it just swung its trunk wildly, smashing everything in sight and leaving Trung Nguyen completely baffled. He thought to himself, so, playing cute doesn't work. No, that wasn't it. The void energy feedback told him it was completely subdued, but its mind was overwhelmed with pain and agony. Communication was impossible. Time's running out. I'll just have to kill it. With that, Trung Nguyen used an ultimate technique, freezing the mammoth solid. He noted that the energy drain from Eternal Ice Field was immense. A lower-level extreme cold ability would have a similar effect on a single target, but for a fraction of the cost. The 9-eyed mammoth was instantly encased in ice, but its eyes were still moving, trying to shatter their frozen prison. Seizing the opportunity, Trung Nguyen gripped his greatsword and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Duel Master, blood for blood, piercing as he charged the beast. He thought with grim respect, red-level aberrants are no joke. Even this level of cold can't hold it for long. A physical finish is the only way. With cold precision, Trung Nguyen struck. He moved so fast he was nothing but a blur of light. In an instant, the 9-eyed mammoth's head was severed, sent flying as blood erupted from its neck. 2 more to go, Trung Nguyen thought. Rinse and repeat. He quickly froze the remaining 2, and, just like before, took the opportunity to lop off their heads. And just like that, in less than a minute, the mission was over. The command center, worried, radioed in. Hu Yan-min, 1 minute has passed. Status report. Trung Nguyen replied calmly. Total of 3 9-eyed mammoths. All targets eliminated. Commander Ha was stunned for a moment before quickly giving new orders. Good, very good. Your part of the mission is complete. Recon team, continue monitoring the gate's interior. Logistics, prepare to move in for contamination cleanup. But Trung Nguyen interjected, the contamination is part of the core, and I said I would handle this alone. Seeing his method was working, he realized that extreme cold could indeed freeze the contamination, but only temporarily. To eliminate it completely, he'd have to drain the energy from the air itself. With that, Trung Nguyen unleashed his thermocyclone. The ability created a massive ice vortex that began to slowly suck all the contamination out of the gate's core. The onlookers were so moved by the sight, they were brought to tears. System update. Ionizing radiation signature eroding the field has vanished. Contamination levels at all monitoring points have dropped to their lowest readings. Someone in the crowd shouted, there was wind, explosions. What in the world is Hu Yan-min doing? Then, cheers erupted from everywhere. It's over. The gate is closed. Trung Nguyen reported back to command. The core at Daitan City has been suppressed. Back at military headquarters, the report sent everyone into a frenzy. Report to the commander. The suppression of the Daitan City core is complete. Total time, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. 0 casualties. 0 contamination leaks. He completely shattered the previous fastest record set by Jiangbu. Everyone present was in shock. It's a miracle. Hu Yanmin has pulled off another miracle. Commander Ha let out a quiet sigh of relief. He knew Hu Yanmin had a few aces up his sleeve, but wasn't this a bit much? Being able to fly is one thing, but cleaning up nuclear contamination too? On the transport back, the void energy users were crying and hugging each other with joy. Boo-hoo! I seriously thought I was going to die for my country today. I'm not afraid to die, but living is way better. Thank the goddess of luck. And major props to Hu Yanmin, someone said, as another person sitting near him turned to ask, Hu Yanmin, you were in that radiation for so long. Are you really okay? Trung Nguyen replied nonchalantly. My regeneration level is extremely high. The guy next to him kindly insisted, you can't be careless about your health. You should still come to our hospital for a full checkup. Trung Nguyen declined. Really, it's not necessary. As the transport landed and everyone disembarked, Trung Nguyen was already planning his escape. Okay, I'll say a quick hello to the commander, make an excuse to slip away, and then head straight to the association. In the middle of the university tournament, a group from the Science Academy suddenly showed up, led by a woman. She cheerfully called out, Yuan Yuan. Zhang Yuan, confused, asked, Who are you? He wondered to himself. Why is this person calling me by a nickname as soon as she arrives? The woman walked up, grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand, and introduced herself. I'm Feng Qing's mother, Feng Zuzhen. Zhang Yuan said politely, Hello, Miss Feng. Feng Zuzhen replied happily, My son told me you were incredible, and seeing is truly believing. Commander Xia, who was standing behind them, spoke up. Director Feng, Xuan Ming just finished a fight. You should let him rest a bit. Feng Zuzhen just cheerfully slung an arm around his shoulder and started leading him away. Right. Yuan, let's go get some food and rest. The car is waiting outside. Zhang Yuan gave an awkward smile and said, Miss Feng, maybe you could let me go change first? It feels a little weird to go eat in this. Feng Zuzhen immediately ordered someone to bring a uniform from the Science Academy, smiling cheerfully. A handsome young man like you will obviously look perfect in our academy's custom uniform. Meanwhile, in an office, Qi Shu was furious. Commander Xia, you sent an underage esper to deal with nuclear contamination? That's something that could get you court-martialed, Commander Xia explained. The kid has regeneration. Qi Shu completely dismissed his explanation, saying, Those are two entirely different things. Commander Xia recalled how 3 years ago, the Ao Cheng core of the Lighthouse Nation fell. The contaminated race broke through the seal, harming tens of thousands of ordinary people. I couldn't just sit back and watch the same thing happen in Dashin City. Executing high-difficulty missions is the duty of the Jushu. Commander Xia continued, If you simply wanted to protect the kid, you wouldn't have let him become the 8th member, right? Qi Shu's face turned purple with rage. He's still a reserve. Any publicity before he's made official requires my approval. I'll let this slide, but there won't be a next time. At that moment, Feng Zuzhen cheerfully handed him a card. Zhang Yuan, Honorary Academician, Hua Nation Academy of Natural Sciences, Research Division. Now dressed in the Research Institute's uniform, Zhang Yuan went to eat with Feng Zuzhen. He joked, Miss Feng, this honorary academician title. It's not the kind of honor where I become a research subject, is it? Feng Zuzhen laughed. Listen to you. The Science Academy isn't that scary of a place. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Zhang Yuan. Our modern technology can see your internal structure clearly, without having to slice you into pieces. Zhang Yuan shot to his feet. So, is it too late for me to run? Miss Feng replied calmly. It's too late. The achievement of you using your powers to eliminate nuclear contamination has been recognized and is more than worthy of the honorary academician title. Zhang Yuan was surprised. That's what this is about? Feng Zuzhen chatted while serving him food. Ever since the cores appeared, the people at the Science Academy have never stopped conducting related research. Many hypotheses and theories have been proposed, but we've always lacked someone who could prove them. Zhang Yuan said shyly, Feng Qing was the one who told me the theory. I just put it into practice. Feng Zuzhen started frantically piling food onto Zhang Yuan's plate. Don't be so modest. Theory and practice are equally important. Don't you dare refuse the credit you're due. By now, the food in Zhang Yuan's bowl was piled up like a small mountain. Feng Zuzhen said, if you can't finish it, Even if there are leftovers, don't put them back on the serving plate. As she spoke, she piled his bowl even higher with food. If future generations see that your achievements went unrecognized, they'll lose their motivation to participate in scientific research. After all, in this world, there are far more people who chase fame and fortune than people who chase the truth. After the meal, Feng Zhuzhen led Zhang Yuan to the research area. She introduced, Yuan, look, this is the primeval Scolopendra. It's the one you tamed on Mount Niutu. And over here is the devil-eyed beetle you captured from those mercenaries. They've been raised here at the academy since the investigation concluded. Feng Zhuzhen then stopped in front of a glass enclosure. Inside was a girl. The girl was nothing but a skeleton. Miss Feng continued. The material you extracted helped us solve 3 critical problems. The other person who was frozen into a block of ice is still on the experiment table. Feng Zhuzhen looked at him with a probing gaze. She asked, the ability you used to purify the nuclear contamination. It's not the same as the one you used to freeze that person. Is it? Let me guess. It's an evolved form of your supersensory ability. Zhang Yuan was quite surprised and asked, Miss Feng, how much do you know about my abilities? Feng Zhuzhen was blunt. Well, I'll be honest with you. As long as it's an ability you've left a record of in the data charts, it's no secret to me. Actually, you don't need to worry. No one with a lower rank than me can access your data. The secrets you hold could be the key for humanity to solve the mystery of these powers. As long as you're willing to help us, we are prepared to pay any price. Zhang Yuan asked back. But your price isn't entirely without limits, is it? Feng Truc-Trin turned and looked Trung Nguyen straight in the eye, saying, the bottom line is an outcome that benefits humanity. Trung Nguyen replied just as seriously, I can withdraw, but I will not sell myself out. Not a single hair on my head is for sale. Feng Truc-Trin was speechless at his line of thinking. She asked, see, fine, then tell me, what does regeneration evolve into? It can be used to heal others, right? Trung Nguyen said blankly. Wait, and Tu Len didn't tell you? Feng Truc-Trin frowned and said, and yet, you already told En Tu Len. Trung Nguyen said helplessly. It's a long story. Feng Truc-Trin pouted and said, then don't bother. Feng Truc-Trin raised her phone and saw that the cryosample of the 9-eyed mammoth had been collected. Miss, Feng's eyes lit up as she said, the corpse of the 9-eyed mammoth you just killed has arrived. While it's still hot, while it's still cold. Can you help me with an experiment? Trung Nguyen's silence was his consent. In the laboratory, the body of the 9-eyed mammoth was propped up. Its head, which Trung Nguyen had severed, had been perfectly stitched back on. Trung Nguyen asked Miss Feng, are you sure that if I use the sovereignty of life on it, I can not only cleanse the contamination in its body but also bring it back to life? Feng Truc-Trin said, theoretically, it's possible. The reason you don't use thermal burst on them is because the energy consumption is too high to handle, right? Trung Nguyen admitted, that's right. In practice, thermal burst can convert matter into energy and get siphoned off until it's completely destroyed. But that method consumes too much power, so I only use it to clear contamination from the air. Feng Truc-Trin connected the dots, saying, thermal burst, eternal ice domain, sovereignty of life, death immunity, ice blood burst. The 5 abilities from the snowbone serpent, though different in form, share many similarities in their physical changes. If the power of regeneration acts directly on an unstable atomic nucleus, it could cause its decay process to be released instantly, similar to an ice blood burst. The radiation particles would be completely destroyed as if they were hit by a thermal burst, and the near absolute zero state would freeze the process from life to death. Activating regeneration at that moment would create an effect similar to death immunity. Trung Nguyen stared blankly at Feng Truc-Trin's explanation and finally said, so, long story short, I just need to activate sovereignty of life, right? Feng Truc-Trin nodded, in confirmation, correct. Immediately, Trung Nguyen used his sovereignty of life ability on the mammoth. In an instant, the 9-eyed mammoth came back to life, to the absolute joy of all the research staff. It worked. A complete revival and purification of the contamination. Our theory was correct. Trung Nguyen was also silently amazed. So this is another way the snowbone serpent's power can be used. This is the true power to command life and death. Trung Nguyen joyfully hugged the mammoth, happily saying, and its power to be ridiculously cute hasn't faded one bit. Feng Truc-Trin asked, Nguyen, you've performed another great service. Have you thought about what you want as a reward? Trung Nguyen immediately said, I want access to all the information the Science Academy has on Ku energy. Feng Truc-Trin quickly agreed. No problem. After everything was settled, Trung Nguyen was eager to leave. He'd already been delayed for half a day, and he couldn't put off the tournament registration any longer. As he was about to head back, he ran into Uncle Chi. Chi too blocked his path again. Brother Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen awkwardly greeted him. Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi extended an invitation. My humble company is right next door. Care to come over for a cup of tea? Trung Nguyen hurriedly refused. Maybe next time. I still have to fight in the university tournament. Trung Nguyen tried to leave, but Chi-tu informed him, today is just registration and exhibitions for the university tournament. I've already handled your certification information. I can just get any old cat or dog to sign for you. Trung Nguyen glanced at him and replied, a cat or a dog? You got it. If you have the guts to say it, I have the guts to find one. Over with Fung Kin, the group of students participating in the university tournament had arrived. A manager walked over to greet them, shaking Director Gu's hand. Lieutenant Colonel Gu, your students from Thon An achieved incredible results in the Otherworld hunt this time. Countless people were left wide-eyed with amazement. Gu Yan replied cheerfully, that was just their usual performance. The manager quickly guided them. Well, no need for more talk. Please have your students come and register. Fung Kin raised his hand and signaled, all students, line up by year. Upperclassmen in the front, underclassmen in the back. Begin registration. The person from the management team held a tablet and focused on his work. Facial verification. Successful. Please sign. Signature verification successful. Please place your finger in the sensor area. Fung Kin also finished his confirmation. Fung Kin. Fingerprint verified successfully. Now, only a few people were left. As Trung Nguyen's turn approached, he thought to himself, registration requires facial recognition, a signature, and fingerprint verification. For Nguyen to have the nerve to tell me to use a black cat to register for him, someone must have helped him change the authentication information. Could it be Uncle Tae? Just then, the management staff announced that Zhang Er's fingerprint verification was successful, leaving only Zhang Yuan unregistered. Is Zhang Yuan here? Suddenly, a black cat peeked out from Feng Qing's backpack, meowed, and shot straight toward the registration desk, startling the staff member. What was that thing? Before he could even process what was happening, the black cat had already run up for the facial recognition scan. However, what shocked him even more was the beep times that followed. Facial recognition successful. The staff member's face went pale. What? As if that wasn't shocking enough, the black cat then took a pen in its mouth and signed the name Zhang Yuan. The machine displayed, signature verification successful. Next, the black cat pressed its paw onto the fingerprint scanner. Fingerprint verification successful. The staff member was completely stunned, rendered utterly speechless by the cat's series of actions. Feng Qing said, all right, registration's done. Let's head upstairs and drop off our luggage. Everyone get ready to leave. It was only then that the staff member snapped out of his stupor. He rushed over to stop them. Wait a minute. The Zhang Yuan, participating in this tournament. Ask he's a person. Right? There must have been a problem with the machine. Feng Qing turned back and warned him. The fact that this cat was able to pass the verification means that the data administrator on the back end recognizes it as Zhang Yuan. You'd better think carefully about the consequences before meddling in other people's affairs. The staff member fumed internally. They're not only letting a cat register for a human, but they're using their power to bully me. These people from Chengying Academy are completely lawless. Those 80,000 plus void crystals you got from the dimensional hunt. You must have used some dirty tricks to get them, didn't you? In tonight's exhibition match, I'll show you all what you're really up against. Entering their break room, Feng Qing said, Yuan, I'll leave your luggage here, okay? If you need anything, I'm just next door. The black cat let out a satisfied meow. Feng Qing seemed to remember something and whispered to the black cat, oh, right, one more thing. If Uncle Tae gives you any trouble, you just tell him. At that very moment, the real Zhang Yuan, who was at Uncle Tae's 9th Institute, heard Feng Qing's words and completely froze on the spot. His face turned all sorts of colors as he processed what Feng Qing had said, thinking, I never told him my secret. And yet, not only did he figure out that I can turn into a cat, but he even deduced that my real body is here with Uncle Tae. His deductive skills are as insane as the man himself. Yu poured some tea and said, Zhang Yuan, Feng Qing told me that since you're a minor, you can't drink, so I took the liberty of serving tea instead of wine. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, that's fine. It's not the first time you've taken the liberty of deciding something for me. Hearing this, Uncle Tae froze, at a loss for words. He asked, what are you referring to? Zhang Yuan answered bluntly, the fact that you transferred my file to the 9th void. Uncle Tae asked in surprise, I never told Feng Qing about that. How did you know? Zhang Yuan explained, you told Commander Xia. Commander Xia is an old-fashioned man who despises injustice and is incredibly strict about military law. Yet, despite not fully understanding my true strength, he not only permitted me to face Yan Tuo, but he even agreed to let me fight him one-on-one. That right there says a lot. Uncle Tae silently conceded the point. Zhang Yuan continued. Yan Tuo ranked 150th on the youth leaderboard. You sent him to probe my abilities, didn't you? Of course, his report alone wasn't enough. So during Golden Week, you summoned Feng Qing back to Shangjing. And if I'm not mistaken, Feng Qing advised you against trying to recruit me. After all, what I hate most is people making decisions about my life for me. Hearing this, Uncle Tae broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I'm screwed. Secretly transferring his file has really pissed him off. For a strategic class void energy user this powerful, if he ends up hating the 9th void, the consequences will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was still casually sipping his tea. Uncle Tae lowered his voice. About transferring your file. I apologize. Zhang Yuan cut him off with a slight smile. Uncle Tae, no need to be so tense. I'm a very peace-loving person. At least for now, I have no intention of violently leveling the 9th Void Institute.